house for dinner or Thanksgiving or something. She doesn't have a menu. You don't need a representation of the real thing. So that's why we don't have a model or a map. How would we even make a model of the Earth when there's places we haven't explored? What am I going to do? Just start making shit up? You remember, I don't know if you guys have played Minecraft, but when you start off in Minecraft, they give you a map, essentially, and it's not filled in. No, dude. First shot, no, that's not the Earth. It's just a representation, just like a menu. I know people want the Earth to have a claim, or flat Earthers to have a claim, but we're not going to give you some silly straw man. No.
Because you would have to believe it. That's the thing we don't do here. Because we don't know the extents of the Earth, we're not going to go on with a story about it and say, this is how big and this is what it looks like. No. None of us here are going along with these images. They're only conceptual. It's not what Earth is. No one knows the extent or the extremities of Earth. At least they haven't told us so. So you can't make a map or a model of something you don't know the extent of the entire thing. Be like making a model of an airplane, but you don't know what the tail looks like. So what do? Just have nothing? Try and fly that.
Farsha, I think you're just trying too hard to make something fit that doesn't fit, bro. These are representations. Just remember, I showed you the all those maps earlier. Which map? So what you're basically trying to do is like, oh, well, which one is the flat Earth? And as we pointed out to you earlier, there wasn't one that is the one for the globe. In the same way, there isn't one for the flat Earth. There's not just, this is the map of the Earth. Don't use any other maps. This is the one.
But that doesn't exist. You realize the flat Earth model, like the whole believing in the flat Earth? No. This has been a topic for like thousands of years, right? This isn't something new.
I know.
Yeah, we know.
Right. But so look, what I'm saying is when you Google flat Earth and all these maps come up, somebody came up with it, right?
Yeah, but dude, this is the thing. You got to be, I told you earlier that there's goofballs out there that just will say random shit and pretend to be a flat earther. Even Matthew will try to push claims onto flat earthers.
Yeah.
So you have to have discernment. We're not out there saying this is the Earth. It's other goofballs who are trying to make fun of the flat Earth who will say that.
We didn't make up the Flat Earth Society either, and they show boats falling off the edge and saying that we're moving upward on a disk at 9.8 meters per second squared. Like we don't agree with that either. There's there's things that are false claims being put out there. There's censorship, false claims. There's there's like counterintelligence happening with flat Earth. If you don't realize this is happening in your world, then I don't know, you might be very young or you might be naive to the kind of things that are going on behind the curtain.
That's a good point, Sonny.
What you're saying is basically the South, no one has gone deep enough to know what it is beyond the wall, and we live in the world of unknowns. No one knows what's going on down there, basically.
Yeah, well, dude, you have to admit that there are some unknowns, even if the Earth is a globe. They admit there's plenty of unknowns, even here on Earth. The Amazon jungle and under the oceans have been relatively unexplored, so they say. So it's not having unknowns is not a bad thing. I would say it's even worse to just literally make shit up as a replacement for your unknown. So yes, what is completely south? How the fuck would I know that? How would anyone in this Discord be able to tell you for sure what's down there? Have you been there? Have I been there? No. So why would I make stuff up? I'm going to be honest and say that's an unknown. So what's wrong with that? But you want a map that shows what's out there. How am I going to give that to you? So no. Also,
I'm not naive to say we have the world figured out. Obviously, there's places that nobody knows what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, but that's what you're asking us about.
What I'm saying is,
you're asking us about those places.
Okay, going from California to China, that's a map that's known. Like, that distance is known to mankind. We're not talking about the South Pole beyond the ice wall.
Okay.
So when you go from California to China, it shows the plane going west.
On a cartoon, dude.
Right.
Yeah, so we're talking about, remember, you gotta separate, draw a line between the representations and reality. I showed you all those maps. Those are representations. That little cartoon of the globe that you showed, that's a representation.
What
So
would
in
an airplane lie
reality,
about that, though?
in reality, what's really happening is just like you're going to the grocery store. You just point in that direction and you head there. Point A to point B. There's no like tricks. You don't teleport. There's no. I think I know what's happening here. That map that your teacher could pull down, the square one. People will say, "Well, how come they're going left or west? What do the flat earthers do?" I see what you're saying now. People will get this idea like, "Oh, well, do you just teleport?" That's what they're trying to help you understand, that that map is not the Earth. You're trying to compare you walking around.
No, but when the plane moves, that airplane is moving on the GPS. It's tied to the satellite.
It's moving in reality, my friend. So that's you're still stuck on these representations, and there, as we showed you, there isn't even one representation that is the true Earth. As I showed you, I gave you all those maps, so there isn't just one map or GPS map that it, oh, see, look, it's moving on this one. That's the right one. They can represent it however the hell they want to. Open up Google Earth, giant cartoon ball. So they can animate it however they want to. That doesn't mean that's what's happening in reality. So what's happening in reality is just like I said, just like when you drive to the grocery store. You got point A, your house, point B is the grocery store. You just head there. You don't teleport. You don't head some random other direction than you need to go. You just go in that direction. So if the Earth is flat and you go from California to China, you just point to China and head straight there. I don't see what the difficulty is.
No, but again, I don't know. I'm not saying this correctly.
I went to that flatearth.org website. It's not a website, dude.
When you go from California to Europe, right? The plane travels East Coast. You know, when you go 8 hours, you land in Europe and that's it. When you go to China, it's 24 hours and it shows it going westwards.
Okay.
Like, you don't go over to Europe to go to China. You go the other way. You go over the ocean.
Okay. So what's the issue?
So it doesn't work on the flat Earth model. Like,
there is. Listen,
Farshade, Farshade, what's the quickest path between 2 points?
The straight line.
There you go. And
wait. Can I interject?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When you look at a flight path, like if you go for a summer flight radar right now, 24, it shows you all these flight paths going on right now. You could see each flight path, and when they're long distance, they don't go in a straight line. They curve.
You think they save money on fuel by flying off course? Is that what you're claiming?
Hold on. Whoever just said that.
No, I'm just saying because the map is flat. When you look at the map, it's flat, but the flight path is curved. It's representing
awaken. We're trying to separate you guys away from the representation and focus on reality. You guys keep getting hung up on representations. Well, on this map, it shows a curved line. Okay.
Yeah, but if we were to get like a compass, for example, and we were to replicate this ourselves, we would get to the destination, no?
He's also talking about reality. He's talking about how the airplane. What they're
in reality, it will get to the destination and it'll get to the destination and they have the arrival time and everything. Like, it's all like.
I don't know how many times it needs to be said. Airplanes fly in straight lines.
That's not true.
They pick their course. Yes, it is. Ask any fucking pilot. Airplanes fly in straight lines. Why would they cost themselves money by flying off course? Why would they burn extra fuel? They are a business. They're in the business of making money. They save themselves money by getting there as fast as they can. How do you get there as fast as you can? You fly straight from fucking point A to point B. I don't give a fuck what your compass says that they're doing. The airplanes themselves, in reality, they're flying in straight fucking lines.
Right, but I know what you're trying to say, but when you look at a map, right?
I'm not trying to say it. I fucking said it.
and you
Awaken,
see the
that's
flight
the issue
path,
right there.
it's a curve. Let me try and get an image so that you guys know what I'm trying to say.
Awaken. Stop. You're just telling us what the representation is showing. Don't care. You can represent the Earth in many different ways, as I've shown again and again.
The radar, though, that you guys trust your life with when you guys get yourself on that plane is representing this.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, let me.
You don't just go when you go to the grocery store. You're not taking some artificial curved extra length path. You just head in the direction you need to go. You don't just go out of your way to then turn back.
Let me post. Where can I post for this VC? Should I live stream voice text?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can. Oh, I might not have permission. But I'm just show you what I'm trying to say. My words are not coming out.
Let me DM you. You can post it to my DMs for now.
Yeah, perfect.
I think this guy, like, when you play Microsoft Simulator, it shows the same thing.
So you see that flight path right now that I clicked live right now? It's going from Minneapolis to Seoul. Seoul in Korea, South Korea. And you see how the flight path is taking a curve.
Where?
Even though
how are you guys not getting this?
Where'd you send it? Where'd you send it?
I'm posting it now, but just you guys really.
Yeah. But I completely understand what the other guy's saying. It is a straight line, but if you were to look at it, okay. Anyway,
here's the issue. This is a representation. Okay, it's a cartoon. It might as well be as good as a cartoon.
No, but this is radar projecting.
No, dude. No.
Yes, it is. This is all tracked.
Representation. Do whatever.
Have you flown a plane when you use the autopilot? Have you ever messed with autopilot or anything like that? No.
These are just representations of the Earth, my friend. You can.
But it's matching reality. It's getting you to the destination, my friend.
No. Because if you want to talk about reality, you wouldn't be showing us freaking a cartoon of a curved path of a plane. You would just show the reality of the Earth curving.
This is every every plane right now.
But here's the thing.
This is every plane right now that's flying.
You're looking at a
using a transponder right now. This flight radar is connected to every plane that's on the air right now. Okay. You could click on and see their flight path right now.
Feel free to mute this.
A representation,
gotcha.
Not the Earth itself. I don't care.
It's having a similar.
You guys can represent the Earth however you want to.
All right,
look at what I posted right now.
I understand. Okay, I'll just be quiet.
17 minutes past the hour. Do you see all those maps? The point is, you can represent the Earth in a lot of ways, my friend. There is no one representation that this is the Earth.
Right, but if you were to
here the issue is, you guys keep bringing into the conversation. Well, what about this representation? What about that representation? Don't care. We're talking about reality itself. So don't care if this little Google Earth shows a curved cartoon or if this flight radar shows curved paths. The Earth itself should be curved. Don't care about these representations. I mean, what if we showed you a map with straight lines? Would you just be like, oh, damn, yep, you're right.
So
you wouldn't accept that.
So everything's flat, right? When you get to you're saying everything's flat. The whole world's flat.
What?
It's flat. That's what you're trying to say, man.
By what?
It's plain.
He's basically trying to say that all these airlines and the airports in the world that you're looking at,
they don't deviate. They all go straight.
Yeah, they all go straight, and it's all lies, and they're planes.
I mean, lies, dude. The freaking headrest on the seat in front of you on the plane shows a cartoon curved water.
Submarine.
Then you look out the window and there's no curved water. So they don't have to be lying to you. It's just, what do you choose to believe?
No, but to his point,
you can believe anything, right? It comes down to what you. I mean, at the end of the day, you can believe whatever you want to believe, right?
Okay, but the thing is, you can actually go out and check for yourself. You don't have to be stuck in believe mode.
That's true. You could rent the plane. You could rent the plane. Now use autopilot, fly, see what speed you're going, and see when you get to the destination at what speed you're going. If it matches the distance
on a representation.
Well, it's a start.
That's not a start.
Yeah, it is. It's more than just saying, that's all a lie.
Because we already know
I mean,
that we're
it's
not even
something,
saying
right?
that.
I
Listen,
mean,
what I'm actually saying, I've never said the words that everything's a lie. I'm just telling you that there are many representations of the Earth, and those don't equal the Earth itself. We're trying to focus on reality.
okay, then show me a representation that will get me from like point A to point B in a map, for example.
I just did. I just posted it.
Thank you.
No, this map doesn't work.
Oh,
This
What do you
map
mean it doesn't work?
Here's the problem.
Hey, you guys are going to stop over talking, okay? This is an actual World War II flight map. This is what bombers use to make all of their fucking trips over there. You see the red lines? They represent straight lines. These are actual flight paths. This is how they got from point A to point B. What is it that you guys don't understand?
All right, he said that's the wrong map. All right, now.
No, I didn't say it's the wrong map. I said this map doesn't make
flattened.
sense.
This is flattened, dude.
Yeah, I
You know
agree
what I'm
with this
saying?
guy.
Oh my God!
Where would the north and south pole be? Where's the south pole then?
Wrong map. Which is the right one?
And where's the south pole here?
No, I think what this guy doesn't get
North
is
pole and
that
South Pole.
when you're going from
that's not even been verified, guys.
No, this is what you're not getting, dude. If you're going from California to Europe, you're traveling over the East Coast and then you go to Europe. That's the straight line, the closest thing.
Yeah,
when
we've
you're
been
going
over
from
this 7 times.
yes,
dude.
when you're going from California to China, you're not flying over Europe. The closest is to go. Okay, so
dude,
it doesn't work.
Problem. You're looking at a specific map and asking this question. I posted it in the chat for you. Did you see what I posted? That flatearth.org with the arrows.
Forget the map. I'm not even talking about the map. I'm saying when you're on the plane.
That's what you're asking. Focus.
No, I'm saying when you're on the plane. When I'm sitting on the plane, when I'm looking out the window.
Listen,
if you're going from California to China, you're flying over the ocean. You're not going over land.
So what's the confusion, ding dong? You just head in that direction. I don't see why you're confused. If let's just say you're at your house right now, China's to your left, and whatever California's to your right. When you want to go to California, you just go that way, and if you want to go to China, you go that way. I don't see why are you confused?
No, the confusion is the map this guy just posted, this levelist guy. The map he just posted. He says you only travel on a straight line, which is the red lines, right? So a straight line from United States on that map to China would have to make you go over land. That's the point, what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, you do go over land on the way to China. I've done the flight multiple times. You do. What are you trying to say?
Damn. Have you flown to China, my friend?
Yes.
You have?
Yeah. So you go over fucking Alaska on the way to China. What is your fucking point?
Yeah, you go over Alaska, but you don't go over Europe or the other parts that you have drawn out.
And who the fuck said you go over Europe on the way to China? Who said that besides you?
Listen, Mark with the red.
Who said that besides you?
Why are you yelling? Why are you crying?
Because you're fucking pissing me off. That's why I'm fucking yelling.
But why?
Because we've answered this question so many times. You're just still stuck.
Draw a dot on that map you just posted. God. Draw a dot where California is and draw a dot where China is.
Bro, I fucking highlighted it. That's a flight from fucking basically Seattle to fucking China. It's been highlighted.
But buddy, listen, here's what you're still not grasping, maybe after the 15th time of saying it. Notice how this is just one more representation of the Earth. Y'all are stuck on these representations. There are many ways to do this. We can represent it on Google Earth with a freaking cartoon globe. We can have it on a flattened out map. We can have these triangular looking maps. Okay? There's many, many ways to represent the Earth, just like there's many, many ways to represent a menu. Maybe you're a chef, you make food. You can do it in however you want to. So, but the thing is, there's the reality itself. If you're going to make a beef Wellington, that can only be one way. So, reality can only be one way as well. So,
look at what he just highlighted. Look at what he just highlighted on the map.
Mm-hmm. On one of the representations of many. Yep. On
that last map, he's saying to go from USA to China on that map. It's less distance than to go to Europe. It doesn't make sense, man. Look at where Paris is on the right. You see where Paris is on the right?
Okay, but no, again,
This map doesn't make sense, man.
dude. Okay, so which map does make sense then? Ding dong. We've already went over this.
No,
My
I'm not
God.
saying I have the map figured out. I'm just saying what he's posting is not right.
No, the map. You said this map is not. You don't like this map. So which map do you like?
I haven't gotten a map that makes sense. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, so neither do we. Ding dong. That's what we're trying
No,
to.
but he's posting it. But he's posting it. He's saying this is the map.
Yeah,
He's
that's
not
a map
he's
that.
just showing you that it's possible in other representation. Like you can represent it however you want to. That's what we're telling you. You're just still hung up on. Well, it's represented this way. Oh, dude, what about reality? Not your representations. Don't care about that. You guys are just want to talk about these little. Well, what about this map? What about that map? Fuck the map. Let's go outside. He said he flew for real. I've never flown to China. Okay, so I can't say what happens when you fly to China. Have you flown to China? Is that something you've done before?
Well, it depends where
Yeah,
you.
he's right. From California, it goes over Alaska, and then it goes west, like the globe model suggests.
Yeah, so why are you talking about fucking Europe, bro?
Does
No,
it really? Wait,
What I
on the-
posted is this. Look at the map that I just posted.
wait a second.
Flatter.org.
From LA to China, you're saying goes to Alaska? That doesn't make sense, guys.
Goes over the edge of Alaska. Yes, it does.
That's why they landed in LA going from Bali.
What do you mean
Instead
it
of-
doesn't
I
make
don't-
sense?
I
You're
don't-
only saying it doesn't make sense on a specific map. You guys
Doesn't.
are still
No, it does not.
Representation.
Because that's
There's
not
no,
true.
there's no true representation on a map of what the Earth is. That's what
shit.
you're missing.
Don't know how you guys can't get that.
You're missing that.
Awaken. He's basically saying you go from point A to point B. There's no going west or going east.
Thank you.
West,
We didn't
Only
say
took a
west,
day.
east or west. It's just
West is going around the center north. East is going around the center north.
When I say east and west, I'm going based on the globe Earth model.
but they're the
not the-
same regardless, buddy. We've already went over this. East and west are circles around the globe. Okay. And then I gave you the room example. Were you following along? Where you have the pole in the center. What happens when you go east and west? In a circle. So it's the same either way.
It's the same way. It's just the Earth's oceans are all flat and horizontal. That's the difference. There's no curving water, so you just got to. It's all spread out.
This
Outward.
question always comes with like what I posted that screenshot, the flatearth.org thing that you posted earlier. People will say, well, if you just leave and go left off California, like what happens then?
No, but what you're saying is basically don't even take anything the airports or the airlines show. It's all cartoon.
Oh
None of
my
it is
God.
true.
Why would you go off
Basically, right?
cartoons?
What are the airlines or the airports showing? What are they showing?
The radar, GPS.
The radar. The radar is a flat flat Earth projection. It's flat, just like
But
reality.
when you get the radar of every plane that's flying right now, you can map it out
On a map.
all these distances, and then on a map, right? It won't be straight lines. It won't.
It would all
That's what
be
I'm trying to tell you.
flat. It would all be flat.
On the flat map,
horizontal.
the flight paths would be curved.
What?
So these planes,
No.
that's what I'm trying to say. Yes.
No, they wouldn't be.
No.
Well, look
The
at
plane
flight.
doesn't
That's
do
what I'm
that.
trying to tell you guys. Like,
No.
if you were to get every flight in the world right now that's flying and do and map out the flight path on a flat map, these flight paths are curved.
If
They're
the
not
Earth was a
straight
globe-
line. So, are these planes taking longer flights on purpose?
It doesn't
No,
matter, bro, because aircraft are not measuring devices, bro. Do you get this?
But-
if you were to do a projection like a graph of how the flight of one of these planes just for 100 miles, it would be going up and down, up and down, up and down, back and forth, left and right, and every other. Like there's no straight line on an aircraft. You're bouncing around as if you're like on waves in the ocean. That's why boats are not measuring devices either. So you can't use them as a measuring device to say anything about it. That's why they don't have accurate measurements across the oceans, because it's immeasurable to us. We can't measure that far. You can't use something moving across in the air or in the water as a measuring device. Thank you.
Just so you know, the reason why those lines are showing on that map as curved is because it's trying to emulate how, if this was a ball, how this plane would be going around it projected onto a 2D map that is flat. It's not actually doing a curved path. That's just how it would project onto a 2D map. And it's also not taking a longer path. That's just how it's shown. That's actually not even its path.
I don't understand if these are all lies and the radar is all cartoon. How do you train somebody to become a pilot?
What are you talking about, dude? No one's saying everything's
What?
a lie. We're just telling you that you can represent it on a flat map, just the way Satoshi just told you. He didn't say that everything's a lie. It's just how you represent it will show, these curved paths that you're talking about. Wanted to verify whether the Earth is really doing this, and you could do it in other ways than looking at freaking representations. Okay, that's what we're trying to get down to the bottom.
And literally, radar. The claim you make about radar is line of sight. That doesn't mean curved line.
Exactly, and those guys on the submarines, they don't have to account for curvature. They just saw in the radar.
Yep. Yeah, neither do the torpedoes traveling at 40K, 40 knots.
Exactly.
They don't have to adjust for curvature. Now they can shoot them in shallow water, 20-foot water. They could drop them. They drop these torpedoes off the side of rafts, off the side of Avon dinghies. Like the SEAL teams can take some of these torpedoes with them and drop them off the side of their Avon.
What's going on though? Why are we respawning arguments from like 2016 and earlier? Flight paths? Come on, guys. You're supposed to be proving why the water is curved.
Yeah.
It's showing curved paths on an app.
Yeah,
is not it. I'm sorry.
There you are looking at something in the sky again. So they divert us off into the weeds and looking at something that isn't even the issue or part of the topic. Is the surface. Now, if you want to talk about aircraft, flight models are flying over flat stationary because they have to.
But I think you have something twisted, and that is that I can't speak on this Awaken guy, but I'm not a glober to come here to convince you guys it's a globe. Yeah. That's not the argument.
That's fine.
Yeah, we know.
I'm the same, actually. I'm not.
That's fine. We're not here
convince
as
or preach.
trying to recruit flat earthers or convince people. I'm here to work on my craft, sharpen my own sword. So I'm not here to make you. I'm not trying to get you on my team. So I appreciate the spar. So go ahead with what you're going to say.
There's globers that will gladly come in here and debate with you guys, but they're the expert. I'm not an expert in global flat.
Listen, we don't debate here anymore. It's not a debate. The debate's been over for 5 years, at least. If not, it was actually over the first year, but everybody's first year in flat Earth wasn't the same. So I came into this same year as Creation Bear, 2017. It's going on 6 years.
But the reality is you're the minority, though. That's the sad truth.
That doesn't mean anything, though.
I know. It could not mean anything, but I'm just saying you are the minority. That's a fact.
That's fine. I would prefer that.
What do you mean minority? In what way minority?
Minority is if you take 7 billion people in the world, most people believe it's globe.
That's fine.
But what correlation? What correlation does that have to the truth, though?
Right.
None. It doesn't correlate to the truth. So what? It wouldn't matter. The truth is the truth. You've heard this before. Even if no one believed it.
Right.
But doesn't the truth always reveals itself?
Not from the masses, usually. Not on TV. So.
But it still is revealed.
A lot of it is self.
Yeah, here we are revealing it, bro. That's why we have a whole Discord.
But what if that's not the truth? What if it is not?
That's why we don't have a model.
That's why we're here entertaining every single person.
Every idea, right? Like different ideas.
That's why we don't accept a map. That's why we don't accept a map or a model.
Yeah, that's why this place isn't flat earther only. Everyone's welcome to come.
Because we're not going to do the same thing that was done to us and start believing these little fantasy stories and start building a story. Like, no, we don't want the story. We're deleting the story before it starts. So we're just going what's empirically visible to everybody, that it's here, this is here. Like I can leave, I mean, simple things like this. Like I'm sailing on a boat, leaving from a harbor. I'm going to an island that's should be 500 feet below the curvature of Earth, but I can see the island the whole time. So simple things like that. Like,
well, dude, let's just address that majority-minority thing. Like, say you were agnostic, and I was like, well, majority of people believe in God. Like, that's not evidence, or that shouldn't even move you from your position at all. That's basically, isn't that fallacious? You're appealing to...
It's true, but it would be evidence for you to say, well, let me see why the majority think that way. Maybe
no, that's not evidence at all.
We already came from that camp. We know why. We just left that group.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but my parents said this to me all the time when I was growing up. If everyone jumps off a bridge, should you? Obviously, that's
me too.
I wouldn't jump off the bridge, but I would question it to see why they're jumping off of it.
Sure, but that's
I would go to the
just
edge.
Because everyone's doing it doesn't mean you should or have to or need to.
Yeah, but he's right.
Listen,
go to the edge and ask why they're jumping.
So listen, I would go to the edge. They won't know why they're jumping. No, they don't know why. They don't even know the cliff's there. So listen, I would go to the edge and I would sit there and with my little notebook and pencil, and I would take notes of what I see after they splat on the bottom. Like, you're not getting anywhere with why are they all thinking this? It's the same thing as motive. You're never going to know. Never going to know why more people believe this. How are you going to calculate that? What are you going to use as a baseline? You can't. It's like impossibilities. So the globe doesn't only just give us like these fallacious ideas about the earth and so forth, like in our minds, but about all those other things too. Part of this is a leftover. It's like a hangover. It's a globe hangover.
Even when you start to come to flat Earth, like you'll still be mixing up cosmologies. We see that all the time. There'll still be lingering effects of this, this globe programming. People come here and ask us questions about the flat Earth involving that same programming. Oh, well, where's the edge? Where can I go jump off? And stuff like that.
What about NASA?
What about them?
I don't know. What's your thoughts on them?
Not the space agency.
That's all you need to say. They're not going anywhere.
It's not a space agency?
1958.
Yeah,
They've never gone anywhere.
It's a code from a former CIA guy.
It's a cult from a former CIA guy?
I'm gonna post.
Quote.
Yeah.
But it's been around for a long time, no?
1958.
Not that long.
It's not that long. 60 years, 64 years.
And he says, NASA, where the bulk of the mind control has been done.
Mm-hmm.
But in the other way, there are some documents, the classified documents, that talks about a flat, non-rotation Earth. These documents were classified for a reason, no?
Yeah, a lot of them were, I think, on these flight models as well, you know?
Yeah, there's one from NASA. Report documentation page, NASA RP 1207, August 1988. This report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Obviously, this isn't like, oh, this is proof that it's flat. It's just evidence. Okay.
Does anybody here think the sun is 3,000 miles away?
Dude.
How would you validate?
How do you prove
that?
Because I've heard some flat earthers say that.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
No, not here. Not here. I'm not saying here, but I'm saying in general. I've heard some.
They're just saying things based on going out and trying to do elevation angles from different locations. What they're finding is you can't find a location for it. And I think that's proof that, well, I think that leads to the conclusion that it actually is only optical. That would be the only way that could ever happen if it was only an optical effect. So whatever it is, we don't know where it is, what it is,
Exactly,
like
Sonny.
where the focal point is, where
So it's an
the
unknown.
production, where the production of this, where the production of the source of the energy that illuminates it is. We don't know any of that stuff.
That's why I know flat earthers aren't the ones saying it's certain distance away, because the first question would be, first of all, what the hell is the sun anyway?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then Sonny hit the nail on the head. Where is it?
Right.
Okay, so how
it's
are
only
people
Well,
making these claims when they don't
it's
have that?
above you. It's not below you, right?
Well, globe earthers think it's below you.
It's never below us. That's a positive, because that's absolutely for sure, because there's no horizon that's greater than 180 degrees.
And still, where, that doesn't really answer where. Just because it's up, you see it above you doesn't mean that you know exactly where it is. And the question still stands: what is it?
But majority of your defense is go outside. What you see is what it is, right? So when you go outside, what you see is there's no way the sun could be below you.
No, we're not saying it is. So.
We know that it's not.
The only one saying that it is are globe earthers, bro. I mean, I was literally arguing.
But what you're saying is we don't know where it is. Well, we know it's above. Now we don't know how much distance it is, but we know it's above.
Well, we know
that's
it's
what you observe, but that
we
doesn't
don't know
necessarily
where
give you where.
its exact location cannot be determined.
First of all, we keep saying it like we know what it is, dude. We don't know what it is. So I feel like you need to know what it is to even know where it is. So you're saying, oh, well, it's there. What is it, though?
Exactly.
We don't know.
Yeah, but no one is going to know. It's beyond human capability.
Well, there you
to know
go.
what
It is. Maybe it's.
Why are you asking the question?
Maybe it was made that way.
I mean, there's things that I've heard the quote that some of the greatest mysteries known to man, the sun, the moon, and the stars. I think that's good. Those are unknowns.
Mm-hmm.
So you classify the moon the same as the sun. Like, we're not going to know what it is. We don't know the distance as far as that aspect.
Everything above us in the sky, all those lights, we don't know anything about.
Would you like to tell us what we do know, or what you know about the moon?
Well, I know the characteristics of it, but I don't know how far it is.
Oh, well, what are the?
I don't know what it is.
Well, we know it's round, right?
Well, I know it looks round. I know the sun is hot because if I look at it or go outside, I burn. So there's some characteristics where I could tell what it is.
Really?
I know it's not cold. That's for sure.
The moon?
No, the sun. I want the sun.
Okay. All right.
The moon, as far as hot or cold, I can't say because you usually see the moon at night and it's not that hot. But again, if you're in the summer months, you don't freeze either, so it's not cold. So you don't know as far as what temperature it is.
You could also perhaps think that perhaps it's the absence of the sun why it's hot. It's colder at night.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. You can't definitely say if the moon's hot or cold, whereas the sun, you could 100% say it's hot because anytime you see the sun, the temperature is higher, right? So I know as I said, I know the character of it, but I don't know what the reasoning is why it exists or what it is.
Yeah.
The sun's easier to tell than the moon, but point is, to what Awaken was saying, yes, we know it's round.
Do we?
You could tell. Well, it looks round at least, right?
Yeah.
With your eyes, it looks round.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say round to what you're taught in school, if it's a circular shape, that's called a round.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'll
other than
even go
that,
as far as sometimes the moon looks spherical. I'll even go that far. But I don't observe the sun to be looking spherical. But and there's also many times when the moon doesn't look spherical. So
I don't believe in the moon landing. That's for sure.
Me neither. Yeah, I don't think there's rock ball up in the sky. But
especially like in the 60s, with that fucking not even the internet.
I don't believe in the moon landing. I don't believe in the conspiracy of evolution. I don't believe in the gravity, like the way the science is telling you that it exists.
All right. Well,
now gravity does exist, just not the way you're told. If that makes sense.
kind of know what you mean. If you're referring to specific gravity, then yeah. But if you're referring to like
there's no such thing as the law of gravity, is what I'm saying.
right.
But I know gravity exists. Do I know why it exists? No, but I know it exists.
As in something's holding you down?
Not as in if something is holding me. So you look at the human evolution, right? So 300 years ago, like 400, 500 years ago and beyond that, they used to believe, like, if you read the Greek books and the philosophical books, they used to believe that anything that's on Earth, if that's the place supposed to be on the masses, that's where it belongs. So, for example, a human being's place is walking on the Earth. A bird's place on the Earth is flying on the Earth. That's how they defined gravity back then, thousands of years ago. Then it became this pulling force, right? That's the notorious pulling force. That somebody came in and said, no, it's a pulling force. And then the famous Einstein came and said, no, it's a pushing force. This bullshit, I don't believe. I don't believe any of that. When I say in gravity, when I say I believe in gravity, just not the way that it's told, I know if I go on the 10th floor and jump off, I'm going to land on the ground, I'll die. That's how I know it exists. Do I know why gravity exists? No. I don't think there's a pushing force or a pulling force.
All right.
But basically what I'm saying is I believe it in the real simplistic way of life of gravity. Not this whole equation bullshit that they're feeding you. If that makes sense.
I got you. I probably wouldn't say like jumping off a building to me would only show that you can't fly. Like, so it's not like, oh, therefore gravity, it's therefore I lack the ability to, freaking Goku or Superman fly away or whatever, hover type of thing.
Well, there's a reason you're landing on the ground, right? Or else you didn't have to fly. You would just jump off and just stay in the air.
No, why would that? See, that's where I get the issue is why would that happen? That's not a baseline for reality.
But I just told you, we don't know why it exists.
Well, here's the thing.
You're asking why does gravity exist? We don't know. Nobody knows.
No. I'm asking why would you float? That's a baseline that many people have. Like their baseline for reality is, I would or should be floating, but something's keeping me down from doing it. That's like their base axiom, and I find that to be a little silly. That shouldn't be your first thought. Like, oh, well, I would be floating.
Okay, why is it when I jump off the 10th floor, I land on the ground?
Okay, well, first of all, you gotta start full timeline. You gotta look at the whole timeline. Step 1, you're already on the ground. So you're at equilibrium. Nothing's happening. 2, then you jump. Okay, so you're not black. You're not gonna jump 10 feet in the air. You can't fly. You're not Goku. And then why you came back down? Well, you jumped. What else was going to happen? You're going to fly? You're going to float? But that's where their issue comes in. They're like, well, I would float if it wasn't gravity. Why would you think?
What's driving me to fall to the ground, though?
You were already on the ground.
You are more dense than air, and of course you will go down because your body is more dense than air, and it will fall through the air. That's so simple.
Yeah, but now you're explaining something else.
No, that's pretty much it. Like, you're more dense than the air. So what happens to things that are less dense?
So now you believe in density.
It's not a belief, bro. It's something you can demonstrate that less dense things than their medium will rise. If I let go of a helium balloon in air, what happens?
But that's my whole point. We know it exists, regardless of how you define it.
Well, it's not redefining anything. This is just... Isn't this Archimedes' principle?
But if you drop the helium balloon from the building, why will not fall down?
Because it's light, and it's lighter than the air, as you said.
Yeah, and you are heavy than air, and you fall down.
Right. So I'm not saying why. I'm saying it exists. That's what we do know.
Okay. What exists?
That if I toss a balloon in the air, it's going to not fall to the ground. Why? If I go in the air, I'm going to fall on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
No one knows. You're asking why on a question that nobody knows.
No, I know. Because you're more dense than air. And you will fall down.
Okay, what does density exist?
Okay, well, yeah, now we don't know.
Right. See, I caught you in a corner there.
What did you say?
I said, why does density exist? You keep referring to density of a mass on someone's weight compared to the air. Why does it exist?
It's like asking, why do you exist? I mean, how is anyone-
Yes, that's the same thing. I agree with you. That's a question that no one's able to answer.
Okay.
But I want to say why he's defending it, because he seems to think that he could answer that.
I'm only defending in the case to explain you how it's simple, because that it's air. For example, if you ask me, like a human being, what would happen if I jump from the building? I will answer you. You will fall down through the air.
But that's not what we're asking, though. We don't need a manual as far as we know how it works. We know how the world works. I know if something is less than air's density, it's gonna go in the air. If it's something heavier than the 1-point vacuum density of the air, it's gonna fucking jump down and hit the ground. I know that. I don't need to be told what that is. What we're asking is, why does that happen?
Well, dude, you might have to go into a quiet closet and pray to whoever you think made this place and ask him. Because I don't know if your fellow man will be able to tell you that, like you said.
No, I agree with you, though, but he doesn't seem to agree. I agree with you.
Yeah, but listen, this you are asking this. We know, for example, that fog. It's fog. The fog.
Yeah.
We get fog from, I don't know, air and condensation and everything. But why fog it's white? Why is not black?
The color of the fog you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
You're asking why is the color of the fog white and not black?
I think he's agreeing with you that there's some things that we can't know. I don't think he's defending that we do know. I think you guys are on the same page.
It is what it is, and you cannot go further than that.
Yeah.
Like why this air is breathable?
But now you're getting to philosophy.
No. You guys are agreeing that there's things that we are not going to be able to figure out. You guys agree on that?
Yeah.
That's why he made that example of the why is air breathable?
It's like asking what happens when you die. Nobody knows.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Well, you're the only one asking, so.
No, I was because I don't know. Maybe it's a language barrier thing, but
yeah, I think so.
I was trying to prove to him there's certain things that you're not going to know the answer to. But
he agrees.
It seems like he agrees with it now, but it didn't seem like it at the first.
No, it's only because not because of you. Many people will come here and protect the gravity, and they will say, "Oh, this is the mass attracts mass," or whatever, And you can simply tell them what is going on,
Yeah.
It's not. And if they want to call that fall gravity, okay, that's all right. But that fall cannot curve the water in reality, and the function of gravity in the globe Earth model is the force who is keeping the water to the center of the air.
Yeah, but there's certain people that don't believe there's gravity at all.
Well, like you said, there's a couple different ways people mean it. If you just scooped up a random sample of 10 people off the street and you ask them each individually, what is gravity? I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of mixed answers. There might be some overarching idea, push, pull, yada, yada. But not everyone knows what that really means. So it depends what you mean by gravity. That's why we were very careful about that word. We asked people, what do they mean by that? I think you're on the right track. I posted in the chat a screenshot of specific gravity. This is something I learned within the last couple of years. But specific gravity of an object is the density of that object. So, I would say, yeah, sure, that exists. But the way most people think of it, probably not, like you said.
Sasha, you believe in the mainstream science or no?
Yes.
You believe in science?
Yes.
Not mainstream science. Probably.
I don't think you understand. Yeah, go ahead.
I believe in every science. What is science? I don't believe in pseudoscience. I don't believe in pseudoscience.
Okay, define what science is to you.
Science for me, it's a thing, a simple thing where you need to have experiment.
So human experience is what you're saying.
Experiment.
Yeah, who's the experiment by?
With the human being, of course, you need to manipulate with the experiment, cause and effect, variables, everything.
Yeah. So you're basically saying it's dependent on human experience, science.
Experiments, yeah.
Look,
So
science.
your definition of science is basically what the philosophers say.
Science is a method, nothing else.
Yeah, look. Let me just try to help them
So
out
you
here.
believe in what the philosophers say, basically?
No. Listen.
No.
We're when you talk to, because people will say flat earthers are the science deniers when we're really the ones who are adhering to the scientific method. So when it comes to science, as natural science, you're dealing with the scientific method. So that involves determining cause and effect relationships by varying and manipulating an independent variable in a hypothesis test. So if you're not conducting a scientific experiment, you don't have a hypothesis, you don't have an independent variable, then you're not dealing with science. Then you're dealing with pseudoscience. So if you're asking what the flat earthers stick to, we don't stick to mainstream pseudoscience. We're stuck to the scientific method. So if it doesn't follow that, then it's not science at all.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's the same way the philosophy explains it.
No.
Yes.
No, because for example, science will explain you how water is boiling, but philosopher will tell you, look, if I put, he can guess or whatever, if he doesn't demonstrate you how water will boil, he can speak about that water, he can say some birds will fly over the water and water will boil, and you will say, that maybe it's possible.
No, so what I'm saying is, okay, like in philosophy, there's no such thing as a scientific fact. They say science goes to a level of hypothesis maximum, which means human experience. So if you have something that humans have experience with, then you could use the word science for it. If there's no experience for it, you can't use the science for it. Whereas the mainstream science tells you no, science is independent of human beings, which is not true.
Yeah, because they think they're doing science on things in the sky. And
science is not independent of human beings. Science is dependent on human beings.
Yeah. Well, you're just trying to determine the cause of. You're trying to determine the cause of observable phenomena. So you would, as the human being, you have to vary and manipulate that cause to determine that that's what's causing the effect.
So there would be no science if there wasn't for humans.
Like I told you,
it wouldn't exist.
I could give you guys many examples of I read a lot of philosophy. I could give you many examples of some of the smartest philosophers in the world, how they use examples to debunk science.
I want to see one philosopher who can debunk that water doesn't boil on 100 degrees.
There is actually somebody who did that recently. So if you add a mixture in a lab to water, they actually could bump it to 150 degrees instead of 100.
Oh, then that's not water then.
No, but what is water? Because you're not doing pure H2O.
Yeah. I mean, because we've done density tests with eggs in water. If you add salt, then that changes. Like then you're.
Yeah, it becomes more dense and it floats easier.
Right. So I mean, you're kind of adding to the water. So now it's salt water. So it's not exactly what you start.
Boiling water is not a scientific fact, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know, but in chemistry, if you mix the natrium with the chloride, you will get the salt.
Point is, science is dependent on human experience.
Well, yeah, that's good. I mean, we talk to like people who defend astrophysics, astronomy, cosmology, and they claim that those are sciences. So, what is the human doing in a an experiment for, say, cosmology or astronomy? What is the human doing to vary and manipulate the cause? Nothing. So, I mean, I agree with you. I think that more people should be aware of that. Then, yeah, you have to be varying and manipulating the cause. If you're not doing that, you're not dealing with science. They're not varying shit in the sky when they observe things moving across the sky. But they'll tell you, "Oh, we just varied the time. We manipulated. We waited." It's like, okay, that's. I don't know if that's a valid independent variable.
And we don't need scientists to find out the shape of something.
Like COVID-19.
No.
Yeah, probably. We don't really talk about that too much. A little censored. We try to speak in a little code if it's necessary to make a point about it. Yeah, I got you.
Was that forbidden topic here?
Yeah, it's just one of those topics that's a little spicy. We're not trying to get our YouTube channel pulled down for talking about misinformation.
Or is this being broadcasted on YouTube?
YouTube is.
Oh, okay. I didn't know this was on YouTube. I thought just there was. YouTube will definitely censor you.
Yeah. I'll talk about that.
We did have some strikes before.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't know if this was live on YouTube. I thought it was just.
You're good, bro. I'll grab you a link for the channel. Shout out to you guys, man. We appreciate it. There seems to be like this misunderstanding that, this flat Earth server, we're only here to recruit flat Earthers, blah blah blah, and that's not the case. I think we said it already, but I'm here for a friendly spar. I've got some skills I want to work on, and I'm sure other people here want to work on their craft as well. I'm sure you guys learn things in the process. So shout out to Awaken. Shout out to
everybody.
Yeah, you guys have been friendly. You've been honest about everything. So
it got a little hot there, but it's a good debate.
Yeah, there's one guy who got really offended. I don't know if he's here still, but it's all good. Levelist, what's his name? Levelist.
We just.
I think nobody's offended.
No, he was offended.
No, you your first time here. You think I can show you that he was not.
That guy was definitely offended, 100%.
No, he's got thick skin.
Because he was asking.
Maybe he was passionate.
No, he was offended because he was yelling, but also what made me believe he was offended was that he was asking an admin to mute Awaken. He was asking him to mute him.
Oh yeah, that is true. I forgot about that.
I was probably going to be like, all right, he's not that bad. I was going to tell him, like, oh, listen, as far as...
Yeah, it's true. At one point, he wanted to mute me. I forgot about that.
So, no, it's cool, man. It's just... It gets hot in here every now and again, so thanks for leaving your feelings.
And I mostly like to listen, by the way, but sometimes I'll chime in.
No worries. Yeah, we appreciate the content you've added today, man. So,
is this on YouTube 24/7 or only certain times?
Yeah, here's that link. Server. It should be live 24/7. Yeah, every now and again I'll go down to render and then start up a new one, usually in 12-hour segments. You can save that link in your back pocket if you ever want to kind of see what the conversation is before joining, or make clips of your conversation, or however you choose to use it. There's many different ways you can do it.
So we have to make it YouTube friendly with the topics we talk about.
Somewhat. I mean, we do try to keep this VC focused on the topic of the Earth and that kind of thing.
No politics and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, we try to stay away from it. We do have other rooms if you want to like jump down and really go into Biden or whatever. You're more than welcome to. But we try to keep
Biden room. Where's the Biden room?
I think there's a politics room somewhere.
At the top, we have #welcome, and there's some rules there.
Where's the politics room? I don't see the politics room.
At the top, you see #welcome, important and special info. You see,
no, what he's saying there's
it's under religion, philosophy. It says religion, philosophy, Paul. So there's a channel called Politics in there. I can actually just give you a link to join in there. Yeah, old dude put a link to. You can just click that if you want to pop in, see if you have access. There's a lot of different rooms in the server, so
yeah, I just noticed that.
But a lot of people seem to like the live stream. It's a good place to hang out, kind of ask questions, and that kind of thing.
Cool, man.
Cool. You seem like you're off to a good start, man. I mean, I can appreciate some of the things you said, like you're already suspicious about certain things, moon landing and yada yada. So I think that's a good start. So this is your journey. We're just here to help you along on your journey. So we're not here to try to push you in one way or the other. But it seems like you've already tugged on that thread from the sweater like we talked about earlier. So good on you.
So to be fair, you have people from the opposite point coming in here too, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Shout out to Awaken. I mean, he's got the Globe Earth roll. So we give out, if you're a Globe Earther and you like this place, you want to come hang, you're more than welcome. We have, leveled up rolls for Globe Earthers and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, if you like this
And
place, you're welcome.
and that's the best to listen, because if you listen them, then you will find out with what arguments, what they are saying, and then you will realize what is happening.
Yeah. I think the best conversations happen when we have a couple Globe Earthers in here. We can kind of just go back and forth.
Awaken, are you a Glober? For sure?
Yeah, I'd say so. So far.
You don't got to say it like that.
Yeah, there was a pause there. What was the pause for?
It's okay.
No, because you
don't
never
have to
know,
answer if you don't
man.
wanna.
You never know.
How dare you?
You seem like you had your facts together, huh? For that plane questions with the radar and.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first time I did here, I'm from Portugal, next to Spain, here in Europe. The first time I hear about the flat Earth was in 1-2 years on public school, and they talk about the Portuguese, the sailors, navigators, 500 years ago, and for them it was normal, talking about flat Earth. That was the first time I hear. But then, they show to us in the school this globe, and people ask this question: why the people under this globe doesn't fall down? Because there's a perception that there's an up and a down, and even from I think it found some some Jesuits and philosophers and writers from the 1500s and until to the 1700s, they were against these new ideas of Newton and etc. Because it was against the natural world. They at that time they did the same questions that we are doing today. Does the moon has its own light? Even that, and yeah. So so then you spend all time, all your life in school, eating the same idea, that we are living in a ball, and it's not easy to wake up suddenly, So yeah, but the day that I did wake up, because I saw some guys from Brazil in 2016, 2016 or 15. I saw some guys, and they did measurements, observations, even on a big lake, like Lake Titicaca in Peru. They saw, with low humidity in the air, they saw no curvature in like 70 miles. So and more lasers and etc. So, but I saw this, this little model, this little representation. But in architecture they call it maquette. So I saw this idea, that the continents on a plane, and with water, and this ice around, and that at that time, it stick in my mind, thinking about that idea. But then I went to do my normal life, and almost past 1 year, I was traveling here in Portugal, from Lisbon to Porto. It's 2 cities, and there's a coastline, and you can see. I was traveling by train, so you can see the ocean. So you can see the ocean like 1 minute. So when you see, at that time when I was watching through the window, because when you can watch, some things in television or some photos, but depending of the lens of the camera, it's not, you cannot see so flat. It depends of the camera. But anyway, when you see with your own two eyes, and I was watching through the window, and man, it was a perfect weather, and I always saw a perfect line, flat in the horizon, and so I'm traveling here. I know they construct these railways to make it almost level, perfect level. So I was traveling like 1 minute, and yeah, seeing at the horizon a perfect line. Where is the curvature? Left and the right. There is no. So that was the click. And then I did search about flat Earth and other things, perspective. You have to, it's not in one day that you're gonna understand everything. So you have to, take time watching videos, hearing persons' views, and yeah, for me, it is a normal to live, to accept this reality. And by the way, I did post above talking about a water level. So the first time I saw this, it was a friend of mine. He was installing electric cables on a wall, and man, he just took a hose and put water inside, and he did it, to find out two spots in this wall, perfect level. He did construct this water level, and you can buy it today. That was the first time I saw about that, and I was amazing. He can do that, like half a mile, and it's still level. So yeah, you can try it and check for yourself.
So you think it's flat, huh?
For me, it's normal, because the navigators, the Portuguese and Spanish, 500 years ago, it was normal, to accept flat Earth, and they did talk about flat Earth. They did talk about finding the end of the world, So how can that be possible on the sphere? There's an end on the sphere. Doesn't make any sense. So and they did use astrolabes, sextants, and there are many people talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, but the same way you got convinced that it's flat. What if you get convinced that it's concave?
Concave doesn't make any sense for me. When they say water is going up, forget it.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense because when you put water in a cup, it's flat.
Exactly. And there was I every day I do observations and questions things, and I cross information. When I have like 5 sources of guys, different people. Even global, they think some people think they live in a globe, and suddenly they found the truth. Sometimes I talk about a guy that he did work at Antarctica. He was a glober at that time. He talks. They did an interview, before he worked at that place, and one of the questions he didn't. After that, he didn't understand why they did this question. What is the shape of the Earth? Why did they? You go to work to Antarctica. Why do they do this question? Maybe to avoid people like us.
But you understand your senses could lie to you, right?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
You have.
Like, I'll give you an example. You put a straw and a cup of water in there. Your senses will tell you that straw is bent when it's not.
We have vestibular system inside our ears, and if the ground below you move like right or left, you will feel, your body will feel it,
like an earthquake.
It responds to make a balance.
Well, answer the question I gave you. Don't circumvent the answer.
No, I'm telling you did talk about senses, Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying when you put a straw in a bottle of water, your eyes, which is your senses, it tells you that it's bent, but in reality, it's not.
What do
you have to say to that?
You're talking about putting something in the water, but it's
Your eyes
Well,
are
how would you
deceiving
compare
you.
that? Can you tie that to the Earth? What is the analogy in reference to?
No, the reference is he's saying I'm going outside every day and observing the Earth.
Mhm.
What I'm
So
saying
you're
is
going out and observing bent.
I do
what I'm
observation.
saying is, yeah, what I'm saying is if you're observing it with your eyes sometimes could lie to you.
I can agree with that. You know, we did talk about the sun. You can watch to the sun, but you actually don't know if he's more above or below. You have to account perspective and atmospheric lensing.
Are you saying that's just like something possible, or are you saying that is happening with a certain specific thing that you see when you go outside? So I'm aware that it's possible, like your example with the bent straw and a cup of water. Obviously, you can use some deductive reasoning to move past just what you observe, but are you saying that your eyes are deceiving you when you go outside, or are you seeing something that's really
no,
not
it's
there?
just like there's many examples, not just the water and the straw. Like you go on the
But, hey,
let's say you go on the fourth floor and you look
may I
down.
ask a question?
It might not look that far, but if you jump, actually, then you'll realize how far it is.
I think what he says is your eyes can deceive you, and that's being part of your senses. So he's just
Yeah,
pointing
and
that
when
out.
you pull the straw back out of the water, is the straw bent or is it a straw that's straight?
It's a straight straw, but your eyes
Okay,
are
there you
telling you it's
go.
bent.
Right, but when you're observing,
You can check that optical illusion to see if it's actually a bent straw.
Right.
Or
Right, but if you
an
just
illusion.
go based on your senses from what you see, it actually looks bent.
Well, that's going beyond just you're pulling it out, you're checking it out what it actually is. You're being deceived that it's bent.
Yeah, but you can't. But the straw, you take it out of the water, you could physically examine and come up with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So,
Whereas
so
when
can
he
you,
says I go
can you
outside and
tie
I
this
look
to
at
the
the
Earth
Earth,
now?
And you
yeah,
can
so he says,
also physically examine the Earth.
no, he's saying he's only doing it with his eyes. You can't physically examine the Earth. That's impossible.
right,
Oh,
there's
why is that
atmosphere,
impossible?
there's water, there's different.
Yeah, no, we're talking about the ground. Yeah, if you can measure a straw, why can't you measure the ground you stand upon?
Yeah.
Because the ground is too far in the world.
It's
you can't
huge.
measure the Earth.
There's atmosphere. There's different heights. There's a lot of factors.
Your
Like, you
comparison
can't
is
just
not
observe.
right.
Wait a minute.
And there's the bigger something is, the more illusions you might encounter, right?
Hold on. I can appreciate the analogy, but you got to tie it to the Earth now. So, what is specifically it would be analogous when it comes to the Earth?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I gave you I'm not going to go over the example again.
No, I know what you're saying, bro. I just want to tie it to
the
the
difference
Earth.
is, yeah. So this is how you tie it. The actual straw, I could take it out with my hands physically and see that it's not bent. Whereas you go outside, you look at a lake and it's flat. You can't grab that earth on your hands to say it's not flat.
But hold on, bro. I wouldn't say that's very analogous then, because you've got you're seeing something that's basically like an illusion, this bent straw, right? So when you go up to the lake, are you saying you see an illusion, or are you just saying that?
No, I'm not saying your senses lie to you. Therefore, what you see is an illusion. No, it could be the reality.
I agree with
what I'm saying is
you
you can't
definitely measure
verify
that lake for sure.
Yeah, you can't verify it. Is what I'm saying.
As a flat earther, there's plenty of things we use observation and stop. Like with the sun, for example, I look at the sun, I see it's moving and move my head, and then I stop there. I can't go physically take the straw out, for example. I can't go manipulate the sun, so I stop there. But when it comes to the lake, for example, you can definitely do things that are past the observational stage. People have done laser tests. People have done mirror flash tests. I've done long distance observations in San Diego for a month straight. So you don't have to just stop at observation. You can start measuring things as well. And then Awaken, you talked about measuring the whole thing. That's definitely not what we're getting at. For just a quick example, think of a hood of a car. Generally, most hoods are curved, unless you drive like an old Cadillac from back in the day or something. But generally, the hoods are curved. So if you could imagine just taking a hood of a car and just making it the size of, I don't know, a state, a country, something very big, the goal isn't necessarily if you're going to determine whether it was curved or not, you don't need to measure the whole thing. all you need to do is detect any deviation away from a straight edge above it. So say you shine a laser above the surface. Well, if you've got some deviation away from your straight edge, well, bam, then it cannot be. Now you've measured it, it can't be flat. So in that same way, that's what we mean when we measure. We're not saying we're going to tape measure whole Earth, 97 million inches, whatever. We're not talking about that. We're looking for this curvature. So in the same way that with the straw, you can pull it out and say, all right, well, damn, it's not really, we can.
Yeah, but
you're not. But you're still not measuring. Hold on. You're still not measuring big distances. Like you could agree with me, probably that it's still relatively small compared to the size of the Earth or whatever you want to call it.
No, actually not, because compared to the size of the Earth that's been claimed.
Yeah, because then you'll hit mountains, right? There's mountains, there's fucking lakes, there's fucking river. Hold on. I mean, you'll hit
based off of the size of the globe. The curve isn't supposed to be behind mountains or anything like that.
No, what I'm saying is it's only at distances, though.
Listen. So at distance, we can cover that easy, no problem. Because in terms of distance, they're saying that the curve is only 1.2 miles away from you if you're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth. So we've got distances as far as 10, 20, 30 miles at that observer height. Yes. So in terms of distance, we're breaking the distance that it's claimed.
But there's other factors too, right? So-called,
but those factors are
weather
our argument, brother. But
I know, but that can happen, right? No, you're talking about a perfect day, right?
But if you're a globe earther, you're supposed to be arguing for the curved Earth, not why the factors explain why the curved Earth isn't there. Because weather, refraction, observer height, these kinds of things has been the flat earthers' argument against the curve for years. So
as you go higher, you see further, right?
That's our point as well. Right. Yeah.
Here's the argument. You're talking about your senses, right? So I go outside on a deck. I look at a lake or the ocean. From what I see, it's flat, right? My senses are telling me it looks flat. Okay. Now, at the same time, if there's a ship there and they keep going further and further away, my senses are showing me that the ship is actually becoming invincible and going down like in a curvature.
Okay.
Yeah, so now you're observing with your eyes a flat Earth and a globe Earth.
No. That's just what.
Yes.
No. Listen. What you observe is the boat disappearing bottom up. The conclusion is, well, that's because of a curved Earth, but that's not your observation. You just observe the boat appearing.
No, it is, because it looks like it's getting smaller and smaller because of the curvature.
Well, that hasn't been determined. So again, you don't observe claims. You observe what we all observe, which is boats appearing to disappear bottom up. So, just like with sunsets, bro. Like, as a flat earther, we don't observe the sun going under the ground. You said that earlier. It's the same thing with boats. It's like that's not your observation. It's just what people have concluded. Oh, well, the boat must be going down then. Like, really? Well, is it? We're saying it's not. I would say the boat does the same thing the sun does, just moving away from you. Just like this gift that gift that Miguel posted as well.
It shrinks, right? But it's a flat.
No, this cannot happen on the flat Earth model.
Oh man,
no! You stop.
I don't understand
what is so that everybody can see, because I don't think you have to click it, right?
I posted it.
I have to click it. All right.
You don't understand what is perspective. These cars are on a flat road, and why are they shrinking in the horizon?
No, but you're misusing the word perspective.
You don't know what is perspective.
But hold on, if you go higher elevation in this picture, could you guys agree that you would see that boat if you were to go higher in elevation? The boat in the back, you would start to see it.
You can take a Nikon P900 or P9000, and because you don't understand that your sight, human sight has limit. An eagle can see it far away. So you think the boat disappear, but use that camera and
Miguel, without using a camera, if you were to go higher in elevation, you would see that boat.
I'm saying
without using a camera,
the same level. that you are watching, with your eyes, you may think the boat disappeared, but if you use a camera or a telescope, you can see the boat is still there.
To answer your question, yes, but that's one of our arguments. Yes, if you go higher, you see more. Of course. That's what we've been saying for a long time. What I find slightly funny, though, is that,
right, but
we're just going around a drain.
You're adding a factor, though. You're adding a camera. I'm saying without adding anything, because you're let's rely only on our senses, not any devices, not anything else.
Because your eyes have a limit. Your eyes are not eagle eyes. Okay, so
but you're misusing the word perspective, man.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, you don't know what is
happened in 2017.
No, okay. Let me give you what the perspective. Okay.
Look at I did post those buildings, and you can see they are vertical, So when you zoom out, it's not there anymore, and that's the way you see it with your eyes, you don't see it too far away. You have limits. Human eyes have limit. You can search about it, and and then you can search about an eagle eye between a comparison an eagle eye to a human eye, because you don't know it. You think you can see. You think you can see. You can see miles and miles.
No, you're misusing
either way. Wait, hold on. Eventually, though, that boat, even if you were to use a camera and zoom in, it will disappear because of the curvature.
No, even a camera has limits, and you have to account humidity in the air.
Okay? Yeah, there's all these factors, right? Fog, humidity, or whatever.
Yeah,
but, if I'm using a color, right? For example, give you a color. I could look at something and say this is red, pink, or blue, right? If someone's colorblind, they'll say no, it's either black or white or gray. That's perspective. But now, the same example, right?
No,
I'm drinking water. Drinking water. It's H2O, it's water.
Guys.
You drinking it or somebody else drinking it doesn't change the perspective. That's water. It's the same thing with there's no such perspective.
Hey,
what you see when the boat goes away, no, it's not.
No, you've got it wrong. Listen. We're going back to literally 2017 again. This is crazy. So we if you're a globe earther, you should be telling us why it's a curved Earth. Notice Awaken just said, well, that's due to curvature. So that's what you're supposed to prove. One of our rebuttals is what you've been saying, how high off the ground you are, weather condition, fog, refraction, all these things. That's our argument. Now, once we said that, the response was, you just don't understand perspective. That's what you're saying right now, bro. Perspective.
No, he's using the argument of perspective for why the boat's disappearing on that picture.
It is perspective.
I'm saying it is not
You're
perspective.
You're talking about perception, being a colorblind person. That's how you're
define what's perspective.
I just posted it. Shit shrinks with distance, bro.
Have either of you ever taken any drawing instruction?
Right. Vanishing point.
This is exactly what the Globers hijacked when they say refraction. Because ask them, where did perspective go once you claim refraction?
Don't label this other guy because he's a Glober. I'm not.
They pretended it's not there.
This is I've got the argument over the years kind of condensed down into a screenshot. This has been the argument, bro. The horizon's supposed to be curved. We're saying it's not for different reasons: weather, observer height, refraction, yada yada. The response from the globe Earth as well. That's just for perspective. You don't understand perspective. So we said, okay, fine, black swan. And now we don't understand refraction, which is still our argument. But if you're a team globe, your whole argument at this point should not be, weather condition. You should be telling us why it's a curved Earth, where the curved Earth is, and how it's there, and all that stuff. That should be the only argument. Yeah, people want to argue about.
No, but he's saying his perspective, not the globe.
We'll make it real simple.
He's saying it.
No, that's what it is, bro.
Here, we'll make it real simple for the Globers. Here's what they need to do: show us an empirical, objective view of the geometric horizon at 1 foot above the water, consistently, repeatably, over and over again at 1.2 miles. They need to show that it's there all the time, every time at 10 miles. Like they need to be doing this at all the different distances. They need to show that the 16 feet of drop at 5 miles, 66 feet of drop at 10 miles. This needs to be shown repeatedly. It needs to be like verifiable so that somebody could go falsify it. Right?
No, you're getting off topic here. There's a picture that I posted.
Yeah.
We need somebody to explain here.
Still about the horizon.
Why is it that you see the boat? It doesn't just go invincible. It's cutting off. Like you see the tip on the right, but on the left you don't.
Can you what
Like it looks like it's curving.
Do you have a timestamp
down
for that? Because I'm not seeing the picture. Do you have a timestamp for that? Are you sure you posted it in the live stream?
Yeah, this guy just quoted it. Look at the AI Arden 2.0.
You're in the wrong channel, bro.
Yeah, you put it in the wrong one, I think.
I put in the wrong one?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, you put in live stream server, live stream voice text.
I'm trying to find where you posted that, actually.
I think. Hold on. Wait, where did
Okay, look at live stream voice text.
Gotcha.
This.
Okay, I'll repost it for you. Yeah, I got you. It's the same thing with the sun, bro. Like we talked about earlier. You know, you said like the sun obviously isn't going under us. That's just your perspective. It's seeming to go.
But he wants to only go by the senses. So my sense is showing me that. Can you post it? Because I don't know. I can't see it.
You are the one that talk first about senses. I did talk making observations. Okay, you did talk about senses, not me.
No, you're saying you're going outside every day to prove to yourself that the Earth is flat.
No. I did said
That's what you said.
I did said every day I do observations, and you are trying to put words in my mouth.
Yeah, you could.
And then you did talk about senses. Okay, you are the first one. You can go to
let's
and listen
let's
again.
Just get one thing straight. We all observe the same Earth. So
yeah, let's just use the word observe. No problem. Let's just use that word that you're using. Right? That's what you're saying.
Right.
So in that picture, you're observing the boat. The further it goes, it looks like it's going over a curve. That's why it's getting smaller. You only see the tip.
wait, I don't see that. I don't see the curve part. I just see a boat appearing to disappear bottom up.
Yeah,
but that's what happens on a flat surface.
Completely. It looks like it's going down, right?
But this
This
happens on smaller pieces of water, over smaller distances of water. This occurs. This occurs on a flat plane over water. This has been shown to. You could show this over and over again. Even the RC boats. Show them the RC boats. The same thing's happening with small boats on a 1,000-foot lake.
And you have to account the weather conditions. Cold weather, hot weather, humidity in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, like this saying that these boats are disappearing in this direction, like let's call it the x-axis. Well, in the z-axis, it would be measurable also. In any wide angle shots, panoramas even, where you have a gimbal that the camera is on that rotates perfectly in a circle without deviating from level, right? You can almost do a pan, like if you could get out to a point somewhere, you could almost do a pan of more than 180 or 200 degrees of rotation. There's no drop in the horizon. And in some of those wide angle shots, you're looking at maybe 100 or 120 mile stretch of water from left to right. Yeah, like that.
The point is, your
You're already
observation.
halfway there, bro. You already understand how this works with the sun. Now just apply that same logic to what the boat is doing.
No,
and
it's
you've
not
got
the
it all
same
figured
thing.
out. No, it is
It's
the
not-
same thing. It's literally
No, it's
exactly the same thing. Yep. Because the
correct.
sun, look, listen, we call it sunset, right? The sun down. It looks like it's going down. But even you yourself said, like, obviously the sun isn't going under anything. So that's our position. The sun moves just away from you in the same way that the boat is. It's not actually going down, it's just moving away. Just like the sun. It's exactly the same thing. Perspective.
No, because
Yes.
that's not true at all.
Well, you already understand how this works with the sun, so I'm not
The
sure how
sun's not going away from you. That's where do you hear that from?
Well, it's definitely not going under you, as you said earlier. So
Yeah, but the Globers say the Earth is spinning. That's why it's going away.
Have you ever saw the other side of
It
the
would
moon?
be going under you if it was a globe, bro.
What happened to the other side of the moon? Why everybody in this earth can see it?
So if it's flat, then the sun's just moving away from you. It's like the boat. It's not actually going down into closer to the earth or down under the ground or anything. In the globe model, it's going under you at some point. Like this earth is spinning, so the sun at one point would be under you, under your house, under your feet. So we don't think the earth does that. Just like we don't think boats go down over a hill of water. So I literally have a whole joke, a freaking hill of water joke. So if that's what you want to defend, you're welcome to defend hills of water, and you can tell us why it's a hill or a curve, hump, bulge of water or whatever. But I would say it's just like the sun. It's not actually going down, it's just moving away.
Awaken, you want to speak about that since you're the
Yeah, wait, can tell us why it's a hill of water, bro.
since you're the globe expert?
But I mean, they already said boats go over the curve, right? So that's kind of the whole argument. That yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be the curve there, so that's why we have arguments like the black swan. I think we went over that with you a little earlier. But yeah, Awaken said the claim that it's the curvature. This is why it's disappearing. Yeah, that's the claim. So let's. I mean, if you can determine that,
We need a globe expert in this chat.
By all means.
We need to bring,
honestly, bro, the way
somebody
you
in.
say globe expert, if anyone's a globe expert, it's probably people like me and the other flat earthers here. I mean, that's not a shot or a diss to anybody out there that believes in the globe, but
No, like somebody who believes in the globe earth, not a flat earth.
but if you talk about an expert though, like someone who knows their stuff, I learned so much more about the globe earth here than I did when I actually believed it with my whole heart and soul.
You need, he needs somebody like that also has been in the debating scene because they will most likely.
What's that one guy on YouTube? FTFT.
FTFE?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fight the flat earth. Didn't he say that his hand in front of him is actually refracted?
I don't know. I literally just got aware on that guy yesterday.
They're not. I wouldn't say they're experts. They're gonna push. You know, I don't offend Waken or anybody, but like I think he's just pushing that agenda, bro. He's got to push some rhetoric.
So he's gonna say things like I'm gonna defend this Awaken guy. He said it right. It's not about that they're expert on the globe Earth model. It's that they're an expert in debating it. Like this Awaken guy, he's a glober, but I don't think he's an expert in debating it. No offense.
Right.
Because he's not putting much of a fight.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know. I wouldn't call FTFE an expert in debating. I think because the last time I heard him on a debate channel, he came on Nathan Oakley's channel back in like 2020, 2021, and FTFE was just giggling like a schoolgirl the whole time. So it's like I don't know if that's a good debate skill or tactic. But I get what you're saying. Someone who's been around the block. But the problem is those types of people, we call them anti-flat earthers. So there's a difference between people who actually defend the globe earth. They represent the globe earth. They want to represent the globe. And then the anti-flat earthers just really don't want it to be flat. So they're going to say whatever, like your hand in front of your face is refracted. No normal person's going to say that.
But that guy says with science will prove that it's not.
Well, they say science doesn't prove anything. Mainstream, so no. And also science, that's a category error because we're not dealing with science. We're going out and measuring and observing the earth, so we're not determining cause and effect relationships when it comes to that lake that you observe. But,
I'm not gonna lie, just like listening to you guys, there are some questionable stuff that you guys say with the flat Earth model
such
that
as?
I'm not sold on. Let's just say yet.
Such as?
Such as the whole plane thing. I'm not really sold on that.
Okay. All right. What else?
Awaken. What else? You're the global Earth expert.
I can put it in a nutshell real quick. One, remember there's no model, and two, when it comes to planes, it's just like your car or a bike or you walking. You just go in the direction you need to go, bro. You want to go to California? Head in California's direction, and you'll eventually get there. You want to go to China? Head that direction. You just like in your house.
but you
want to
still
go
need
upstairs, you go up the stairs.
You still need
to go down the stairs.
You still need a compass, right? And you need to know where you're going: east, west, north, south.
Sure. That's no problem. East and west
and
are
when
circles.
you match that, if you were to match that with a map.
No, but see, that's where you guys start getting it wrong, because you don't have a
then
map.
How? Then how would you navigate? How would you get somewhere? How would you get without
No, because you just go there, bro. In reality, you don't you're talking about matching it to a map. I think that's where you guys get tripped up, because you don't have a map to match.
It matches reality. Where
no. You don't have a map that matches reality. Remember, we've been over this. There is no one true map of the Earth.
Yeah, forget the Earth. You go in your car. You want to go to an address that you don't know where it is. You put it on the GPS. It shows you a map. It tells you where to go.
Bro, how many times have we been over this? You said forget the Earth. We're trying to tell you that that's the only important thing. You're still caught up on these representations. Well, the GPS shows it's a circle map. Okay, well, I have triangular maps. Why didn't they use those? They have so many different representations of the Earth, bro. Just because the GPS uses one of many doesn't mean that's what the Earth is. But you guys are getting caught up on that. Well, the map.
But you're saying you don't need a map. I'm saying you do.
No, you don't. Because then you would just present the map that is the one true map of the Earth. And sure as shit isn't the one on your Apple Maps, your Google Maps on your phone.
But I gave you an example. If you don't have a map, how do you go from point A to point B?
But what map do you have, buddy? I remember you sent me a desk globe.
No, forget the plane thing, because I'm not an expert in that field. I'm saying your regular car. You get an address to go. You don't know where it is. You put it on your phone. It tells you where to go.
Yeah, we've been over this already. I said it's the same thing, whether you're in a car, a plane, you're walking, a bike, drone, whatever. It's all the same. You just go the direction you need to go. Okay?
Yeah, but I'm following the direction on the phone.
The only issue that comes up is when you guys start saying, well, this map or that map, that's where you're getting it wrong. Because the other guy said, well, we put it on this map and it matches reality. No, it doesn't. Because there's a shitload of maps, and there's not one map of the Earth. If there was, you would just give us that map then.
No, but what I'm telling you is on your phone, when you put an address,
on your phone,
it shows it on the map and it matches what the street looks like.
Yeah, so what map is that?
The one on your phone.
Yeah, which map is that?
Google Map.
Google Maps. So that's the Earth. That's the map of the Earth. The one true map of the Earth is Google Maps.
No, I don't know if it's the map of the Earth, but it's the map of the streets that I'm driving on, for sure.
Right.
Okay.
But are they exactly the way the streets are?
Pretty damn close, yeah.
No, I don't think so. Because look,
as far as direction goes.
Hold on. It's already been predetermined where you're going to drive to, because the roads are already there. You're just getting a basic idea of, okay, the next turn I go right. The street is there and the curbs are the boundary. You're going to stay within the boundaries of the street and go in the direction of the street. That's not what the map is showing.
Right. And also, remember how earlier bro was like, well, on a plane, you're going in a curved path or whatever. So like if you drive across the country, it's not going to show you going in like a curved path because of the curved Earth. So, but then again, like if you just look at Google Maps, there's no Antarctica, there's no North Pole. Like that's not the map of the Earth, my dude.
But you look at the map I just posted. This shows you how to go from point A to point B.
Look, Farshad, it depends on what mode of travel you're traveling. That is going to determine what you're going to kind of look at as a reference. Like when you're on board a ship and you're navigating, use a flat navigational chart. That's what they use. It's a local chart for the area you're in right now. It's just a basic idea of, let's say, there's an island out here, there's a rock over in this direction, there's a buoy out here, there's shipping lanes in certain area. That's it.
Right.
It's just a basic idea. Just because you think you're at a certain place on a map, that's not where you are on Earth.
Well, the layout of the map is what's I think you're getting tripped up. Sonny had it perfect. We have charts, so like your local area is going to show your layout, no problem. But when it comes to the entire layout of the Earth, that's what's the issue. Google Maps isn't that map. Sure, it works for you driving.
But the planes follow, just like your car follows this Google map on the GPS. The planes follow a certain map too to go from point A to point B.
No, that's they don't. Cars don't follow maps. Listen, cars are driven by human beings. Aircraft are flown by...
No, but when you move the vehicle, it shows it being moved on that
Planes
GPS.
don't follow a map.
But that map isn't the Earth, dude. You do not navigate on a map. You're navigating on the Earth.
Cars don't
you guys
follow
start subscribing to a specific map.
Cars don't follow maps, bro.
No, you're not understanding the point.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
He's not getting it. He's not getting it, dude. He thinks I'm saying the cars are automatically following the map. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
that's why he's laughing.
But
what I'm saying is when you put
streets that you're following on the map, that it's correlating to a map. It's not,
dude. When you put point A to point B with the address, as soon as your vehicle starts moving and you're driving it, if you're looking on the map on that phone, it shows the vehicle moving on that map.
Okay, yeah, you know that they could have picked any map, though. Do you understand that? That's what I'm trying to.
That's fine, but at least it's following that map, is what I'm saying.
Okay, you know what? But those maps aren't the Earth. We've already been over this probably 25 times.
Yeah, like, but then the plane must follow something. Whatever map it is, it's following something.
Could you not look out your windshield then and drive only by the map?
It's reality. Is what you're navigating through reality. Okay,
no, I want you to stop looking through the windshield and just look at the map and drive with the map.
No, you can't.
Oh, why?
Because you'll get into an accident. You don't see what's in front of you.
Why would you get it? Wait a minute. Why would you get in an accident? Wouldn't the map show you that?
They don't show you the traffic.
Oh,
no.
So that's what I mean.
But it shows you the roads. Real. It is real. It shows you the roads.
It's just an approximation of where you are. It's not where you are, or it has nothing to do with where you are. It only has to do with like right and left turn. Okay, this street's coming up here. This highway interchanges up this way. But that's not where you, like, it's going to show you pinpointed on there somewhere in this place. It's an approximation.
No, but Awaken was saying that these planes, they follow a map when they go from point A to point B.
Planes don't follow anything, bro. They're going up and down, side to side with the fluctuations in the air movement. It's going back and forth.
Wait,
I thought we already did go over this.
Yeah, we did, but that's where I think you're actually contradicting just a little bit, because with the plane we have the flat map with the curved lines. They're saying it's curved because of the curvature. But say you were to drive cross country from Carolina to California. That would be, if the Earth was a globe, the United States would be pretty curved. But when you do drive that map, the only squiggles that are on the map are you, like Sonny said, going left and going right. Not going, it doesn't show you going over a curved path of the Earth. So you see what you're understanding when it comes to driving, but not flying.
I was looking into these planes for a while, and when they use beacons, they follow a beacon from point A to point B. So they'll have a receiver, and then they send a signal to a beacon, and it'll say, you're 5 miles off course southwest, head back this way, and then it'll ping off the next beacon that float in the ocean, and then that'll say you're back on track, or you've gone too far west, and then you head back towards the next beacon. So it's pretty simple.
Just like we use beacons on board ship too, with a thing called a radio direction finder. So that's the same thing the aircraft has.
Yeah, they use the same beacon. Yeah, exactly the same beacon. Yeah.
So those beacons are shot out at line of sight. Get this, in a certain direction, the line of sight, and you pick it up on your radar direction finder, and you know the angle that this thing is, or the cardinal direction that this thing is, and then you get another beacon, you triangulate yourself, and that's the same thing as coastal navigation. So the aircraft do the same thing.
100%.
This can only be done with a right triangle laid on its side. All sides have to be flat.
Why can't I post pictures, man?
You need another roll, but I can't give you it. I don't have ability to give you rolls. But you could send it to CB, or if I'm around, either one of us can post it if you DM it to us.
Yeah, but why do you need a roll to post pictures?
I got you, bro. I'll give
Because
you
we have
some
people posting pornography and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
I got you. It's just a safety
know
feature. Most Discords don't allow new people just to roll in and start posting pictures. So
Yeah, I'm not gonna post porn.
I'm gonna give you the role. Just use it.
I mean,
wisely.
you could just randomly post a nude spherical Earth or something. We don't want that.
Also, would you say you are would you say you're more of a globe skeptic, or you're on the fence?
Fence walker.
Fence walker. It
I'm a
is.
fence walker.
Gotcha. All right. Welcome to the club. All right. So there's your role. Just try not to abuse the pick perms, but there you go.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so this picture here, how do you explain this? This is the military radar.
Okay.
How does that work?
So which map is that underneath the radar?
The globe map.
Is it?
Yeah, here's another one.
The globe map. Is that the name of the map?
No, but they use basically the globe model. Look at the top right of that second picture.
But those are two different maps, though. Even the two that you posted are two different maps.
Yeah, it's two different military radar pics. It's not.
So the bottom one actually seems to be more flat Earth related. But do you see how the North is in the center? Kind of like the one that Level is posted.
But regardless of if you look at it from a flat versus globe perspective, they're using a map. That's the point I'm trying to make. They're using some sort of map.
Maps, my dude.
Okay, but let's say there's 100 different maps, but they're using a map. That's the point.
Okay. Well, one of those is more.
They're using some sort of map to track their devices and the airplanes and all that.
Nice shit, man.
Well, this one actually looks a lot like the one Level is posted. I'm going to repost it here. That map, those two maps are about damn the same.
Yeah, that's fine if you say that's the flat Earth map that they're using, but the point is they're using a map.
Okay. Okay, so then what?
Well, no, because you're saying you don't need a map. You just get up and go from point A to point B without a map. But that's
no.
What I'm saying is no. You use a map.
I'm not saying you can't use maps, dude.
So what you did post? Those airplanes are so huge. I mean, look at it. So you see the continent, and this, you think this is real? Yeah? Those airplanes are like countries. Yeah, is that the reality?
No, but I mean, why are they using it then?
Man, why they have control? People control towers, and there are people controlling airplane, how you say, air traffic.
Controllers, yeah.
Yeah, control. So,
look, this is a quote. I hit it all the time. The menu is not the meal, and the map is not the terrain. So, we're trying to feed you a meal, trying to tell you about the terrain, but you're over here trying to nibble on a menu and ask for a map. We're focused on the real deal thing, the Earth itself.
But let's look at the airports, aviation, military. Like, these people go to school for years to learn the map system.
We have
how to operate them.
Appeal to other men and women. You can appeal to your own smart brain in your head.
We have videos of air commercial pilots talking. Actually, they are pointing 3 degrees up those airplanes to fly.
Oh yeah, and we posted the NASA documents of them saying that the planes fly over a flat, non-rotating Earth. So if you really want to go down that route, we got the smoke for you. But I mean, the point is though that like you yourself can go outside where the terrain is and check to see if what the maps are showing you are true. Essentially. So that's the goal. Not appealing to like, well, NASA says or the pilots say. You don't even want to appeal to what we say. You don't just like end this Discord call and go, well, they said this, so therefore, no. You take notes, go check stuff on your own, and then come back and share your notes with us. So there's this saying that I really like. Back when I was kind of into like Hinduism and stuff like that, there's this old koan about three blind men trying to describe a great elephant. It's like one guy's got his hand on a tusk. Another dude's describing the leg. Another one's explaining like the tail. So we're all trying to piece this all together. So it's like we don't have all the answers. So you already pointed out how there's a lot of unknowns, but like there's things that you can go do on your own. So that's the kind of the end goal, not just appealing to other men and women just because of what they said. Even like the NASA document that I'm going to repost here, where that says, the planes fly over a flat, non-rotating Earth. You don't just stop there because that's what it said. Go and check to see if that's true. Here's the document there. So, yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's why we speak to globe earthers. You should hear all sides, but just go and confirm what they're saying is true. It seems like a lot of people are in like autopilot, auto-believe mode. Like you can turn that off and go and stop auto-believing things. You don't want to auto-believe us. So I'm going to read some stuff from the chat, I guess. AI said something. This picture, the one about the boat that appears to be going over curves. So AI says, this picture appears to be an optically obtained photograph or still from an optically obtained video. It is therefore an optically obtained image, which appears to be of sky, water, and two boats. Optically obtained images are images that are created in an optical device, such as a camera. The camera has an aperture which allows a certain amount of light in at a limited amount of angles. Once the light from the outside world passes through the aperture, it lands on a sensor, which can be chemical or electronic. The light then transfers its energy. Sorry, hold on. The light then transferred is the energy of its wavelength to the sensor, which either creates a chemical reaction in a chemical sensor or an electrical reaction in an electrical sensor. Each portion of the sensor has a maximum sensitivity and area of effect, which limits the resolution of the final image. This is compounded by the limit of resolution of the incoming angles of light due to the angular resolution limit of the optic based on the size of the aperture and a combination of the lenses used. After the light hits the sensor or photoplate, an image is formed either through chemical reaction or the photoplate directly, or by electronic signals that are processed by the computer within the camera. The information can then be used later to display on a screen or print out on a piece of paper. If the image is portrayed on a computer device, it can then be altered, such as adding text or colorful lines. There you go. You now have an explanation for a picture. AI just being AI. Shout out to AI. Let's see. Oh gosh. So our haters are always out there listening, folks. The gammas that apparently are really don't like the flat Earth spend a lot of time listening to our every word. So shout out to all the skanks out there listening but too afraid to join. Shout out to Awaken and Farshad who have actual balls to join and speak here. So you know who you are out there, folks. Bring the smoke. And I don't mean type away with your Twitter fingers in the chat. So if you got something to say, you know where to find us. Bring all the smoke, please.
And this guy is posting something and he's not in the live stream. Post again. Oh. Thanks a lot.
Oh, not him. Miguel, I'll tag you. But what did he say? When you pour water on a small sphere on a large sphere, it doesn't... What? When you pour water on a small sphere on a large sphere... What? When you pour water on a small sphere on a large sphere in a significantly stronger gravitational field, it doesn't stick to the small sphere, right? What?
Now they have to, it has to prove gravity.
Yeah, Miguel posted the rules there, so thank you. How did you control for a much larger field strength? Dude, what is going on? Give a quick shout out to the panel. We are joined by Andy Flataday, Effie Batman, Flat Lloyd Wright, Jenna Massey, Miguel Souza, Mike Powers Swan, Morvis, Old Hoss, Perceptive Owl. It would have been nice if they came off mute. Tell us about perception versus perspective. We have Orion, Ross. Let me check your roles, Ross. Silver. Okay, what's up? I don't think we've spoken. Hello. There's also Satoshi, Systems, The Truth Acknowledged, Timbo, Watch, Europa, The Last Battle, Listening Pass. We'll check in with you in just a second. And we have Farshad, Now Deafened, Yoke Smasher, Ether, and Sunny. So shout out to the whole panel. Everybody adding their 2 cents in. So I think we have somebody new here. Watch Europa, The Last Battle. Is that like a TV show or something? But shout out to the panel. And he doesn't talk. He never talks, just like people saying his name out loud for attention. Okay, all right. Talking about Spooky? Yeah, I guess I don't think I've heard him speak before. I've never heard him spook before.
CB.
You were robotic.
Chris V, is that you?
Flat Lloyd, right?
He can ride his bike with no handlebars, folks. So. He can fight the globe, no gravity. No, but you want to try again, or I can disconnect you? Maybe you can rejoin. You were just chopping up there a little bit. Yep. Check 1, 2. We're also joined by Flatty Klein. Welcome back. Anyone else want to say hello?
This time, mic check.
Okay, yep, we can hear you now.
Sweet. Yeah, sorry, I'm in the middle of nowhere, Georgia, but it's nice.
What? You're not connected to the satellites, bro?
I know. I escaped.
Hilarious.
But yeah, the guy going on about perspective, it's like, come on, man. Teach this stuff for a living. You know,
Hey.
I wanted to say the entire time, like, oh, do you believe the guy at the magic show too? Like, oh, he made that woman to suppress my eyes, you know, like.
Okay, I actually saw someone say that was that you who said that in the chat? I actually didn't know what you meant by that when you said magic shows. I'm like, huh, what do you mean? But now I see what you're saying. If they did magic and made the lady appear to disappear, is that what really happened? No.
Exactly.
So it seemed like he was also a little tied up on the difference between perspective and perception. So do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so perspective is something that's basically inherent, right, with your eyes and optics. It doesn't really have to do anything with your mind. It's really just the light coning in at a very acute angle. Of course, if you have different lenses, or people have different shaped occlusion. I mean, you guys said it perfectly. It's why 6 of them have weird collision that you're making on your observation, right? So that's why I was bringing up the magic show. Just because you saw the lady get just actually chopped in half, right there. There is a trick in your perception. Isn't just there isn't some guy in the distance at the shore going, which is why we have these wonderful tools now, like the Nikon P900, that can optically, not digitally zoom. I mean, I think it does that as well, but it can actually change its. But like 85 times, I think like 90. I'm not know to see farther. Right now, if we could do that with our eyeball, then yeah, you'd start to see some really weird anomalies. And there are cases of people who it doesn't mean you can see across the ocean, right? But I like the guy. He was asking, he seemed, how do you say it? Not well informed, but, very interested, right? And I like the way he said, like, yeah, I'm really walking the line of the fence. So, keep hitting home. You guys are doing great. Sorry, my connection's bad, so I'm just gonna listen in.
Oh, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it a lot. Yeah, you were topping up just a little bit there, but I think we got most of it. So I like the example about the lady being cut in half and stuff. I'm gonna use that. Okay. But yeah, I liked his energy as well. I mean, dude, you really can't ask for much more than that. I mean, I'd take that all day over like some yes man or whatever. We don't get a lot of that, honestly. It's good, but like say someone came in here and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're right." Like they're just agreeing with everything, super agreeable. I'm not sure if that's even the type of person that I even want in my camp, but and that's what when it kind of goes back to like, oh well, you guys are the minority. Yeah, I kind of want it that way, honestly. Like, here's a couple examples. Say you've stumbled across a really cool, undiscovered spot with great view, cool hangout. You bring you and your friends, like you guys are the first people to ever find this place, whatever. Then their friends start telling their friends, and you tell your mom and everybody and their mama. Next thing you know, everybody heard about this place. But what happens next time you go there? Maybe a couple months later, it's trashed. spray paint all over the. You know what I mean? Like, just having everybody around doesn't necessarily make it a good thing. I kind of like the exclusivity, and also, not everybody's smart. I mean, you go and watch. You can just pull up any video of just people like walking around a school campus or some boardwalk asking questions with a microphone. And obviously, a lot of these examples are farmed, but it's like they're asking people, to name 3 countries. Like they literally can't. So not everyone's that smart anyway. So I don't want everyone to be a flat earther, because then you have a bunch of goofballs out here saying ridiculous stuff. You know what I mean? So I kind of prefer it that we're a small, handcrafted, hand-picked group in a way.
And those guys forget that it only takes a minority to rule all lives on this earth. The elites.
Right, that's a good point too. It's not like the majority rules the earth. It's a great point. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want every ding dong to be a flat earther. I'm sorry, but it's not necessarily a good look if all the the ding dongs are going around saying stuff that's not true. We're already dealing with that enough, where people say like, flat Earth is a disc in space and all this crazy stuff. So we're already dealing with that nonsense. So that's why, people get here when they're new and they're a little bit taken back by this platform. Like, this isn't a platform you can just say whatever you want, all your flat Earth ideas, you can just land. Like, no, we're curated a forum where we, got some standards. And Miggy talks about this all the time. Let me just check on people. See, people have joined and left and stuff. So Farshot's gone. Flatsy's back, and Captain Caveman and Rion. So hello, folks. Customize 999. I thought they were in the chat recently. Maybe they'll come and talk to us. How do I get Flat Earth Live voice chat? Their server streams on YouTube. Please help. How do I get to the Flat Earth Live voice chat? Oh, here, I got you. Oh yeah, my phone's on low battery. Y'all want to talk to a Glober? Let me just charge up real quick. Just grab this charger. What's up, folks, y'all? All quiet out there today, huh? Usually, we can get this fire going, get a bunch of people joined in. Been kind of quiet today. I think someone might want to join here, so let me see if I can help them out.
You know what I have observe, some of these guys, Globers. They come here and they keep jumping and jumping, many things, and but they don't, they just don't like to accept they have been deceived.
Yeah.
So it's a cognitive dissonance problem. They think, these guys are wrong. Everybody knows that the Earth is a ball, right? So because they cannot, they don't know things and deeply, and they just taking what they have received at school and in the propaganda in the television. They have just that in their minds, and they are playing with that, just circling around, running in circles. Anyway. That guy, he said, to go to point A to B, you need a map. I mean, if I'm gonna in a boat and I see an island there, I have a reference to go. I don't need a map.
No, actually, you can't go there unless you have a map to start. You can't even move. No,
and then they think the Earth is moving. I mean, does a bumblebee has to account the Earth moving below? What direction is moving? I mean,
and he was picking on the map that Levelist pointed out, and he said, "Oh, that's impossible. Like, doesn't make any sense."
And then proceeds to repost it under a government agency.
Yeah.
And then he did post a radar with, the airplanes, and think this is reality. I mean, those airplanes are like big, like countries, and he thinks it's a reality.
Yeah, exactly. And the map that he posted, he posted a map that was like flattish looking, and Greenland and Australia on them are, pretty much the same size, but Greenland's totally smaller than Australia, so he's just a hypocrite. Picks on one, doesn't pick on the other when it serves his own purpose.
At least we accept we don't have a map with all the dimensions, but those guys they think they have a map that works.
What was that guy's argument before with the radar maps? What was going on there? He put up 2 radar maps, and one was
I'm gonna post
a flat map, like the world was a cylinder or something spread out with a circle around it, and the other one was a azimuthal equidistant map.
Yeah. So
was he saying that they're globe maps?
I did. No, it's this. I did post the link to that. He did post that radar image, and you see up.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah. So if you click this link, you see those airplanes.
Yeah.
I mean, the size of countries.
yeah, exactly.
And he thinks it's the reality.
Like what? He could have just got these. Like these look like they're just off a video game or something.
Yeah, some
what's his proof of it? Did he just drag it off the internet and say that this is what the military uses?
Yeah, he claims these planes are flying like that.
Yeah,
and it's reality. I mean, those airplanes are the size of countries, so it's just a representation. But anyway, and air traffic. They have air controllers. Sending by telling these guys to go to an altitude so always controlling their movements.
I was going to say, how about the only picture taken by one of 3 men?
What? Are you talking about the blue marble?
Yeah, the 1972 blue marble, the one that changed the world.
And then we can see the video. Those astronauts putting a circular cartolina, how you say, circular thing,
cardboard cutout, yeah,
in the window, to fake it.
Yeah, I don't know how they
you just see like.
I'm talking about the image that they published and give to the world.
Yes, so the first image,
the same one.
They in the first you just see some clouds and etc. But then what they give to us then is it's they contract artists to make paintings, and it's you can see more details, but you cannot say if the difference if it is a photo or a painting. Like Matt Boylan.
Would they be bold enough to put 5 Easter eggs in it?
What?
Yes, that's some subliminary messages people did found in some clouds. Yeah, 3 words like SEX. But anyway,
yeah, but we're only talking about the 1972 blue marble, which they republished, by the way, in 2012.
So they made it's like those movies from Star Wars, and they did a remake, more with more CGI effects. Remake.
I mean, could you believe there's a rabbit?
Yeah, I just put it in. I put the original one in there.
Oh, so I can pull off it? I'll pull them off it then. Let's start with the rabbit. How about that? I don't know how clear it's going to come out, but I'll do it. Because I found 5 Easter eggs in it.
Yeah, I've seen you post them before. There's some weird shit going on, isn't there?
Yeah, but even without doing anything, and this is the only picture they flipped before they published it. Is that a rabbit there, or is that not a rabbit?
A rabbit?
Yeah, got the mouth, got the nose, got the eye, got the ears there. I got some.
Look, the human brain's a weird thing, yeah? Like, you can start... Okay. If you tell me there's a rabbit there, I'll go and start looking and see and find a rabbit. If you tell me there's a naked woman there, I'll probably see that too. You know what I mean?
You're right. I get that there. It's subjective.
Yeah.
So,
I can see the rabbit.
Here's your second image. Here's the second image. I won't even tell you.
Can you circle the rabbit?
Yeah, there's a rabbit. There's a rabbit in that one there. It's a little harder to see in that picture, but I have one that he really stands out in.
Timbo, it's only the rabbit's head. It's only the rabbit's head. The bottom in the middle.
It reminds me of the rabbit that was running on the avalanche. The rabbit that ran across the avalanche was like, oh shit, I gotta go.
I'm not seeing the rabbit in the second one yet.
Well, the second one to me looks like a human.
Right. I call that the magician.
What, on the right-hand side?
Well, you said it looks like a human. And if you look,
someone's back facing you, and then the head's facing to the right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Can you see that?
And there's a big snake on the right-hand side. I don't know if you call it. Is that the rabbit you're talking about? It looks like a snake to me.
Okay.
Oh, there's a rabbit head poking out, facing the person. Yeah. See, that's what I mean, man. Like as soon as he starts suggesting
I
things,
get it.
then
I get it. How about the next one? We got another one.
What's the
Because we're
next
only
one?
on number 3 of 5.
Next one, I see a face in the above the swirl.
And you see the arm up next to the face like a Hitler sign? I mean, I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying.
Maybe the artist, the painting.
There's another man's head.
Painting within a painting, right?
Yeah,
there's another man's head below left.
So,
see the man's head down there?
I'll throw this next one up. This is number 4.
What was that guy's name that was in here before that was arguing about perspective?
I don't know, but that's number 4. I got one more for you guys.
What's this one meant to be? A big bird?
I call it Bigfoot or Chewy Chewbacca.
Big angry face.
I see it.
I'm seeing a bird.
I see Chewbacca.
I'm seeing a bird with wings. Its tail's the nose that you're talking about. The eyes are the wings, and there's the up little thing that's the head, like where his forehead, his eyebrows would be.
Like a phoenix.
Yeah, like a big phoenix. But I can see it ugly.
And there's a bigger and older Bigfoot. Or a barbarian or something. Complete with a headband.
Oh, that one's a bit more
that one.
stretch.
And if you put the full picture back up and you look at the mouth on the other one, it guides you to the mouth on this one, and then you'll start to see the rest of them, complete with his ear and his eyeball and a cheekbone, shoulder.
Shit, I got a face in this one now, up the top in the above Madagascar.
Well, they are full of faces. They're full of faces and stuff, but I didn't want to flip you guys out with all that yet.
I'm seeing Bugs Bunny in this one. This one's Bugs Bunny.
Maybe the guy that who painting that decide to put some subliminal message, like doing it on purpose, to people to see it.
Oh,
I think
it reminds me of an illusion to be created so great it'd be right in front of their face and they can't see it. Because for many years I looked at that there and never saw what I see.
Unless it's a massive penis, it's just coincidental.
Oh, bye.
Yeah, what's on the mind there, Systems?
No, I'm saying, like, when you're drawing, when a guy's drawing anything, if it's not a massive wang, then it's just a coincidence.
I just got back from doing some dishes. You guys are doing Rorschach blocked with freaking globe earths?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Like CB was saying, like when you take a screenshot, if you go straight into edit, you can crop your photos and it makes it clearer and larger.
Well, some of that stuff.
If you're on iPhone, you got. I mean, I see these are from Android. I don't know how that works.
Oh, are they?
If you're on iPhone, there's absolutely no excuses. As soon as you take the screenshot, it'll give you the option to crop right away. So
Android does the same shit.
Okay, well, yeah, I would suggest out there, bros, get the crop going. So we want them. We want them.
Really old phone.
You've been CB anyway. You've been
Good, man.
a bit quieter lately.
Yeah, no, dude. This Ohio weather is crazy, right? So last week we had some 74, 73 degree weather. Today last night it snowed. So it's like,
fuck, really?
Dude, this is how Ohio is, dude. It's like 1 week you'll get all 4 seasons. But spring's coming up. The flowers are starting to bloom here in a little bit, so we're getting there.
Yeah, we're having a strange autumn as well. I'm wondering whether it's because summer was a bit late, but it's fucking hot.
Really?
Yeah, it's really hot, and it's going to go for another 2 weeks. All this heat, so
It's kind of the opposite here. We're supposed to get like really cold weather here. I mean, it was like I said, it was warm, and then now it was 26 tonight, 22 tomorrow night with a high
it's
of
a
50.
big drop.
Well, those are just night times, but at a high of 50. But like I said, it's not getting into the 70s this week or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I'm salty, but
You've been bunkering down, mate.
yep, here I am back in here hibernating. I've got a bike, so I've been out riding. If the weather's nice, I'm trying to get out and get these legs going, that kind of thing, get some sun. Yeah, no, it's good to hear. It's always fun to come and hang.
Yeah.
I was reflecting on our conversation with the last couple guys.
Yeah, I missed the kind of. I jumped in when he had maps and stuff like that, and I just went, I don't think this guy really needs me to jump in. You guys at it. you know. I was like, oh, should I jump in? I thought, no, I'll just be overlapping someone who's probably already said what I was going to say anyway.
Sure.
Because I'd miss the rest of the conversation, you know. But that's the thing. Like, I think what they don't realise about the beacons, the at sea beacons, is, you know, he was getting confused about. You're saying they fly from A to B, yeah, but they need a map. You go, yeah, but they don't really. They say this airport is in this direction. Follow that direction, and you'll get beeps that will send you in the right direction. That's all they do in planes. They don't need a globe. What do you think? They sit in the cockpit with a globe? It's fucking stupid.
Bro.
Oh, quick, spin it. You're on the wrong angle, mate. You know?
Yeah, man. Their flaw is that their neck is... It's like they don't have enough strength to lift their neck and look straight ahead. You know, their necks are cranked down at a map, at a book, you know, some video on their phone or whatever. They got to really work on those neck muscles so they can see the earth, you know, look up, look out.
One of Jordan Peterson's rules, yeah? Stand up straight with your shoulders back and your head up.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's what they were doing. Well, but this map shows this. Okay, well, what does the Earth show?
Yeah, you can show me any map you want. Let's put it into reality.
Mm-hmm. There was a moment where bro was like, well, forget the Earth. What about... It's like, no, we're not going to forget the Earth. That's the whole point.
Forget what we're talking about. Let's move on to something else and talk about something else that's not reality of what we're talking about. But it seems to be like it's a very common thing. Did you catch any of that French guy from last night? I think it was French or something. He was a European.
MBO or whatever?
Nah, this was so last night for me, so it would have been early morning for you guys. So the conversation started out with Spake, and I was jumping in a little bit, but you know what Spake's arguing tactics are like, so I just kind of sat back and I thought he was going to leave and then have to check out for dinner. I came back in and Heretic was talking to him and stayed for a good couple of hours. But he was talking about, at the start, he was saying, we were talking about movement of the Earth, and then he was saying that, yeah, well, if you imagine the Earth is in free fall, then these things happen, you know, like perfectly. You go, what? Hey, you can't prove something with saying, imagine it's in free fall. You got to prove it's moving first,
right?
And then we'll talk about free fall. So back to it. So for 3 hours, anyone who jumped in was trying to get a citation off what he was claiming, and he never posted one. He goes, "Yeah, I do have proof. I got heaps of proof." Never posted anything. I never came up with any proof.
Yeah, that's classic Glober move right there, folks. Just claim there's swaths of evidence, mountains even. But when it comes time to present any, no.
There's shitloads of evidence. Yeah, all right, tell me one.
Google it, dude. You look it up.
Yeah, I'm not going to do your research for you. Mate, you're the one that's not doing any research. You come in here, you say it's 100% we live on a ball. We ask you for proof, and you're mumbling. Now, come on. It's your claim. Surely you've looked up where you live. No, I haven't. Oh, fuck. Go and do it. And then come back, and we can talk about where you live. Because I know where I live.
Yep. Well, I'm just thinking about, like, we were talking about flight paths. Like, dude, 2015 called. They want their argument back.
Flight paths prove a globe. Do they?
I really remember that was one of the first things that even came up for me, because I had a friend I worked with at the time that was like training to be a pilot. So I'm like, oh, dude, what do you think about flight paths? Like, that was one of the first things that I talked about, and it's just so old and dusted. Like, it's not even worth talking about, especially if you're a flat earther. You don't present flight paths as an argument as a flat earther in 2023.
Definitely not.
So what are the globe earthers are like talking about flight paths in freaking 2023? You kidding me?
Well, there's so many flaws with it. You know, they go, yeah, but they follow a map. Okay, they don't. All right, we worked that out. We don't need to go there. So how do they get there? They fly from A to B. Okay, well, but speeds and time tell us how far they've gone. You go, okay, what if they're flying at a different speed? How do you measure speed in the air? Time over distance. No, sorry. How do you measure speed in the air? Because you'll need your speed to get your time over distance and end up how far away you are. How do you get your speed? With GPS. You go, oh, fucking hell. Come on.
Toby Dog. He was honestly a master tap dancer. I love the tap dancing reference. Big fan of that. I thought they like Awaken and Bus Shot or whatever were cool. I obviously got a little hot when I'm trying to bang them. Dude, come on, bro. We're not talking about a freaking model or representation.
Yeah, they seem pretty chill. Yeah. At least there's a conversation, you know, like there's a little bit of back and forward, and they're at least comprehensive, you know.
It made for a good spar. And you know what? Globers, take notes. No one got banned. Nobody got muted. If anyone, I muted a flat earther for hot miking. So it's like no one got muted. No one got banned. So it's like, if you're like, well, you just mute and ban everybody.
No one insulted everyone, you know, like.
Right. It's your behavior, folks. Like, don't blame the world on your behavior. If you're the one getting muted and banned, that's probably on you.
It's a bit of a lesson. Learn a lesson from your parents. Remember what your parents told you? Don't be rude to people. And if someone's rude to you, just ignore them and move on with your sentence. Don't get butthurt on the internet with people that you don't even know. That's probably a better trick. Like, don't be insulted from people who you don't even know. They don't care about you. You don't care about them. Who cares? Just have a conversation.
Leave your emotions out of it. That's actually, like, I probably have spent more time. I know I've spent more time sparring in real life than I have on this Discord. It's like my favorite thing to do is spar. So I've got a couple different sparring partners. So it's really funny to see how different people act. Most people, they have a hard time putting their emotions to the side when they get bopped in the face with a jab. Like, most people, they get hit in the face and they really want to get one back on you. Even though we're being friendly, we're doing a friendly spar. I've never,
And then they take risks.
Yeah. And you know what's funny is actually when they take those risks, that's when they end up getting hit more and more and more.
Exactly.
And I had my sparring partner couldn't figure that out for the life of him, dude. So funny. His weakness was, right, if I landed a nice shot on a jab or something, his emotions would get involved. He would try to chase me down and get one back. But that's when he would leave himself open and get countered 3, 4, 5 times in a row. I can post some videos of that. It's actually kind of funny how that happens, but it's just the pro tip would be leave your emotions out of it. So when you do take a jab to the face, it's fine. You didn't lose the fight. You didn't lose the battle. just one jab. You can keep going. So yeah, like
Was
in
he a
boxing, like
glober?
12 rounds. This guy, yeah. All my sparring partners are globers.
I'll be back, mate. Good to chat with you. Be
Sure,
back in
no
about an
problem.
hour. See you, buddy.
Yeah. Take care. But yeah, I mean that is a weakness I think that most people have in general, is just that they can't really put their emotions to the side and just be, just leave that out of it. It's really not going to help you much anyway, especially when you're sparring. So yeah, just be objective and you'll be fine. Another quick shout out to the panel. We have Andy Hold My Beer, Andy Flat a Day, double Andy's up in here. We have Awaken, blank name, Vinegar. I see he was muted. I'll send you a message in the chat to figure out why you're muted, sir. Also, keep an eye on the Cog Dis room. There was a guy who said that he might be interested in joining. We also have Effie Batman, Flat Lloyd Wright, Flatsy Klein, Irish Leonard, Jenna Massey, Matthew Learns, Miguel Souza, Mike Power Swan, Morvis Oldhouse, Receptive Al, Satoshi Systems, Truth Acknowledged, Timbo, Watch Europa, Yoke Smasher, Ether Gris, and Sunny. Hello, Matthew. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing well.
Good to hear from you.
Do the game show music.
I need to switch mics. But yeah. Anytime I hear from you guys, I'm always thinking about my time in California. I'm slightly jealous. I wish I lived out there again. That was an amazing time I spent out there. So at least coming from a Midwest boy, it's been snowing here lately. So
well, it's been raining in Southern California. Where did you live in California?
I only got to shack up with a buddy for like a month or so. I was doing like long distance observations. It was probably the best vacation I've had, but in San Diego. Pacific Beach.
So San Diego's great. I like it.
I'm realized I'm a sucker for that beach weather, man. I'm a beach boy, beach bum. You just plant me out there, I'm good to go. So,
well, you're not missing much right now. So if it's
okay, all right. Well, that makes me feel better. But yeah, welcome back. We were talking to Awaken earlier. I think he's a Globe Squad, and there was another gentleman kind of playing the fence role, so that was cool. We had a good day today so far. Andy, crack me up, dude.
Should we unmute blank name and find out why they were muted, or take them up to VC check-in?
Remember. Let me just unmute them. And Vinegar or blank name, what's up, man? Yep, you're in control of your own mic now, so just maybe last time you were hot micing or something, just keep an eye on that. Let's see. Just joined. Farshad is back, so we got full panel. And True Aether is back as well, so guys, don't be shy. Might switch mics here. Got on my soundboard if I need to. What's going on?
I have a question for Matthew there. Is he there?
Yeah, I'm here. How's it going?
Good. Can you explain your stance on the Earth?
Sure. I think that the evidence points to the Earth being roughly spherical in shape, and even though we can't prove it definitively, I think proof belongs in the realm of mathematics and logic. But I think using observations, the evidence points that direction.
I would say, I'm not going to speak for Matthew, but I'm sure you'd agree. I think most standard globe Earth stuff is like, he's going to support that. So, the classic, if you're a globe earther, I wouldn't, let's see. I don't think it would lead you astray. Let's just put it that way if you're a globe earther. Go ahead.
Let me just interpret it for the audience. He basically just said the globe exists in language. That's what he said.
Probably some truth to that too.
Matthew, what do you think of the sun being 93 million miles away?
It varies. I think that's about the right number. I'm not an expert, so I couldn't prove it, but I trust the people who say it. So I think that sounds right. I haven't seen anything that would disprove that. I guess would be another.
I got a Matthew. How do you know it varies?
The size, the apparent size varies slightly, and then also the experts who study these things say that it varies.
The apparent size. So the difference is, I believe, is 3 million miles difference. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's only a few percent. It's not much.
Yeah. So it's what's that? 2%. So you're saying it decreases and increases by 2% when it does it?
Yes, but that's throughout a whole
when
year.
do you get these? When do you take these measurements?
In July is when the Earth is said to be closest to the Sun, so it appears slightly bigger. And then in January is when it's slightly smaller and farther.
And would atmospheric conditions change that 2% in any way?
Yeah, the atmosphere can change the size of things a little bit, but only near the horizon. So, for example, the ancient mariners, when they used celestial navigation, they only looked at above. So just look at the sun when it's above 20 degrees elevation above the horizon.
How can you confirm that there's no atmospheric conditional change when the sun is above 22 degrees? How do you know that?
I said 20, but basically it does. The constellations don't change. The moon, the sun, they don't change from 20 degrees all the way up through the top, then all the way down to near where they're setting. When they get near the horizon, things change a little bit.
They don't change from what?
They don't change relative to that whole time. Like you measure it, it's the same the whole time. Based on the angular measurement, the observation.
Come on. You know how convoluted this sounds.
No, I'm saying that the sun is 0.5 degree angle size, and it stays that same size from 20 degrees up through 90, all the way back down to the other 20. And it doesn't change until you get closer and closer to the horizon. So ignore what you see near the horizon because it's a bunch of turbulent air is all I'm saying.
So what you're saying is you can't tell whether the 2% increase or decrease is due to that. Can you? For sure.
That's why you would measure it at solar noon each day. And then you'd see at solar noon in July, it's a different size than at solar noon in January.
Can you answer what I said? I said, so there's a 2% increase in size. So you can't tell me 100% that that's due to the distance of what it's supposed to be, 93 and 90 million.
No, you can, but that's why I was saying by doing the measurement at solar noon each day, then you can eliminate that variable.
No, but that's the whole point. So how are you confirming that at solar noon, then there's no atmospheric distortion? How do you confirm these things?
By doing the measurement when the sun is in the same spot. No, by doing it when it's in the same spot is what I'm saying. Then you can eliminate
every day you measure the sun in the same spot, and then it's the same size every single day.
But that's what happens is it's not the same size. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so it changes by what? So over 365 days, divide that by 2%. That's how much it changes every day?
Something, yeah, I mean, about that, yeah. It's not exact because it's not a linear thing, but about that.
And you're using this as, it's about that, but you're using this as proof that the sun, that's how we know the sun goes from 90 million to 93 million miles away.
I wouldn't call it proof, no. I would say it's an example of an observation that matches that model.
Okay, that's better, all right. So, how do we get the original distance to the sun?
That's a complicated process. I'm not sure I could explain it very well, but from my understanding, it has to do with orbital mechanics and the distance to Venus and all of these kinds of things.
Size of Venus's transit and all that. But I'm just doing it for the kind of audiences, for their kind of benefit.
You don't understand it well. How can you believe in it?
I would say the same way that you believe that your cell phone uses Wi-Fi signals.
This again.
No.
What does my cell phone using Wi-Fi have anything to do with the distance between the sun and the Earth? Explain, please.
Yeah. You asked how I could believe it if I don't fully understand it, and I say, well, I believe in Wi-Fi signals even though I don't fully understand how they work, and I suspect you do too. So just because
the Wi-Fi signal, if I get on my phone, I turn it on, it connects me to the internet, so I could verify that it works.
Yeah. But I'm saying that you don't fully.
I can't just climb a ladder and go to the sun to realize it's 93 million miles away.
My guess is you don't even know what frequency it's using. Like the simplest thing about the Wi-Fi signal.
But our Wi-Fi, that's a known. The distance to the sun, I would say, is an unknown. I don't know if those are analogous.
Yeah, you're right. So the only point of analogy is just because we don't fully understand something is not a sufficient reason to disbelieve it.
Fair enough.
But you're using it as evidence.
No, I'm not.
So you're using something you don't understand as evidence.
No, I'm using it as a single example of the thing that he asked about, which was, how do you believe something if you don't fully understand it? And I said, it's okay to believe things you don't fully understand. That's the only point I was making with that. Why?
But I don't think people deny the fact that the sun exists. That's disbelieving it. They're denying the fact that based on a mathematical formula, you're saying it's 93 million miles away.
So yeah, like I said, I just defer to the experts about why it's 93 million miles. I obviously haven't done the calculations or the observations myself.
Do you know the story, Farshad?
What's that?
Do you know how they got like the distance to the sun?
Well, I've told there's two ways that they've got to that distance. One's by radar, they claim, and the other is by a mathematical formula that they put in an equation.
And there was I think it's on a general broad term, was the transit of Venus across the sun. But in order to do that, they had to guess that Venus was the same size as the Earth. Now this comes back to the problem of how did they get the size of the Earth? Now, when you ask the question, how do you know the size of the Earth? Well, there's no way that they've come up with a conclusive answer. So on that guess of Earth's radius, they've based that Venus is the same size as the Earth, which they don't know what size it is because they've guessed everything. And then that Venus transiting the sun. So when you base things all on assumptions, you end up with a answer that's nowhere near correct.
So so there's error in all those assumptions. You're right, but there's some
error.
Hopefully they'd get.
There was nothing correct to start with in the first place.
I thought you said that they had some error in measuring the size of the Earth. Did I miss
error? How did they measure the size of the Earth?
Sticks and shadows initially.
Come on, man. That's silly. We all know that.
You laugh, but that's how they did it.
Well, then you've got to assume that light rays come in parallel.
Right.
Because of an infinite distance sun, or near to enough infinite distance sun, which kept on changing distance as well. So are you saying that because they claim to have known the distance to the sun before they measured the Earth, yeah?
In those cases,
before Before they did a mathematical equation and calculated the supposed size of the Earth, should I say.
Right. What they did is they assumed an infinite distance for the sun.
Yeah, which would give you parallel light rays, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so when have we seen parallel light rays?
With lasers you can, but in nature not very
often. From the sun.
Light rays from the sun are almost parallel, but not quite, so they're not exactly parallel. You're right.
Not quite, or nowhere near?
Not quite.
I think we've got a different interpretation of not quite. But, you know, like, just for everyone to see that, like, all these assumptions with no basis end up with people's beliefs in the universe which have no basis. So they're coming up with numbers that they started off with an assumption in the first place and then went through all these mathematical equations based on an assumption which they had no definite or measurable answer for. So how do you come up with these? How do you so adamantly say that the sun is 93 million miles away, or near enough, between 90 and 93 million miles away, when the first thing that they started with was the measurement of the Earth, which they guessed, or, well, they just made up because it's flat, and then guessed that Venus was the same size, and yet you still run with 93 million miles away. How do you do this, Matthew? How do you let yourself do this?
Historically, they assumed the sun was an infinite distance away. They assumed the light rays were parallel, and from that, they got a radius to the Earth. And then from that, they did this thing with the transit.
But you just admitted that the light rays are not parallel.
Right. So when they assumed that they were parallel, then they got a slightly wrong answer.
So slightly wrong answer, if you get an accumulative error.
Right.
Pretty bad, isn't it?
Depends on how big the error is.
Well, let's say, for instance, like you're measuring a meter, and then instead of measuring 1 meter, then 2 meters on the measuring tape, you measure a meter, you make a mark, and then you measure another meter, make a mark. You're going to have an accumulative error, aren't you? You might be out by...
That's right.
2, 3, 4 mil. That's just over a couple of meters. You're talking about measurements which are beyond comprehension, and you're saying that a minimal amount of error is not a fact, not a driving fact, but it's accumulative error that makes your errors so big.
No, you're right. And when you do careful scientific observations, you need to be sure and calculate the error bars and how that affects your final number.
Okay, so you need to be sure. So,
not sure, just know the error bar.
Who measured the Earth, and how did they confirm it? I know we go over this all the time, but it's the basis. It's the basic question of where all these measurements come from. Everything, space travel, everything that you think happens, all comes from this radius of the Earth.
Right.
He's already said that he's not an expert. He doesn't know how they came up with it. He's just believing what they're telling him, is what he's saying.
No, I understand the sticks and shadows measure. The sticks and shadows calculation makes sense to me.
Okay, so you're acknowledging that the distance that they're telling you is based on a formula.
Of course.
I might be thinking they're all the point, but you're aware that works on both models or whatever.
Oh, you're talking about the sticks and shadows calculation?
Yeah.
Of course. The sticks and shadows is merely to calculate the size of the Earth after you assume that it's a sphere.
Let me give you some food. Come on.
I'm hungry.
So it starts on believing. So it starts on belief that you are on top of a wall.
Of course. There's no way to measure the radius of the Earth if you don't think the Earth has a radius. You have to assume that it has a radius before you can measure it.
I prefer to know it instead of believing. I don't see any curvature drop down. Where is that ball?
Yeah, but merely seeing something is not the final arbiter of whether something's true or not.
It's not just seeing, it's using lasers. Where is that curvature? No one ever found that curvature. On a big lake, 70 miles away, where is that curvature?
So Farshad, are you? It says you're still on the fence. Are you on the fence? I missed your guys' conversation before. I kind of jumped in towards the end of it.
Basically.
Yeah, you're on the. How far over that fence are you? Have you got 1.5 legs over, or you just got your balls hanging one side of the fence?
Well, to be fair, if I had to say which side I'm more towards neutral, to be honest. But I guess globe, I would say, because that's what I've been taught through my whole life.
Yeah,
but
fair enough.
There's questions that I have that these globers are not convincing me of, like such as the distance
Can't
to the
answer
sun.
you.
Huh?
They can't answer you.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask Matthew, because he's a certified glober, but he doesn't know the answer. He's basically just saying.
Let Matthew talk to him, turn him into a flat earther.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys, ask. Sorry for butting in, then, man. If you want to ask him some questions, go ahead. I'll mute up.
I did ask him. He can't answer the question. I said, "Why? How do you know the distance is 93 million miles away?" He acknowledges that it's based on a mathematical formula that a human being made up, but he doesn't get into it. He's just saying he's trusting the experts. That's what they're telling him.
Yeah.
So do you think that trusting the experts is a flawed way to understand the world sometimes? I mean, it is, but not all the time.
It's an appeal to authority.
For being honest, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure that your career kind of has something to do with, let's see, the education system. So if you start saying stuff that goes against what they're supposed to be teaching, then I can see how that paycheck might not land.
Yeah, so you're speculating about my motivations, which I'm the expert in my motivations.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has that motivation for shelter and food.
True, I like making money.
Yeah. And,
wish I made more.
I'm mad, I'm not mad.
Yeah, of course. But I know this topic probably doesn't come up at school, Matthew, but or does it?
When I teach my math class for general ed math, I sometimes talk about trigonometry, and it comes up about how you can use trigonometry to calculate the size of the Earth and the distance to the moon and that kind of stuff.
And do you
do
you tell them the history of how this was done?
Yeah, I tell them about Eratosthenes.
Do you tell them that it works on a flat plane with the closest sun and on a ball with a... Well, it actually doesn't work on a ball with an unlimited sun because you'd need directly straight light rays as well. So
yeah. So
did you tell them that it works on a flat plane with the closest sun, but not on a sphere?
Usually, I play them the clip from Cosmos where Carl Sagan.
I like that
one. Where he's talking about it, and he mentions that it would work on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
that's a nice Freudian slip.
Yeah. Hey, Mickey.
Did you mean to do that, Matthew? Because I'm sure you meant to do that.
In fact, I tell that same joke at school, and everybody laughs.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
This is a Christian school, so of course the joke lands. But I don't.
Okay.
I don't know if it works the same.
So when you're asked about the distance, do you truly believe that answer you're giving, or are you just saying that because you're a teacher, you're told to not go against the narrative, you're told to be using the textbooks that they're telling you?
No, I truly believe it. the experts who study this stuff, they're the ones that come up with that number, and I don't find any reason to think that they're lying or any reason to disbelieve it. Now, remember, I think the Earth is a globe, so obviously it's not a big step to say, oh, if the Earth is a globe, that's how far the sun is. I get it that if you don't think the Earth is a globe, then 93 million miles is a preposterous number.
You trust the experts. You know, they have this connection to the Royal Society. You know, Isaac Newton, Copernicus, John Dee is the guy that was had connection, you know, to the occult, and then Isaac Newton inspires his work, on John Dee. Amazing. So you trust these experts that believe in the occult.
Well, that'd be a genetic fallacy to just discount somebody based on who they are, discount their evidence. But in general, there are plenty of people who are not involved in the occult who say the same thing, who are also experts.
It's strange they are this connection to the Royal Society.
Sure, we could ignore all those people and trust only the experts who are Bible-believing, Jesus-loving, God-fearing Christians. How would that be?
You are spiraling.
Did anybody else think I was spiraling?
What does Jesus loving have anything to do with the topic? I don't get it.
It's the opposite of the occult people. I was making a point that if he didn't like the fact that
religion is a cult, though.
Not true religion isn't a cult.
Anyways, I'm going back to the topic because I don't want to make this into a religion politics, because I could debate that with you too if you want, but...
And you see how fast it happens? That was like one sentence and it was already ready to go.
Doesn't take long, does it?
Well, I mean, you're biased, right? Because, I mean, we can't say you're not, because you teach at a Christian school. So, of course, what you're going to say is biased towards that.
Sure, and I would think that almost everybody's biased. Hopefully people are aware of their own biases, but I admit it, sure.
But I'm not biased. I literally told you I'm on the fence, and I'm more towards the globe side, but I have questions. But it doesn't seem like you're convincing me much with your answers. Because what you're saying is basically trust the experts. Bend over, take it by them, and just trust them and just believe what they say. That's what you're saying.
So when you're trying to ask specific questions, would be my answer. If you're truly on the fence, I would say take an objective look at both ideas and see which idea explains the observations better. Even if you end up with questions on both sides, figure out which side has the best explanations.
What observations do you have, Matthew? Do you have observations of curvature?
I mean, things like sunsets working, the fact that you go to a lake and see straight across the lake with no curvature, that observation.
Sunsets working.
GPS works.
What you talking about, Willis?
I'm talking about all the observations, all the different observations, take them all together and see which one.
How did the sunset work? I didn't know it worked. I just thought that it happens.
Okay, fine. Take the observation of the sunset happening.
And what are we going to do with it?
Use that as part of your collection of observations that would require some kind of explanation and see which of the two stories have the best explanation.
What kind of explanation can you give it other than it's moving across the sky?
Yeah.
What else can you say about it?
Yeah, there are two explanations. One would be that it's moving across the sky, getting so far that we can no longer see it, being cut off deep perspective. Another one would be that it is being blocked from the bottom up as it goes behind a physical obstruction. Those are the two explanations.
Yeah, but one of them is notably noticed, and the other one is assumed, right?
In both of them, you would end up with the same observation, that the sun disappears from bottom up.
Yeah, but the one is saying that the sun is in the middle of our solar system, and we're spinning, so that's the reason why it's moving across the sky.
Right.
The other one is that the sun is actually moving across the sky, and when it disappears, it goes into the vanishing point, which means that we're no longer able to see it due to perspective. But the idea that you're talking about, that it's actually going underneath the Earth, is it hasn't been proven. You have to have evidence for that. we have evidence for the fact that the sun can disappear due to perspective. Because there's two instances where the sun goes into it enlarges on the horizon, and it also goes to a small pinprick. We can have evidence of both of that. On your side, there's only the explanation that it's going underneath the Earth as it goes past beyond the horizon. The physical Earth curve, the limitation of your view would be the physical obstruction of the Earth's curvature. But then again, you'd have to figure out how did we find out that the Earth is actually curving at the distance where you see the horizon. And your explanation doesn't answer that at all. Because when asked and pressed on it, you don't have an answer to the question, how far is the horizon away from the observer? Right? Right.
Right, because of optical effects, but how far it is a separate question of whether it exists or not. So if it's being hidden behind a horizon, who cares where it is?
Yeah, but it needs to be there, though, Matthew. That's the problem. It needs to be there in order for it to be going behind something. So if I say that I'm going to walk behind a hill, the hill is a measurable distance away from the person observing it, right? And then if somebody's going to walk over that hill and disappear because they're behind the hill, then I have to know the known distance between me making the observation and the person I see disappearing behind the hill, because the Earth or the hill is obstructing my view from the person. So
that's a good analogy. I would say the hill is a good example, because you can see the person going over the hill and then down behind the hill. And I would say that you are right, that you could say that the hill is blocking the person even if you don't know how far away the hill is.
Right, but the thing is, you have to have a known distance to that. So if I know that
you can see that the guy's going over the hill, you don't have to know how far it is.
No, I know, but I'm saying if I wanted to, the verification of that hill, knowing that it's a hill obstructing me and not just my vision, like if I wanted to find out, I could. Now on your side, you couldn't find out. That's the problem, because it's optical. And over here on the side where I'm telling you the analogy of the hill, which you said it was a good analogy, is that I can tell you there's a known distance. On yours, it's an optical effect. I can't say that it's an optical effect when I see somebody walking over a hill, because I can go verify that where I'm standing to where I can see that hill is a known distance. And I could tell you how far away it is, if I wanted to know.
Sure, and I'm saying even if you didn't know, the same thing would happen.
Yes, but that's not the issue. On your side, it's only an optical effect. On this side, if the premise was what looks like somebody's going over a hill, but I can't be sure, I could verify that somebody actually went over a hill from where I was watching them. When you say you see the sun going over the Earth's curvature, you can't verify that it was the Earth's curvature. You have to just remain that it's optical. Can you see the difference?
I don't. Yeah, I see the difference. No? I do not think that you have to know how far away the hill is in order to see if somebody's going over it.
That's not the point, though. It's not
Same
about
way, you don't have to know how far away the horizon is to see the sun going over it.
It's the verification of that obstruction. I have to be able to verify that is indeed an obstruction of the Earth getting in the way. If I can't verify it, then it remains in the realm of speculation. Why do you have to?
Could you explain why you have to know the distance in order to see that it's happening?
Right. So I'm going to verify.
Why is the distance important?
Because I'm going to verify when that person started to disappear behind the Earth's, the hill that he walked behind. So I don't know at first, right? I don't know how far away it is. So what I'll see is, I'll see the optical effect of somebody disappearing before my eyes, because it looks like they're walking past the hill. Now I'm going to then say, okay, I'm seeing this observation. I'm going to go exactly where I think I've seen this person disappear to see if there's an obstruction. I go and verify there is an obstruction. There's a hill. I start to understand that the person walked over this hill. That's the reason why I couldn't see them. On the Earth having measured curvature, or that it is curvature obstructing your view, there is curvature, you couldn't do that. It remains to be an optical effect. So the horizon basically remains as something. It's not physical. It's an optical effect that you see. It's the place where the land and the sky seem to meet. So you can't say that it's something physical like I could with the hill. So when I can go and verify that there's an actual obstruction, a physical obstruction, you couldn't do that with the horizon.
Okay, so let me
see
if I understand what you're saying. Mm-hmm. You'd have to know the distance in order to actually verify that that's what's happening, rather than it being just due to the distance.
Yeah, if I'm claiming that the hill is obstructing my view, and somebody says, "Well, I don't know. How do you know? Like, we're both standing a distance away from this. How do you know the person just doesn't disappear due to perspective?" I can go verify that it wasn't just perspective. It is actually Earth in the way.
Okay, so how would you explain that idea in reference to like the image I posted at 16 past the hour? It looks like the sun is being blocked by a hill. Would you?
I don't know. I'm on my phone, Matthew.
Oh, sorry.
You're fine.
Thanks.
Okay.
So I would say it looks like that hill or mountain or whatever it is blocking the bottom of the sun, because the sun hasn't set yet.
Okay.
So would you say that we'd be justified in saying that the hill is blocking the sun in that case?
Well, as far as we can see, the sun is being obstructed right now by that mountain.
Right.
But,
and I would say that's okay to say, and that you're right. Even if we don't know how far away the mountain is.
Right, I understand that, but we're not talking about the horizon though. We're talking about like if a bird flew in front of the sun, or a plane flew in front of the sun, and we couldn't only see like where the plane was in front of it. The plane is obstructing a little part of the sun as it's flying past it, but it's not going behind the plane, as in like it's disappearing. It's actually, we know that the plane's obstructing it. So there's something physical in the way. When it comes to like how far away the sun's getting, it's going to meet the horizon. So wherever the horizon is behind that mountain, it'll keep going until it disappears out of perspective. But on both instances where you see the sun enlarging and going to a small pinprick, it's always going to meet the horizon. So wherever the horizon is, if it's beyond that mountain, it'll keep going until it disappears.
Okay, so you're saying there's two ways the sun could disappear. One would be like that mountain physically getting in front of it, and the other would be it kind of going far away enough beyond the horizon that it's no longer visible. Those are the two ways that the sun disappears.
You can you can raise an elevation and then see the sun again, but
right.
It's always you could. It's so the visual perspective increases with the angle of view. As you increase your angle of view, you increase the line of sight, and it only increases to a certain extent as you raise an elevation, because the angle of view increases. But the view of the angle can only go so far because you can't see forever. So you could only see it at a certain distance, and then your eyes can't see forever, so you wouldn't be able to see the sun, But you have to increase your angle of view in order to see farther across the plane.
Yeah, I guess so. The difference, in my opinion, is that I don't think there are two different ways to block the sun. I think that both of those are one and the same. That just like the mountain is blocking the sun, I think that's what's happening when the sun sets over the horizon also.
Yeah, but you can safely say that if you move forward a little bit, you'd be able to see the sun meet the horizon beyond that mountain. Like if you were going to drive around that mountain, it would still be reaching the point of the horizon. But then the horizon would be further away because you're getting closer to the mountain.
Right, yeah.
And if you're saying that there's only one way that the sun is disappearing, and that's bottom up, then how do you explain it fading away into a dot? Is that also the curve of the Earth that's making it turn into a dot? How do you explain that?
I will say I've never seen it fade away into a dot personally, and I suspect that all of those videos are just the lack of use of a solar filter.
No. This happens in the dry climate. In the wet climate, in the more humid climate, it'll happen that it enlarges. Like you can see a sun enlarging super huge, like on an African climate. But like on a dry climate in the desert, you can see it go to a small pinprick. And you only need to verify this and to go to a place where you can see it actually do that. So it's not beyond the scope of verification for you to actually do it. So anybody can. People actually live in climate where they've seen this actually.
So Miguel posted a picture where the sun looks like a little pinprick. And I would say that in those cases it's just due to wide angle, and that sun is actually still 0.5 degrees in angular size.
Well, you still see it with your eyes that way. Your visual perspective can actually see the sun doing that. You're not using an optical device. Your eyes see it like that.
Every time I've ever looked at the sun, it's been about 0.5 degrees angular size. And I'm using solar filters so I can actually see the edge of the sun.
Well, it doesn't look that way in the image that you put up.
What are you doing? Measuring it with your eyes at 0.5 degree of an angle?
Look at your image.
Oh, yeah,
it actually disproves what you just said. Your image disproves what you just said, though, Matthew.
The one I posted of the sun setting behind the mountain?
Look how big the sun is on that image.
Yeah, it's 0.5.
And then look how big it is in the one that Miguel posted.
It's also 0.5. You don't realize that you can zoom in on pictures and that cameras have zooms and you can zoom on the picture afterwards too?
So you're saying that even when you see the sun on the horizon and it looks larger, you're saying that that's 0.5 as well?
It's pretty close to 0.5, yes. I would say it's nowhere near like 0.25.
No, you can't say that. No.
You can't say that.
I mean, I have watched the sunset myself with my own eyes with the solar sun or eclipse sun.
Are you seeing the actual sun or the apparent sun?
What do you mean? Whenever you see anything,
are you seeing the sun actually, or is it the apparent sun?
Everything you see is apparent.
Okay, so you don't know the actual position of the sun because the light that's coming from it is actually going through the medium of air, right?
Sure, it bends a little bit, yeah.
Okay. So how are you getting a measurement if the air is giving you an apparent visual perspective of the sun? How is your measurement going generally?
Generally, the air moves the position of the sun, but doesn't change the size that much. It moves the position, but not the size.
Doesn't change it that much. It does change it though. So how are you getting
a little bit?
How are you? Less than
20%.
Yeah, but you've given a value to the sun not moving, and it's staying constant with the value you gave it. When actually you just admittedly said right now that it does change a little bit.
Sure. How about let's say plus or minus 20%?
That's double speak, though.
Like we were saying before, there's error bars.
Admittedly, you just said that the sun does move a little bit. So your value that you gave it, and you're giving an impression to the people listening to you that it doesn't change. When now you just clearly said that it does a little bit.
Let me be clear then. Right? The sun appears to be 0.5 degrees in angular size, plus or minus 20% at all times.
Apparently.
That's what we're talking about, the apparent angular size.
Okay, so the actual size is unknown, right? Right?
I wouldn't call it unknown because when it's high in the sky, then you can measure it accurately.
Let's be honest with the crowd, right? Because everybody's listening. Let's be honest with them. We don't actually know the size of the sun. You're giving an apparent size due to the fact that you're visually seeing it a specific way. And even the apparent sun, you don't know the exact size because you said it does change a little.
Right. The apparent size of the sun is 0.5 degrees in angular size. That's the apparent size, plus or minus 20%. It never shrinks down to a dot.
Yeah, but you're giving an impression to people that it actually never changes size when you don't know the actual size.
I gave very specific angular sizes.
I know, but you don't know the actual size of the sun. This is the issue, Matthew. You're giving people a false perspective of what you're saying is true.
I'm talking about the apparent size, not the actual size.
I know. I know you are, but they don't know that. It sounds like you're giving a value to the sun that it doesn't change because you know the actual size. That's the impression you're giving, and you don't know it.
Okay, let me be clear. The apparent angular size, and that's the apparent size, is 0.5 degrees plus or minus 20% every single time you look at the sun.
Well, I'll let the people decide. I gotta get going though. My break's over.
Let the people try it themselves. You don't have to decide. Don't trust me. Do your own research. That's what I say.
Well, they'll judge. They'll be able to judge by this conversation. I gotta get going. See you guys later. Good night.
Nice chatting. Have a good day.
Yeah, see ya.
You can't just say the distance that they're giving you is only by a certain margin of error off. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, any measurement, like even if you get your ruler and measure how big your notebook is, if it's 8.5 by 11.
But it's apples and oranges. Notebook is something I could measure. There's verification for it. The sun's not.
I was talking about what you can measure, which is the angular size, like how wide the sun appears in the sky. That's what we were talking about the past few minutes. So Farshad, what do you think about this idea of looking at all the evidence and kind of deciding between the two, even if there are questions on one side or the other or both?
I've looked at both evidence, to be honest.
Is it nighttime where you are right now?
Yes.
Okay, so how would you characterize? Why do you think that it's dark outside? Where do you think the sun is right now?
I don't know the answer to that.
Not from the sun going under the earth. That's what I would say.
I know in my daily life there's a morning, afternoon, evening, and night based on the time, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I don't know where the sun is at night, if that's what you're asking. Why don't you tell me where it is?
Sure. It's right now. People in Papua New Guinea would go outside and they would see the sun directly above them. That's a claim, but I think
directly above.
Yes.
That's because their time zone's different, right?
Of course. Yeah.
So one part of the world is night, the other one is day.
Right.
But I'm talking about the people who are at night right now, night timeline.
Yeah. So if you were to go outside and look in the direction of Papua New Guinea, the people in Papua New Guinea would look up and say, the sun is directly above us, and you would be looking their direction. And somehow people who say the earth is flat would say that the sun is actually above the earth. But even though there's nothing but thin air between your eyes and the sun, that you can't see it because it's too far. And I don't find that believable.
I could go outside right now. I could look at any direction. I could do a 360 for you. I don't see the sun.
That's what I'm saying. Therefore, the sun is below the horizon.
No, Matthew. You're saying on a flat earth you should be able to see the sun at all times. That's just a straw
I'm saying, but Farshad was right. If he goes outside, and let's say it's a clear day and it's dark, you go outside, Farshad, and get up high, and you can look 360 degrees all the way around, and all you see are stars, right? Stars and planets, and that's all you see. My question is, okay, where's the sun?
Well, you got to give the flat earthers a fair shake. We see the same thing. So, I mean, the only difference is you guys
I can't
think
see the sun at night. Just because I can't see the sun at night, it doesn't mean it's under the ground.
Where is it?
Bingo.
The ground?
I don't know where it is. Good question.
So if it's not under the ground, then it is above the ground. However, you see stars everywhere. So is it behind the stars?
Stars are a little bit different than the sun that's moving around us.
Sure, but any answer you gave me about where the sun is would be above the horizon. But then I go outside and look, and lo and behold, there's a star there instead.
Yeah, but again, Matthew, this boils down to a straw man flat earth where you should be able to see the sun at night. This is not a position that any flat earther holds.
No, you're right. Nobody says you should be able to see it. I'm saying if flat earthers took flat earth seriously, they would realize that this is a problem, and they just don't.
It's not a problem.
This is a problem with flat earth.
It's not. It's not. The only problem is you guys say the sun is under the ground. Okay, you guys have the issue. We're not.
Okay, so let me be clear. Are you saying that the sun is not below the ground?
You guys are saying it is. I'm trying to find a quote from another gentleman in the chat last night was saying the same thing.
I say that it is below the ground. And so my question is, are you saying that it is not below the ground?
Okay, well, you don't observe it under the ground, even though this guy yesterday was saying he does.
Okay, so then it's not a straw man. Flat earthers do say the sun is above the ground.
No, listen, the straw man is that you should be able to see it.
It's a simple question. Is the sun above the ground or below the ground right now?
I observe the sun moving in the sky, not going under the ground.
I think it looks like it's going under the ground every time you watch the sunset. But
I know.
Yeah, it doesn't know. Hey, Farshad, have you ever watched an actual debate with some real flat earthers against some globe believers?
What do you define a real debate? I'm watching some of you guys go with Matthew, right? He's a glober.
Exactly. So like this, but it's just a little bit more of a formal format, and it's not a catch-all because sometimes the flat earther can be really bad, or even the globers are unbearable. But sometimes watching those debates, you can get a feel for like which side's making excuses and lies, and which side is having rational points.
Okay, so Matthew, if it goes, so what you're saying is when the sunset comes in the afternoon and the evening, you see the sun go down, right? And that's your explanation for why it's going below the ground, right?
That's what it looks like, so that's what I think it does, yes.
So is it the sun that's moving to above ground and below ground, or is it the earth? Like, why is that happening?
Yeah, that's a fair question. And this specific topic, it doesn't matter. In fact, if you went back 700 years ago, people would, even the globers would have said the globe is stationary and it's the sun that's moving. But whether it's the sun that's moving or the globe that's rotating, the question is the same about whether it's below the horizon or not. That has to do with the shape, not with the movement. We're talking the difference between what happens and why it happens. So obviously I would say the why is because the earth rotates, but we can just ignore the why and talk about what's happening. Like the question here is what is happening? Where is the sun right now?
Okay. So it's going below the horizon is what you're saying, Matthew. So that horizon, that's, 1.2 out,
Yeah, I'm talking about like at midnight, like way after sunset. Where is the sun?
Okay, so
but you're assuming that the sun is going below the ground, so the horizon should be the Earth curve. So right. Where's the Earth curve?
Well, it's a separate question. That's about how it happens. I'm talking about where the sun is right now. Is it above the horizon or is it below? That's all.
But the horizon is not physical. It's always apparent.
Sure. Okay? How about this? Is the sun above 90 degrees or below 90 degrees?
No, I'm going to say this. That picture you did post, why don't you try to go to that mountain and take a picture what is behind? And then tell me if you found that curvature.
Oh, you keep bringing up curvature, but I'm just talking about...
No, I'm talking about the picture that you post. Okay? You say the curvature is... the other side of that mountain. Why don't you go to that mountain and take a picture to us? Show it to us.
Yeah, if you went on the other side of that mountain, you'd see the whole sun.
I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking seeing a curvature. At that mountain, you see it on the horizon. Go to that mountain, take a picture, and show it to us. Because if you go to that mountain, you take a picture, and we see more land far away, so you are done.
The fact that the sun is not visible at night would also work on a cube Earth. It has nothing to do with the.
I'm not talking about the sun. Okay, you are claiming that that picture that you post, the sun is going down after that mountain. So go there, take a picture, and show us that curvature.
The point of that picture was just... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just saying, the picture that I posted at 33 past the hour, are those lights going down?
No, they're going towards the vanishing point. They're converging on the vanishing point. That's what perspective does.
So what if those lights were higher up? But what if those lights were higher up and I was further away and they were consistent?
Yeah, it would still. I mean, it doesn't matter
Would
how
they
close or far
go
you are.
into the vanishing point?
Right. That's how things work. Everything converges to the vanishing point.
So
No
the
matter how
sun
close
can't
or
work
far
like
it is.
that.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh no, the sun could work like that. I just don't think it's changing distance. It's not changing size.
So now
it does change size. I just watched the sunset the other day over the ocean, and it definitely changed size.
Listen, so if it goes below the ground, let's just use your theory of what you're explaining.
No, sure.
So,
I'm just asking if it is
so it goes
above or
below the ground. The ground I'm standing on, right? It goes below that, you're saying, right? So why is it that my ground different than somebody who lives in Africa right now?
Because the direction of down is different for you than the person in Africa.
Based on the globe Earth, you're saying the direction of... Okay.
Yeah, it all works together. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but we're used to just seeing just directly around us, but that's because we're so small. So just because something is counterintuitive doesn't mean it's false.
You just contradict yourself. When you talk about perspective, you did contradict yourself. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So you see how this works, Farshad? They think they caught me in some little wordplay, and then they say "Welcome to Flat Earth" as if that's a triumph.
Yes, because you just debunk yourself. Okay, first you say the sun is going to the ground after that mountain, and now you're talking about perspective. I mean, you are contradicting yourself.
Perspective makes things smaller.
Yeah, thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Neither the sun nor the moon gets smaller.
So the sun goes. So the sun vanish in the horizon. Thanks.
The sun does not get smaller as you said.
So doesn't grow. So that sun doesn't go to the ground. Yeah, drop down. Okay, thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth. You just debunk yourself.
On the globe
model. Your argument for the sun going down and what's happening around the world is somewhat okay. It's like you could entertain it and go with it. Your argument about the distance to the sun is just absolutely terrible, though. Like, to just say...
There's no argument about it. I'm just saying I don't know how it works. So
the argument of the opposition. The argument of the opposite. Like, basically, all I heard from you was the experts came up with a number, and I trust their numbers. Like, that's such a terrible argument. Like,
sure, it is. I'm not sitting there trying to argue for the distance. Farshad, are you aware of where flat earthers think the sun is at midnight? If you go outside at midnight and say, where's the sun? They're going to point north above the North Pole. That's just ridiculous. The sun goes down in the west and comes up in the east. It's no way.
No, tell me. So what do they believe at night?
They think that the North Pole is the center of a flat plane, and the sun moves around it in a circle, in a clockwise circle. Oh, that's only the Eric Dubé, Nathan Thompson model? I thought everybody believed that.
That was a bit of a straw man.
Okay.
That's actually from Mercator. Did you know that Mercator did send a letter to John Dee talking about the North Pole? The UK did send a lot of expeditions there. Awesome. You don't know nothing.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong.
1577.
The issue I have with the flat Earth is that, like, okay, you go ask any glober in the world, what is the shape? They'll tell you it's a globe, and they'll have the same reasoning and the same arguments, right? Flat Earth, the problem is, every server you go to, any different flat Earth you're talking, they have their own reasoning. It's not universal. That's one of the issues I have with the flat Earth.
The only reason that you'll hear that from globers is they've been point from, and that's it. You're allowed to believe this because this is how we set it out, and this is the answer, and there's no arguing about it. You're not allowed to question what they tell you. Otherwise, if you're a scientist and you question the narrative, then you're put outside of the scientific community. So these people are not going to risk their jobs just to make a point. Do you understand?
Yeah, truth is like that. 7 plus 3 is always going to be 10. And I don't care how many answers you come up with at 11 or 12 or 14. All the people who know the right answer are going to say 10. So it makes sense that the people that have the right answer have the same answer.
What, dude?
What? When you go to, let's say you go to a different server, people have like flat Earth maps. They have all these other stuff, right? Here, they don't believe in a map, from what I gathered, right? But their answers are very attractive. Like when someone says, "Okay, we don't know the distance to the sun," that makes sense. That I could go with that.
Yeah,
Whereas you go to another server and they're telling me it's 3,000 miles away. Like,
You know why we don't have a map?
no, tell me.
Because we can't confirm that map is correct.
Because they're afraid of making any claims because they could easily be debunked, so it's better to make no claims.
Matthew,
What are you
on this
doing?
server,
Make
what
a
we
single
talk
claim.
about on this server is things that we can verify. That's the only difference between this server and other servers. They put their maps out there because, yeah, you can speculate and that's fine. But what we want to do here is make claims that are verified. Now, if we go around making claims that are unverified, then we're not doing anything else but doing exactly what the Globers are doing. And we can't prove those claims. So that's why we don't do it.
Right. People on the side of the truth generally make claims. People who are just like
no, they don't.
Radical
Stop it,
skeptics.
Matthew. I don't know what mood you're in tonight, but this is not the mood, bro.
You don't make truth by making claims.
Right.
Unverified
Only flat earthers are allowed to get emotional and angry.
No, just you can. I don't know what you're doing right now. You're just like leaning on Farshad or something. Like, dude, you don't need him.
Yeah, you're the one making claims. You make claims that ants are going twice as fast as the Earth is rotating. So if anyone wants to make claims, you can go and make claims on your channel and try and trick people into equivocating rotation with miles per hour. Now you know what you did. You tried to weasel your way out of it, and you're here talking to us about truth. Come on, mate. Give us a break, yeah?
What's the argument on the flat Earth side as far as how do we explain the day and the night thing? If the sun's not going below the ground.
Earth big. Say they have it in reverse on the globe side. It's always in reverse, dude. They say that your house is moving or the Earth is moving instead of the sun. They say that the sun is bigger than the Earth. Well, what if it's the other way around? What if the Earth is bigger than the sun?
No, he asked a simple question. Why is it dark?
Yeah, because the Earth is big.
Explaining it.
That's why. Because the Earth is big. Just like a light in your house doesn't light up the whole house. Just a light on your street doesn't light up the whole street. So if the Earth is bigger than the sun, then that makes perfect sense. You guys just have it in reverse all the time. Just like with the moving sun.
The Earth is bigger than the sun. How does that explain why the sun comes up and it goes down?
He's not making a claim that it's a certain size. I think you've still got in your mind that the sun is 1 million times the size of the Earth. Yeah, is that correct?
I don't know.
Well, from what we can gather, we don't know. So what they were telling us before is the distance to the sun. So if we can't confirm the distance to the sun, how have they confirmed the size of the sun? Yeah, so we've got to start going, okay, well, they haven't confirmed either of those. So how big is it and how far away it is? We don't know. So if maybe it's smaller, it rotates over the top of us, goes away, and then the light stops because light can't travel forever, especially through atmosphere.
But he could use the same argument to you. You're saying we don't know, right? But he could use the same argument to tell you that. How do you know that the Earth is bigger, and how do you know it's 3,000 miles away?
We don't. I'd never made a claim that it was 3,000 miles away. I said it could be closer, could be smaller, could be, but we don't know. We know as much as they know. They just make claims and then claim that they verified them, whereas we just say, I don't know. You can't verify it.
I did post a video, you can see
the difference.
The sign. Sorry.
No, you're right.
You can see the sun rising, and you can still see the night and the moon. So if that moon is in between called space with the into that direction with the sun, why the sun doesn't light the background of that moon? Because it's a contradiction. How can you say? How can you have light coming from the sun, but you have in this video you have night and day at the same time? Maybe the sun is so smaller and the light has range.
Yeah.
Matthew, you heard what he said, right? He's saying he doesn't know, basically, if the sun's smaller or bigger.
Yeah, so earlier they were saying, why is the sun 93 million miles? And my answer is, I don't know. But then when I say things like, well, okay, give us a flat Earth map, and they say, we don't know.
But at least we don't claim that we have a perfect, perfect measurable map. But you guys claim that the Earth is a ball.
Exactly, Miguel.
Where's your cartoon?
The spot the difference things that kids play. You have a claim. We don't. That's why we're asking you to back up that claim. Now you're desperate for us to give you a claim. That's why we're not going to give you one, because y'all have the claim that's on the table that needs to be addressed.
Okay, fine. I retract my claim that the sun is 93 million miles away.
You don't get to do that. It's not bring your own cosmology day here.
If you're a Glober, you believe the claims that are already put out there for you.
Correct.
Right. And you believe there's an actual map. You believe that there's a map.
Stop.
What are you talking about?
You believe that there is a flat Earth map.
No.
No, we don't.
You don't believe in a specific
one? We believe that the Earth is as it presents itself, Matthew, and you know that.
So wait, you believe the opposite? That it is impossible to make a flat Earth map?
Stop trying to dig for claims that we don't have.
No.
Is it possible to make a flat Earth map? Yes or no?
Of course, if you could explore everywhere that you could explore freely and openly, yes, you could make a map. But you are not able to do that. So, how do we do this, Matthew? How do you do this?
Can't be like model versus model when the globe doesn't really have a model either, because it has no direct measurements.
Round up all the flat maps, wrap them around balls, call it a day.
Exactly. All maps are flat.
Globe has a model. Who says it doesn't have a model?
I posted an image showing that any flat map will not work with those distances.
Yeah, because Matthew, you're only here to try and represent some bullshit flat Earth straw man. We keep telling you over and over, day after day, that your ideas about flat Earth ain't it, Chief. Let it go.
No, I was responding to the idea that a map could be made, even if you don't know what it is. That there could be a.
No, just stop trying to make flat Earth for them.
But we don't have one, mate, because it's at the moment it's impossible.
Yeah, so you say that it could possibly be made, and I'm disputing that claim. Say it cannot be made. Look at 49 past the hour. There's a proof that it cannot be made.
What cannot be made?
Did you know that
a flat map between those four cities?
Did you know that there are five stages in the flight? As long as the distance, more distance, the airplane can reach more speed. Did you know that? No.
Exactly.
Did you want the citation?
Farshad, I want you to notice the only way they can get out of this is to dispute.
Because you don't know. You are not a pilot. You don't know.
Because he's the one on the fence asking. I'm giving.
Hey, Farshad,
appeal to him.
Hey, Farshad, you know what he's doing, mate? He's claiming that these distances that he has between these cities are all measured perfectly, and he's claiming that you can't. What are you saying? That you can't triangulate between these cities, or what?
Yeah, if those distances are correct, then you can't put those four cities on a flat.
Did you hear what he said? He said that if those distances are correct.
Yes,
so
and
are these distances correct, Matthew?
Yes, they are.
But
How do you know that?
I did debunk the first one.
Google Maps, all maps have.
I did debunk him. He did post one picture. He did post one picture ago, months ago, and then I said those distances don't match with this site that says this, and then he just delete the image. You cannot see in the that day because he just delete the image, that image, and then change it. Okay,
Right,
so because there was two distance there that was not correctly. But at least you could let that image, but you just decide to delete it because I did debunk you at that day, so you just delete it.
Wait, so I got some numbers wrong and deleted it? That sounds
you did delete.
I corrected myself. I found my error and corrected myself.
I have a print screen, but because I get the print screen from the record in the live stream, at YouTube. It's not. You cannot see the details.
Fourth time you've derailed the conversation, man. This is the fourth time I've noticed.
You did use this one. You did use this one. Is different, okay? Yeah, I cannot see the details because you just deleted. I had to go to the
Miguel, stop derailing the combo.
It might just be the accent. Sorry, it might just be the accent, but he's actually he's talking about this, what he posted with the distances. Yeah. I don't know if it might be I know it's a thick ass accent, but he's on point. Look what he posted in the screenshot. It's showing the exact screenshot that Matthew's talking about. So he's not derailing. He's trying to drill into these distances that are claimed. So I know the accent's thick, but just try to listen.
Yeah, but I cannot see the numbers, but it were different. But anyway, just delete it.
No, you're right. Yeah, he deleted something that he claimed, and it was wrong.
I claimed
just deleted.
I discovered an error. I deleted it and fixed it.
Right.
So
I did post something, a link. I did post a link, distance between cities, and then you just decide to delete what you did post and change it.
Right. You proved me wrong. I accepted that you came up with the right answer, and I changed my mind.
Okay. So
thank you.
Do you want to? Sorry, Miguel. Go ahead.
No, I just say I'm gonna get the link to talking about 5 stages and what I did said. So go on, Timbo.
So Farshad, so he's got these measurements from Google Earth, and what they do is they have latitude and longitude lines. So you take the distance between this place, and each latitude and longitude line come up with a measurement. Yeah. So to have these latitude and longitude lines, you have to have a sphere of a certain size. Now, this goes back to what I was saying before about them not being able to measure the apparent place that we live on and have direct measurements of how big it is. So how can they now possibly say that these distances between these cities are all correct because we have a radius of 3959 and this gives us the measurements to all of these cities? You understand that?
I understand that, but that's for him to answer.
Yeah, so I would just say simply the only way they can weasel their way out of my argument is to say that, all the distances are wrong, Google's wrong, the maps are wrong, everything's wrong.
You haven't even presented a valid dichotomy. Okay, I don't know what flat Earth you're talking about. We're not talking about that.
Either those distances are wrong, or the Earth is not flat.
Just not flat the way you're saying, Matthew. Sorry.
No, it cannot. Because
the only time you present flat Earth is always a straw man. So you talk about, on a flat Earth, you should do this, and you should do that, and you should be able to do this.
Right.
Nope.
I'm looking at your arguments critically and finding flaws in them. That's not allowed on this survey.
Definitely not flat the way you're saying. So
I presented the distances between 4 cities and asked the question.
Okay, but it's a false dichotomy. You're saying either the distances are wrong, the Earth's not flat. It's just not flat the way you're saying, buddy.
Yeah, you're putting out a straw man
anyway,
flat Earth.
It's a simple geometrical argument.
No, it's not.
It certainly is.
Okay, so what is flat Earth then?
Flat Earth is where the cities are at the same level. There's the topology of the Earth does not curve at all, and if you use that kind of thing, you can't put those 4 cities at those distances. That's all I'm saying. It's just simple geometry.
But how do you know where these cities are on a flat Earth?
I'm using the commonly known distances. What are you talking about? You look up the distance between 2 cities, and it's a commonly known number.
They said they were measured with a sextant.
And you're straw manning a map of a flat Earth.
No, I'm using distances between cities.
On what map?
I'm just. What do you mean? We're trying to make a map. That's the whole thing.
No, well, you're saying that these distances don't work on a flat Earth. Why?
Right.
What map are you using?
Because it doesn't matter which map. I'm saying they don't work on any flat map.
So any of your straw men, that's what we're saying. This is what happens when we deal with you guys, the mathematical guys. You have these mathematical models. So I've talked to Okumu virus. He did the exact same thing. Well, just any flat Earth that you want. They're all fake. They're all debunked.
Right.
Okay, dude. That's not how it works. You guys can't just present straw men.
It's not a straw man.
It is.
Say the Earth is flat, and I'm saying that
not the way you're talking about. Sorry.
There's only one way it can be flat. What are you talking about?
No, there's not. You just said any, bro. What are you talking about? There's only one. You just said any flat Earth, and now you're saying there's only one. Which is it?
The idea of the flat Earth is that all the cities are.
So wait. You said any flat Earth, Matthew. I'm going to get a screenshot of Okumu virus saying the same thing. You said there's only one, and then you said any flat Earth. So that would be many. Or multiple.
Broadly, there's only one idea of flat Earth. If you want to talk about specifics of where the cities are, there's many maps of that flat Earth. Thanks for making it clear.
No, you're just saying the same thing that Okumu virus said. Here, I'll just post it in the chat. He said the exact same thing. It goes for any Earth that is flat. I said, well, what if none of those are the flat Earth we're debating about? And he says the same thing as you. Then you're not talking about a flat Earth.
Yeah, because he and I are talking in general about the general idea.
Yeah,
Matthew, the issue is that when you ask these guys, right, what's the distance to the sun? They're saying we don't know, which is respectful, and you could take that as an answer. When you're asked the same thing, you're saying, I'm just going by what the experts are saying, and there's nothing for me not to trust them. Like, that's a terrible argument. You understand this, right?
Right, and I think that it's okay to trust experts if you're not trying to prove something. I'm not trying to prove that the sun is 93 million miles away. I'm not trying to prove how Wi-Fi works, but I trust the experts and use Wi-Fi all the time. So what?
It's also a self-preservation thing. If he were to decide to go down that path and prove reality to himself, the career, everything that goes with it, gone. Find something new. It's a lot of fucking work.
What is it? The sunk cost fallacy?
Sure, but then you're speculating about my motivations. I am the expert in my motivations, and I'm telling you I'm not doing this.
I'm not trying to villainize you. I'm not trying to villainize you. I'm just saying it is what it is.
On his defense, you guys are saying, well, you don't get to pick and choose what you believe in. You don't. If you believe in the globe Earth, it's already spelled out for you, right? That's what you guys are saying to him.
Correct. Yep. You don't just get to bring your own.
Yeah, and he's saying to you guys, you can't have 100 different flat Earth models.
We don't have one.
That's
no, that's not true, though. You don't have one. That's a lie.
We only have the
Earth. We don't have one.
No, that's 100% not true.
What do you mean? What's not true?
I gave you an example. You go to different flat Earth servers, everyone has their own models.
No, they don't, dude.
Yeah? We have one here. We have a model.
In Discord, you have one model, but as I said, other servers, people have their maps. They have their own model.
Here's one thing that I want to make clear really quick. Neither has a model, because neither has direct measurement. I mean, of the whole Earth. You can't have a model if you don't have all the information and direct measurements.
Just like you have a globe map. Somebody came up with a map for flat Earth that has the ice walls at the edges, and it shows like a flat Earth. Somebody came up with that map.
That's true, and I believe it comes from either ancient maps or the Gleasons or A&E map. But like I said, you can't make a map of...
No, dude. Can we not do this map shit again?
No.
Because what I'm going to do is start posting triangular maps and go, who came up with this? And why?
Yeah, so what does the map with the ice walls at the end represent?
One of many, many maps. We already went over this probably 30 times. Let's not do this again, please.
We could
so
talk
even if you
about
found a
the,
server, they do have a flat Earth model. That doesn't mean that we do here. We do things differently if that's how they're doing it. We don't claim to have like a set flat Earth model or map.
Dude, I was actually thinking about this while I was doing the dishes. We don't need a mini-me toy of the Earth. There's no Hot Wheels of the flat Earth. We only have the Earth itself directly outside. So we've gone on, measured it, we tested it, observed it, whatever. There's no need for a little mini-me Hot Wheels of the Earth. Sorry, you're not going to get one from us. You're not going to get one from anyone.
You're going to have something for navigation.
We have Google
yeah, so
Maps,
how would you
which is
explain
fun.
something like next week is the equinox and the sun is going to rise directly in the east for everybody on Earth? Do you have an explanation about how?
That's not a prediction, though. It's a post-diction. These things happen in cycles, so you don't need to... It's... What?
No, I'm not talking about the prediction. I'm talking about physically. How could the sun rise directly in the east for some city way in the north and way in the south at the same day, at the same time?
How can that?
Maybe it's not rising at all.
It's just crazy that you ask us these questions like we can go up there and test it as if you've gone up there and tested it and you know for a fact.
No, these are well-known observations. I haven't been there myself, but the sun does rise directly in the east everywhere on Earth.
Black swans are well-known observation.
Nobody has observed anything that you and me haven't observed the sun doing.
Right. The sun
So
rises.
there's only stories behind yours, and there's none behind mine.
Yeah, so
it's rising, Matthew.
It's the one that at the sort of greenish picture I posted at 59 past the hour. How in the world does the sun rise directly east of both of those cities?
What are these more flat Earth straw men that you got for us?
No, it's an observation asking about how it could happen on a flat Earth.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
59 past the hour. It says that September 24th.
Yeah, I got it.
It's happening on March 20th next week.
All right, let's read this. Okay, well, that's not the Earth. So, and sun doesn't necessarily rise. No, it's a cartoon. I mean, what are you talking about? The Earth is outside, Matthew. It's not on your screen.
Sure, I know, but it's a map of the Earth.
No, it's not. It's just a blue circle with a dot in the middle. It's not a map.
The dot is the North Pole, and there's only 2 cities on that map, so it has no preconceived notions about oceans or continents.
Not a map.
Just 2 cities. What are you talking about? Anything with 2 cities on it is a map.
Are you kidding me?
No, it's a very simplified map with 3 things on it: North Pole, then those 2 cities. I chose those 2 cities because they're directly north and south of each other.
Okay, regardless, it's not a map, but. So what's your claim? That doesn't necessarily mean that the sun is "quote unquote" rising.
At the same time, in the same direction, people in those 2 cities can go outside and see a sunrise directly.
What if that's not the layout of the Earth, Matthew?
Okay, well, it's
just another straw man that you've presented. You're trying to present a flat Earth for us. No.
Right, I'm trying to do the simplest version of a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's why you've been caught up on the same hook for I don't know how many months this has been. I mean, how many times?
Every time you guys try to present anything that is true.
No. You're the one presenting.
To be fair, I've seen this Matthew guy on another server. To be fair, some of the flat earthers on the other server do have these models. You guys don't, but they do. This is why he's talking like this. Because they have a map and everything, and you guys don't. So
can you grab some of that stuff? Because I don't really trust other people just saying they're flat earthers. Okay, you got to be very, very careful about being on the internet. Any goofball can just claim they're a flat earther and then say something retarded. That's how we got in this situation with Flat Earth Society. You can just go to YouTube and they'll show you a freaking pizza floating in space. There's no flat earthers that say
that.
Yeah, so that you have to be careful about it. Any goofball can just go out there and say random shit. And, look, here's our map. Here's our model. Show me what are they talking about. Watch, we can probably debunk it easy. So
right, so all of their random stuff is wrong.
Who is they? You haven't shown anything, first of all. So we're just talking about some vague people that have some vague stuff that we don't even have it in front of us to address. I'm going to go grab
the flat Earth map with the ice walls.
Jesus.
I'll just go ahead and go out and say that I'm fascinated with that stuff as well. to the point where like I do like kind of art stuff with it, like AI art with fake maps and whatnot. But it's just like a hobby because it's cool to look at. I have zero like faith. That's how anything is. And but I understand your curiosity if that's what it is about.
This Awaken guy had some good pictures earlier with the airplanes and the radars.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I like maps too. I think maps are cool.
Okay,
yeah, Matthew, you gotta come up with a better explanation for the sun distance rather than just saying the experts have figured it out, so I believe it.
You mean the distance between those 4 cities, or the 93 million?
The 93 million.
Just to put a bow on the last thing before you guys get into the sun.
It doesn't really matter how far the sun is, really.
It does, Matthew. You know it does, because it's tied to a lot of other things, like your freaking parallel rays. So just stop.
Sure, it's tied to all those things, but just determining
so it doesn't matter
whether the Earth is round or not, it's not that important.
Well,
but the issue with that is, right, if someone says we don't know the distance, then no problem, it doesn't matter. We could use that argument. But when you claim it's 93 million miles away, and then you question, how did you get that number? Then you say, well, it doesn't matter. Well, no, it does matter, because you're claiming it's 93 million miles away. And then your defense is, well, the experts are telling me and there's nothing for me to doubt them about. Well, that's not a good argument. Oh, Matthew, do you believe that the moon, right? You think it's like a physical space where it has like a ground where somebody could land on it? Like
well, so yeah. Have you ever looked at the moon through a telescope? That's what it looks like. So I'm just going with what my eyes see. It seems to be a physical object in the sky.
Sorry, the telescope doesn't whisper into your ears what it is, dude. We all see the same thing.
I just said that I'm going with what I see, what it looks like.
You see the same thing as us, Matthew. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We all observe the same moon, but the thing is, you just have a story attached to it, and you think the telescope's whispering in your ear what the moon is.
I look at a rock, I look at the moon, they look about the same, I think they're the same.
No, they don't look the same, sorry.
I look at the cheese, I look at the moon, I want the cheese moon.
When you say telescope, you're talking about a physical telescope you're using, right? Not Google Images, right?
Right. I think if you've never looked through a telescope, even a simple one...
I have never looked at a telescope, so why don't you describe to me what does it look like when you look through one?
It's just easier to see all the craters and mountains and shadows on the moon. You can see the moons of Jupiter, which is pretty cool. You can see the rings of Saturn. And this is even with like a cheapo $70 telescope, or even a good pair of binoculars.
You look at the moon, you're telling me you see the same thing as the rock?
It looks the same as rock. It's bumpy and has like, mountainous features to it. So it kind of looks like mountains and rocks. And out here, I'm in the desert.
Glowing, disappearing rock.
Yeah, I went outside tonight and I could see not every single. It's a clear sky. Where's the moon? What's going on with the new moon?
I think it's
here. Last time I checked, rocks don't disappear, bro.
Right.
The moon's here somewhere.
The only time they glow is Indiana Jones.
Yeah, and they don't freaking... I can't shine a light on a rock, it's just going to start glowing. So they don't seem very rock-like, if you ask me.
Okay, like based on technology, right? Anything we've done in the past, we're supposed to do it in the future, right? So if we could do something in the 1900s, obviously today we could do the same thing. So you can't say we landed in 1969, but we can't go there again. That doesn't make sense.
So the Artemis mission sent a spacecraft around the moon recently.
Future-proof. We're gonna land on it soon.
And also, there's different technologies come and go. So, for example, I think
Matthew, I'm sorry. I knew you were going to say this. I just have to cut you off because what he's talking about is going there, not necessarily the technology needed. So if we have more advanced technology now, So yeah, exactly. So it's not about, well, the technology, we don't have a 1955 Mustang anymore. We have a 2023 Mustang. So it's still about the ability to go somewhere. Didn't go away.
That's correct.
You still can't go there either way, because if you're moving at 1.2 million or whatever billion miles per hour, how are you going to go from the Earth, which is spinning? How are you going to move through space? And when you're moving backwards at 1.2 million miles per hour and find the moon, you'll be left behind, far behind. Neil Armstrong would be like billions and billions of miles away right now, floating in space.
No, you use clever engineering and orbital mechanics, and then it works.
Can't, because you're moving at 1.2 miles an hour. You'll hit the moon at 1.2 million miles an hour. You'll go splat.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just
when you say clever, you mean unrealistic, like sci-fi?
No, just because you don't understand orbital mechanics doesn't mean they didn't.
No, you can't.
You don't understand orbital mechanics.
You can't use that one every time, Matt. That one you don't understand. That doesn't work, because you're still moving at 1.2 million miles an hour, and you can't hit a moon at that speed because you go splat.
You can. It's about relative distances and relative speeds, and you just need to know orbital.
You'll hit 1.2 million miles an hour. You're still going to go splat into that moon. It doesn't matter, because you can't go at that speed, and you can't get back. How are you going to get back from the moon? So you're going to go at 1.2 million miles plus and go and reach the Earth. So you've got to go faster than 1.2 million miles an hour. Are you saying that the lunar module went 1.2 million miles an hour? Impossible, Matt. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, it's not impossible. It's relative speed. So let me give you an example. You and I are in an airplane going 600 miles an hour, and we're sitting a couple seats apart, and you say, hey, could I have a candy bar? And I'm like, here you go. And I toss you a candy bar. And you say, no, that's impossible, because you can't toss a candy bar 600 miles an hour.
Sorry, that's not analogous.
Stupid, man.
No, it's a perfect analogy for showing how if two things are traveling together, then it's about the relative speeds, not the absolute speeds. Simple.
Relative in one direction or relative in a elliptical orbit?
Relative in elliptical orbit, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter if it's slowing down and speeding up and you're accelerating constantly because you're going around in an orbit?
Right. Let's say the plane is turning and slowing down at the same time, but I still toss them the candy bar.
Not analogous.
Well, Matt, you got a very fast lunar module. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You have to use orbital mechanics to leave the Earth and go through the orbits to land on the moon.
Yes, complicated equations using calculus.
Yeah, but guess what? It's not super complicated when you know that it's using the radius value. So where did they get that? And where did they verify this? And where did they directly measure it? Because they needed to do that before they even shot a rocket off to leave the Earth.
Oh, this is the fallacy that you have to have the radius in order to calculate this, and you have
what
to do
fallacy is that, Matthew? Can I
direct measurement fallacy?
Direct measurement fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, it claims that you have to have a direct measurement of something to know something.
Oh,
use orbital mechanics? Really. Yes, you do need the R value because you need the size of the Earth.
Yeah, you can calculate that. You can calculate it. You don't have to directly measure it. You're not going to slap a ruler on the Earth.
You have to directly leave the moon with a whole other set of obstacles following to reverse all of that to go back to Earth. You're having the radius of the moon, which wasn't. This is ridiculous. You're talking about a bunch of nonsense that can't be possible.
Oh, Matthew, you believe in the galaxy, right? Because you're a glober? Like the you could leave space, basically, or the Earth?
Yeah, I believe the galaxy exists.
What do you think when they say, because I believe the flat earthers say that you can't leave Earth, like there's a dome. Like you can't go to the universe, basically.
Yeah. So
like,
this is the typical reification fallacy. The pressure requires a container, and so therefore there's this magical dome that nobody's ever observed or seen.
Jesus, Matthew. No one said no to tonight, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm only listen. I'm only dishing it back as hard as you guys do to us. So what's the deal?
I greeted you with a nice warm welcome today. I don't know why you're so moody.
We claim that gas pressure needs containment. We never said anything about a dome
or magic.
At least he knew it was coming. He braced himself.
You don't even have to imagine with us. You have to imagine the globe because you're never going to see it for yourself. You have to imagine the curvature of the Earth because you're never going to see it for yourself. You have to imagine so much for the Earth to be a globe. You have to imagine outer space. Man, imagine the imaginations of everybody imagining of outer space.
Yeah, you laugh at the idea of imagination, but here you are using Wi-Fi even though you've never seen it.
It's not imagining anything.
Not imaginary. It's detectable and measurable.
Exactly.
Why do you keep mentioning the Wi-Fi? Can you explain? Because you brought it up twice now.
It's something simple that it's an example of something that we cannot observe directly with our human senses, but we all believe in.
No, because you can actually measure it. You can detect it. These things are testable, repeatable. You can do it. I can do it. Boom.
Right, but you can't do it with your own human senses. You have to use other logic and reason and machines to do it.
Okay, but you can't do that with the Earth curve because it's just not there.
I think you can.
Wi-Fi signals are. So there's no devices that's detecting Earth curve.
Okay, so let me just ask so Trinity says that, Matt, you make the globe look bad. So Farshad, as somebody on the fence, am I making the globe look bad, or what's your opinion about that?
I mean, before you jumped in, we were talking about leaving
I've been pretty honest with my opinion about what you said. I said your distance to the sun argument is absolutely horrible. You need to come up with something better than that, right?
Okay, fair enough, sure.
Like
What
to
about
say the experts
the
are
globe
coming with. No, your explanation for the sun going down and coming up, that was decent. I'm not against that.
You need curvature for that, though.
The flat earthers have you beat on the
Go finish, Farshad. Go finish what you're saying. Sorry
I
to
think the
interrupt.
flat earthers have you beat on the argument that when they're telling you the measure of the sun is basically something we don't know. I respect that answer. I don't think it's measurable, in my opinion, so I think I'm going to go with them with that one.
Yeah,
at least this Discord. Because I know, as you said, there's other people that say 3,000 miles. I don't agree with that either. But at least these guys are saying we don't know.
Yeah,
I think you have some valid points. I mean, the distances, I don't think the distance between a city to another city is not measurable, like these guys are saying, but...
We didn't say that.
Yeah.
We didn't say it wasn't measurable.
He said something about the 4 cities. I forgot what he said, but...
Yeah, well, he's making calculations to work out how far apart they are. They never measured them. They're based on calculations. So
if he says it's an estimate, would that make it correct?
No, because you need a measurement to confirm. Because he's basing an argument on something that he's made a calculation, and that calculation is based on the radius of the globe. So it all just comes back to this radius. Where did it come from, and how did they measure it? Everything comes back to it because all of their claims are based on the radius. That's how they calculate distances, because the globe is a certain size and it's divided into sections.
Yeah. If I'm getting on a plane to go somewhere and it's telling me it's 10,000 miles away, it's going to take me 12 hours to get there. It's pretty accurate usually, right?
Why? How fast? How do you know how fast you're going? How do you detect speed in an aeroplane?
I don't know, but I know when it says 12 hours, I'm usually there within 12 hours.
Yeah, but how do you know that the pilots aren't wasting a bunch of fuel and wasting a bunch of money just to convince all the flat earthers?
Matthew, I'm asking him a question.
That's what they're saying. They're saying that literally all the airlines are in on it. They're wasting.
No, dude, no one's saying that but you, Matthew. Stop with the straw man bullshit, please.
Yeah. How do you know? How do you know distance and speed when you're in an aeroplane?
I don't know.
So, if they say the people who make the map, let's just say that, They say it's going to take this long to get there, right? And they say it's this far away. So you jump on the plane, it takes this long. So you say, oh, because it took this long, it's this far away. Is that a correct measurement or assumption to make, or you're just agreeing with someone who's telling you something again? Because you could go at a different speed and it could be further away, but because they've told you it takes a certain time to get there, and we're traveling at this speed, then that's where it is. What if those two things that they were telling you were different? Then you'll be traveling a different speed and a different distance.
Right, that could be true, but at the end of the day, I'm there in 12 hours, and that's what the important factor is, right?
Did you miss what I said? What
No,
if they're
I
traveling?
didn't.
What if they're traveling at a different speed? Yeah, which means that they're traveling a different distance. So let's say they're going faster. Then over that 12 hours, they travel a bigger distance. But you're still there in 12 hours, and they just told you they were traveling at the other speed that they wanted to tell you. So you go, okay, we're there in 12 hours. We were traveling at 700 miles per hour. Therefore, I traveled 12 times 700. Yeah. What if you were traveling at 800? Then, and they don't tell you, they just tell you you're traveling at 700. So then you've traveled 12 times 800. So you're in a totally different part. Then you still jump out and go, okay, I've been traveling for 12 hours. They told me I've been traveling for 12 hours at 700 miles. So therefore, where they told me this city was, is where this city is.
To his point, what's the motive? Why would they do that? Like, unless you're saying the airlines and the pilots are on it too.
And they don't have to be in on it.
They're not controlling those planes, buddy.
They're following beacons. They go, okay, we're going in a certain direction. This comes back. Remember I said, how do they tell how fast they're going without GPS? How do you measure speed of an aeroplane?
Maybe Matthew knows, I don't know.
Oh, he's going to give me some bullshit excuse. He's going to say GP. He's going to say GPS anyway. So
Matthew deafened. I don't know why.
But the GPS they have on the airplane, you're saying it's just a cartoon, right?
Well, I was just talking about the one that's on the headrest in front of you. That's
so why would the airplane and the pilot and all those people put that GPS up there?
what? How do you know that? Are you saying that the pilot's looking at the same GPS as you are on the back of the seat?
I don't know if I would buy that. I would assume they probably have some other equipment besides some cartoon animation on the back of the headrest on an iPad.
Do you remember when I jumped in before and said they follow beacons along a route? Do you remember that? It was a few hours ago now.
Yeah, but his point is, if that's what you guys are claiming, that they're looking at a different GPS than you in the back of the seat on the passenger side, then the airlines and the pilots are in on it to trick you guys.
No, they're not. What if they're shown something different as well? All these instruments in the plane, it's just like driving a taxi, yeah? Maybe a little bit more complicated. But they're flying over unknown waters. So if someone gives you a preloaded map and you just follow this preloaded flat map and then follow the beacons along the way, and then your instruments tell you that you're going this speed just because you've traveled a certain distance on the GPS, are they necessarily in on it? It just means they're following an instrument that tells them that they're doing this speed, traveling this distance and going to this part, and they're traveling over a globe. They don't have to be in on it. It's just a preloaded program, like everything else is. How do you measure speed in an aeroplane?
Matthew, how do you measure it?
Well,
it's a treat. Yeah, exactly. There he goes. You can use GPS.
Why? How would you measure it?
I wouldn't.
If you look over land, you could time how long it takes you to go a certain distance between two known.
Yeah, you can do that over land. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Can't do it over the sea.
Matthew, what do you think the motive is for the pilot and the airlines to be in on it, basically?
And they're not in on it, man. You didn't listen, did you?
Yeah, they're not all in on it.
No, he's asking a good question, though. In other words, in order for the Earth to work out as being flat, you'd have to have somebody lying about it somewhere up and down the chain, either the airlines or the people that make the navigation. Like they'd be in on it to try and fool everybody.
Like maybe the people that claim that everything they tell us is a lie.
Oh, yeah, those liars. Why would those liars lie?
I don't think.
Let's ask the liars why they lie. Maybe we'll get a real answer.
Follow the money. That's how it is. Who's making the most money off of airlines? Who's making the most money off of, also, like, you got to find these people that make the most money off of it and also find out what they make money from. You'll find the source. I don't know. Why don't you go do that?
No, she's right.
The airline doesn't make money because it's telling you it's flat or round. They're making money because they're traveling. They're taking passengers from point A to point B.
The airline is there to establish the place that make the money for the other people who make money off of airlines. Other people make money off of these.
Don't make money.
One of their biggest costs is fuel costs, so they try to make the shortest path.
Fuel. Who's in control of the fuel?
The fuel companies, but the airlines try to buy as little as possible.
No, they don't. Who owns the fuel? Who owns the airline companies?
Some big conspiracy of Illuminati, apparently.
Stop.
No, well, okay. Let's look at the Middle Eastern airline companies. All right, let's look at Emirates. Who owns Emirates?
The government.
Would that be a company that produces fuel?
Yes.
Yeah. Who owns Qatar Airways?
Link that to who is in charge of the curriculum and who funds that. Are they the same people?
The government, right?
Oh, okay. So what doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense? I don't understand. Like it was bound to happen at some point. Like if you figure it out, this is why we're here 24/7. We're not here for convincing anybody of anything.
So I meant
you are here asking us questions. You're here on our server.
Right. So I meant to figure out that the airlines are wasting fuel and taking people on longer routes than they need to, so that they can.
No one's saying that, Matthew. I don't even know where you're getting that from.
That's stupid, man.
Here comes where I'm saying who would benefit, make the most money from airlines, period.
Fuel companies.
Okay, there you go. See, this is hard to find links, pattern recognition. This is what sets an IQ, when you can find pattern recognition. I mean, if there's patterns out there, it's not stupid to follow those patterns to a conclusion.
Matthew, are you like 100% Glober? Like there's not even 1% of doubt in your mind?
I think the evidence is pretty clear. I would just suggest like looking at all the evidence, doing your own research, and coming to your own conclusion. That's what I'd say.
But I'm asking about you, not me.
Me, myself, yeah, it's pretty clear. I mean, if you look at all the evidence and understand sort of what's going on, then it's pretty clear.
Yeah, like the evidence of the 93 million mile sun that wasn't there. You just auto believe. So how many other things like that do you just believe just because some expert out there said so?
Okay, so the evidence
like you had evidence
is round. The evidence that the Earth is round is pretty clear. Now, once you realize that that's true, then there's lots of other things.
No, but that doesn't really address what I asked you. I understand that you have what you think is clear evidence.
So you're picking out one saying tiny implication.
Look, I'm just asking you, what other thing do you think there are other there are other things like that?
Sure. Like galaxies exist, or that supernova and black stars, black holes exist, right? So, well, once you realize that the Earth is a sphere, then it's not much of a step beyond that to understand all these other things.
Well, you have to.
When you
That's a
realize,
solid foundation that you would build upon, but unfortunately, you guys tend to work backwards from the assumption that it's already good to go.
What do you mean work backwards? So theologians do this too, right? If you believe that God exists, then you can start thinking about, oh, well, is Jesus Christ his son, and what principles should we follow, and that type of stuff. So you're arguing about some of these minor points, but the bigger point
It's not a minor point because you guys tend to work backwards from these minor points to build back to a globe. It's common.
People believe the Earth was a globe long before we had any idea of the distance to the sun, so it's a minor point.
No, because the sticks and shadows involved, you said in the chat, measuring the radius involved the sun.
It involved the assumption that the sun is infinitely far away, so it doesn't matter the real distance.
It doesn't matter.
Right. If you understood the geometry, then you'd
So if the sun isn't infinitely far away, or 93 million miles, then what does that say about the radius measurement then? The claimed radius measurement. If those two things aren't true, so you see what I'm saying? This globe is built upon these assumptions. You're working backwards from these assumptions to get to the globe.
Yeah, are you aware
of the globe up to these assumptions?
Are you aware of the difference between perfectly parallel for an infinitely far sun versus 93 million miles away?
Okay.
I'll tell you, the difference is 0.0004 degrees.
It doesn't matter because none of those claims you've provided any. Remember when he said he's been asking you, what is the evidence you have for this 93 million mile sun? He said, I don't have any. I just believe it.
Right. I don't have any. I just believe it.
But then you told him, just look at the evidence. It's pretty clear. So notice how when we asked for the evidence, you don't have any.
Okay, I'd be fine for him to not believe. So yeah, so far shot, I would say, without understanding the distance to the sun being, why that is, then you could.
We're just poking holes in how
you don't believe it.
You'll just like. It's probably more common that it's not just the sun that you don't have evidence for. It's a lot of other things as well.
The distance to the sun is irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant when
people believe that.
No, Matthew, I'm sorry, that's not true. You even said in the chat yourself that the radius measurement was derived from the sticks and shadows, the Eratosthenes thing, which would involve the distance of the sun, like you said. So it's not irrelevant.
Not involve the distance to the sun.
All right, let me just. Okay, so you said it. Are you? You can't be this dishonest, dude.
I'm not dishonest. It
involves an infinitely distant sun. So how is that not relevant? If the sun was not far away, then it would have a different result, wouldn't it?
You don't have to have.
So it's not irrelevant, clown.
I'm not a clown. I'm explaining.
You just lied. I have to scroll up in the chat and repost what you said. No, just give me a second. I'm going to repost what you said.
What evidence do you have that the Earth is round other than the experts are telling me?
Oh, sure. GPS satellites work. TV satellites work. The sunsets.
That would all work on a level like Earth.
That doesn't prove the ground is curved.
We can predict when sunrise and sunset is. We can predict eclipses.
Those are postdictions. Also postdictions. Those are cyclical. Those aren't predictions.
Still work on a flat Earth and do.
And none of those prove that the ground is curved. So let me just get what you posted in the chats just to show that you are clowning, at least right now.
I can tell you what I posted. I said that if you assume the doing sticks and shadows, you assume that the sun is a infinite distance away. Now, if it's not,
why you said it's not relevant to this at all? Then why are you even talking about the distance of the sun?
I have explained it. But.
Come on, Matthew.
I'm sorry if the middle of my sentence interrupted your screen.
But on his defense, though, on the Matthew, on his defense, you can say the sun's distance to the Earth is not relevant, though, because if it's not 93 million miles away, then your galaxy, your space, your moon landing, the size, and all this, none of them work, right? It's all based on the theory that everything lines together.
Yeah, that's right. And that's sort of like after you understand that the Earth is a globe, then you can start looking at all these other numbers. But I'm saying for just looking at the simple question of whether the Earth is a globe, they believed that 2,300 years ago without knowing any of those distances. And people have believed the Earth is a globe for 23 centuries without knowing how far the sun and the moon are.
Okay, but when the first person went out to go and try and measure the globe, they involved this distance to the sun, assumed it, and assumed the Earth was a globe, and then
they assumed it infinite.
To measure something. Yeah.
Said we don't know how far the sun really is. We'll just
That's what I just said.
Off being infinite.
There's evidence that thousands of years ago people believed the Earth was flat too.
Oh, not that many. For most of the past 23 centuries, most scientists in particular.
Somebody meme slap this guy.
You're joking, Matthew.
Wait, is meme slapping a form of argument?
No, no. Do you have any examples of ancient cultures believing in a ball or a globe?
Bede the Venerable in 700 AD. The ancient Greeks, the ancient Romans, their statues show people holding a globe as the symbol of them being world leaders.
You do know some of those were celestial spheres that were turned into globes later, right?
I think they were globes.
Of the celestial sphere or of the Earth?
Wait, so are you saying that all of their writings were faked too? That we went back and faked all these?
Pretty sure I didn't hear him say that. So relax with your straw man again, Matthew.
Point taken.
Either way, that's old stuff, and really neither of us can prove that. We can look at the curvature though and figure that out.
Now, in his defense, religions go back thousands of years, and they refer to a globe Earth, right?
There is a religion referring to globe Earth. It's called the Kabbalah. And what is the other one? There's another I can't remember it. I've got to look.
I'm pretty sure the Bible and the Quran refers to that too.
No.
There's contradictions to that. People would probably argue that. The book doesn't prove the Earth, though. So
I'm just letting you know, it is also in religious texts. It's also philosophical that the perfect shape is a sphere, even though you don't see that in reality naturally. And then again, if you're going to claim that the Earth is a sphere and at the dimensions that it is set, and nobody can seem to find this curvature at those dimensions because of all of these excuses of why you can't perceive something that supposedly was perceived way in the past, but still no one's directly measured this said so curvature, and we can't seem to measure it either.
Matthew, the one thing I don't agree with you on is you're saying for everything to line up, you have to believe it's a globe first, then you look at the optics. Well, you can't say in order to get 4, you got to look at the 2 plus 2 first. Like, you can't say, I have to say it's a globe and then look at the evidence, right? You look at the evidence and then you come up with it if it's a globe or not.
Yeah, let me explain what I mean. That's a fair point. I'll use the radio wave analogy. If I want to explain how Wi-Fi works, I'm going to use Wi-Fi again. First of all, I would have to believe that radio waves exist. And only after radio waves exist could I explain the details of Wi-Fi works at 5 gigahertz and these electromagnetic signals, and using these wires and electricity, we can send signals, like all those details. So if you're going to jump to all those details and say, it doesn't make sense, 5 gigahertz and all this, it doesn't make sense, therefore there's no such thing as radio waves. I'm like, well, that's kind of like farther down the line. The first thing to think about is, do radio waves exist, yes or no? And once they realize they do exist, then we can talk about all these details about exactly what megahertz or gigahertz and exactly how it works. Same thing with the sun. If the Earth is a globe, it doesn't matter how far away the sun is. You can show that the Earth is a globe without knowing how far away the sun is. In fact, like I said, for centuries, nobody knew how far away the sun was. And so that is an important detail, but it's not relevant to the first question of whether the Earth is a globe or not.
You can't even say that, Matthew, when the first person who claimed to have, quote-unquote, measured the Earth assumed the distance to do it. So you gotta stop
he
lying.
didn't know the distance.
I know, that's what I'm saying, Matthew.
So he didn't assume the distance.
Oh my gosh. But if the sun weren't that distance, then the whole quote-unquote test wouldn't be the same. You wouldn't get the same results.
Then you're simply misunderstanding
So it's relevant.
the geometry of what he did.
No, I'm not. You're saying it's not relevant at all. So the Eratosthenes, if I Google who measured the Earth, You're telling you even said in the chat that's how they measured it, the radius.
I would say calculate, but they didn't
Okay,
directly.
well, you did type measure. I would agree with that as more of a calculation. So now, what did this involve? Did it involve the sun at all? Or if we take the sun out, can you still do the same thing?
Eratosthenes used the sun and the two assumptions: the assumption that the sun was infinitely far away and the assumption that the Earth is a globe. He used those two assumptions and some observations to calculate
to
the
build
radius
towards the claim. Correct.
Right.
So notice how you're going
radius.
backwards. Excuse me. You're going backwards. You're not building from a foundation towards the distance to the sun. You're using some assumed infinite distance to say, all right, well, now we've got our globe. You've started with an assumption. Now you've got your conclusion. So what you were saying earlier was correct. We need to start from a foundation of, do radio waves work? Okay, then we can build on top of that. You need to prove that the globe exists first before you go move on. But what happens is you guys move to things in the sky like satellites and so on and so forth.
No, Eratosthenes wasn't proving the globe exists. He was measuring the radius, assuming that it exists.
Jesus, dude.
Am I wrong?
Is that not the same?
No, it's not the same.
Like he was measuring a flat Earth.
Question 1, is the Earth a globe? Question 2, if the Earth is a globe, what is its radius? He was doing question number 2.
Question 1 was just assumed.
Right. He assumed that because
so
everybody
that's
assumed
the foundation you're trying to build on.
No. If you're asking me about measurements, that's a separate question.
No, first of all, you said it's a calculation. Nothing was measured.
Calculation, yes.
This calculation was based on two assumptions, probably more, but an infinite sun and Earth is already a globe.
Right. Those two assumptions are what Eratosthenes was using.
You don't see the issue with that?
No.
And how that's contradictory to what you were saying about like learning about radio wave first and then building towards, okay, well, we have 5G and other gigahertz and so on.
Well, yeah, you can't measure the frequency of a radio wave if you don't think radio waves exist.
Well, it's not about thinking. It's about whether it's there or not. It's like we know that radio waves are there, but we don't know that the globe is there.
Yeah. So, question 1: do radio waves exist? Yes. Question 2: okay, what frequency we can measure their frequency of certain?
I know, man. I just made this whole point. I'm just trying to say that like you don't have a foundation when it comes to this globe Earth. That's all we're saying.
I would disagree.
You guys have the extra stuff that comes after.
We agree.
You're working back from those things to get to the globe. That's the issue. You're not actually building upon a foundation. You're working backwards to a conclusion. So you're kind of contradicting yourself with this Wi-Fi thing. You're saying that, well, we've got to know something first and then we move past that. But the thing is, you're not actually doing that when it comes to the globe Earth. You're taking all these assumptions and then working backwards to a conclusion. Okay, well, now we know that Wi-Fi exists because... No, I agree with. I understand your example, but it's just not analogous. It's a false equivalence to what we're talking about.
Well, it would be if I were saying that Eratosthenes proved the Earth was a globe. I am not saying that.
Well, what if I go and Google who measured the Earth? It's going to tell me a radius number, and that wouldn't have anything to do with anything other than a globe Earth. So,
right, because
measurements usually prove things. So.
That's question number 2. How big is the radius?
Okay.
Question number 1: is the Earth a globe?
Yeah. So if it has a radius, then it's a globe. Ding dong.
Right. So obviously, if you have an answer to number 2, then
but that answer to number 2 involves assumptions.
Right.
That's the issue. Is you don't actually have a foundation. You just have assumptions. What if those assumptions are false? Even you said that. Even Farshad's pointing out that you don't know the distance of the sun. You don't even have evidence for that. You just believe it. So that's one of the assumptions. You don't see the issue with that.
Right. So if using Eratosthenes' observations, if you assume the Earth is a globe, then he's measuring the radius. If you assume the Earth is flat, then it would work. The same observations would work on a flat Earth. The sticks and shadows.
No. That wasn't factored in at all. It was based off of a bunch of presuppositions, just like CB just said. If you assume that it's infinite, the sun is infinitely far away, you are measuring what from the sun then? Parallel rays? So they could do angle measurements?
Yes.
So they could do angle measurements, right? So this is all presupposition. Yeah. So that they could make calculations off of a presupposition, and then you're going to presuppose everything after that. So you have no foundation. From that presupposition to the presupposition of the Earth being a globe with a set radius, all of these things are a bunch of wild claims with no direct measurement.
Are you aware of the difference between perfectly parallel and almost parallel with the air
Doesn't matter, Matthew. The reason why they presumed it infinitely far away is so they could measure parallel rays for angles.
And they're off by 0.00497 degrees. That's not off.
Oh, that is so great that they could have that margin of error. It's still error.
It is error, but it's a small error, and so his radius is wrong.
Farshad was been asking you for evidence of the distance of the sun. You don't have any.
and that's a secondary thing after we determine whether the Earth is
which hasn't been determined, which was assumed or concluded based off of assumptions which involved distance to the sun. Even your example here is talking about diameter of the sun and center of the sun. So
the distance to the sun is not a proof of the globe.
I know, Matthew. It's an assumption used to conclude that the Earth is a globe, dude. Come on, we've been over this 3, 4, 5 times in the last 10 minutes.
How come there were people for 20 centuries that believed the Earth was a globe without knowing the distance?
You haven't even presented evidence of that, really.
That shows that the knowing the distance to the sun is not part of understanding whether the Earth is a globe or not.
You can believe it. That's fine.
I believed it.
Understanding and believing is I would say a little bit different. So we're in the process of
verification. Concede that you don't have to have the distance.
We're in the verification process now. So we're not in the believe stage. We're not in 700 AD. We can go out and verify stuff now. So we don't need to assume anything. We don't need to make assumptions and work to conclusions. We can actually build a foundation. Kind of like you're saying is the right thing to do, but you're just not doing that. You're saying, well, we knew for many years already. No, you don't. You're talking about almost parallel isn't parallel.
Exactly. It's off by 0.00497.
Okay. Well, sun's rays are almost parallel, talking about the center of the sun, the diameter of the sun, but you don't have a distance to the sun?
That's based on the distance of being 93 million miles.
Which you don't have evidence for.
We do now.
What's that? Didn't Farshad ask you, for the last, 30 minutes what the evidence is? You just said you just believed it because experts said so. Now you have the evidence? What happened in this 30-minute span?
The experts have evidence. I don't have a good explanation.
What's the evidence? Because he's been asking you. You could have just presented that. What do you mean? Why didn't you just present it when he asked you?
I don't have a detailed. You don't have the
evidence. We don't need a story. We just need the evidence, bro.
Yeah, the outline is basically that based on the distance to the moon and the distance to Venus, and also the transit of Venus, we can kind of put a bunch of these things together, 3D geometry, and get some numbers.
Some more assumptions. Okay. So why didn't you tell him this?
Oh, because I can't explain it. I can't articulate it very well.
You just told me, why you couldn't tell him that.
Oh, I was just sort of waving my hands and spouting some of the ideas. I can't tell you the step-by-step process, but it's
he's been calling you out, bro. He said that your argument was trash. I mean, you could have given a little bit more than what you gave me. You said, well, I agreed with him.
I agreed with him. I don't have a good argument for how to measure the distance to the sun. I just believe the experts.
Okay. But it's based on Venus and the moon and stuff. So more assumptions. See what I'm saying? All these extra things are helping you work backwards to globe. But what if those assumptions aren't true? What if
well, at least we have some answers. I mean, the flat Earth has 0 answers, and all you say is, "Oh, we don't know."
You don't know what the flat Earth is, man.
What are the suns? What are the stars? I don't know. What's the moon? I don't know. What's the sun? I don't know. How does it work? I don't know.
I'll take an unknown over a story that's just made up. Okay.
Not me. You guys can sit there sitting in your ignorance. I'm going to go with what.
No, you're just going with what the experts tell you. What Daddy told you.
What you're saying, Matthew, is you don't have a good story. If you don't have a good story, you just make one up. Yeah.
No, you get as close as you can to the truth.
How do you get close to an unknown?
She just says sitting in your ignorance. Well, you as ignorant as we are, if you're gonna say that, because all you have is their quote unquote expertise, and you don't have none of your evidence. What's your evidence?
Wait, so if I say what's the moon and you say I don't know, that's not ignorance?
Actually, pretty sure you agreed with Farshad, who said that saying, that's an unknown. You said that was a wise thing to do. So I don't know why that's all of a sudden a bad thing. Essentially, you want to say something?
He's actually worse. He's more ignorant than us because we're aware that we don't know. He doesn't even know that he doesn't know because he thinks he knows.
And you were to Farshad when you were like, yeah, go ahead, Storm.
The moon is the greater light to rule the night. Done.
Yeah, so that's the purpose.
No, it's a lesser
God
light.
described the purpose of the light.
Say it again.
In Genesis, God described the purpose of the sun and the moon.
Okay.
Now it's up to us to discover what it's made out of and how it works. But God described the purpose.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
And you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts.
Oh, so who's ignorant now?
Okay, you said
people who say they have no idea what it is.
Number one, we all observe the same thing. So that's
you believe that whatever that person tells you is the truth, but you really don't know. You're trusting them. So
I trust trustworthy people.
You have a faith. Really? What does the Bible says about trusting in man?
If you trust in man instead of God, that is problematic.
Problematic? That's what the Bible says?
No, it says it's a sin, probably.
It's damned. The man is damned. I'm just going to say, you're just damned.
Well, what was the point of your observation if the very next thing you're going to go to is, I just trust these guys who said some stuff about it?
Oh, because my observations match what they say. So that's a good indication that they're probably telling the truth. They gave a story. I look outside. It matches my observation.
Which observation you made that matches a globe?
The full moon stays the same size all night.
The moon gets you a globe?
No, you asked which ones match, and that's one example that I've done myself.
Well, it doesn't match a rock either, Matthew, because we can observe rocks and we all observe the moon as well. So we don't see the same thing you're saying you see.
Show me a floating rock on Earth.
A glowing rock as well.
What I was saying is that during a full moon, the angular size of the moon doesn't change.
You said you observed rocks and you observed the moon and they look the same. Okay, well, show me a floating rock other than your assumption that the moon is a rock.
I did it.
No, I'm just saying they look the same, like how they work.
No, they don't. They literally don't.
Never seen a floating rock.
Or a glowing one, or one that disappears for 3 days.
So you think the moon is not real?
Matthew, relax with this straw man bullshit. You gotta stop.
Wait, you don't know what the moon is, but you're not ignorant? Is that what you said?
No, I mean, I trust what the Bible says, what God said it was a light in the sky.
Yeah, God tells us the purpose of the moon. He
never tells me that. Never tells me that the light in the sky is a rock.
So just because it's a rock doesn't mean. Oh, so you're saying no? We're not saying. We didn't say anything. We're just calling out your thinking it's a rock. Go ahead, Awaken.
I was gonna add. We could kind of tell though that it's solid, based that we cannot see through it.
What happens? Why is it? What's going on with the new moon? 3 days, it's gone. So
I can see through the moon during the day.
You can't see through the moon during the day. What are you talking about?
Why is it blue behind the moon?
It's in front of the moon.
That's blue.
No, it's not possible. It might seem that way, but if we were to zoom in, there's
sees
solid.
a rock in the sky during the day because the moon does not look like a rock in the sky during
Also,
the day.
look what Jenna posted. If that's a rock, what's going on here?
Dude, what I'm saying is, show me a floating rock. Where's floating rocks?
It appears to be translucent or semi-transparent.
Show me a floating rock.
Rocks
It appears to be. It appears to be invisible on a new moon.
You just said it appears to be solid. Now you're saying it's
Hold on, I was going to add it depends on the atmospheric conditions too. So
can't look both solid and not solid.
What kind of rocks disappear for 3 days a month?
Or is as bright as the moon?
Yeah, or glows or floats, like Elbow's saying. Rocks don't do that, folks.
What kind of rock do you only ever see one side of always and forever?
Look, the one Matthew posted, you could see there's like craters or what appears to be craters.
That's what appears to be.
That doesn't mean rock.
Yeah, and it's not translucent.
Your buddy just said it appears to be translucent.
No, I said during certain atmospheric conditions. When it passes through a shadow.
So you just know through all of those crazy phenomena with the moon of what it is. And you believe somebody else absolutely knows what it is.
I know you call it crazy phenomena, but we have a likely story that explains all the different phases, how they work, and what we see, and the story works. It's internally consistent.
It's just a story, though, Matthew.
I had stories about fairies, Narnia.
One of the hallmarks of truth is internal consistency. So I think that
not necessarily.
There's lions and there's lions in nature, so there has to be a lion Narnia that speaks.
Fictional stories can have consistency, right? They can make sense. That doesn't mean they're truth and real and in reality.
Right. So it's a necessary but not sufficient condition for truth.
Okay. I don't know.
And the Big Bang.
Wasn't consistent about the moon and the story. What is it consisting of the story of the moon with rocks? I had never seen a rock float. Never seen a rock glow.
Then you were simply ignorant about the story of how it worked. And that's not
ignorant. We know the story, Matthew. It's just that they're not congruent. Like
they're not consistent, like you're saying. They're not consistent.
If you think that it's not internally consistent, then you're simply mistaken.
No. It's just not consistent with rocks, dude. Yeah, floating, glowing, disappearing rocks.
Yeah, claiming it's inconsistent is just a claim.
Yeah, but revealing the one with the claim that it is a rock. If it's consistent with the claim that rocks float and shine, show me another rock that floats and shine here on Earth.
Rocks do not float on Earth.
He keeps saying
the moon is not on Earth. The moon is in the sky.
But then you don't have an observation of a rock, so you're saying that's a rock? It's just nonsense.
It's made of similar stuff as the rocks.
You don't know that. It's just a declaration.
Yeah. Your story with who cares? Is it consistent with reality or not? That's the important part.
What's up, AI?
There's not. You can't see the blue sky behind the moon, though. If we could see through it, you would see blue sky behind the moon. So it appears like there is something blocking the blue sky.
Maybe, but there's Matthew talks about like going old school and things have been around for a long time. The idea of seeing stars through the moon is not a new thing as well. So what's going on there? If that's possible.
So where's the evidence you could see a blue sky through the moon anyway?
No, you can't. That's what I'm saying. Because there's somebody posted a picture. How is it possible for there to be a blue sky behind it?
Oh, who says you can and who says you can't? It's most definite that when you see the moon in the sky during the daylight, that you could see blue on parts of it. How do you know you're not seeing it through? And how do you know you're not seeing it through?
Well, who says
how do you know which it is?
Who says what you said is what people say?
Matthew says it's
in that
rock.
sense.
Oh, I didn't say that's what people say. I say anyone can see it with their own eyes.
Yes, we could see the moon with our own eyes, correct.
Right, and we could see blue in place of the normal color during the daytime. So
around it.
What's happening there? No, we can see it on the face of the moon. And what would be considered the normal moon circle, if you traced it out, even when you can't see the full moon, you could see blue, the same color as the sky, in that circle. So what's happening? Now, at this point, I'm not making a claim. I'm not making it one way or the other. I'm just saying
it's very far away, right? Like it's way, way far. So
okay.
we could see it, but we can't see through it. That's for sure.
Why not?
Because get a telescope and try to look through it.
I mean, are you looking in the chat, bro? You were posting some stuff that might be relevant.
Let me see.
I don't know. I've seen plenty of pictures of what appears to be a star seen through the moon. So is the star in front of the moon now?
Yeah, and that's not a new
Not
thing.
necessarily. It might appear that way to your eyes, but it doesn't mean it is.
There you go. The truth is that we see a lot of things in the sky, and we make interpretations of it. But nobody has the frame of reference with all three bodies in question to be certain where they exist in free space relative to each other. That frame of reference is not available to any side of the argument. Even Raptor Earth and Toilet Earth don't have that frame of reference.
Bro, take what you just said and apply it back to yourself. You said, what you see. You said, well, that's what you see, but it might not be that way. Okay, well, you're saying you see like a rocky-looking moon. Well, maybe it's not that way. So, I mean, let's not have double standards here.
Yeah, but let's not have triple standards, because let's be clear, the composition of the moon is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
True. I think Matthew would agree.
Yeah, I would. So, CB, what's the point of the picture with the moon and the dot?
Oh, well, I thought we just wrapped that up with a nice bow, but were you not listening?
No, I was listening, but what that specific picture I'm asking about, why did you post that one?
I was just asking. I mean, you were saying, like, with the idea of globe has been around for many, many years, so in the same way, the idea of seeing, a star through the moon is not a new idea as well, I would say. So,
yeah, but who says that's a star through the moon?
I'm just saying, like, what's going on here? If that's
the space station in front of the moon.
What? Hold on, what? So that's what the maps are all. That's what all the flags are.
Look at the news story.
Hold on. All the flags that represent a star and a moon. Are you saying those are based off the ISS, dude?
The dot that you see.
Bro.
Maybe you can answer my question, though.
Oh, my goodness, Matthew. What he's asking you is that in the past, before the ISS existed, there were claims and iconography established.
Let's see some pictures of this.
Right?
We should have pictures of the stars in front of the moon.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever see a star through the moon.
Let's see some pictures. I mean, we have high tech nowadays, right?
Didn't I just post that?
Yeah, you posted a picture of the ISS in front of the moon.
That's what you're claiming, but...
Well, that's what the news article you got it from is claiming.
Okay. Yahoo News, great. Well, we don't think the ISS is even there, so what if that's
And even then, at the end of the day, it could be CGI,
So let me get this right. You took a picture from Yahoo News that says, hey, here's the ISS.
I didn't take the picture from anywhere. Matthew.
And you said, there's a star in front of
Matthew, stop. I said...
check it.
Excuse me. Doesn't matter what the picture is. I told you that that idea has been around for a long time, and I posted the flags there for you as well. So if you mean to tell me that those flags are based off of the moon and the ISS transiting it, you can go ahead and explain why that makes any sense at all.
That makes perfect sense. Let me explain. So in the past, you had this phenomenon where something would get in front of the moon, and so they co-opted it into the ISS story. There, problem solved.
It's like how they created the game Poker after Lady Gaga came out with that song Poker Face, right?
Exactly. So Matthew, regardless of that picture, which can be fact-checked by your freaking Snopes or whatever, the idea still has been around for many, many years, regardless of that image that I posted.
Yeah, the idea has been around for a long time, and you posted a bunch of flags that show that idea. However,
does that idea involve a freaking ISS? Is that what those flags are representing? Pretty sure
they're representing stars.
Heck no, bro.
Wouldn't be able to see that idea now, aside from
I think
because it could be that like what Matthew said, it could be the ISS or a satellite.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. What he's trying to say is, proof sees like videotape or it didn't happen. Kind of like, stories that weren't recorded in a video form about visual phenomena. Like, let's say, for instance, Eratosthenes. Where's the first party evidence that such a man even existed?
Right.
There isn't any. It's tertiary reports that came centuries later after the man allegedly was alive. So, who cares? See, the point at the end of the day, friends, let's be clear, and you can entertain this idea as long as you want. It's fun, sure. But the moon has no bearing on the shape of the Earth. So whether you could see something through the moon, in front of the moon, on the side of the moon, on the back of the moon, up the moon's ass, really doesn't matter.
Where in the world did the moon come from? Maybe China. My girl's got a moon on her shave.
Oh my goodness. It's a family show.
AI. How you doing, AI?
Oh, dude, I'm shoveling snow late into the night.
Right.
And snow actually proves the globe. Because if it wasn't for the globe, there wouldn't be seasons, right? So the fact that there's snow means there's a globe. And how I know this is you have to assume a globe first, and then you can know that snow proves the globe.
Unequivocally. Dude, is that Flatsy Klein?
Yes.
What the hell? Where'd you come from?
I've been here Saturday.
I know, I'm just joking.
Oh, I gotcha.
How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Stuck because the cars broke down and we're like 5 hours away from home. Trying to figure that out. But we're going to be all right.
That's good. I met somebody who has a little recording studio in my city, and this is the weird thing. He's lived there for 20 years, and he has to move out of the house in like 30 days. He's selling the house. I was like, why do I have to meet you right now? But we should be able to record at least 2 or 3 songs in the next couple weeks, like the next week or two.
Flatsy, are you in a cold area?
It's just chilly here. It's not cold. It was just really warm.
Did you ever watch that? There's this movie back in the day about I think it was a husband and wife and maybe a baby. And they kind of went off the road because they couldn't tell where it was because of snow. And he had refused to put on the chains before they headed out. And he was trying to put the chains on in the snow and he couldn't do it. And they basically slept in the car or something and they finally had to walk. And I think some of them died, but they walked for a real long time in the snow. And it turned out like they were only like not even 200 yards or a mile from the road in the opposite direction that they were walking or something. It was like they completely went the wrong direction. It's like, we got to walk to civilization. Let's walk away from civilization.
Well, we didn't do that. We're slap dab in the middle of like a ghetto.
I know. If only
that all the people that are rooming here are people getting prostitutes or something.
Yeah, but you see, the moral of the story is, Flatsy, if only you believed in the globe, you could navigate your way to safety.
Oh dear. Yeah, no, we'd be good. We'd be all right. We know how to start a fire, so.
Well, fire is based on chemical and quantum reactions on a microscopic level, which only works at the Earth's globe.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because those elements wouldn't exist to combust if they didn't come out of a star's butthole in the past, and if the star didn't come out of a Big Bang's butthole further in the past. And if it didn't all gravitationally accrete as a cloud that didn't yet have enough mass to accrete, but then somehow accreted anyway.
The only thing that we can know is what we can reverse engineer with presuppositions.
Interesting. I'm glad you said that, because when they reverse engineer the supposed gravitational accretion process, they can't do it. They can model it on a supercomputer, and they have to add factors that cause the molecules to stick together, because gravity isn't sufficient. Uh-oh.
Imagine that.
They call it a stickiness factor. So you know how they had to make up dark matter to explain the faux pas about their assumptions about the way the universe works? Well, they had to make up stickiness. So it's universal glue. So they had dark matter, now they have glue matter.
Is this the kind of internal consistency you're talking about, Matt?
Oh yeah, very consistent. It's like the consistency of pudding, where the more you mix it up, the more consistent it gets.
Yeah, at the far edges of these theories, and there's some inconsistencies, but the core ideas are fairly solid. Particularly around origins, I definitely disagree with mainstream science about the origins of the universe. I think it definitely required a intelligent designer, not just like naturalistic processes.
Well, if you go along with the classical Big Bang, right before they realized that they made a mess up, and I'll explain the mess up in a second. The classical Big Bang basically requires a precedent cause that's eternal and sentient. And, that was the big argument back in the day, where the Big Bang and evolution, and I quote an atheist super professor, he said, because of these theories, it's now intellectually fulfilling to be an atheist, because now they have their own origin story. The problem is that the Christians and theists and specific theists and all those people quickly retorted back and said, wait a minute, if you have a Big Bang in which time, space, matter, and energy came into existence, that means they didn't precede themselves, which means they couldn't cause themselves, which means you need an extraordinate cause for those things. And if you take all of those things, you need something that's non-spatial, that means omnipresent. You need something that's non-temporal, that means eternal. Right? You need something that has greater power than the summation of the universe, that means all-powerful. Right? So then you need something that's going to act, right? Because there's no precedent chain of causation, so that requires sentience, because that's the only thing that can create non-precedent action. Is will.
100% agree with everything you said. I think that is one of the strongest arguments for the existence of God.
Well, it really boils down, like when you go down these rabbit holes, like you said, the first sip of science and materialism will make you an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
I like that. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, because everywhere they go, and like a lot of scientists nowadays are actually admitting this, that their materialist, secular, presuppositional paradigm that they used as a mechanism for driving sciences has led them, right, to the conclusion that the nature of the universe at a basal structural level is consciousness, not matter. So all these ideas of like the God particle and the fundamental particle of matter and the fundamental unit of the universe, right? It's consciousness. And they're basically being forced to admit it now. Now, of course, are they going to attribute that to a specific deity? Heck no. They're going to attribute it to some nebulous universal mumbo-jumbo force.
Flying spaghetti monster.
Or the aggregate consciousness of all sentient beings being severable and uniform simultaneously. So instead of a trinity, like, classical Christians would believe, it's a unity, or a monady, or a monistic, or a one, the one. So it's not that God is one, it's that everything is one, therefore everything is God, therefore God is everything. Now, they'd be willing to believe that, and they would submit to everyone that they've arrived at that conclusion scientifically by following the scientific process in the past, going down the advent of materialism into, evolution, cosmic evolution, all of these things. And then they'll say, look, we've arrived at subjective reality using an objective scientific method. Woo!
AI, I think you would like the book I posted in the chat for you.
I wrote it.
Oh, you've seen this one?
I wrote it.
No, I'm talking about... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, this is Stephen Myers talking about the return to the God hypothesis.
Oh, yes, I like that guy. And I did listen to a couple of his things. But what's interesting, though, is if you just put on, and this is funny, I'll submit this to anybody if they do this, just put on a lecture about modern science, where it's headed, where it's going in light of new technology, cosmology, or studying the smaller scales, like the smaller scales of time and the smaller scales of particles. Put that lecture on it in the background on YouTube, right? And just start listening to it. It'll be very serious. And then if you let the auto-populate, the next one will be a little fanciful. Hold on. Right? And then the third one, dude, the third lecture will be straight up, we are going to evolve into sentient energy beings that transcend our bodies and float around in space and have cosmic sex and blah, 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 blah. And they're giving these lectures at frickin' universities and, endowment fundraisers and all this crap. So it starts out like, real science. Then it goes into like all this mumbo jumbo theories about dark matter and dark energy and yada yada. And then by the third one, it's like one day we're going to download our consciousness into computers, and then we're going to float out of the computers like energy clouds. And when you look up into the sky with your telescope and you see an energy cloud, that could be our ancestors that have already ascended. Woo. And these guys say this with a straight face, and then they ask for more funding for their projects, right? So what did they just do there? They just had a sermon. They have their creation story, and that's their salvation story. Now pay your money to the tithe so that I can make this technology so that your kids can, achieve mortality. And, lo and behold, we'll cut your head off, put it in a freezer, and maybe you can have mortality one day as well.
You're saying that we're going to have rocks and clouds as cousins now?
Yes, I'm saying that. And I'm simultaneously saying that these people say it with a straight face that what they believe in is not a religious system. When they have their creation story, they have their ethics, morality paradigm, they have their salvation story, they have it all. And they also have a way to fund it, too. It's pretty funny. Now, what's most interesting about this paradigm, so we're here talking about flat Earth, globe Earth stuff, right? So if the essence of what these guys are saying is true, then the interpretation of the universe is that the universe is ultimately an end user interface. So the universe we see in the dimensions which we inhabit is not the underlying reality of the construct of the universe. So shapes, form, temporal dimensions all become meaningless when you move into the realm of subjective creation on the fly of the universe. So like when you look at a TV, you see an image, but you, if you weren't told what was going on underneath, would have no idea how that image is created. And these guys proffer the idea that that's the same way the universe works. But the idea that the universe is heliocentric in a globe, it's just an end user interface. That's not how it really is. That's just an interpretative matrix of interfacing with reality that's just functional. It's not what reality actually is. So when you say something like the Earth is a globe, in that paradigm, it's false. The Earth isn't a globe. It's just experienced or thought of or used as a globe for certain things. And then it's just as valid to say it's used as flat for other things. So it's simultaneously flat and a globe depending on what you're using it for. Just like your TV can have different user interfaces depending on whether you're using Netflix or Amazon Prime.
Thor. I'm tired of Thor already.
Yeah. So the ultimate concession from the globe religion is that, it really doesn't matter because it's all subjective. And it's like, wow, dude, we all knew that was your stupid answer from the beginning. Because you all come in here and say, what does it matter if the Earth is flat or a globe? I still have to live my life the same way. Man, who's getting their butt whipped with a shoe? You bumba clot.
Oh, man, I'm streaming.
AI. One of the things you said inspired me, so I typed in universe's consciousness into a deep dream art generator. It did not disappoint.
Did it show like an MCSer drawing?
I'm uploading one now that's pretty cool. It's coming up with some pretty trippy stuff. This one right here had some flat earth vibes to it.
Yeah, so while that's uploading, meanwhile, the question on the table, which has been being asked and skirted around, is where's the primary first order evidence that the Earth's a globe, from which you can then follow the rest of the assumptions where you needed the Earth to be a globe in the first place, where you say, oh, well, we already know the Earth's a globe, so now we can do these other things. I mean, where's that?
Well, what would count as evidence, I guess?
What would count? Direct curvature measurements. Even the like one of the original, let's just call it a treatise book on geodesy, right? It says right in it, the first couple of pages, that the way that they get the globe construct from these measurements is by using laws of transform, where they assume radial splayed gravitational equipotential. So in other words, the assumption that the Earth is spinning and the assumption that it has an inward gravitational force to the center. And they use those to then wrap the plumb lines around a ball. And they use those to, equalize the discrepancies between what they predict it should be and what they actually measure. And of course, if you've ever seen one of these on the side, they have like all these strata lines with plumb lines that are going in all different directions on the same hill. So you have a hill and you have like 11 different plumb line vectors in the same hill. Then you have the geoid line, which is, assumption of the certain quote unquote radius or equipotential. Then you have the actual equipotential surface, right? And then you have like the ideal radius. And then they take these transform laws and they take all of that and then they shove it up the ass of a calculator, and then out comes this idea that the Earth's a globe.
And lo and behold, it works.
Oh, of course it works, because it's a mathematical construct. All they have to do is equalize the math. And when you have like 4 different lines that you can fudge, all you have to do is just say, oh, well, the gravity's just off here, so now I can just curve this line more to meet the other one. It doesn't just work. So, Matthew, do you remember Brian Mullen's idea for how to prove the curvature?
No, I don't know who he is. I don't recognize that name.
What the frick? Dude, you better remember who he is from this conversation forward, and let me tell you why. This man's livelihood was threatened by a rabid, frothing, religitard glober who didn't like the idea that Brian Mullen was a professional in the field of engineering. He thought Brian Mullen's belief that the Earth could be flat was sacrilege, and he sought the man's job, and the man was forced to stop producing content because he had to choose his job and his profession to feed his family over his interest in talking about the subject. Now, that should offend you, Matthew, and I'm sure it does. And so from this point forward, you won't forget his name, I'm sure.
Okay, well, I might, but yeah, I don't agree with people being doxxed. I mean, I'm fully doxxed. I don't care, but only.
Yeah, but you're not doxxed though.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
everybody
you're not.
knows my full name and what university I went.
That's not being doxxed, dude.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, dox implies unintentional or unwilling.
Yeah, untowardness.
Okay.
So anyway, now that we've established the ridiculous, unethical behavior that globe religitards seem to exhibit when their paradigms are threatened, And it's not just these one-off cases.
Well, you should clarify, though, that's just a human individual that had bad intentions. Like, it doesn't matter what somebody's beliefs are. Anybody could have bad intentions.
Yes, it does, dude.
No, somebody that does, it's like saying, "Oh, because he killed that person, then he's a Glober and a Catholic, then all Catholics and all Globers are fucking." You know what I'm saying?
Cool story. That's like when people have to say men are stronger than women, but only on average.
It's like me saying, "Oh, flat earthers are dumber than Globers."
Dude, pay attention. Okay, you ready for a factual lesson? Okay, let's do it. We've been doing this server for greater than 5 years. We've had thousands of people pass through here, friend. Okay, and the percentage of people who claim to believe in the globe that use unscrupulous tactics, which include what I just said. Also, some tactics include trying to befriend a girl romantically to get her to go back to the globe to win a bet. And then they're planning on banging her and dumping her. Okay? This type of behavior we have on record, friend. It's not just a one-off. A large percentage of the people that come here, globe-defending religitard zealots, act this way. The flat earthers that come here, yes, some do act unscrupulous, but not in the manner of the globe. They're not motivated to act unscrupulous in the manner of the flat earth is motivating them. We have evidence, dude. We record this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have the audit logs. We have the people. We have eyewitnesses. So it's not true what you just said, and it's actually true what I said.
Let me ask you something. I'm a globe earther. I'm kind of new to the server. So do you see me as that?
Dude, what does it matter? That's not the argument.
You just said all the people that have come in here that are globe earthers and have argued
That's a strong one.
Let's play a game. You retract that statement, or I go back and I prove to you with our recording, which we use to prove our points, that you're wrong, and then you're permanently banned from the server. How about that?
No, I don't want to be banned. I'm better not even engage. So, if you're just
I think you'd be willing to admit that somebody like me wouldn't come out and say something so retarded as all Globers do this.
Yeah, but you're seeing the ones that have come in here, and like a lot of them have right?
You're right. A lot of them have, and I caveated it by using extreme language for the category of people that they're religitard zealots for the globe. Correct?
I disagree with you. Not everybody's a rigid.
Oh my goodness, dude. Can you do me a favor and stop talking? Because I'm getting dumber the more you talk. Thank you.
You're very rude, by the way.
You distracted me from the actual point. What was my actual point, friends?
He's not being rude, bro. He's already explained this stuff to you that you haven't understand. You didn't have to caveat, just like with men and women, that you don't have to say, what did you say, like all men are stronger than women or something like that. You don't have to caveat. I forget exactly what the statement was, but it's like, in general, we know that men tend to be stronger than women. So you don't have to be like, oh, well, you said all. Like, no, he didn't. So all globe earthers doesn't mean you. You said, is it about me? No, it's not about you in particular. But many people do this. Doesn't mean it's you. Or all of them.
Yes, and not only do many do, but a disproportionate amount that you would expect to an aggregate social group. And the particular point that I was making is that they're motivated in their behavior because of the globe versus flat earth issue. So they're motivated, these people in particular, not the entire group, caveat announced.
I would say that a Discord server is a skewed sample of the general population, just to be fair.
It doesn't matter, dude, because it's just a comparative of the people that come in here that are globers versus the people that come in here that are flat earthers, and that they're motivated for their unscrupulous behavior because of either the flat concept or the globe concept. And it's disproportionately skewed in the motivation towards untoward behavior for people who are doing it in the name of the globe. Specifically to Brian Mullen, right? And the reason being is because Brian Mullen was an engineer who put out a lot of good content, questioning things about the globe and explaining it with engineering diagrams and math and all this stuff. And he was doing it, to be fair, in kind of an inquisitive manner, being like, well, this doesn't seem to check out to me. This doesn't seem to check out to me here. This, I know they say this, but what about this? And so he came up with an idea. How could you prove it to people where you could have an icon, right, that existed in three-dimensional space that people could go to and look at and then know for sure? And he said, well, let's see, what could you do? Well, the only way to truly prove it is with a direct measurement or a direct reference. So he said, well, there's the answer. We construct a direct reference on the Earth. And how do we do it? Well, if the Earth is curving, right, then it's going to fall away over distance from a level line that's put at any point. So what we do is we create a level line and a plumb line, right? So a level cross line, level and plumb at one particular location on the Earth. We make sure that the area that we're in is relatively topographically flat or elevationally flat, right? So there's not much variance that could be accounted for except for the curve of the Earth. You could use a body of water, would be ideal, but you could also use, like, let's say a flat planar desert or something like that. And what you would do is you would construct a physical structure that was forced to be square to the plumb level line, and it would continue out into the distance, right? And at every point, you would force it to be square to the previous one. And if the Earth is a globe, you'll have to construct, longer and longer supports to keep it upright. You see? And so those supports would probably be a different color, let's say, than the structure. So the structure would be essentially a ruler placed on the Earth. And it would extend out, and then you would see the ground curve away from it. So when you look at it from the side view on, at a distance away, you would literally look and you would see a perfectly straight ruler and a curved line of Earth underneath it. And you could just go there and look at it and be like, dang, there it is, bro. Now the problem that he ran into, obviously, is that the curve is only approximately 8 inches per mile squared, right? So after 1 mile, you only have 8 inches of differential.
Yeah, that's not much.
That's going to be hard. That's going to be hard to see, and you could start to imagine the amount of money this is going to take to actually get it to be a sufficient size. But that would work. Of course, there'd be guys on both sides arguing, well, they didn't level it properly. They cheated on each joint. They made the structure a little bit off because they were flat earthers or because they were globe earthers and they had a bias, and they forced their bias into the structure. So you'd have to have like this treaty and this third party arbiter to witness everything, make sure everything's on the up and up.
Yeah, that sounds kind of expensive. I doubt that would change anybody's mind either way, though. Like you said, because people would be accusing the other side of being biased, whichever way it should.
Right. So that does tell you something, though, about the nature of this proposition. And that is that, especially on the globe side, right, they would accuse the situation of being improper because their bias is too strong to just accept the prima facie evidence, because they wouldn't believe that a direct ruler placed against the Earth proves it's flat or a globe. They wouldn't believe that. They would believe all the presuppositional, logically fallacious, inferentially requiring the first order evidence type of reasoning. They would believe all of that, which isn't conclusive, rather than a physical direct display of measuring the Earth and proving whether it's curved or not. Now that, my friends, you should all simmer on in your minds.
The thing is that there are people like me who don't require any more evidence. We believe it as is, and that's probably true for most of us.
Yeah, perfect. So you're the perfect sample to ask this question. If somebody constructed such a structure, and it could be demonstrated that at every point they constructed it, they used the proper methodology, unequivocally and unarguably, and you clearly looked at it with your own two eyes, and you saw that the Earth and the structure were parallel to each other, would you abandon the idea that the Earth is a globe?
I would not. My belief in the Earth being a globe is stronger than that evidence from that structure would be.
Now, that is the wrong answer. The correct answer is yes, I would, if that were true, and if the sample size represented the entirety of the Earth. Because the proper excuse for this argument, and I know people hate when I give Globers the answers, but the proper excuse for this argument is that the area that you used is not equipotentially significant sample size of the curve of the Earth, because this is a locally flat area gravitationally. And so all you've proven is that this small area of the globe is actually quite straight. That's the correct answer. And of course it pushes it into the realm of unfalsifiability. So, what we've demonstrated here, my flat Earth friends, is that even if you directly measure the surface of the Earth, that it's not curving, the Globers still won't believe it.
Are you like specifically saying like building a structure that goes, across the whole globe or whatever, or Earth or plane or whatever you want to call it, and then measuring it like that?
Yeah.
Weren't you listening?
I know.
But that's almost impossible to do.
Oh, of course it's almost impossible. That's why no one's done it. But what's even more impossible, my friend?
But you're giving him an impossible scenario. Yeah, because it hasn't been done. Well, you just said
dude, it's not impossible. I said it's almost impossible.
Right. So why are you if you're giving him something that's almost impossible to do? And my friend,
I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you something, friend. You ready? You ready to learn? Your mind is open?
Yeah, I'm open.
What I've demonstrated rhetorically is that even if there was a direct measurement that the Earth is flat, Globers would refuse to believe it. Now, that cost me $0 to do, friend.
But
I didn't need to build a $3 trillion superstructure to prove my point. I did it with words.
Yeah, but that's just one person. If you were to ask this to 10 different individuals, I'm sure you would get different, responses.
Sure, but that's not who I'm talking about, is it?
No, you're bringing out a specific person, getting a response from a specific person, and making a scenario out of it.
Dude.
Right.
Dude, it's the general Glober consensus.
See, you did it again.
No, duh. I know what I'm doing, and I'm basing what I'm doing.
And I'm pointing out what you're doing, and it's biased.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is, but you refuse to.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
Friend, I already demonstrated that what I'm saying is based on consistent sample sizes over years and thousands upon thousands of interactions.
Based on your consistent samples, based on your experience.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, so transversely, what do you have as a counter-argument? Nothing. Thank you. I rest my case.
What? I made no claim. I'm just pointing out what you're doing.
Yes, you're pointing out the obvious.
I never made a claim.
Not that you're pointing out the obvious.
So what are you trying to point out?
You're pointing out the obvious, dude, which is when you make a large generalization. No.
Right.
Dude, what bias?
Bro, why are you coming at my man's throat like that?
What bias, dude? What's the bias?
I'll just sit back and let you go.
You can't name.
No, you're going to tell me what the bias is since you're accusing me of a bias. So explain the bias definitively. What is it?
Well, you asked Matthew a question with an impossible scenario to further prove what you were trying to get at, and then further imply that to a generalization about everybody being that way, because based on his response.
Holy
that
crap,
was your subjective experience.
See, this is how stupid you are, my friend. So now I'm going to teach you another thing. You just contradicted yourself in your own sentence. You said generally that everyone. See how retarded that is? When you say something about general groups, you're not including everyone. You're including an average of generalities. This is your problem, dude. You need to sit back and let the big dogs talk, friend, and quit interrupting when you have nothing of value to add.
This is your opinion. Again.
No, it's demonstrated just now, factually.
Opinion.
You're literally
That's
were
not a
told
robot.
that you don't need to call out the differentiation between generalities and absolutes when considering groups of people. You were told that, not by me, by a third party. Nobody wants to hear the guy in the background who thinks he's relevant because he wants to point out to everyone, oh no, he's not talking about everyone. Not everyone, not everyone, not everybody, not absolute. It's like, no freaking duh, dude. Everybody understands that. It's a given. Unless I say everyone, then I'm speaking in generalities based on sample sizes. I mean, good grief, dude.
I think you missed the whole point of AI's story as well. Yeah, or
of course he missed the point.
What he was trying to point out, it went right over your head. Do you understand what he was saying, or do you understand the premise of what he was saying? Obviously not.
Yeah. I mean, I do.
You do? Can you explain it and tell us what he was trying to say?
No, I'm good. I'll let you guys continue. I'll let the big dogs continue, quote unquote.
He's not being mean.
I thought, man.
He's not being mean. AI is one of the. He's really not being mean. So don't. I don't know if you were here earlier. We were talking about like leaving your emotions to the side, being able to take a jab and keep moving forward. Like it's fine, dude.
Yeah. Fair point, CB. So the appropriate thing to do among men when you're taken to task.
Yeah, we know you did, Matthew.
Yeah. So let's just set the floor. So the appropriate thing to do among men when you're taken to task in front of everyone like this is to concede that you were wrong. That your critique of this idea that I was speaking about everyone when I clearly said generalities, and you did actually already concede because you said that word in the sentence, generalities, then everyone. So you already have conceded that you're wrong. You just haven't admitted it to the floor yet. So by all means, you can either admit you were wrong or be quiet. That's fine. I don't care.
It's not shameful to admit that you're wrong. It's actually quite honourable as well, you know. Like, oh, I was wrong. Can you please explain to me what you meant? You know, it's actually a good way to be, because then you can learn things without your ego.
Now, to be fair, I'll say, like I've said, we've done this for years, friend. What usually happens when somebody's called out like this is they sit back, mea culpa in a way, and then not 10 minutes later they come back and make the same accusation when given the opportunity. So when somebody else, like 10 minutes from now, says something that's a generality and not including everyone, they'll be accused of making a claim about everyone by the same person who was just taught it not 10 minutes earlier. My friend, this has happened before. It will happen again. There's nothing new under the sun.
This comes up in dating stuff all the time. People will be like, "Oh, well, women do this." And girls will be like, "Well, not all women." It's like, well, no, duh. We don't have to even explain that not all. Obviously, I'm not even saying all women do this or whatever. All Globers do X.
Yep.
So,
now,
come on.
I want to make this, now that CB said that, and just doubled and tripled down on the point. I want to bring this in light of the transverse, which is the same similar question asked to flat earthers. And this is the problem, is that people come in here and they ask the flat earthers here this question. If I could take you away from the earth far enough so that you could turn around and see the earth as a circle, because that's what the shape you would see, right? And then fly you around the earth so that you can verify from all sides that it's a globe, would you then believe the earth is a globe? Now, the majority of people who ask this question, hold on. The majority of people who ask this question, usually, based on the context of their previous conversation, are assuming that the flat earther would say, no, I still wouldn't believe it. Because they're essentially accusing the flat earther of being dishonest, right? And so usually what the flat earther will say is, of course, if I saw the globe with my own eyes and I validated it that it was true, right? Then I would admit it was true. And then they might say something like, oh, but then I'd have to rethink my interpretation of all these other things, right? That wouldn't change the fact that a lot of the globe evidence are presuppositional in nature, that they're inferential in nature, that they don't have first order proof, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it does take first order proof to convince me. And yes, seeing the Earth with my own two eyes, flying around it in a circle, on a few axes, so I can verify that it's a globe, kind of the same way you verify that a basketball is a ball by spinning it in your hands, then of course I would accept it. So now, whether you realize it or not, you just had an excellent lesson in the psychology differentials between the average zealot glober that come in here and the average flat earther that come in here.
You're so mean, AI.
Well, to be fair, I have the right to be mean because I was accused.
No,
I have the right to defend myself tenaciously, do I not?
I know you're not being mean. It's weird that, people are so used to sugar-coated speech that just speaking directly, and maybe with a little fervor in your voice, can sound mean, I guess.
Well, mean is the old me, where I would just immediately use my advanced device to pull up the secondary screen and go back in time to look at the stream, play what the guy said, and then ban him.
Right. Yeah, right.
I used to bet people that in the past, and I just, did it again, but I wasn't being too serious, but I did used to bet people in the past. I'd be like, look, dude, you didn't say that. This is what you said. They'd be like, no, I didn't. I'd be like, dude, I can just go back to the stream and prove it to you. Are you willing to bet whether you're on the server anymore over it? And some of them said yes. I was like, holy crap, dude. All you had to do was say no.
Yeah, I'm going to take that one. That's a pretty good, because I know Elijah one time I was like, I'll give you $50, and he's like, nah, I don't want to go rewind the tape for $50. So it's like, wow, even with money, they don't want to do it.
Now, the proper retort is, oh, well, if you're so sure of yourself, what are the wages against yourself? Then I might say, well, I'll permaban myself from the server. How about that? And then they'll be like, oh, there's good stakes. Then they'd still say, nah, let's not rewind it. And usually the reason is because they're not so sure what they said. I mean, I could be wrong about what I heard. But if you present yourself as certain of what you heard, sometimes it's enough to bluff the other person.
More oftentimes than not, when I've gone back to rewind the tape, because as you're saying this, I can already picture myself. Many times in the past, some dude's says something. I'm like, you just said that or whatever. No, I didn't say that. Oh well, I'll rewind the tape. I've said that so many times, so I've had to rewind the tape and go and catch these goofballs in their own trap. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
SimCore's really good about saving those clips sometimes.
Yes, now to our friend that we publicly pugiled over his petulance, all is forgiven.
Yeah, no hard feelings awaken. I mean, it's just tough love, man. He's not being mean. Promise. You've never met some of the other people that come off as mean, so I mean, even I can be mean sometimes, I guess, but
No.
you've been cool.
No, everything's all good. Yeah, I'm just
You've been respectful.
listening.
So.
I like to listen more than speak most of the time, but I'll chime in at times.
Honestly, Awaken, I've heard the way some other people, they're pushing up buttons to get some people pretty pissed in here, and the way that AI Arden was speaking, very kind and nice in comparison to how things have gone. I'm just saying. He's been pretty chill the whole time.
Yeah, I've been in other servers where it's gotten pretty heated, so
Yeah.
seen it.
I was just saying, believe it or not, he's been pretty chill the entire time. Yeah, you know what I mean. It gets wild out there on Discord.
I kind of like the heat, though. I like when the kitchen gets hot. You know, every
Well,
now
if you
and
can't
then.
stand it, get out the kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, some people have admitted, like, I have a good friend of mine, Andy. You know, we're not super close, but I like him a lot. He'll be like, I don't really like the battles. But me, I mean, I kind of like when it gets feisty.
I like sometimes, but I also like when it gets chill too, because I can't handle it when my blood pressure's too high and everything's like, nah, too much.
I mean, like, respectfully though, not crazy. You know, I don't. You know, crazy is not good, but a little. Like I said before, I love sparring. So in real life, like actually, like boxing gloves, and like it's really fun. So there's a certain level that you can get to that's not intense, like going overboard, but you're also not playing around. There's like a middle ground where it's really there's like a perfect level of intensity, I guess. So it's like it's good to get to that level and practice a little bit. Obviously, not going for the kill and not just slapping each other's lips. I actually have a GIF for what I mean. Kids kickboxing.
It's like they're padded gloves, but they're not. Like those kickboxing things.
There's a funny GIF of these two kids just bouncing around, not really hitting each other. It's kind of funny. Can't find it though.
Hey, so how's that sleep going, mate?
I sleep when I can. Oh, that's right. I took a nausea pill because I was feeling bad this morning because everybody else is all waking up and whatever. And I passed out to everybody talking. I don't even know when I woke up, but I actually got some sleep. My nausea medicine makes me tired, and I had already stayed up all night, so it kind of, I don't know. It helped with everybody talking. It kind of felt like I wasn't alone, felt like there were people in the room with me.
Not sleeping at night and then having to sleep during the day.
Yeah, I know, it's not good. And
I'm not criticizing, man. Get some sleep whenever you can.
Well, I was planning on sleeping at a normal time tonight, but some really effed up shit happened yesterday, and I'm not gonna even talk about it, but yeah, I simply cannot sleep right now, that's all. So, but I'm okay. It'll be alright.
Good to hear.
No worries. Moving forward. Acceptance is the final stage of grief, right?
Yo, y'all catch that mood that Matthew was in tonight?
Yeah, he was grouchy, wasn't he?
He was moody.
Clutching his purse tight.
You see that sometimes on him, but it's kind of a weird, bad mood. Like, he's still kind of nice, but he gets, like, snarky like a kid, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's cute. It's cute.
Like bitchy, you know? Like a little bitch.
Like, you're going to jump on him when he says those things.
I'm not calling him a little bitch. I'm just saying he gets a little bitchy. Well, maybe I am then.
No. You don't have to explain yourself. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
No, it's funny. Did you notice when I said, just take the jab and keep moving forward? He couldn't help resist on me. Like, I took the jab. Of course you did, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, he was just
He was getting pretty hammered today, though.
Dude, I thought he was referring to me smacking him around every now and then.
Yeah.
And the full masochist.
But it's funny because when you ask him, you say, "Why do you like coming in here?" See, he says, "Because I like being the smartest person in the room."
He did not say that.
He's said that many times,
bruh.
Is that Dunning-Kruger?
Has to be.
I like the actual comment is, "I like to know that I'm the smartest person in the room."
Okay, well that's funny because I know I'm not the smartest person in the VC, and there's a lot of times where I'm outsmarting this goofball. So,
so he's smarter because he chooses to believe the the government.
Okay. You guys ready for this one?
Yep. Maybe.
Is Matthew still around?
No,
Nope.
he's gone.
86.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So it's irrelevant. Doesn't matter. So Matthew has, on occasion, based on the fact that he's already concluded it's a globe based on the available evidence, that to test it practically himself is unnecessary, and he has no desire to do so. Follow that? That's established point right there. Now, secondarily, we had some new flat earthers where he recommended to the flat earthers that they look at all the evidence and go out and test it for themselves.
What evidence?
Or they make up their mind. It doesn't matter. The point was is he refused to test it because he's already made up his mind, but he encourages people who are thinking about being flat earth to go out and test it.
Yeah.
Before they make up their mind.
Well, that question you asked him was really good, because in the past we've asked him if everyone came out tomorrow morning, all the people that you've been working for, or give you the information about the ball being the Earth being a globe. They say, sorry, we've been lying this whole time. It's actually flat. You say, would you believe them? And he said, no, because all the research that I've done still convinces me that we live on a globe. So whether NASA came out and said it, that we live on a flat Earth, it wouldn't matter to me. I still live on a globe.
Yes, but a lot of the things that he's basing it on are interpretations of the three-dimensional space around the Earth and the objects that exist within it. Right? So if they came out with a sufficient explanation that they could demonstrate is practical in some way, both on the Earth and quote-unquote out there, that would prove that all of these phenomenon are actually explainable, right?
He'd have no choice.
Right. It would change his ability to just look up at the sky and say, I'm assuming that these are objects in free space with a certain relationship to the Earth.
Yeah.
If I have the same question to you guys, if they were to say that it's flat, like 100%, and like they all came out on like news and government, would you guys believe it, or would you guys also question it? Like,
so that would be like
why?
day one where you start believing the news. So no. I don't just go with
believe
the news
what
says.
though. I don't get it. If you're already a flat earther and everybody said the Earth is flat, would that change?
So you would be like, okay, it just reaffirms what I've thought before, basically.
I'd be like, what's going on? I'd be suspicious. I'd be like, why the
But you'd be
fuck is the
cautious
news
about it.
trying to tell me the truth all of a sudden? What's going on here?
Nope. I'd immediately become a glober. Screw you guys. I don't trust the government at all. No, I'm just kidding.
Listen, if you were paying
I'd be
attention,
very suspicious, and then I'd have to look at what evidence they're coming out with, and have to go and look at it myself to see if what they're telling me is the same as what I came up with.
right? So, like check this out. So, the general flat Earth, if you want to call it a creed or whatever, right, is the Earth is experienced as flat, motionless, topographical plane, and measurements are consistent with that. Now, the globe side already admits that the Earth is indeed experienced as flat and motionless, and generally experienced as a topographical plane. They already concede all that. They then go on to make excuses of why it is you experience it that way. The only thing they disagree on is that the Earth generally measures flat. But let's keep in mind that I already explained earlier that the way they measure the Earth has a lot of built-in presuppositions that the Earth already is a globe and already is spinning and already has inward attracting gravity. So it's not the case that they're just going out and rawly measuring it without any presuppositions. So both camps agree that the Earth appears to us in our common everyday experience as flat, motionless, topographical plane. So them coming out and saying the Earth is flat, right? What would they have to roll back? They'd have to roll back NASA. That's easy. A lot of people believe NASA's bullshit. A lot of people don't believe in the moon landings, even though in their own pages where they talk about it, they ban flat earthers. So they don't believe NASA already. There's a lot of people that don't believe the government.
But how about like SpaceX and these other like Terran Orbital and Rocket Labs and these other like private companies?
Fair.
Well,
Fair.
supposedly private, right? They claim
of
to be
course,
private, right?
But check this out. If you were going to reveal that the Earth was flat, right, for whatever reason, having someone like Elon Musk do it in like an underhanded, funny way, where he like sends up this rocket mission, like for example, people always ask, why is there no uncut footage from the Earth to orbit or from the Earth to the ISS that shows the Earth and the path and all of these things continuously? That doesn't exist as to date. So Elon Musk could say, you know what, suckers, I'm going to finally do it to shut y'all up because you're all a bunch of whining MFers. And I'm sick of it. And then he does it, and it actually shows evidence that the Earth is flat. And then he goes, ha, you thought I was going to show the evidence as a globe, but you know what? It's flat, you dumbasses. People would believe that simply because he did it in a prankster way, and he kind of has that way about him.
But do you think like SpaceX is part of like NASA and the whole like government thing, or do you think they're like these corporations that are like supposedly private but do get government deals, or like do you think it is what it is, or it's something else basically what they're hiding?
Well, you know, everything used to have to be done through NASA in the past, or through a major space agency, right? And now all of a sudden they're privatizing it, but obviously they're still going through the government for certain launches and stuff.
Right.
So I mean, I don't see any reason to believe that they're completely independent. You know, like try starting up your own airline and see how well that
you need
goes.
a lot of money.
Yeah, but you also need clearances and permissions and approved routes and approved territories and approved times. You can't just start up an airline and be like, I'm just going to go from here to there and go the fastest and I'm going to get the customers. They're going to be like, heck no, these are pre-approved routes. You can't cross them. You can't go at this altitude. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do this, that. You can't that. Nope, not this, not that, not this, not that. And if you do it, we're going to knock your plane out of the sky and put you in jail. You see, the thing is, though, it's like the nature of the evidence of a direct measurement is more conclusive than all the other frames of evidence that they give, because all of those they have a presupposition at the beginning. So you need the Earth to be a globe in order for them to work. And if you can disprove the Earth as a globe through direct measurements, then all their claims don't work anymore. And so you have to reinterpret their claims. And they say, well, oh no, my interpretation works so great. Well, yeah, but your interpretation is wrong because the object in question is not what you claim it is. So there's something wrong with your interpretation. So, for example, is it possible for an object to be moving in free space at a distance away from you in one direction, but you experience it optically as moving in the opposite direction? The answer is yes. That's possible. It's demonstrably possible. So it's completely rational to think that the lights in the sky aren't necessarily objects at a specific location in free space, and the motions that they're making are the actual motions relative to you in an objective, concrete sense. So where you see them is where they are, and what they appear to be doing is what they're doing. We know that optically you can change the paths of things. You could change what they look like. You could change what it appears like they're doing. So it's not necessary that what you see represents 3D spatial relationships or motions. However, we do know that if you measure an object and it has no curve anywhere, then it's flat. See how that works? There's no ambiguity. If there's no curve anywhere, then it's flat. There's no third option. Now, don't get me wrong. As I mentioned to Matthew, there's plenty of denying that globers can do, regardless of what measurements or regardless of what proofs you offer them. So like, for example, you measure a 25-mile body of water, right? Earth's water is supposed to be level, right? Now, they describe level as being, conforming to the gravitational equipotential of the Earth, right? So it should conform relatively close to the supposed radius curve. But when you shoot a laser over 25 miles and you have a 3 meters? No, 2 meters. Yeah, roughly 2 meters off the ground on one side and 2 meters off the ground on the other side, the laser will hit the target. Now, if that occurs, then that means the maximum differential, right, based on just the principles of laser transit, right, is going to be roughly 5 meters, 8 meters at most, based on beam divergence and the levelness and everything. But the point is, if you hit it, you hit it. So what you're supposed to have is the laser fly over the top of the target at 90 meters, 480 feet, if I did my math correctly, right? But the laser hits the target. So that means that the big hump of Earth-curved water isn't there. Now, if you say, well, I know the Earth is a globe, the Earth must be a globe, the Earth has to be a globe, then you could just make up an excuse. Well, the laser just magically curved like a heat-seeking missile, or, the Seeker laser in Quake 3 Arena, and just hit the target. See how easy it is to make up unfalsifiable excuses? When you already know the Earth is a globe, you just make excuses to make any observation fit, period. You warp the nature of space and time. You warp the nature of the pathway of light. You warp nature itself. You warp the shapes and objects to make them fit the presupposition we already know the Earth is a globe. For example, the superstructure that I mentioned, right? So you get it done right. You have an independent auditor audit every point, put out their findings. The independent audit company has representatives that are, self-professed globers or self-professed flat earthers. They work in a manner under a matrix that has different checks and balances on it, right? That proves to everyone that this is legit. And it clearly shows that the Earth isn't curving, right? What's the glober going to say? The glober's going to say, well, all those people working on that were lying. And then you would reply to them, but why would they lie? You see how silly this is? Or they were all lying, and then you reply, well, that would mean they'd all have to be in on it. You starting to see how silly these questions are that the globers ask? But yes, Matthew has a salient point, which is this. Most people's paradigms of what they believe about reality is just an internally consistent model that they believe is internally consistent and, coincides with enough phenomenon in their life, whether they be physical, optical, or sociological, right? And they think they all mesh together and it makes sense to them and it's rational to them, and therefore they believe it's true. And Matthew will admit that it's a summary of those types of things that conclude to him the belief, and he'll claim it's a belief, that the Earth is a globe. He's very honest in that fact. That he has no first-order proof to himself, and he just believes it's true. And to be fair, most people operate that way. The paradigm of the reality in which they live in, they just believe it's true based on a bunch of non-first order proofs that they haven't done themselves, that they haven't even investigated themselves, and they certainly haven't tested it themselves. That's how most people live. And I'm starting to peter out in the shoveling task. This will be a good base for the mountains, though, so we do some more snowboarding. Did you guys know that snowboarding wouldn't exist unless the Earth was a globe?
There you go, being funny again.
Well, listen, check it out. If the Earth wasn't a globe, then the Earth couldn't have tectonic plates, because everybody knows that pieces of land can't be flat. They must be curved around an Earth in order to be different and separate. And the idea of, plates that are not connected but can move, right? So obviously that's patently ridiculous, but let's just assume it's true that you must have a globe in order to have tectonic plates. And then the tectonic plates move into each other and crash, and then they force dirt and rocks up into the sky, and they become a mountain. And then millions and billions of years later, snow falls out of the sky. Why does snow fall out of the sky? Well, that's because of a sun. A sun in the past went supernova and farted out a bunch of molecules that became water on the Earth, and that freezes and turns into snow. Right? So without heliocentrism, I couldn't even go snowboarding. It's like, good grief, heliocentrism is so awesome.
Such a fantastical story.
Yeah, man, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's like the heliocentrism of the gaps. It's like no matter what you say, you can make a heliocentric origin story out of it. My favorite is why women have boobs. That's my favorite one.
Why is that?
Well, first we have to ask the woman present if she wants to hear it.
I don't care.
You're gonna find this hilarious, I think, as a woman. So, why women have boobs, according to the heliocentric Big Bang expanding evolutionary cosmology model. So, in the past, we were all monkey-type dudes, right? And now we know that some monkeys, right? Pretty much all monkeys mate from the back, right? Follow me so far? All right, birds and the bees from the back. All right, so we also know that a lot of monkeys have bright red butts when they're in heat, right? And they're like plump and round and bright. And then the monkey's like, oh, I got to go over there and mate with that monkey. So check this out. So as time went on, for some inexplicable reason, women wanted men to mate face to face. So they evolved butts on their chest so that men would be attracted to their chest butts just like they were attracted to the rumpy butts of the monkeys of the past. So boobs are actually just like the shape of a monkey butt from the past to attract men to want to mate a woman from the front. Now, you could already see all the problems with that and how retarded that sounds. Like, for example, why didn't these boobs form between the legs in the front? But you see, like, they just made this story up because if you look at breasts and they look like a butt crack from certain angles, because they can, and you've all been tricked by that, where you see a pair of breasts and you're like, oh, that's an attractive pair of breasts, and then it zooms out and it's actually a dude's ass crack. So you could see from that, like, this is obviously true, scientifically proven, and evolutionarily validated, right? So evolution is true and heliocentrism is true because women's breasts are essentially butts.
But hold on a second. Could it be perhaps that for like nourishment purposes, easier to hold, right, a baby and feed them? So like if evolution is real, maybe that's an explanation to it.
Yes, well, you're onto something. You're onto something that if it's true, it's like the breast is more of like a form what has to do with the mammary glands and all of that, not the butt.
Yeah, I think that's like a more like trendy take on it. I think like they're adding sexual things to everything nowadays.
Is that still a current accepted things?
No, like science adding sexualizing, like they're sexualizing things, and they're changing on when it comes to sex, and they're adding things that I don't know that fucking don't even make sense.
They stopped developing mentally at like 13 when they were boys.
Right, but
there's like 50 genders now. Yeah,
you got to consider that the functional mechanism, right? Like the main driving force of this biological evolution is mating. You know, like surviving and having favorable mate selection. So, like everything is based on sex choices, essentially.
Right, but that's a part that deals with nourishment too.
Yeah. So, like, you might make a story like this. Well, big rumps were a sign of
what reaction?
You know, good mammary.
What the time was? If I need to go and get bread.
Yeah, go get some bread, sucker. Do it.
Timbo, you're hot micing.
Get that milk and egg while you're at it.
Watch out for kangaroos.
Bring your boomerang.
Bleeding hell! We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Henri! We're getting it from Space Hospital!
Space Hospital. AI, are you going to build a snowbot? I'd say a snowman, but, you know, snowbot.
Yeah, so part of the point of just, you know, telling you that story about the evolutionary origin of butts is that it's just a made-up story, dude. It's just, you just make it up as you go. You just pick anything that looks alike. You say, oh, it evolved from this because of this story I made up.
Start rolling a snowball and it will evolve into a snowman.
Terence McKenna did that with his stoned ape theory. And it's like a lot of these things, they sound good. Like a story is, Matthew was talking about things being consistent, internally consistent. Like, well, a good story will be internally consistent. And
CB.
Yeah?
That's the one with the mushrooms, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they
started eating shrooms and making tools and doing other weird stuff.
Because the question was, how did our brains, double in size or whatever? I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
If that even happened. But his theory was that we came down from the trees into the grasslands, started flipping over cow patties, find mushrooms, take the mushrooms, then we have major orgies and sex and we grow and all this stuff. So, I mean, it's just a crazy evolutionary theory, but it sounds good. It sounds believable.
Also, wouldn't there be also more like primates that would be evolved by now? Like there wouldn't be primates of that.
Right.
I don't know. Just a thought.
Like observing such evolution happening. We've never done that. That's just another assumption.
I mean, the whole like cool story, bro. I mean, that's why they say it, because it is a cool story often. What a story at that. Yeah, have you heard about that stoned ape theory before?
Stoned apes, huh?
Yeah. But it's just another kind of theory, like you were saying. I was following along with your chest butts.
Yeah, but you see, a lot of these theories, right, what you'll notice is that in order for their theory to make sense, requires a very small amount of time for the aggregate members of the species to be involved in the activity, right, for a dramatic change to occur. They never explain it in like a 1,000 upon 1,000 upon thousands of years arc of happenings. It's always like this sudden occurrence. Like, in order for the stoned ape theory to work, right, it'd have to be going on for generations, like thousands of generations, all while you're competing with predators, ever-changing landscapes.
Oh, I see. Right.
Like they never really go into all the caveats of details that they need to. They just make this quick story. You know, it's like, oh well, of course there was thousands of generations because of these orgies. Like the monkeys were having babies so fast that they were making new generations, like faster than bacteria, and that's how they got thousands of generations in a small amount of time.
Yeah, you got me thinking now too. It's like, why, leading up to that point, why the monkeys? Like, couldn't have anyone taken advantage of the the mushrooms at that point? Could have evolved elephants for all we know, based off that theory. But I don't know. Or why don't other animals have breasts? You know, I mean, I don't know.
Or animals that consumed it. Right.
Well, look, I mean, think about it. Can you imagine a woman with an udder, like a cow's udder, rather than breasts? Like how retarded that would look?
Yeah, I'll take the boobies. Thanks.
Also, like, you know, humans are bipedal. You know, so a lot of the other animals they're quadrupeds, and the baby come up underneath to milk, or they lay on the side and they have a litter, so they have multiple teats, right? Mm-hmm. So there's reasons beyond just aesthetics or things like that. And there's reasons why certain animals have litters versus just like one baby every so often.
This is actually kind of interesting, though, to think about it.
Yeah, look at the functions that they do. Like the smaller functions that the animals do for nature, it's like the more rapid they are and the more babies they have. Like especially insects. Like look at like a dung beetle, right? Or the beetles that eat poops and all these other things. Right? It's like they have a babies and they have like a bajillion babies. And then the babies go out and eat a ton of poop.
But it almost seems like the lifespan too of the animals that have more babies is less too. Lifespan.
Yeah, maybe that's like. Maybe that would be the reason why they have so many is because they're destined.
They're not for too. Yeah, they don't last for too long.
No, it's the opposite, dude. Okay, kids are annoying and frustrating and bothersome sometimes. So you just want to live less the more kids you have.
Oh, I thought it meant that the kids were dying off, so they have all these offspring, and then like some of them don't make it. That's kind of what I was thinking. But I hear what you're saying as well. Here, live on for me, so I can get out of here, type of thing.
But yeah, that's another thing. Is some of these bugs, part of their life cycle is to feed other creatures, right? So the probability of their survival past certain stages, it assumes an attrition rate of the fact that the majority or a large majority of your offspring are just existing to become food for the food chain.
It's a brutal world out, man. It's a savage world out there. It's the animal kingdom. No equality in the jungle, baby.
Yeah, one's eating the other.
Yeah.
The oceans too. The whole thing.
And now I'm just thinking about how we sort of mess with things. Like, and when I was in maybe 8th grade or 9th grade, my teacher introduced the idea of how we, like, if there's a certain population of, I don't know, rodents, we'll introduce like maybe a wolf population and have them take care of that. It's like human beings start to manipulate that kingdom a little bit.
Right.
I mean,
So
I
it's
think
like,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, if evolution is real, then we are altering it in a sense, if in a way, with that thought.
Yeah, what's weird though is that people who believe strictly in evolution as the driver of biological life, and it doesn't have any design or intent or curation by a higher power, will simultaneously tell humans that they shouldn't do this or that because it's upsetting evolution. But if evolution is true, then basically humans are just a part of that cycle, and whatever humans do on the earth is perfectly fine.
Right.
It's going to change the earth for what it needs to be for the future, whatever that is.
Right, we're here. I mean, we are here. We don't know why, but we're here, and that's a fact.
Yeah, like from their point of view, what if the purpose of humans is to consume the planet and reset it? Like, what if the purpose of humans is, like some movies have suggested, to be a virus on the earth, to destroy the earth, and to reset it back to the stage of essentially semi-life or non-life, so that a new form of life can have a turn. And so you have this life that reaches the apex, and then humans somehow have a permutation, or whatever creature ascends to the quote-unquote human position, right? We develop technology, we develop nuclear weapons, we all hate each other, then we blow each other up, scorch the earth, reset it. Then it goes through a period of time where it's exposed to the elements of the world and space and all this bullcrap, and then new life emerges, and it just goes in cycles ad infinitum. Who are we to stop it? You see how inconsistent their position is? Everything's natural, but humans aren't natural. Think about how retarded that is. Everything's natural, but the things human do aren't natural. And if evolution is true, why should a species care? Like, it's indifferent, right? It's just about sex and procreation, and it's just a natural domino effect. Why should any species care about the future? Well, you say, oh, but you want to care about your progeny going into the future. Okay, that's fair. If I care about my progeny, and maybe I'll care about their progeny. But let's just say that everyone agrees to just not have kids anymore. Then who cares about the earth and where it's going or what it's doing? If everyone agrees not to have kids, then that's the end, isn't it?
Yeah, for humans.
Yeah, but why should humans care about what the animals do after the humans are gone? Like, why? Why care? What does it matter?
It shouldn't.
To them, it shouldn't. And now, let's say it does matter, but to them, in their worldview, it shouldn't matter. They have no reason for it to matter. Oh man, let me check the snow level over here. Oh, that's only like 3 more inches. Supposed to be 20-inch storm.
Where are
Not
you
again? New England.
Oh, okay. Are you from there?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, we got some dusty snow last night here in Ohio, but it was like 74 degrees last week, so it's weird here, honestly. It's very strange here, Ohio weather.
Dude, I had the privilege of introducing a young lady to a phenomenon of snow. Not snow itself, but like, so when you take like, so she was like for the missionary family, she had never seen snow. And the day she was at our church, it was snowing, and we usually have dinners for the kids. And I, on dinners you put this Saran wrap or Reynolds wrap, which is metal, and if you hold it as the snow is falling on it, it just makes all these tinkly sounds. It's so cool. You just hold a flat piece of that thin tin foil.
Oh yeah.
So I gave it to her mother, and I said, "Oh, for your daughter that has never seen the snow, you should do this." I let her hold it and hear the noise. It's so interesting, like people that have never seen things in the earth that you have, or experienced weather that you have, and to you it's just like, whatever, I'm shoveling, whoop-de-frick, this is annoying. But to them, it's like the most amazing thing that's ever happened to them.
Yeah,
maybe like no, he's 3. We don't get it every season like a deep, but we did get some this year, thankfully.
Where at?
Pacific Northwest, Portland, Oregon.
Okay. Oh, okay. Nice.
Just enough to plan and shut down the roads for like a day and a half.
Hey, I get that feeling of like amazement though, because that's how I felt when I went to the coast, San Diego. I was like, wow, this is what it's like out here. This is crazy. So I can imagine like people coming from there to see snow. Like, whoa, dude, this is different.
Dude, around here in the leading up to Christmas time, when it's snowing, there's the you got the mountains, the windy roads, and everybody puts Christmas lights on their houses, and almost all the towns put Christmas lights down their main streets and stuff. Mm-hmm. And you got snow on all the trees, all these Christmas lights, and it's just beautiful.
Yeah, the winter aesthetic is actually pretty cool, and you can, like, I always wondered why, when I was coming back from California, I was wondering, like, why does the Earth have such extremes? There's extreme colds and extreme heat and all this and the other. I always thought that cold was bad, but now that I've been here, I've settled back in through this winter. I've learned to really enjoy the cold. It's really not that bad. So wintertime is beautiful and it's enjoyable. Even when it gets down to 20 degrees, you can handle that. It's no problem.
Dude, without winter and coldness and snow, how can you be snowed in with a fireplace and warm hot cocoa, cuddled in a blanket? You can't experience that in the hot areas.
Right, and then you get the spring that comes after as well, which is also amazing. I would imagine a place like California probably has pretty consistent weather year round, right? That's why people live there.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, SoCal.
yeah. Personally, I think I'd like that, but I do like the variety, though. Spring and fall is fun.
Yeah, they each have their own sense of romance, like both for adventure, but also for intimacy. It's like you have in your one mind, like you're in a cottage covered in snow, stoking the fire to keep each other warm with your body heat, and then transversely we're in a cove in the tropics with blue water, jumping off into water, skinny dipping under a waterfall. And also the adventures you can have, like snowboarding versus, coral diving.
I think that's what I realize is that the variety is what it's like. When you open up your seasoning cabinet, you don't just have all salt. You probably have some paprika and a bunch of other things. So the variety is what we're after, I suppose.
Right, but check this out, friend. When you open up your spice cabinet, there's a special spice in there that nobody ever uses, that nobody ever can use. It's unusable by design. And although you look at it and you wish you could put it on your food, it never actually makes it on your food. And it has a very interesting label on it. And what is that label? I'll give you a chance to guess.
So a spice that doesn't get used, can you say it one more time? I'm sorry.
It's a spice that doesn't get used for your food. It can't be used on your food. But it's in your cabinet with the allure of being used, but it can't be used. But you still just salivate over it, but you can never use it. What is it labeled?
Ice spice.
Huh?
I was commenting on the picture this person had. This ice spice. It was just thematic to what you were saying.
Well, I'll give you a hint to the answer. So we're
that's a weird coincidence.
We're talking about the spice of life being the adventures in the diverse environments that you can experience on the earth. And we're talking about them in the metaphor of spices. And I'm talking about a spice that you're supposed to be able to put on your food to enjoy, but you can't. It's unusable and unattainable, yet it's in your cabinet, smacking you in the face every day.
The spice of life?
No. You ready?
No, I want to guess some more. I want to guess a few more.
All right. Remember, it's a metaphor about experiences and environments.
It's in the cabinet. That's a spice that I can't use, but I salivate over it.
Right, and even that, sometimes it makes you forget about the other spices, even though the other spices are usable, and you can actually enjoy them. You just look at this one spice you can't use, don't use it, forget about the other spices, and basically do nothing.
It's not an actual spice like saffron, so I'll throw that out.
Yeah, it's a metaphor.
All right, you can tell me. I don't know.
Space. Yes.
Spice.
All these adventures, all these romantic scenarios, all of these experiences promised in space, in the fictional setting, and even in the pseudo-fictional setting, like we're going to go back to the moon and we're going to do all of this. People salivate over that, over the romance of it, and they never can experience it, never will experience it. But look at the Earth we have to experience. We have alien worlds and experiences waiting for us on the Earth. Adventures.
I see what you mean.
Oh man, I can't wait to go to space. I can't wait to go to space. Have you ever been to the Bahamas? No. Oh man, I can't wait to go to space. I can't wait to go to space. Have you ever been deep sea diving? No. I can't wait to go to space. I can't wait to go to space. Have you ever jumped off a waterfall in blue water and pat a dolphin? No. Well, then what do you need to go to space for? You haven't even done anything here.
That's a good
point. What are you
point.
going to do in space?
Might rape you.
Okay, fair point. Well, dude, that's actually a bonus for some people.
Wow.
Well, yeah, I've been saying that in another way. Like, people talk about, oh, well, why haven't you explored the whole Earth? What's farthest south or whatever? It's like, well, dude, in the last 3 years, you couldn't even, quote unquote, explore the grocery store. So why don't you guys pump the brakes on exploring the whole Earth, and most people haven't even explored a 10-mile radius around their own house.
Dude, I'll explore this whole Earth. I'm just gonna need like a budget of about $30 million. I'll go do it right now.
Okay, but you can have all the money you need, but do you have all the food and fuel and permission?
Well, that's what all the money's for, essentially.
Yeah, but why even tell yourself, okay, I'm going to go to the deepest south where there's nothing to see that I know of, nothing to see that I even could think of where it is, nothing to see that I could even see because there's too much snow in my eyeballs, right? It's like, if you want to do that, that's fine and dandy, but you're going to need millions of dollars and essentially a death wish. So if that's what you want to do, that's fine for going out. I'm okay with that, but there's many more interesting things you could do.
That's what I was going to say. It's a one-way trip in my mind because, first of all, take all the food, resources, and fuel that you need. The problem with that is you're going for an unknown amount of time. So how much do you bring? How big of a bag can you pack, basically? Okay, so then the question is, Are we taking dog sleds, or are we flying? Are we doing tanks? Like, so if you're flying and you're just flying into blind snow and crash, there's your death. You've met your death. So I don't know if money's going to save you from crashing into something with your plane, but I mean, there's just a lot of unknowns out there, I would imagine.
If I'm just keeping it 100, dude, if we run out of food, dude, I'm just going to eat the tiniest guy next to me.
I mean, dude, listen. I do think that there would be a slew of flat Earth Navy SEALs that would be willing to take this one-way trip and maybe find some stuff out. Maybe some people will return. Who knows? But I do agree with AI. You better have you gotta have that death wish or something. That's because.
Yeah. Think about it like this too, guys. What's the best case scenario if somebody goes down there and finds out that the dome actually touches the ground, and they actually get to see the dome, and everybody's like, all the group, whoever's there, sees the dome, they're all touching it. What do you think they're going to come back and do? Tell the whole world how to go get there? How to get to the dome? What do you think is going to happen? They're going to make a lot of converts into a new religion. People are just going to believe them, because then how are you going to provide evidence that that's true? If only a select few people could only get there logistically, that could only be possible for a few people on Earth.
Oh, dude, they would just play it down, and your sacrifice would be for nothing. So you went over there with a GoPro or whatever, right? And they just be like, hey, look at this CGI deepfake of flat Earth.
Yep.
Yeah, it would be hand.
I think about it. Yeah, think about it. Even if it was the best that you could ever, I mean, it was the clearest footage. It was you had all the best case scenario, right? Like everything. You had all the evidence. You even brought it back, a piece of the ice wall, like whatever, the sky wall, or, the dome. You had a piece of it. Even though you had all the evidence needed, what would you bring? What would you come back and say? Nothing but a fish story, right? That's all it would be at the end of the day. And then you would have people believing what you said, and then you'd be converting them into a new religion. Because how could they prove it? There would be no verification of it. I mean, you got to realistically think about it, man. Like, if you thought it through, there wouldn't be any reason for you to go down there, except for you to be, your own self-satisfying, whatever. I mean, if there was actually something there, or if there isn't, who knows, right? But then you'd be the only, you or whoever was with you would be the only ones to know about it. Making sense, or
yeah,
what do you guys
think? For sure.
Yeah, it's pointless as going into space. If it were real, what's the point? By yourself, flying around in the sky? Like, why?
You make a great point, though. At first, I was thinking, I don't give a fuck. I want to go for me. But you are right, because okay, so are you doing this for the greater good? Are you trying to help teach people, or what do you plan on bringing back? Because there's a really good saying I heard from Alan Watts. It's like, if a hero or somebody goes on a journey or something, they have to come back with something. Otherwise, you could have just went around the corner. Let me see if I have a quote for that. Give me a sec.
Yeah, we
if
try
you
to
brought
help.
back some ice, they'd be like, "Yo, he made it in his refrigerator."
Yeah, or some other story. Yeah, and you'd be like, "No, man, this is the sky wall. This is the actual dome. This is it right here." Yeah. Whatever.
But do you guys want to hear? You guys want to hear my theory?
You know, I think that's a pretty good idea, dude. That's a one-way ticket to the psych ward, dude. And they'll pump you full of benzos. Fuck it, that's a good way to go.
So here's the theory. Check it out. You ready? Make sure you're sitting down.
Yeah.
So, the realm that we inhabit presently is actually a spaceship. Now, the old Earth, we killed because we didn't listen to that version of Greta, and so we actually did kill the Earth, right? And we had to leave and go to a new Earth, but we couldn't get there, for a long time because our universe is so big. So we had to build this huge spaceship, which is essentially a mock-up of the Earth we had, right? And so the dome is just actually the extent of the spaceship. So, in like another 100 million years, we'll get the quasar, 6, 7, 8, 9 Alpha Centauri B, and then we'll have a new Earth to live on. But in the meantime, we're stuck in the spaceship. So you see, even if you find the boundaries, you could just make up an ex post hoc excuse of why the universe is still heliocentric and we're still in a big space and all that nonsense. Oh, yeah, Miggy, I don't know if you were listening earlier when Matthew was here, but we basically asked him if we could construct Brian Mullen's force the line structure, demonstrating that the Earth isn't. Would you give up the globe Earth? And he said, no. Even with direct demonstrable measurement that I could see with my own eyes, I would still believe the Earth is a globe.
Do we have him on... We have him recorded saying that, right?
Yeah.
Nice. I jumped. I was in my lunch break and I was talking to him about that. He was basically saying, speaking out two sides of his mouth. He was saying that the sun doesn't change size, and I was like, well, do you mean the apparent sun or the actual sun? Because we don't see the actual sun, we see the apparent sun, right, Matthew? And he agrees that, yeah, we see the apparent sun. And then he said, it changes a little. And I had him right there. As soon as he said that, he misspoke, because he's saying that it's only a certain size, that it's static. It doesn't change. But then it does change a little. It doesn't change, but it does change. So I was like, well, make up your mind. All right. And on top of it, you're saying the apparent size of the sun changes. So that's what you're saying. Apparent sun size changes a little. But you just finished saying it doesn't change. It's static. It remains the same size all throughout the sky. So you just contradicted yourself, and you still don't know if it's the actual sun or the apparent sun, because you're saying it is only the apparent sun, but you can't know if it's the actual sun that you're seeing because you only see the apparent sun. So he was in a tailspin trying to get out of that because he was still showing images of like the sun behind a mountain, saying that, well, if you look at this image, and he had somebody might want to bring that image up, but it shows like the sun behind the mountain, and then he's like, well, physical Earth is in the way, so Earth is obstructing the sun. Like, wouldn't you agree? You know what I mean? Like, that's what he was saying, so that he could try to say that it's still behind the Earth. In the sense of saying that the horizon, like, what we're talking about, where the sky meets the ground, and then he wants to advocate for that the Earth is in the way. That's why he's saying that physical Earth is in the way. And I'm like, but we're talking about the horizon. This is a mountain. The horizon, where we see that the Earth touches the ground, is supposed to be like a horizontal plane. And what we're seeing is horizontal. We're not talking about like land topography, because of that we're seeing that and then specifically the angles that we're looking at. Yeah, we could say that the mountain is something, but we could also say that for like a tall building, and it depends how close you are to that building. You could say the building's in the way. It's not physical Earth; it's a building. So it just depends on what you're looking at, and then his argument is still weak because he still has to figure out, the size of the sun, because he's saying that it was static. So he was. I'm telling you, it was a mess. I couldn't get into it more with him because of my lunch break. So You guys probably had him here and talked about that other subject afterwards, but
Yeah, he helped convince someone on the fence to become a flat earther, basically.
Oh, the guy that was in here?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. You know what's odd though? I didn't know this, but he's a teacher in a Christian school, like a church school. I didn't know that. Well, next time he comes back around this way, I got a few bones to pick with him.
Well, listen up. Check us out. So, some Christians are in love with the heliocentric Big Bang because it's an elegant proof of God as the necessary first cause. So, because it is tangible, quote unquote, proof of their God, they're willing to accept it. On those reasons, like that's, I'm not saying Matthew's guilty of this. I'm just saying some people are.
Yeah, he wants to talk about, God being elegant in the way that they exclaim the Earth being a globe, but it doesn't line up with anything in, the scriptural text. So he's gonna have to. He's got a lot of answering to do, because it's a church school. So he's teaching them not only just heliocentrism, but he's teaching them through the the method of like how the deity is saying this. So you can't do that. It's different when you're using it in a more secular way, but when you start to say, thus saith the Lord, then you're in trouble. That's a double whammy. You can't do that. You're gonna have to choose one or the other. It's either a secular motivated understanding, or it's something to do with because God said in His Word that this is and He's coming at it both sides. So
yeah. Now, I do think that no matter what paradigm you undertake, that if you think rationally about it, it always deduces to a first cause, external creator. It's almost like the system is built in with that, like almost like a troll, where no matter what path you take at the bottom, when you reveal the last, door, God is behind it, Now, of course, they're trying in the modern day to go to the subjective idealistic route, which would, according to them, for an external creator. But I think it's highly irrational.
nature created it. It was burped out of nothing, and then it became something. Nothing turned into something.
Well, technically, when you think about it from a certain point of view, the physical natural world is really nothing. Like of no, it's not a big deal in the sense of a creator. Like if there is a spirit being that's extra dimensional and all these dimensions are subordinate to it, then the idea of creating a physical realm, it's like it's just what you do on Tuesday. It's like whatever. From our point of view, it's extraordinary, but from his point of view, it's like, oh wow, I just snapped my fingers and there it is. However, creating a separate sentient agent, a separate sentient mind, that is something unique indeed.
Fascinating stuff.
So the subjective idealist model is that instead of having an external agent, it's that the agent and the creation are the same. They're one. So like my mind, all my experiences occur within my mind, right? And as ridiculous as some people think the idea of a brain in a jar is, this idea isn't a brain in a jar. It's a jar in a brain. And it's not even a jar in a brain. It's a jar in a brain in a mind. Because the mind is the ultimate source of reality and all physical subordinate stuff, which modern physics is actually leaning towards, which they're going to interpret it as subjective idealism, right? So it is kind of like a simulation theory in a sense, but Not in a standard simulation like the Matrix movies, where there's a real reality and then there's this artificial reality within the real reality, but actually that the simulation itself is the real reality. So the idea of concrete wood, like that I'm holding in my hand right now and knocking on, that's ultimately just an experience of the mind. And so what they're basically doing is just putting the agent that experiences the creation, being us, in the role of the creator. So like in a self-caused loop. So we create the creation and then we experience the creation. There is no need then for an external agent. Now, of course, that has some logical problems with it that I don't really need to go into for most people. They'll understand it right off the bat. But that's the way people want to go, and they'll try to argue that they arrived at this position scientifically. And of course, they arrived at that position with a heliocentric model, right? And Big Bang expanding cosmology, the speeds of light, quantum theory, evolutionary theory, all these other things that they think are, coalescing to prove that the fundamental unit of reality is consciousness, not matter. Now, of course, most specific theists or religions already believe that the fundamental unit of reality is not matter, that it's some kind of spiritual or mental space. So it's going to appeal to a lot of people. They're going to say, oh, look, we finally proved the spirituality with science. Come on board. You can join us.
It's called like a deeper truth. When it's not really a deeper truth, really, it's gonna enthrall people with the notion that they can attain such enlightenment with science, and then that would be the masses will be drawn into it. I mean, it's happening now. It's slowly being converted it's melding into one.
Yep.
It's becoming closer and closer to that ideal.
Absolutely.
You can see it. You could even see it with AI. I mean, it's the same that what they're trying to achieve, and they're really going for creating consciousness. You know what I mean? Like that's the heart of their aim is what they want.
Yeah, they want to prove that consciousness can be an emergent property from material processes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Now, of course, they want you to ignore the fact that it required a sentient agent's curation to get it there, which is them, the quote-unquote scientist, right? They'll be like, just pretend I didn't do all these steps, and then just imagine that this consciousness just appeared from material.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make is abandoning that. The mainstream science, right? And I'm not going to say the mainstream, but like mainstream scientists that are a little off the mainstream are starting to lean towards the acknowledgement that it's the other way around, that it's not that consciousness comes from matter, but it's the other way around, that matter comes from consciousness.
Well, I mean, if you see that's the way the word was spoken in the beginning, that's what happened. I mean, but if they're coming to the point where that's what they're leaning towards, and I mean, they can't get to the point where they're going to be creating that. They can make people perceive it, but they won't be able to do what the creator has done. Speak things into existence. There's people that say that you can manifest. Like I've heard it been said before, you can manifest your own reality. You hear these quotes and things that people say, but I don't think they understand the comprehension of it being no one's sovereign. There isn't a sovereign being around here to say that you're not that guy. You're not.
But you could in theory be given the keys to the matrix, so to speak. So like in the Matrix movie, some of the programs are able to control their little areas, right? Because they kind of have the code or the permissions, or it's in their programming, or they enhance their programming through self-evolution like Neo does by realizing the truth. right? And then he uses his mind powers to control the system. But the system itself has rules. He's only controlling the system within the rules available to it. He can't transcend the Matrix's rules, right? And the Matrix,
there's only one that does that, which is the architect.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the rules were governed by the architect. So the architect who instilled all these rules here, who made these laws, can make or give authority, or keys or special abilities or supernatural, in this particular instance, in this reality, supernatural abilities to do things that wouldn't be done normally. But yeah, that is possible. I could see that, because miracles do happen. For somebody to say that that's not the case, and I mean, we all know that this is possible. It could range from anything from people coming back to life to, miraculous healing. Just whatever, different things happening, like where
also
there's instances where that's another one too. Yeah.
Yeah, like all of a sudden you have a need, right? And then all of a sudden somebody just decides, as if on hypnosis, to be absolutely benevolent to you for no reason, out of the blue. You're like, I just got the feeling that you needed $10,000 today, so here it is.
I'm still waiting for that one.
There's yeah, I agree.
Now you hear those kinds of stories all the time in certain circles, especially certain circles that have some kind of spiritual grounding, where they have like an express need within a local group. Then all of a sudden, out of the blue, somebody comes across to them and gives them money. I know one specifically that I encountered. They had a desire on this church, right? And this guy wouldn't answer a phone call. He thought it was a scammer, right? So simultaneously, he had this idea: I want this church. I want to do this with this church. I need this much money. I don't have it. What am I going to do? And he kept getting the scammer phone call. Turns out, when he finally decided to pick up the phone call one day, for some reason, the person on the other end said, I've been trying to get a hold of you. This rich lady died, and she wants to give away $500,000 to a person who needs a new church. So they got the money and got the church. No prior connection.
Yeah, things like that happen. And it was even said in the biblical narrative too, that Yeshua said, you will do greater things than these. And in referring to like miraculous healings and casting of out devils, and I mean just other things that seem supernatural. Things that go above and beyond like what a normal person can actually perceive as reality, or the limits or boundaries of what we can do.
Of course, but what he really meant was... Yeah, but what he really meant was you'll eventually fly to the moon.
Yeah, that's their. But I mean, they can twist it and make it sound like whatever they want. And you always go back to like something. There's nothing new under the sun. So people have always wanted to war with the creator. That's the natural resistance, right? You don't want to be held accountable for shit. You just want to run around and do what you want. And the less you have a creator, keeping you held accountable for the things you're doing right now and in the future, the better. So if you can, take your idols and usurp your authority over the creator, then the better for you, because then you can live however you want. So like the space agencies, they want to fly to space and look down and say, hey guys, it's us who did this. There's nobody else but us here. There is no God. It's just us. No one's watching you. Don't believe in that stuff.
Walk into the Twilight Zone. Good morning, yo.
Yeah,
What did you say? The Twilight series?
I'm like Miggy saying that there is no God. What?
You caught me in the middle of what. Going on about like how they're.
Some new beats.
Sound good to me.
Yeah. Man, how much snow are you shoveling, Elijah?
None.
None? It didn't. What?
It didn't stick.
Dang, dude. I got like, I don't know, more than a foot or so.
Yeah, we didn't.
Is that what you're doing right now?
Yeah.
You're huffing and puffing. It sounds like you're doing something.
That's right, man. I've been shoveling and flat smacking Matthew in the next week.
See the seasons. See how God works. He makes it so that you stay fit during the seasons. You know what I'm saying? You got to shovel. You got to chop wood. You got to carry dead animals. You know what I mean? It's cultivation. But let's go get the human meat at McDonald's. Let me order at the menu. Let me get one of those gray patties right there. Those weird gray patties.
Uh-oh, there's a fellow shoveler came out for the early shoveling.
We got to wave to your neighbors.
Yeah, I'm chilling. You wouldn't catch me caught dead in that. Not anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out, but you guys have a good night, Elijah. AI.
Later, nigga.
Later, bros.
See ya.
I'm gonna play me some Call of Duty.
Dude, what time is it?
Just after midnight on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's 3:08 here.
What the heck? 3:08, dude. Man, I ain't getting no sleep.
Yeah, I took a little nap and then I popped right back up. Just like whatever.
Dude, I was
anything.
going at a good clip, man. I was going at a good clip before I started listening to 24/7 and started hearing Matthew. Then I felt like I had to get on, do some smack talking.
I don't know what these people feel is, man. It's really starting to get weird. Like the further we progress in this conversation and the more information that comes out, the weirder it becomes that they reject what's going on.
Oh yeah, bro. It's gonna get weird.
Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on. Listen to that, you'll wake up.
Dude, I was doing so good at my pacing for shoveling until I started talking to Matthew. Whatever. It's so nice out right now. It's perfect weather for shoveling. Just enough coldness to keep you from getting overheated.
Mm-hmm. My thing is, it wasn't even that cold this year. I thought it was going to be really cold for sure.
Yeah, it was a very Very light winter.
I'll move somewhere cold just to get me some beaver gloves, beaver mitts. Can't wait to try those things out.
Sweet.
Beaver mitts are like the warmest hand accessories known to man.
They made the dead beavers.
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Yeah, so me and my brother, we work in we're doing a house right now that's complete gut job, right? So we tore out all the insulation, just framing, all through the winter, and we only turned on the heat like this entire winter, like 3 times. We would just come, start working, get warmed up, and work just fine for the rest of the day. And then, after lunch, you got to put on your jacket for a little while. Then you get hot, you take it off. Yeah, so it was definitely light this year. So we asked Matthew, right? We explained to him Brian Mullen's force-the-line measurement structure that you could look at and see that the Earth is curving or not. And he said even if he saw that, he would still not believe it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. That's his. That's where he's at with it. Once it's something that could potentially, truly go against what he believes, he's like, I'm just going to choose not to look into that.
I have an insight, which may be valid, may not be. So, are you aware of the Kalam cosmological argument?
No.
It's basically proof of a creator based on the beginning of the universe. But there's also the more caveats to it, which is if space, time, matter, energy, all those things came into existence at the Big Bang, then it needed a precedent cause, which must be eternal, omnipresent, all-powerful, and sentient, right? Which sounds like a god. And so Matthew agreed that that's like one of the strongest proofs of God. So it could be that he favors heliocentrism because he thinks of it as a concrete proof for his God.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know for sure, but it definitely is on people's mind,
Yeah,
a lot of
he's
are like that.
His own religion around. Like what?
Where they think that the flat Earth is a proposition that proves their version of God, so they're more attracted to it.
Yeah.
Oh man, the snow is heavy, dude.
I'm gonna head out myself, probably get a couple hours of sleep.
Stay blessed, Elijah.
Yeah, man.
Alright, don't sleepwalk over the edge.
roll over or wake up on the wrong side of the edge. Well, that just sounds cold, man. Yes. Cold but staying warm for moving, I reckon.
Yep.
I think snow reminds me of Fargo, the movie.
Anybody new in?
Have a look.
Lobby looks quiet. There's a few people here chilling with us. I'm gonna go check the YouTube.
Holy crap.
Quiet morning. Or night. 3 a.m. here.
Yeah, it's extra quiet here too. My son and his mom are still gone until tomorrow, and they're flying back from like South Carolina to Oregon. And I just looked and saw like a weather advisory for like where they're at in South Carolina. So we'll see.
Well, if they go back to South Carolina, you should go with them, and we can meet up because I'm in North Carolina.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I got family down there, man.
Yeah, they're
dude, we could all hit up and meet up with Witsit. We can meet up with the Witsits.
I thought that was in Texas.
Oh, do they?
Florida.
Somebody had said something about South. That's why I assumed. Yeah, whatever. Texas sounds like fun though. Florida does too.
I think it might just be from Texas. I remember getting that confused.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just kind of going off what a random person told me, and I don't remember who said it. So it's whatever. Either way, I need to get my bus going so I can just travel around, be like, "Sup?" Go visit with everybody. You hit up some of these random conventions and FE conferences that get thrown together, I guess.
You ever been down to Florida?
Only like once or twice. Yeah. I went to Disney. Yeah, Disney, Universal, MGM, and Ripley's, and the Holy Land experience. I think we did a couple other things too.
That Disney World always looked so much cooler than Disneyland. I lived on the West Coast, kind of jealous because it had like the big ball and stuff.
It was pretty fun, but it was kind of, I don't know, weird, trippy. I had more fun at Universal Studios than Disney, but also I was a bit older. If I'd went when I was a little kid, I probably would have enjoyed Disney more. Then again, Universal Studios.
I went to the one in SoCal.
Yeah.
I think they shut it down though. It was really cool. I was there with a group of other kids. We were like all 17, 18. And there's nobody there, so we could just cycle on the rides.
Yeah. Go explore abandoned theme parks. There's actually a couple of those around the world, just completely abandoned theme parks that you can kind of just walk there and it's whatever. Don't die.
That would be interesting. I've seen a YouTube video where these guys go around exploring that kind of stuff.
Something that reminds me of what you were just talking about, though. Water slides. It's like an abandoned park that had a bunch of water slides. And these people were skateboarding on them. Like, y'all crazy?
Heck yeah.
I mean, it looks cool, but imagine if somebody had went over one of the edges of this.
Yeah, total death wish.
Yeah, doing stuff like that reminds me of the people who do the parkour type crap, and they're on a freaking, like, about the level of a damn skyscraper, just jumping from one building to it. What the hell, dude? Or Russians going to construction sites. Like, what the dude?
And my self-preservation won't even let me attempt to do like a backflip or anything like that.
They use a GoPro and it makes it look way taller and bigger than it is, but also if they fell from where they are, they would definitely die. It's like, dude, oh my god, it's not worth the internet points. And put that
people that are like murking them.
Sorry, my bad, dude.
Amount of people murking themselves to get take a selfie and get hit by a train.
Yeah, man, it's like Darwin Awards up there.
Well, India. I've seen a lot of videos from India where the guys are doing that. Must have been like a trend there for a while or something. Still is get crushed by a train while you're filming yourself.
Oh, I think you're talking about the one where they try and get like a selfie of themselves and they'd be leaned out so like very close, like they're trying to expect the train to go like just an inch from where they are and it goes past them and they get a picture or something. Dude, yeah, that's some crazy.
All it's got to do is nick them, and it's done.
And it creates a vacuum when it pulls by, like it kind of creates suction, so it'll like kind of pull. It can draw you in.
I had a friend who had half his foot cut off, well, an acquaintance, I'll say, and that was his story. He said he was messing around on it, and like when he fell, it like pulled him under it and cut his foot.
Interesting that train tracks have to be level, relatively, in order to operate. Because if you get them, too curved, it ends up turning the thing into a roller coaster. Doesn't work well for freight.
No, you can't get too much weight up the mountain. It's
The
steam
little
metal wheels.
The little engine that could will become the little engine that couldn't.
I wonder what the elevation change is in like the longest tracks here in the U.S.
That'd be interesting to look into.
Because for a while there, I thought they were just like end to end, like perfectly straight. But there is like I've seen like there's like tracks that look like they're in hills, and like
there's a bit to it, but it can't be too much because there's so much of the construction that was done where they just blasted out tunnels just so that they could run the tracks through.
Yeah.
They kept it level.
I got the brownies in the oven and mess picked up, and now I'm gonna go ahead and partake in relaxation time.
Let's say they family friendly brownies.
They actually are. Yeah, I made them for my 3-year-old.
That's what I was thinking. You said they were on the way home. Like, these are not special These are special brownies, but they're not special brownies.
Yeah, but we learned earlier that according to evolution, if you put in some magic mushrooms, their brains will get bigger and smarter.
See, there you go. You should make them special brownies.
Right. My son's already a flat earther. He's a genius.
My son asked me random questions about this. It'll be some like flat Earth related questions, but it's the most off stuff that none of us even talk about or bring up, and I just can't even.
How old is your boy?
It's some speculation. He's 12. When he's 13, I'm gonna bring him in here and just let him, listen and go wild. Well, at least when people are clowning, I'll be like, go get him. Raise him up to be an anti-troll. I have a belief on things. On a long enough timeline, one of two things will happen. Somebody will downward spiral into like the darkest form of being a troll, or they'll become an anti-troll. They'll just fully wage war against all trolls and all troll-like people, because those people are just they're time wasters who have nothing better to do than to waste other people's time. So if you become an anti-troll, where you can basically cause trolls to kind of like and that's the funny part about that is you don't have to hurt them. All you have to do is make them laugh and be like, hey, and like you basically humanize them and make them feel like they're not being a troll anymore.
You're right. But are you volunteering? Yep. That's what we need to know.
I'm just saying that's all of it. It's just about humanizing a troll who doesn't want. Am I? I've been doing the anti-troll thing for a while. It's kind of like Van Helsing. Go out hunting.
What we need is a new champion in the Cogdis. So the way it used to go is the Cogdis guys would stay there for a while. Then they get sick of the trolley dudes and start smacking them, and it'd be fun for them, to basically not necessarily vie for our positions, but be a peacekeeper in a sense. But it gives them the power to smack talk the trolls, and so eventually, when they do that, they earn their Cogdis VIP, and they essentially become, a pseudo staff member.
Yeah.
But they need curation by an actual staff member to coax them into that vein. So that would be what you're volunteering for if you do decide to volunteer for the anti-troll minister.
Yeah, I already spent some time hanging out in the Cogdis anyways. When people some folks start spending too much time arguing with the trolls, and I'll post memes like, don't feed the trolls, man.
Don't feed the trolls, man.
If you want to accept your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to curate one of these guys into a Cogdis VIP level.
This live stream will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
You know any good candidates, AI?
I don't know. I don't know any good candidates.
I volunteered Timbo to be the Cogdis.
I volunteer for tribute.
Because, he's upside down. He can handle it. Yeah, he's got this. How you guys doing, man? I'm dropped in for a few minutes. I'm going to go to bed here shortly. But how did it go today? Was it good? I was listening here and there. But yeah, it had
we made Matthew admit that if there was an objectively valid, verified, direct measurement of the Earth not being curved,
well, that was you explained to him the force the line. I was listening to that while I was cooking, and yeah, he admitted that's not going to do it for him, and I heard that. Yep. Force the line would do it, but again, like you said, man, we spend whatever $1 billion on the force of the line, you know, which is like ridiculous. We could probably do it for like, you know, 2 million, but even if they saw it, man, they'd be like, nah, forget about it. Yeah, you guys are crazy.
Dude, you ain't doing that for no 2 million.
Well, we're just talking about, you know, metal posts up, down, you know, I-beams. I use I-beams myself, right?
Yeah, but you got to build it. You got to engineer it. You got to have staff.
Yeah.
Dude, the roundabout. Listen, the roundabout. Check this out. Dude, the roundabout out the corner of my house cost $4 million for a roundabout, dude, which is just freaking pavement.
That's incredible. Fuck off.
Wow.
Dude,
no, I'm sure some of that was embellished. I'm sure some of that was embellished city financing.
Somebody's on the take, man. Somebody's cashing in. Yeah, I have this little hiking trail by my house. It's like fucking shittiest hiking trail ever, right? And they built this like $2 million fucking outhouse out there, man. I'm like, all right, who the fuck got paid to put this shit here, man? What the hell? I don't get it.
Literally putting the shit there.
Yeah, put the shit there.
How about if we got Elon on it and be like, bore the line? No, he's got too much money in his SpaceX.
Like Miggy said about going to the wall and touching it, you could do all that, and at the end of the day, you're just gonna get hand wave dismissed, all crazy.
Yeah,
Elon could literally start posting flat Earth stuff, and everybody like, you're just trolling, and they would all they'd turn against him and just talk crap.
Yeah, I don't know what it would take. And I don't think there's anything it's going to take, man. We brought everything to the table. They're like, nah.
What's funny is everybody always brings up Elon Musk, but he's kind of like him and Bezos are the only randos that you can be like, hey, rich guy who can do things with unlimited money cheat code. But boring the line would actually also work if it were a straight line, because it's going to curve around. There'd be like an obvious curve there too. But I actually have another one that has nothing to do with building such a large structure. I think that you can actually water level the entire world, every coast, well, any beach anyway.
Yeah, what would that do?
Have a bunch of Globers whine and then say that it was fake too.
No, but I mean, how would you water level every coast? Like, what was that accomplish? What does that prove?
Water's level?
The water's level. Yeah.
Yeah, that's already agreed that water's level.
Yeah.
It's a definitional argument.
Yeah, prove the sky's blue after that.
Yeah, you have to convince them to change their definitional level.
Yeah, that's true. Good luck with that when they're changing the definitions of everything else these days too. They don't even know what a woman is.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, be careful.
Moving forward.
Yeah, moving on. Hey, checked out Earth today, and it's raining here, so I wasn't able to check.
It does that there?
Wasn't able to check out much of it, but all I can say it was raining here.
Hey man, today. What makes the rain go down?
You know what? I'm pretty sure it's gravity, 100%.
Ah, that sounds magical.
Well, 99.9%.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, see.
Just off the clouds. They're gravity proof.
Yeah, I always bring that up to people. It's like, dude, that cloud's full of like a bunch of rain, man. Why isn't it dropping to the ground? What happened? What happened to gravity, man? Where's it at, bro? I need some help here. Help me out.
So tired holding down oceans. It's like, I can't mess with those clouds right now. I'm going to keep this ocean down.
Busy, man. I'm busy holding down the ocean. Come on. It's a lot of work holding down the ocean over here. I ain't got time for the clouds.
Jeez.
Come on, that's the funniest shit you've heard tonight. Anyway, that was pretty good. That's pretty good. The gravity's too busy to pull the clouds down. Come on, everybody knows that. It's holding down the oceans.
Hey, Flat Earth Professor, dude, check this one out in the live stream.
Answer: thus, typical fair weather cumulus clouds weigh about 1,400,000,000 pounds, or about 800 million pounds less than the dry air of equal volume. That's a lot of weight.
That is
That's
one singular cumulus cloud.
Are you fucking kidding me? I didn't know it was that much.
Yeah, I don't know why. I thought they were as light as they look too for some reason. That's really stupid of me.
I'm just a little black rain cloud hovering under the honey tree.
That's an interesting number, man. 1.4 bill.
Yeah, man. That's a lot of weight.
uh,
I'm not saying it's unbelievable. I'm just saying it's incredible.
Well, it's incredible. I'll go with that. And yet it just floats there in the sky, man. What's up with that? How do you explain that on a flat Earth?
Gravity, man.
I love it when they go like, how do you explain sunsets on a flat Earth? Or like, oh, thanks, Brian. Shit. We live on flat Earth. I don't have to explain it to you. Go check it out. It's right there. It's outside. Have at it, man.
Creation Bear said that 2015 called it wants its argument back.
Yes. I like that. Right on, CB. So, heard somebody come in here, I don't know, back in January maybe. And they're like, dude, man, I've been to like hundreds of Discords, man. This is the smartest people in the world are hanging out in this Discord. And I was like, I agree. Without a doubt. I mean, I've heard people go into the deepest dive subjects of, light propagation or whatever it is, man. It's like, this place has got it covered, man. What are you into? You're like, talk about gravity? Yeah, we got experts, man. We got a whole fucking pile of experts for gravity, man. When I talk about the inverse square law of light, okay, we got an expert for that too, man. Careful out there, Globers. You ain't coming here with your weak sauce, man. You ain't coming in here. It's gonna get taken to the woodshed, as I like to say. It's taking it to the woodshed and straighten out your cog disc. Now get your cog disc straightened out, right? I mean, shout out to the YouTubers, man. We got 21 people out there. We got Brandon, Jeremiah, and we got Bill Bob. Shout out to Bill Bob, Brandon, Mr. Irving out there. That's about it, man. But they're working it, man. You guys, Helio Skeptic is out there.
Yeah, Helio sighting.
Helios is in the chat on YouTube. Damn. Shout out to Helio. Super Loomer Projection Hyena. Dude, what was your original name, bro? Super Loomer Hyena. You had damn, I cannot. Super Looming Projection. I can't. Fuck. I can't. There was like 5 words in your name besides Loomer Hyena. It was a good name, man. All right, we got Spake Face. Yeah. Super Looming Hyena. It was Super Looming Hyena. There wasn't another word in there? I thought there was another word. Do we allow questions? That's the question. Do we allow questions?
We do. Bring them in.
Yes, we do. We allow questions, of course.
Yeah, only the globe refuses to allow anybody to question it.
That's right. Only the Globers don't allow questions. Hey, it's better to have questions that are unanswerable than to have answers that are unquestionable. Right?
Yep.
I love that line, man. That's one of my faves, man. 100%.
Yeah, I'm feeling that one.
You know what I mean? I mean, if there's an answer for something and I go, Wait a minute. Time out, man. What's this gravity? 932 feet per second. Yeah, I get it. Where'd you guys come up with that? Can I ask you guys? No, you can't ask us that, Helio. Yeah. So yeah, I want to live in a world where I can question everything. So I went to a question everything conference, and I stood outside the question everything conference, and I questioned the question everything conference. Not a lot of people can say that, man, but I did it. And I was like, okay, I'm going to question the conference. If we can question everything, man, why can't I question the question everything conference? And I'm going to do a live stream outside here, and I'm going to question what they're doing in there. And it was turned out really well, man. I had a good day. And so, yeah, we should be able to question everything. And, if people have a problem with that, man, that's their problem. Offense is taken, not given. Remember that. Right, Helio?
No one makes you feel anything. We choose to feel what we feel like.
Yep.
I agree with it. All right. Janet. Mr. Irving wants to know why did my account get banned for asking questions? And
that victim, we're like, what are the odds he was just like literally innocently asking a question and some like flat earther? I mean, it's possible. Just was like, no question, bam.
What? Why did I get banned? That's my question. I don't know why you got banned. I have no idea. I wasn't here. You're not banned on the YouTube. You're in the YouTube chat.
Ask him what question he asked that got him banned.
There you go.
Dude, drop your ass in here. Come on into VC. Click on the little link. Drop up in here. Somebody here, AI or somebody will unmute you and you can explain your situation, man. But we really want to talk about the shape of Earth, man. Or the lack of shape of Earth, or therefore the actual Earth we live on. We just want to talk about Earth, man. Period. Really.
Yeah, meanwhile, the question he asked was, if Earth is flat, then how did the dinosaurs get knocked off the disc that's floating in space?
Ban.
Where are those there's dinosaurs in space that they turned into planets? Of course, everybody knows this. The dinosaurs flew out because of when the moon crashed into Earth, it exploded all the time. Hey, I ran across some yeah.
Did you ever watch Fifth Element?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Saw it in theaters.
It's a good movie about the theory of how we got our moon. So, in the end of the movie, it shows that the moon is basically just an alien coming to kill us, and then the Fifth Element zaps it into a rock.
Yep. I hate Hollywood. I fucking hate it, man. It's despicable to me, man, that these Mongos came up with all this crazy shit and made it look cool, and they did it, man. Fuckers did it, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting, man. Like you said, I think AI, you were talking about. Okay, well, you want to go to space? Okay, well, have you gone deep sea diving? No. Have you jumped off? Done any cliff diving? No. Have you swam with dolphins? No. Have you done anything in your life besides, sit on your ass? No. But I want to go to space. I definitely want to go to space, man. I got to go now. I mean, I'm ready.
What would they even do when they got there?
Want to go to Mars. I totally want to go to Mars. Yeah, that's ridiculous. It gets to the you brought up a great point, because I never thought of it like that, man. Like, well, how much have you done here on Earth, and you want to go to outer space? Okay, wait a minute, time out, man. You ain't done shit on Earth, but yet you're ready to go to the moon.
Yeah, or I want to go to space. I want to go to space and be the first to meet and speak to an alien civilization. Then you ask them, have you ever spoken to a girl before? No, I'm too shy.
Lol.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think there's Xbox in space. Like, what are these guys going to do up there?
Well, the ridiculous continues, ladies and gentlemen. Or trans and non-trans or whatever you are, man. I don't know. Do I have the right pronouns? Fuck's sake. Anyway, yeah.
Personally, I prefer amateur nouns.
Nice.
Dude, you gotta fucking copyright that shit. Amateur nouns? Come on, dude. That is so good. I'm serious, man. Go ahead. You're gonna see that in the news like in 2 weeks from now. You know that. Amateur nouns. Oh, love that. Oh, that's the best shit I've heard all week right there. That's definitely like it just made me feel better. Like, oh yeah, amateur nouns. Yeah, I love that camp. Can I be in the amateur noun camp? Yeah, okay. Good. All right. Damn, what the hell happened there? Fuck. I lost the YouTube chat. Down, huh? All right, it's 15 of you guys out there. And
Well, damn, man, Earth is flatter than a frying pan.
well, define frying pan. Yeah, the Mongos that want to defend the globe to the teeth, man, they're thick, man, and we just kind of got to laugh at them at this point. We don't have to take them too serious. But good to see you, Jenna.
I define frying pan as gravity.
Is what?
He said define frying pan. I said because gravity.
Gravity.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So, because of gravity, all the floating particulates in the early universe accreted into massive masses of mass. And then they turned into stars, and then the stars exploded, which gave us the elements, which gave us iron, which gave us your frying pan.
Then lo and behold, cast iron.
That's so funny. I was thinking the same thing right when he said the non-slip.
I was on that same.
We're talking about the evolution of a frying pan, okay? This is good shit, man.
Yes, but iron is also Fe.
Of a frying pan.
Right, but iron, the symbol for iron is Fe, which is flat Earth, which is flat pan.
In a pan, it's got the whole world. In a pan.
We would have a theme song. Fuck. The evolution of a frying pan. Yeah, it can get a little ridiculous. I do like to make fun of the absolute ridiculousness of the Big Bang cosmology and NASA and all that crazy kooky shit.
What the Big Bang cosplay?
Yeah, it's fun to make fun of it, but as well as you guys understand it, I just sit back and listen mostly. And I just I'm walking down the aisle at the grocery store listening to you guys fucking take some Glober to the woodshed because they don't know the first thing about cosmology. They think they know, but that's weird. They don't know anything, man. And that always freaked me out. I was like, when dude, I really don't know shit. I have to admit that to myself, but they can't admit that to themselves. And they'll carry on for years. But it took me, a few days. I was like, Oh shit! I have to admit that I've never seen the globe from outer space. Fuck, ain't that a bitch? Damn, bastard! They tricked me, man. They pulled a fast one, man. They conned us, conned everybody, man. Isn't that something? How could everybody be in on the lie? Why would they lie? How could they all be in on it? I don't understand. What? Well,
It was such a surreal feeling, like when I when I figured it out and when I could see, just like my whole like, it was just I felt so strange. It was like, what? Am I dreaming? How could this be? And then of course the first thing is like, I'm gonna tell everybody, and that didn't work out.
well, I took, I talked to my great friends that I've known for decades and I grew up with, and I would sit them down and try to. Yeah, most of them, no, no, nope, nope, nope. But I had a couple that were like, yeah, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, and I'm glad I told them, and I'm glad they know that I know, because when they find out, they're gonna be like, oh, you
motherfucker, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah, right.
Well, I was trying, man. I did my best, but that's all I can do is give you information. Say, hey, man, you live on Earth. Go check it out for yourself, man. You live here. It's not like I'm, you can watch the sun rise and set and the moon cycles and the eclipses or whatever whatever you want to check out, man. You can watch it. The seasons. I love the seasons. So yeah.
Time zones.
Oh my God. How does time zones work on a flat Earth? I fuck that one. Just like I want to just jump through the fucking cable here and go. Wait,
that's a terrible.
It's so bad, dude.
Oh, that one pisses me off the most. How do time zones work on a flat Earth? I don't know. Look at your fucking clock.
No, dude. Where do you live? I got a flat Earth clock here, right here in front of me, man.
Right. And what are they insinuating not work? Like, what do you mean not work? Like, it's happening right now as we speak.
Yeah.
Oh well, of course they're meaning that if the Earth was flat and the sun was a light, then it would light up the whole Earth simultaneously.
Exactly. Well, isn't that
two time zones, night and day?
Well, yeah, that's AI. You're right, man. That's the projection that the establishment established in the majority of people's minds, was that flat Earth would be a disk floating in space and the sun would be shining on it all the time. And there would be no day or night. And that's, the whole Earth is lit up at one time. That's the projection that they put out. And even when you were in elementary school, you'd fall off the edge of this space disk thing. Yeah. And it's been pushed and pushed and pushed. They spent millions and millions of dollars pushing that, what they call the gaslighting of the flat Earth, man. The gaslighting of flat Earth.
For it occurs to me through all the research that I've done that seriously, literally nobody ever has ever seen the Earth in its entirety, ever. And for all we know, it could be an infinite Earth plane. But what is infinite? We don't know. I mean, life goes on, and on and on and on and on since the dawn of time. So what do we know? We don't know. That's why we're here.
Yeah, incomprehensible stuff.
Well, some things we can.
Or inconceivable.
Yeah, inconceivable. That's it.
Yeah.
What we can comprehend is where we live, what we see, different seasons, rainstorms, whatever it is, snow. Cool stuff, man. All good stuff. We can check it out. But going to outer space and seeing the whole thing from a few hundred miles away or a few thousand, whatever it is. But they sold this stuff, man, and when they went to the moon and took all those pictures, they had to take a picture every 4 seconds. It turns out that's how many pictures they took.
Didn't they have like thousands?
Yes, it's in the thousands and thousands and thousands, right? But the time they were on the moon and the time they spent on the surface of the moon, yeah, they had to take a picture like at least every minute, I would say, minimum.
I think I've heard something. I heard that one too.
It was some kind of
ridiculous.
crazy calculation this guy came up with. He's like, dude, check it out, man. They'd had to take a picture like every minute that they were on the surface. Yeah, it was an astronomical amount of pictures. And man, imagine somebody was in here talking about the difference between today's cameras and this shit back in the 60s, late 60s. Yeah, big difference, man. Film's a bitch, man. You only get like 24, 36 pictures per roll, and then you got to switch that shit out, man. There's not enough room.
How does film work in the back in the...
Well, you had literally a frame of one, what they call 35 millimeters. It's 35 millimeters, a little over like an inch and a quarter or something.
Like, wouldn't those high and low temperatures be messing with that film?
Dude, I mean, just to focus it, they didn't have viewfinders. They were shooting this shit from their belly, on their chest. And they're just shooting shit. I mean, these guys are good photographers, man. Apparently. But yeah, it was a tremendous amount. Anyway, so yeah, the pictures from space. But, when you have a media machine selling something, it's hard to stop it. I mean, we all went through the last 3 years together. The last time I checked.
Oh, yeah.
And when you have a media machine that powerful, whether it was the moon landing or, pick your poison. If they want to put out a message, they can get most of the people to go, okay, that's great. I agree with the moon landing. That was amazing. It was on TV. I saw it. It's totally good.
Yep. That's the ticket.
But when you have a media machine like they have, and we know what media machine they got, because the last 3 years have been a fucking nightmare of media from every direction. Good, bad, ugly, whatever you want to call it. But you can convince anybody of anything, apparently, because, that's how they roll, man. That's how these Mongols roll, man. And it's no different. It's all education, indoctrination, mind manipulation, MK Ultra, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I feel like it's been really calm lately. Like, it's almost as if there's something getting ready to pop off again.
Well, dude, my neck's been really stiff lately, man. And I'm like, something wicked kook fucking shit all is coming. But, I'll ignore that. I'll just ignore that. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't worry about it. Doomer over it. It's just...
I'm not going to worry about it, but I just know it's coming. I'm like, shit, again? Really? Again, you motherfuckers? Again, you're going to pull another fucking moon landing on us? Fuck. Thanks.
That Artemis was so lackluster.
Oh, dude. The Artemis shit. Holy crap.
I've never heard anybody talk about it at all, ever, except for just us.
Dude, isn't it weird? Other than our circle of people that we talk to.
Yeah, no one gives a shit.
We're the only ones talking about it, dude. I go to parties, I'm hanging out with, on a barbecue or whatever. Nobody's like, oh, did you see the Artemis shit? We're going back to the... No. I don't hear fuck all, man. I'm the one
that know what's happening.
It's weird, man. We just sailed around the moon a few months ago, and nobody's talking about it. What? That's weird, man. That's a psychological weirdness because I should go to every party I go to, hanging out with normies or whatever. They should be going, dude, we went around the moon, man, far out. Nothing. Not a fucking word. Zero.
Yeah, the magic is fading from their spell, I believe.
I think you're on to something there. I think that they just don't give a shit because they're distracted with whatever else. But if they were confronted with the actual footage and the video and the live streams of that stuff, that's dangerous territory for them to look at. And
there's too many flavors on Netflix.
Fucking news. The news fucking, they threw it up for a couple of days here and there, but they didn't give us anything good. I mean, it wasn't like, oh my goodness, man, look at this fucking moonshot we got from Artemis. It's so amazing. It's unbelievable. Look at the craters on Tycho no, we didn't get any of that shit. It was like, oh, we went around the moon and it looked like this. And okay, everybody, next is Joey with the weather. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, they don't want people looking at it at this point.
They don't want people looking at it because if you start looking at it, man, you're going to be like, wait a minute, man. Why is the moon like a fucking shaped like a potato? What the hell's going on here, man?
Right? What's with these camera angles? Like, what's going on here?
What the fuck is that potato in space? What? Yeah. So yeah, they kind of brushed that shit under the rug, man, on the mainstream media. They just shoved that shit to the shithole, man, because they knew they were going to be like, but they got excited about it. Like, dude, we just went around the moon, but they showed you a little clip and then they're like, okay. And they moved on, man. They didn't even like deep dive into it or anything, man. It was real quick in the news cycle, man. We'll shove it out there, man, make everybody happy. And then we'll just get rid of that shit. Yeah, I talked to people about those Artemis. Did you see the Artemis? And they're like, no, I don't see it. Yeah, most people didn't even see it, bro. But we deep dived into it when we went, okay, what do you got? Because we were excited, man. We're going back to the moon. They're going to come up with some kick-ass CGI shit, man. It's going to be bitching, man. No, it was a blurry fucking potato. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me, man? You got to be kidding me. That's what they just cranked it through the news cycle and it was gone, dude. It's long gone. Right now we got, banks fucking closing all over the place. They're busy with that one right now, man.
Yeah, whatever that's going to turn into.
Exactly. I don't know, but that's where their news cycle is right now, man, because yeah, it switches, man. These guys are clever, man. And we're way more clever because we don't have to lie to people. And that's what makes us, I don't know, step above or whatever you want to call it. But
your brain is not full of all these lies you have to remember. You just are an honest person and we have we use our brains to think about shit.
We don't have to come up with excuses or lies for these mongos, man. We see what they give us and we just take it to the woodshed and let's go, wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. Time out, man. Wait a minute. Time out. All right. All
right.
Shout out to all you. Eat the grass, brother. How you doing, man?
I just returned. I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro.
No, you're good, man. I'm about to step off the throne, man. Let you crush it.
I'm just back to chill.
Well, we were just bitching about the Artemis bullshit that they threw.
Quit your bitching.
I'm such a negative person. I'm so negative. Why are you so negative? We went back to the moon. What's wrong with you? We did it, man. We are awesome. Us humans are awesome.
Brownies are almost done.
Brownies.
I came across this thread on YouTube where people were talking about something about throwing trash on Mars And I was like, are you guys even thinking? Are you like, why not the moon? It's closer.
Why not send it to the sun? What the hell?
Like, even better, right? Like, damn.
I want you guys to understand something. That this is a closed system.
Hey, Bill Nye said that. He said the quiet part out loud.
Hey, Jenna, do you know when he said that, he was talking about taking trash to space?
Yes, because, okay, I've got a clip of that where it says that we're a closed system, and then somebody was bitching. They're like, what did he say after that? And I was like, it doesn't fucking matter. He said you can't throw your trash on Mars. It doesn't fucking matter what he said after we live in a closed system.
You're not allowed to. Bill Nye said no.
I thought that was like, I've even gone up against Matthew Learns on that one. I was like, well, you didn't listen to the whole thing. He was talking about like taking trash to space. I'm like,
that's literally
taking
the point.
trash to space. Like, why would we?
Boy, dude.
That's literally the point.
You should have made him logic that.
Yeah, Jenna.
Close.
Like, oh gosh.
You should have made him logic that out and been like, so Mars, trash to Mars?
Next time you got him in here, man. Yeah, take him to task.
Yeah, trash to Mars. Why not send it to the moon? Oh, because the moon's too pretty. I don't fucking know.
The sun is so damn big, it should be a pretty big freaking target. Like hitting the broadside of a barn with like a freaking dirt clod. Like you should be able to get it pretty easily.
It's really, really far
The moon would be perfect. Because you can't see anything on the
that trash to the sun, man. Burn it up.
Yeah, but think about it, Professor, dude. It wouldn't be anybody's problem for a very long time, and then it would burn up.
It's toast, man. It's going to be incinerated, they call it.
I guess you'd have to, the amount of money it would cost to launch trash rockets into the sun. Oh, God, NASA's going to start a program. We're launching trash rockets.
You can get your body shot in a rocket up towards the sun. And that'll be your burial.
There you go.
You know what?
You guys in for a business proposition?
Sure.
So here's the proposition. So we fake a rocket company.
Yeah.
Then we get everybody's trash and we make them pay us a lot of money, and then we just give it to the Chinese people and they dump it in the ocean.
There you go. I love it. That's diabolical. I mean, if you want to be a diabolical asshole, this is what we do, man.
Shauna said they're in too.
Yeah, Hey, I've heard. I don't know if you guys know about those electronic recycling. I mean, I don't know. They got them around my city all the time, man. Bring your electronics over here, man, and we'll recycle them. But all that shit gets sent back to China, and they like unsolder like the gold and they got these kids working in these little fields and shit. Yeah, it's a scam, man. It's like, yeah, take your old used electronics that doesn't work anymore. They put it on a boat to China, man, and they desolder, anything that's valuable. It's like gold mining, no different, right? Anyway, something a little off topic, but yeah, a scam is a scam, man. There's so many scams, dude. I hate scams. I fucking hate them. And the Earth's being a fucking globe was such a scam that pissed me off so much.
Two. You ready for phase 2?
Bring it.
Let's do it.
Phase 2 is we fine China for dumping it. Even though we gave it to them to dump. And we make them pay for another. We make them pay for a submarine company to come and clean it up.
You're so diabolical.
Sway the masses sway the masses into a certain direction you want it at the same time. You make it a multi-level.
Yeah.
With all the money that they've spent with their NASA bullshit, they could have built a bridge crossing from Alaska to Russia and a freaking tunnel going under some of these damn seas and ocean areas in places where people have never even explored. But no, let's just keep on launching rockets out into the ocean.
Hey, those rockets shooting upwards, they look good on television. They look good. Come on.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
This is a serious question. Do they launch over where the Bermuda Triangle is?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes, they do.
Directly into.
Directly into, okay, and then I know it's like you're not supposed to go there because it's dangerous. Is it also like restricted water?
As far as I know, it's restricted.
It doesn't have to be restricted by people when nature restricts you with volatile vortices.
I also have another part to that. Like, what if they're out there in like little subs and stuff, just like murking people? You're going like, oh my gosh, the ship went missing. Don't go there.
Dude, now you got me thinking. Like, I'm thinking a conspiracy theory. It ain't even speculation Sunday. What if the Bermuda Triangle, like, people don't actually, like, there's pirates out there, and they'll just kill you and take your crap. The planes and ships don't, nope, they just take everything. There's some kind of little country island out there, and they're high tech, and they just take everything.
Dude, it's Wakanda.
Did you partake too?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Ponce de Leon discovered the freaking Fountain of Youth. He's immortal, and now he's got a bunch of pirates off there down by the
triangle.
Yep.
Stay
away from the board. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, even
there really are volatile or vile vortices. Those two exist.
And did you guys see the one where this guy made this video about NASA buying this ship that's made pull like whales out of the ocean, and it's just wide enough to fit the full wing length of a space shuttle. So they could have been shooting them up over there and just going straight down to the water, picking it up, and then getting one back in there off an airplane somewhere and acting like, oh, here comes the landing, guys. Been up in space this whole time.
I did not see that one, man. I did not.
I forget who it was, but like this, the width of the loading bay was exactly like just a little bit bigger than the actual like the width they tell us the space shuttle was. Which wasn't too wide. They were kind of like stubby, shorter wing.
The space shuttle's a little stubby, a little chubby on the wings. A little chubby. Like a pear shape.
Essentially.
Thank you, Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's a pear shape. Pear? We live on a pear? All right, that's cool. Wow, where'd you come up with that one, man?
He probably doesn't like apples.
I like a good granny apple, man.
He might be more of a pear guy.
I used to like the pears in the can.
How about a donut Earth?
Hey, I've heard of this phenomenon that's not observable. But
You get the clip where I think Yoda says the Jedi's strength comes from pretty sure there's a clip where he's tripping before he dies, and he's like, a Jedi's strength comes from donuts. And that would be a funny clip. So if any clowns do come in here and happen to mention donut, then CB could drop the Yoda talking about donuts.
That'd be funny.
Donuts.
I've got a meme that's like, I don't know, it's just a screenshot of like a donut Earth with like the moon that looks like it's about to go through the center of the donut Earth, and I've got that ready to drop at any time.
Busted. The Earth is what we live on. What it is, where it is, I don't know. However, there's a bunch of people that claim all this other shit, man. They claim, day in, day out. They claim they know everything about all of this lights in the sky and the moon. And claim after claim. So bring your claims up in here, man, and tell us how it is, because we're very, very, very interested in learning about your claims.
Yeah, man, we live in a bubble.
claim it up and bring it into the house, man, because we're here 24/7, 365 days a year, man. We're here for your claims, for you to present, and all of us are totally tired of flat Earth. We're burned out, man. We're toast, man.
I feel that.
Please bring us your globe proof and send us all home happy. We will all appreciate it immensely. We will be very, very grateful for decades to come. We'll be very happy that.
Nah, I ain't getting tired. I'm just getting started. And if you need me to slow down, I guess we can get retarded.
I love that. Yeah, I'm like, I want to try a different approach with these Mongos and say, hey man, we're burned out, we're done. Come on, help save us, please save us.
Has anyone made a...
Oh shit, fun guy!
You sound like you're on the moon, man.
You're on the Mars, Mr. Robot.
You're way past Alderaan.
Hey, I just found out yesterday that March 13th was the day they discovered Uranus.
Wow.
I just want to point that out, and that's it.
Recently, they just recently found out they had one.
It was it was like 1855. 1855. I'll go with that. Somewhere around there. Yeah, they discovered Uranus. 1855.
Should create fake Globey facts where they I take that information, but then act as though science actually discovered the existence of. No, we don't need misinformation. I'll stop. Until then,
Mike, check. I'm in the woods.
No
it's probably not a good.
Oh, there you go.
Woods.
We got you now. Hello. Check.
Fun guys out there trying to get a picture of Sasquatch for us, but that has nothing to do with the flat Earth. Completely different server.
Fun guy, you there?
He's not. Hello.
I'm clowning on you, fun guy.
Hey, fun guy, are you upside down on the globe right now? Are you upside down?
Kind of at a 90, sort of maybe a 90? 45.
45.
Are you honestly in the woods though? Are you hunting or something?
No, he's driving.
I'm just walking my dog in the woods.
Oh, okay. You're just chill. You're going on a. Let's see. Cool.
It's the only time I get to go on Discord.
I've
got a wife and kids. They don't let me.
I apologize. I judged you by your name and assumed that you were one of the whatever other. But then I had to check your roles. Oh, okay. All right.
Fun guy.
It's
good walk with your dogs. Welcome, my friend.
I'm not Irish.
I know that. I'm just drunk. What's the difference? I'm kidding. No, I'm really playing with you, man.
Bit more London.
I want you to have a good walk with your dogs, and then carry on. What do you got going on?
I just had a quick.
What do you got going on?
Well, it's a beautiful morning. It's about 0 degrees, but it'll get warmer. I just had a quick question.
Yeah.
I know AI's in here. I listen to FED most days, and they keep having this advanced heliocentric eccentricism thing. But essentially, does anyone have seen or has ever made a documentary on how the globe was made? Basically, I want to suggest that it should be made, just a one-off 1 hour, 1.5 hours of just explaining exactly how the globe came to be, historically, over the last 500 to 700 years.
I'll see if
someone must have made one.
Yeah,
it'd be such a good topic just to come at it completely like a historical documentary.
Like the actual globe, the model though, like the invention of the model of the globe, or the actual like spherical Earth in modern times. Because I was thinking you're talking about the production of the model of the globe that they started selling them and stuff.
No, the guys who came up with the.
You're thinking an actual documentary that goes all the way back to like 2,000 years ago and talks
the
about
the idea that we.
And
how like the globe wasn't built in a day, was it? It's like Rome wasn't built in a day. You say the globe wasn't built in a day. It's been a long time coming. You just write it from the point of view that you know it's a flat Earth, but like you write it from the point that look, this is how these idiots came up with this stuff because this, because of that, because of this, pretty much because of that, and then it's kind of it's a good globe-proof kind of way of looking at it.
When looking at their perspective, we kind of got to triangulate information based off of a couple specific high-resolution locations. One of them's obviously NASA, but another one that people miss a lot, National Geographic. They've got a lot of info. Past, present, future, they've got tons of stuff. And I was looking up something related to what you just asked on that. So they happen to have something related to that, talking about the picture's unrelated, but it just looked cool. Talking about it being created in crates, Kratis, whatever it is.
2,000 years ago, baby.
Yeah,
2,000
years ago. So basically the globe and Jesus share the same birthday, just so you know, and you can celebrate that on Christmas, or you can wait until New Year's when the ball drops.
Oh, hey, I'll be here all week.
Swish.
I'll be here all week. Make sure you tip your waitresses.
Everything from Big Bang, really, Bang, dropping balls and SpaceX and probing Uranus.
Jenna, you have a dirty mind. Stop it. Stop that dirty mind.
I mean,
how dare you?
I know. I can't help it. I just want to probe Uranus.
How dare you?
Anyway, to answer the question, I don't know of one off the top of my head, and I don't remember one right now that's comprehensive about the history of the globe that I could recall.
I mean,
and especially not from a critical eye. There's definitely ones about the heliocentric model.
More of an expose.
They already assume. Yeah, they already assume it's a globe in those.
I think the loss.
Like you'd start off with celestial navigation, and a lot of it would start with just being on a boat and navigating what we knew, but they're never ever really referring to the shape of it, but just referring to. Oh, you have to refer to the shape of it, but specifically how people started to try to render it into a globe. Essentially, what a 10th man's always, perfectly say. I'd love to get 10th on to do it. Not that I've got time to make a documentary or, the skills, but I hope somebody might think that would be a good angle for a history in how the globe came to be.
Fun.
I agree, man. That would be a good one. That'd be a good one. Yep. There's pieces here and there through different guys, content creators on Flat Earth, and there's no definitive one. How did the globe come to be? I mean, that would be the great.
They try and say that mess about it being like 2,000 years ago, but there's actually sphere-related worship from much longer than 2,000 years ago. People have been worshiping balls for a long time. There's nothing new under the sun.
People have been ovals. Sorry, people have been worshipping ovals for a lot longer, because balls aren't actually round. They're sort of oval shape.
Spherical circles and whatnot. Yeah.
All right, cool. I've got to go, but I appreciate your feedback. I'll let's talk to you about it later.
Called The Cosmic Egg.
Yeah. That's a great idea, though, about the documentary, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Cheers, guys. Have a good day.
Bad thing to tell you while you're in the woods, I guess. Have a good one, man.
Bye-bye.
Spake commenting about what Dalebot said. Yeah, there's so many people that'll just straight up deadpan lie about being banned. And while the bot does say, like, oh, they're banned when you get, you'll get muted under certain conditions, and it'll say that they got banned, or they'll get server banned, but they're not actually kicked out of the server. That's a soft ban, fool. You can appeal it by talking to somebody if you're not a jackass. Like, for anybody gets so-called banned, unless you're booted off the server, you're not actually banned. And that might just be a kick. Try and rejoin. Because if you can't rejoin, that's a ban. If you can rejoin, you just got kicked. That's all it was. Calm down. Learn how Discord works. People complain too much, and they whine over technology like little children got their toy taken away or something. Like, go for a walk or something. But honestly, most of the time when people get like that censored, it's because they're tripping. They keep tripping and they won't stop tripping. I've seen the disrespect, and usually y'all are pretty peaceful and passive. You'll let a lot of stuff slide that I personally even wouldn't. I'd be like, what the F?
Yeah, you have to really go out of your way to get kicked or banned out of here. I mean, it's ridiculous.
And I'm super chill guy, but then there's certain things I've seen slide where I'm like, damn, they're even letting that. Okay, all right. And it's because these whiners come in and they complain and complain and complain, and they act like they'll go and act like an ass for like freaking years straight, and then they end up getting kicked or put in like some place like set aside, and they start complaining and complaining as though they didn't do anything wrong. Meanwhile, you can get a search and be like, oh, I see, this person's been an ass for a long time. They're just clowning. And I'm not picking on Dale specifically. What I'm talking in general to all of the people who constantly act like this place in particular kick bans people and censors no, you can have a chance to talk if you're civilized, if you're polite. It's that easy. I didn't mean to interrupt you, dude. My bad. That's just kind of a pet peeve of mine when people try and like bend the truth or lie. It's intellectually dishonest to try and play the victim like that.
And sometimes when the cog disc kicks in and and the person starts getting like triggered and whatnot, whether they're doing it like subconsciously or not, they'll use getting kicked as like a parachute to the situation that they're in. And so when they don't kick and ban them, which happens like way more often than not, they don't get that.
Yeah. They'll try and spiral as hard as possible, get somebody to ban them or kick them or mute them, and then act like they were only kicked, banned, or muted because the argument couldn't be defeated, even though they were just being fallacious. Seen it 1,000 times and 1,000 times over, and so is everybody else here.
Somebody could write a book on cognitive disc and write a thesis.
That's another thing, dude. So many people have come in and they'll be like, "Oh, I'm doing a paper on flat earthers. Yeah. I'm just here to observe and study." Like there's some kind of like a group of scientists studying flat earthers as though this is some kind of obscure, weird thing. That's, oh my, what are these things,
dude? The real study, if you want to study sociological phenomenon, right, that borders on, clinical definitions. You study the globers that come in here. like how spastic they get, how immoral they act. Like, or some of the globers that just don't necessarily come in here, but they go against flat earthers in a major way. Like, you know, like we were talking about earlier about that guy that tried to get Brian Mullen fired. And then, you know, you got
slimy
globers who try to get girls to fall in love with them so that they can convince them to go back to the globe.
Damn.
It's like all these smarmy, disgusting, evil tactics. It's like it just comes out of them. Not all.
Yeah, I've witnessed it myself. Rest in peace, Rob Skiba, when he there's people in the YouTube chat or like somewhere just talking mad, just crazy stuff on like a person that just passed away. And I'm just like, God.
The second that there was so much demonic shit said about him. I'm not gonna disgrace the shit out of people, but
there were people joining this server just to bag on Rob Skiba.
Gloat, like bragging and gloating and laughing about it like it was the funniest shit ever, and that is diabolically evil. It doesn't matter what your worldview is. That's ridiculous. It just shows how cold and callous people are, man. Their hearts of men have waxed cold.
Yeah, right. So, like, transversely, you got that guy that tried to get Brian Mullen fired, right? Let's say he succeeded in getting Brian Mullen fired. I'm pretty sure there are people who've come on here, which I can't remember their names at the moment, that have been fired because of flat Earth and getting, you know, called out, or they declined jobs or lost things. But let's just say he succeeded in getting Brian Mullen fired, and then something bad happened to him, and then the flat Earthers was like, serves you right. Then the Globers would come in and be like, you guys are evil. Why do you wish harm on that man? Like, dude, we're just saying he dished out evil and he got it in return, and that serves him right. It's not like we're encouraging evil or making fun of dead people.
I will say this.
They really don't get, like, the zealot Globers, just how bad they are, and how there's no comparison to the community acting that way.
I call them dark-minders.
Yeah, not even close from this side.
And importantly, it's specifically not even that they act poorly, but that they seem to be doing it for the name of the globe. It's like they're doing it under the banner of the globe. That's the reason why they're doing it. You know, it's not just a community and some people are acting badly. It's like, no, they're doing it because they're Globers, because of the globe versus flat Earth proposition, because they don't like it and they're lashing out against it in some way.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in their heads. I wonder how many of them are actually paid. I mean, aside for the obvious ones like the Professor Dave or something, like it's a script and admits he has handlers. Like, what about like McToon and like what's the other one that what's it was debating? But yeah, some of them don't seem like they're getting paid, and I wonder what's really going on in their head.
So it's just like the zealous atheists, you know, or secularists that used to debate in all the religion forums. Like they weren't getting paid. They just really were upset about the topic, or, you know, excited about it to argue about it. Like the benefit to them is getting to, some of them will even admit this, that the benefit to them is getting the rush of beating up or beating down on a stupid, ignorant person to elevate themselves. So they want to be in a venue where all the people are weaker than them, whether positionally or strength-wise, whatever it is. You know, you see that in other social groups as well, where, you know, the guy who normally would get beat up over here finds a group of people who are smaller, and then he becomes the king, you know? That's what they want.
Right.
If I'm in a room with retards, I'm the smartest person, right? By default. Man, this snow is snowball perfection. I'm gonna pre-make some, so when my son wakes up and tries to get me, he's gonna be in for it. That's right.
Wow, that's interesting.
There they are, preloaded. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing about my life I could change if I could is I would never let my son go to public school.
Yeah, no, that's a horrible idea ever. And yeah, the best thing to do is, if you can, get him out of there.
Yeah, you know what? Even private school ain't the greatest. So much
that's better than but you're right.
Like, dude, I find it robs our time. Like, it's just homework out the ass.
It's all
dude.
bad.
It's hard at homework too.
I had like this weird kind of 3 different perspectives when it comes to school. I've been in the private school system, I've been in the public school system, and I've been homeschooled. Oh, actually, a 4th perspective is another type of homeschooling that has to do with paces, and you can actually like get ahead on stuff. Like you can go faster than your peers just by doing, as much as you want. But if you know what you're doing, you can get all your schoolwork done before lunch and have the rest of the day to do whatever you want to. Like most of it's just glorified babysitting. You sit at a desk board. All the schoolwork, you can actually get it accomplished very quickly. I'm sure a lot of students are smart enough to be able to do it rapidly now, especially with their really short attention spans and their whole TikTok video shit wanting to get stuff done quick. Yeah, you probably could if you put your mind to it. Instead, they have kids sit there. Oh, sorry, man. Go ahead.
Me and my son's mom don't agree on like a ton of like everything, but that's one major thing that we have agreed on and are going to stick to is no public school. And I used to wonder why some people, like I'd hear like some flat earthers kids are in it and stuff, but then I wasn't really thinking about like their partners might be totally just blue pilled. That's just the way it goes sometimes. More often than, and then you can't just be like, convince them that their kid's not going to school. It just doesn't make sense to someone who that's literally the rhetoric is go to school.
Usually one or the other will flip out and no, they're going to go to school, otherwise blah 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 blah, and list 1,000 reasons why.
My grandma's gonna freak out when she finds out when I put her running my son.
They'll be socially awkward or blah 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 and all these other things. Like I don't want them to be like society. Sorry,
how will they make hardly any money and be median for the rest of their lives like most people who go to school are?
You're roboting.
Yeah. Well, I just expect that from AI Ardent because he is a robot, but okay.
Kind of headed the hurting mountain.
I'm a real boy.
I've got no strings to hold me.
I still can't get this damn pilot in here. I think he's scared.
Wait, a pilot is afraid to go to a flat Earth server and explain why the Earth is round?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's probably because he doesn't have any evidence, because from his perspective, he's already seen how flat it is, but he's in denial due to cognitive dissonance and refuses to come here and explain himself.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I posted a screenshot in the chat. Check it out.
Dude, there's nothing he has access to that's more profound as a proof of the globe than anybody else, or that couldn't be gathered from the internet. So him being a pilot is highly irrelevant.
Yeah, it doesn't mean shit.
Coming in here as a pilot, it's like whoop-de frick, dude.
Yep.
What's your
We've seen pictures higher than you're capable of flying. What?
He says he wants to see there's no. I keep inviting him to the discussion. I keep inviting him to come talk to me. And
I would actually love for him to, dude. That would be awesome. I've flown a plane once before, and it was fun. I like planes. That's cool. And if he came in here and chatted, that'd be awesome.
Yep. And I spent 3 years in Air Force Junior ROTC, learning all about aviation. And, I come from a long line of Navy and Air Force. Like, I have a good understanding under my belt. But he wants to be like, there's nothing to discuss. He basically says that I need to get an education if I want to talk. If I want to talk to him, I'm like, okay, yeah. After 3 years in high school, I tested out. So come talk.
He thinks his little piece of paper means he's smarter than other people who don't have a little piece of paper.
He said you have to have an education for him to speak to you.
Yeah, read the screenshot.
I'm blind. Thanks a lot.
You're blind. I'll read it. I'll read it. See, this is it's about that Dutch pilot, that woman who flew for like 25 years, and I said she never noticed until one day she wondered why her gyroscope wasn't doing anything special when entering the southern hemisphere. She knows it's level now, but there's like 98 comments between me and this pilot, right? And
he's basically saying get indoctrinated.
Yeah, no, this is. I'll wait till you're done. I'm sorry.
He said there's nothing to discuss. You have no background with science and don't understand things even a grade school child can understand. You don't want to discuss anything. You just want to repeat things that have all been debunked. Get an education if you want to talk. I said, I have an education. I tested out. No reason why you can't join the discussion. Are you scared?
He's afraid. Now this is kind of a incognito ad hom attack right here. They word it in a way 100%. Where it doesn't seem like an ad hom, but he's pretty much saying that he thinks you're an idiot, retarded, ignorant, whatever you pick your word. But it's incognito. They hide it between the lines. This dude's pretty good with his bullshit.
Every fucking comment. Like there's 98 comments from this guy, and
there's venom in all of them.
Oh yeah, let me see. Let me just read a few of his comments. He said, I've been a pilot for 30 years, and a commercial pilot too. I've got flight instructor certified, and he used to teach flying. And let's see.
If somebody spent 30 years not paying attention to something, you think they'd ever notice it?
Yeah, see, that's what I told him. I said, that's fine. I said, it took her 25 years to figure it out. Better late than never for her. You can look out your cockpit window and plainly see the Earth is not moving at all underneath you, and that you're flying in the air over the level inertial Earth plane. Figure it out. You're not the only boltard pilot out there.
That makes an extra stupid or a big ass liar.
I told him, I said, that Dutch pilot was flying blind for 25 years. You've been flying blind for 30 years. That's all your comment says to me. Be mad, bro. And he said, so you don't understand anything about aviation, blah, 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 blah. I said, you don't understand anything about trigonometry and physics if you want to go that route, and it just keeps going on. And I just bombed him with proofs in the comments. And he goes back
science,
to... Yeah, he goes back to, do you understand anything? Do you understand what conservation of momentum is? I'm like, yeah, I get that.
Oh, God.
I'm like, oh, that's cool. Very interesting, but how is pressure maintained without containment?
Hey, isn't that hilarious, Shenna, when they'll pick up some random arbitrary factoid that they think is something high level and intelligent that they know a lot about personally, and they'll wave it in your face as though, surely you don't know as much as I do about this particular data point right here. And they'll try and bait you in to that one data point as though it actually matters.
Oh yeah, and
it's a tactic,
right?
Yeah.
It's useless.
Oh, he was so triggered. Like he didn't use any exclamation points until after I said, "Oh, that's cool, very interesting. How is pressure maintained without containment?" He goes, "Oh, not that nonsense."
They get so pissed when you don't fall for their.
Is this all comments on the pilot video?
Psychology about people and pilot egos.
I was like, okay, carry on believing the laws of entropy, physics, thermodynamics can be defied.
Hello.
Yeah, is this from a video that you're commenting on?
Yeah, it's from, let me see.
That's what AI was asking.
I think it's from Flat Earth and Coffee. What's this channel? Yeah, it's Flat Earth and Coffee. So it's from, if you guys have heard of Flat Earth and Coffee, he's got a lot of great stuff there. But again, this guy comes at me with, you don't understand. He keeps projecting the you don't understand. You don't understand. And I'm able to come back at him with anything and everything. Like, I have a response for everything he fucking says.
Is it on the video about the Dutch pilot?
Yeah. He's just trying to say that he knows better than me because he's a pilot of 30 years and she was a pilot of 25 years. So therefore he knows better.
Yeah. Am I coming through at all?
Yeah. You don't sound like a robot.
Okay, so is the video in question about that Dutch pilot girl?
Yes, the video in question is about the Dutch pilot. I'll drop it in the...
Right. So did he ever answer the point that she made about the gyro?
No.
Well, I mean...
I think he did.
Isn't that the whole point? Like, well, that's what he should be answering?
Hold on.
Like, if he was a pilot, he should provide some kind of counterexample to what she said.
Well, his first thing he said to my comment was, LOL, yeah, right. I said, yeah, actually, exactly right. Glad you agree. He said for a commercial pilot, she doesn't understand how one of the basic instruments works. Like I said, yeah, right. I said, okay, but by the way, you're wrong. She was a private pilot, but keep talking like you know things.
Well, he'd have to know what system she had to even make that claim.
Right. Yep.
Because there are systems that have corrective measures which will prevent the gyro from flipping, but that's not in all planes.
I really don't think he even mentioned anything about the gyroscope. He went straight to the altimeter and all of that other stuff.
Yeah, but that's not the chick's point.
Yeah.
It's like way to disregard the point she actually made.
And my whole point, I was like, yeah, dude, like her gyroscope, she didn't, it didn't flip, it didn't do anything special to show that. And she's like, man, how could I have, felt so stupid for all this time? But yeah, he just wants to go on about like altimeters and autopilot and stuff like that. And I asked him, I was like, do you know the name of the map that's downloaded in your autopilot, just out of curiosity? And then he wanted to proceed to reverse burden proof fallacy on me and be like, where's your map? Where's your model? I'm like, I'm asking for your map and your model. I don't know how many times I had to tell him how the burden of proof works in here. Damn.
Hey, if he wants a model, just show him a piece of paper. This is flat. Flat is flat. It's flat, and it's flat, and it's not curved. It's flat.
He goes, you should listen to the rest of the things he said, but of course, flat earthers only edit things. Oh, because it was the Bill Nye clip of, we're in an enclosed system. We can't go anywhere. It was that short clip. And he said, you should listen to the rest of the things he said, but of course, flat earthers only edit things so it shows what they want others to hear. Do you really think for a second that he thinks the earth is flat? No, we all know that Bill Nye is a shill. Okay, we know that. We know Bill Shill Nye, the Lions guy. And he said, so he's telling me, enjoy living your fairy tale world. I'm like, okay. I said, go look up the definition for plane. What does it say? Oh, you're going to love this, guys. He says, where is even one working map or model of your flat world? And the plane and airplane is from the airfoil. I told him to go look up the definition of plane, and he says the plane and airplane is from airfoil. I'm not even sure if he's really a pilot.
Dude, the why it's called an aeroplane. Yes, but that's true. Okay. It's tongue in cheek to say a plane flies over a plane. That's why it's called an airplane, but it's an aeroplane. AERO plane. And it is in reference to the shape of the wing. It has nothing to do with the earth.
Airfoil. I said just go look up the definition of plane, but not airplane, but like plane as in like the earth, you know? He's like, that airfoil. I'm like, no. And then he wanted to go on about the 2,000-year claim. I said, what proof do you have to back up the 2,000-year claim? He didn't give me anything for that. Nothing at all.
History Channel, duh.
Huh?
History Channel, duh.
I said, stop ad homing me, grow up, and provide proof for your positive claims of a globe Earth. Can you do that? Am I asking too much? Or do you want to keep spouting ad hom attacks and straw man arguments? Nothing, just crickets from you? I told him, I said, come join the Discord. This was like fucking 5 days ago. I told him, come join the fucking Discord. And he's still talking shit.
Where's this link at? Where's this that video? There it is. I'm gonna go there and let me
go there. You'll find me. Jenna Massey. I'm Jenna Massey in YouTube. I'm Jenna Massey in here.
I'm Aethergus everywhere, so if you see Aethergus, it's either me or a clown trying to clown me at some point. I'm pretty sure we all get clowns. So
I mean, you let me know if I was like wrong about any information, but I'm pretty sure I was spot on with this because like I wasn't letting him try to subvert anything, and I pretty well kept on like, well, where's your proof of the globe? What's the map that's downloaded in your autopilot?
99 reply.
Yeah, this is all me and him, me and this fucking pilot for the past few days.
Is that an accurate number? There's literally 99 replies. Can I be reply 100?
Do it. You better get there. Get there quick. Just comment 100.
Yay.
Well, now I want to count them all, but I don't. So I don't trust the algorithm to give me an accurate number. I am totally not counting 100 replies. But I actually might, because I'm going to go to the top and start reading. I can't respond if I don't know to respond. Holy crap. Yep, it's exactly 99 replies, I guess. Or that might be where it maxes out. And
the max out is, from what I understand, anywhere from 450 to 500 in one thread at a time.
Oh, so this should be accurate. Okay. 8 days. So this dude's been going back and forth for
Dude, if I was YouTube or whatever, I would make it to where if I noticed like a peak reply, like as you guys were replying super good in like a few hours and then a day, I would cap it and then make you guys pay to reply to each other. See which one of you breaks first, because you know how like you got to get the last word, and if you're that into it, you're gonna want to pay for the last word. You'd be like, if I pay for the last word, the other person's too cheap. They're not gonna pay, so I'm totally gonna pay.
You make the algorithm even smarter too, so you make it so that neither person can see the last person's reply once the limit's reached.
Yeah. So you make like $500 off a chat thread.
Yeah. And you're flipping a coin. Who's gonna pay first for the conversation to continue? So and so bought 10 more replies. Oh God, if that's how social media ends up, imagine Twitter being like that, like Elon selling like penny tweets.
It's worse than that. So if they follow the video game model, what it'll eventually be is you got to buy loot boxes, which are random. So you may or may not be allowed to reply, or you'll just get a badge reward. So you got to purchase it like 3 or 4 times before you're allowed to reply.
The replies have to be like kind of like a low level thing, but they lower the amounts. You can only like say like maybe a word or two, or like give an emoji, and then like a thumbs up or something. And if you want words, if you want your 200 characters, You open up a loot box and you get like 5 characters. And you get, oh great, I'll add that to the amount of characters I can use.
You see how fucking spastic that whole fucking comment thread is?
God, I can't even. It's this guy right here.
Dude.
Which one did you put on, Jenna?
Andy Anderson.
You
Andy
should
Anderson.
read it. You should read it
come
because this dude is straw manning, ad homs, like veiled ad homs, belittling, projection. Holy shit! This dude's ego is huge. I wonder how does anybody fit on the plane while he's flying?
He's a pilot. Yeah.
I know how the plane flies. I mean, how it gets up off the ground. It's probably all that hot air in his ego, but how does anybody else fit into the plane?
Right.
It's the Hindenburg.
Yeah. It's see, that's the thing, is it has nothing to do with him being a Glober. It's just the way that he's talking about all this stuff is just so, well, I know that I know that I know. Like, bro, you don't even know what you don't know.
Like his opening gambit that she said is I'm a pilot. What science acumen or education do you have? It's like, dude, a pilot is not a science education.
Dude, that would actually be hilarious if, like, kind of everybody partied up and went on a crusade right here in the comments of this. Like, all right, dude.
Let's go.
Yeah. I ain't trying to encourage any brigading. I'm just saying that I'm going to take this link right here, copy it, and paste it somewhere else.
I can't believe YouTube hasn't monetized the comment section in that way beyond just having like where they let you get super chats or super thanks after you have 1,000 subscribers. It's like your subscribers should be irrelevant. If there's enough comment activity, they should have an algorithm that automatically offers you to be able to buy some kind of extra privilege in the chat. I just think that would be like some way for them to make money, so it's weird that they're not doing it.
Like, and I linked him a whole bunch of stuff, but like he couldn't link me anything. It's just all talk. You know, wow.
Ask him if a plane follows an arced path, right? Will the attitude of the plane have a differential to the position of the gyro if the gyro is spun up while the plane is on the ground and it's a mechanical gyro without any pendulous vanes?
You know what's really great in the comments is that there's another comment below that says, as a native Dutch speaker, I approved this video. When I first dove into Flat Earth in 2015, I was sure I was simply too stupid to disprove it. So I turned to a pilot I knew and asked him a bunch of questions, which he had no answers for. Then he said, you know what's really weird? That we're not allowed to fly over Antarctica. That would be so much shorter of a route. Then I knew there was something to it.
Yeah, see, people think that you can't fly over Antarctica or the North Pole because it proves something, right? But really, it's just because they don't want you to run into those poles that hold the globe up.
Yeah, this pilot, he can't stop. I'm just, at a certain point, I was just like, join the discussion. Join the discussion. Your ad hom attacks don't faze me. Join the discussion.
Dude, what does an altimeter have to do with the shape of the Earth?
You reading this right now?
No.
No, I don't know what an altimeter has to do with the shape of the Earth. I don't know what autopilot has to do with the shape of the Earth either.
Yeah. point
He asked
is
about
focusing on things that wouldn't have any bearing on the argument.
and he asked about Santiago to Sydney, and I gave him an interesting little clip on a flight from Santiago to Sydney, and the guy's compass was giving like a southwest reading or something, or I don't know. He was getting a different reading on his compass than what was being shown on the little idiot box in the back of the headrest. And he was like, well, he's like, I'm a flat Earth skeptic, but this would make a lot of sense if the Earth were flat. But they always want to argue that all of the metal and all of this and that in the airplane is going to negatively affect the compass. And I'm like, okay. You say so.
Does it negatively affect the compass when it's on the ground? Before takeoff?
I'm like, so if I bring a compass on board, it's not going to work right, but the pilot's compass is like lined up to work just fine or something like that. I don't know.
His compass is made of plastic, so it's not affected by metal interference.
Plastic compass. Why is compass a flat disc? Sounds intense, whatever you're doing.
Holy crap. It's windy. Good news is my roof can't blow off because it's covered in over a foot of snow.
Damn. I'm guessing that's the sound of you scraping snow and ice?
Cleaning my shovels so they can go back in the house to be warm.
Who's Dalebot? Did Dalebot not want to talk to us?
He's feeling some kind of way, I think. I don't know. Would you like to speak, Dalebot? You want to come chill? I don't know if he's listening. I'm just saying. I'm working on a reply to this guy.
To the Andy Anderson pilot?
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of has to do with that, but not like I'm just going to send the link there. But I'm more so going to point out the fact that as a pilot, he certainly knows already that sound travels at about 767.269 miles per hour. Like, yeah, I put the point in there instead of just saying about 700 miles an hour. The National Center for Voice and Speech estimates that the average conversation rate for English speakers in the United States is around 150 words per minute. Now I'm going to look up the average typing rate for people. See how many. I can type between 60 and 80 words a minute when I'm going good, but I'm pretty sure that's not the average. Sometimes I can get up to 120 if I have enough coffee in me.
I got that coffee, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, average is about 40 words a minute. So that's just kind of what I figured. It's actually better than what I figured. I was assuming about 30, but okay. I should have been more optimistic.
I've got no clue how many words a minute I can type. I just know I type fast.
Take a typing test. Take a typing test. That's the only way to know. Actually, take like 5 of them and then do the average.
I was talking on here while I was typing, and I typed something up, in the chat, and I was saying something, and Creation Bear was like, "What the hell? You're like on here and you're typing."
Well,
Like,
you
yeah, man.
clearly have a scholarly background of researching when you were a student, so of course you'd be able to type fast. Like the productive speed for typing is about 65 to 70 words a minute.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, so that makes sense. Good students know how to type fast.
Hawaii Observatory testing the firmament 70 miles up.
At first, I thought you were saying that the observatory itself was announcing they were testing the firmament. I'm like, that's a peculiar headline for Hawaii to be. But then I realized you're talking about a flat Earth.
Well, this comes from a channel called DC Force. He's got like 1,000 subscribers. It's a small, like one of those really small hidden flat Earth channels. Really great stuff.
Yeah.
DC Force.
We'll link it.
And
bridge it in. I should note when I said 120, I don't mean with perfect accuracy either. I mean with most of the words messed up at least a little bit.
I cannot possibly be the only one that sees the Milky Way and wonders about like a rip in the sky and like the biblical flood, right?
All I gotta say about that is, And I'll wait for speculation Sunday. You should bring that back up.
Definitely, because
that is a good point. And no, like because when you said that, the first thing that came to mind was the episode of Rick and Morty where they just have this kind of giant time rift just sitting there, and I guess he's planning on fixing it later whenever he feels like it, and then he gets pissed off at dinosaurs for fixing it. But then when I'm like, what if there actually are scars in the heavens from certain things that have happened, though?
I think that's even mentioned in some like cultural texts, right?
Yeah. And like the heavens declaring the glory type thing, Abraham would have been looking at the stars like, yeah, this tells you all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's Isaiah 40:22. No, that's Psalms 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork.
And then
Isaiah
I'm thinking like all the way back with Abraham, right? Like he's out there, there's no light pollution. He's just looking at the heavens at night, and it is the absolute magnificence that it should be.
And if you think about like, if you go back to like the Old Testament, where it's like the heavens opened up and like the hills and the valleys lay low and melt like wax in a flame. That's really deep.
Yeah. And before we hop off the Bible subject, while we're steering back to flat Earth, I'm going to go ahead and drop this in here since we're on that subject. Because a lot of people don't know the difference between these two words. And if you call yourself a believer and you read that book, if you read the Bible, I'm not going to say anything to you. I'm going to call you nothing. I'm not going to say nothing to you except find out the difference between these two words on your own accord. Study to show yourself approved. You're welcome.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've seen some of these translations before. To draw around, make a circle.
I would pose one open question, and I don't expect an answer to. It's just an open question. Do you think Isaiah was an idiot, or did he know his own language?
I think Isaiah knew his own language, and he knew it well.
It is what it is, man. I consider him to be a highly intelligent individual and must have known it better than most people in his own nation and tongue.
And I would agree with that.
Because that's literally what the prophets were.
What does it say? Isaiah 40:22? Isaiah 40, yeah, it's Isaiah 40:22.
Yeah.
It says that...
I would say the same thing about other authors, too, and other cultures for other scriptures, too, is these people were the most intelligent individuals in their culture at the time. But yeah, back to what you were saying.
Oh, yeah, I would believe that. I would absolutely believe that. Like, it's very descriptive. There's so many very descriptive things from the Old Testament, even to now, about Earth and the heavens and, the reality in which we live. And, it is he who sitteth upon the circle of the earth, whose inhabitants thereof are like grasshoppers, and he spreadeth out the heavens like a curtain, as a tent to dwell in. Like, what do you see? Like, that's a descriptive of Earth. Like, what do people see when they hear that description of Earth? Do they see a tent, or do they see themselves living on a ball spinning through space?
And if you were to try and combine this with that and twist scripture, then you end up with a freaking hollow earth or some other kind of concave, like you're inside of this thing you start twisting things in a weird wonky way that does not produce a globe either way. So you read scripture for what it is and you take it for what it is. There's also the thing about things being spread out like wax under a seal, like the features of the earth being, I'm just saying. How does a seal operate? When you take a piece of paper, parchment, you're officially sealing this document using wax, a seal, an envelope, or whatever. How does that function?
It has upturned edges. It's stamped down. It has upturned edges.
Yep, and its pressure is applied from above, and it pushes out the features that create what it is, the image that is the image of the king.
Bingo.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome
when
back.
everybody realizes that we just live in one giant big earth tent terrarium with each other,
Yeah. I'm all for the using the term cosmic egg for this thing, but people are going to ask, well, what's outside of it? And the only answer is actually unreality.
Unreality?
Fathom unreality. Oh, wait.
Okay.
It's like the same thing as fathoming, like, if or what could be before the creator, like what made the creator.
Yeah. How do you create a self-existent one?
Man, I'm trying not to say stuff. I'm trying not to say stuff because I'm trying to hold it for speculation Sunday. Man.
Yeah.
I got some good stuff for
I'm not speculating. I'm just making open-ended questions they're rhetorical for now.
I know, but it's like, I know there's things in the brain pan, and I'm like, these are so perfect for
I have an idea.
Sunday.
I really want to try and encourage other people to do it, though. I think we should do this. I'm going to make a list. I'm going to do it on my own accord. 10 questions that are my top 10 that I would like to ask people, then come up with an antithesis to that, like from the perspective of a glober, what's the opposite to my 10 questions? And then we should do this kind of, not really role play, but kind of. You know how like Socrates did the debate and discussion type stuff? Like, does anybody here know? Okay, that. We question everything. Cool. And so we save that for when there's no globies to talk to. We start doing that Socratic type debate and discussion. Big brain time.
That's how I approach everything. I approach everything with Socratic questioning.
Exactly, dude. I love the fact that he hated sophists.
I'm going to mute out for a second. I got to learn about them.
What was that, Toby?
I said I don't know anything much about those guys. It would be interesting to learn about them.
Oh, dude. I don't know nearly as much as I should, but I probably know more than I should, if that makes any sense. But I definitely don't know nearly as much as I should. There's so many different branches to all this philosophy thing, like subgroups and little sects that were produced as a result of arguments and discussion. It's like a lot of weirdness to it. But right now, I'm just studying the surface layer things that have been used as buzzwords lately. It's kind of like, oh, I forgot about that. Well, I wonder what this really means if I try and study it from my new perspective. Like, all right. There's one guy, Gregory. He'll often remind people not to fall into the etymology fallacy, which, if you're not using etymology properly and you're cherry picking, you can definitely instantly fall into the fallacy because it's not a broad picture. It's a data point. It doesn't apply to the bigger, discussion. But I also believe that there's a in the logos theos dynamic, there's something to truth itself that's uncorruptible. You just have to know where to look. They can try and twist it, but every liar has to use the truth to build their lies. And I believe that language is one of the most ancient things that we have still with us. It's like a core part of our history, whether it be spoken word or these glyphs that we use to spell out our sentences, which, by the way, each one of those things means something.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I am big into like Hebrew and Latin root and, the etymology of words,
Yep.
And if you understand those things, you can actually gain a much deeper understanding of the physical world around you just by understanding words.
How can you know? Yeah, how can you know what words mean if you don't know the roots of the entire structure, like how it's actually interconnected with one another, and you're just looking at some overgrown, jungle of crap. But if you find out, hey, wait, what? This is actually all the same plant. Well, that's interesting.
So, when we're talking about the sun and, the heliocentric thing, I'm like, heliocentric, Helios.
Yeah.
The sun god, right? So it's sun worship, right?
Yeah. Notice how they didn't abandon the sun worship, even though they put it incognito. They put it in dark mode by saying that the Milky Way, it circles around this supermassive black hole, and that's what's keeping the galaxy together and whatever. Not that they know
real quick
anything
on truth
about the core of it. Yeah, go ahead.
It's it has it's not to get too woo woo with it, but it has its own vibration, and it's comforting and like you said, it's pure.
Oh yeah.
I'd say that whether somebody believes in a god, Yah, or just themselves, the truth is still alive, whether it's alive outside of you or within you. The truth is alive. Now, either way, one must agree the truth is indeed alive and growing.
Exactly.
At least this version here.
I've
Our
seen
understanding,
it grow.
Yep.
This is
God.
true knowledge and true wisdom, And I really think this is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's the thing. I believe that Gnostics is kind of like the term conspiracy theorist when people apply it to stuff oh, you must be a Gnostic.
Yes,
right.
I've been.
Wisdom and knowledge come from the spirit of wisdom, and the spirit of wisdom and knowledge is literally the Holy Spirit. So if you're denying wisdom and knowledge and the spirit of truth, then you're denying the actual logos and theos that is the self-existent creator of all things. Therefore, you don't even know scripture. You're throwing it away. So there is there's a part to connect your mind to him, a relationship with the truth type thing. And I'm just saying, the people who throw it all away, they usually throw away the Book of Enoch.
I'm glad that you brought up that up because with the agnostic thing, is Gnostic or Gnosis?
Gnostic. Oh, Gnostic and agnostic
means knowledge. This goes back to the root of things, the root of words and etymology, because Gnostic or Gnosis means knowledge. So when people are like, that's Gnostic nonsense, I was like, the knowledge is nonsense. Do you hear this?
Yeah, that's literally what they're saying, yeah.
They don't even know what they're saying, yeah. Do you hear what you're saying? Gnostic nonsense, I got told that, evidence of giants.
Throwing the baby out with the bathwater type thing. Dude, you can't do that. Here's another thing we got to keep in mind. All right, these people, this is the reason why the etymology is so important. They know more about it than I do and that I ever will. But they use this etymology to frame the narratives that they actually use for the mind control for the population anyway. That's literally what they mean. A lot of these things you can decipher some of the crap they say, their buzzwords, their key terms, if you use etymology on it and read it straightforward. And then from there, apply all the modern meanings because you know exactly what all these people are going to think when they hear that. Some of these people are going to think this, some people are going to think that, some people are going to think that, yep, you'll know because that's what that means to me. So that's the meaning they grabbed. And you can know everything everyone's thinking just by reading the meanings related to the buzzwords they're using.
Yeah, like the word government or ment. Ment is the mente or the mind, the mental. And
To steer by the chin.
Yep. And so a govern is a control. To govern is to control, to lead. And the ment or the mente or the mind, to control the mind.
Yep. Government effectively means to lead the mind by steering using the chin, like steering from the chin. They basically grab you by the beard and drag you around, man.
It's amazing how many people talk in circles because
that was for the dudes. Yeah, they don't. And another thing, you try and point out that government means mind control. Like, no, like that's just immediate. No, giant brick wall of no-uhs. A whole bunch of no. They're just sitting there like a freaking mason. No, building a bunch of bricks.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a wall of nuh-uh.
Yep.
Before you're talking to a fucking wall. Oh wow, poor Dalebot. What, he couldn't get in here? Wasting an hour of space time?
They'll be building a wall of no, like.
You're going for that victim role.
No.
Yeah.
Each brick.
No.
Because gravity. No.
But my gravity.
Yeah, but my gravity.
But my NASA.
But my NASA.
But my space. Yeah, the space agencies. This would be a great meme, actually, to like do a video of it and then make an animated GIF and just add a couple lines of text, just different things that'd be funny. Them just building their wall.
We got Jason K to go to VC check-in 1.
Welcome, Jason K.
Jason K.
And
Timbo's asking, can you guys get him to go to VC check-in?
Yeah, Timbo's Gold Plus.
Jason K.
And he can get you confirmed.
Jason K.
I've never tried it, but I was told that I don't have access to actually confirm it through. Only the Gold Pluses do, or Golds, I guess. I don't know. There needs to be a proper tutorial that gives instructions for all of these things. Give me some information and I'll write one. Hey, it's Sasha. What's up, man?
Hey.
Oh, a short break for the cigarette.
Hey, Sasha, you're hot micing.
I know.
Quick. What's up? Welcome back, man.
Cheers. What is going on?
You said you're out on a quick cigarette break.
Yeah. And I go to bed then.
I quit smoking cigarettes. For like 2 years I quit, and then
Well, it's not cigarettes, but that's the better. It's
Is
nature.
it better than cigarettes?
Better than cigarettes, yeah.
There you go. At least it doesn't have 2,000 chemicals. Just got a couple. And they're all the good ones. Most of them.
Jason K. Mic up and join us in here, buddy.
Yeah, man. You're welcome. You probably can control your own mic because you don't look server muted. If you can't hop up there in the VC check-in and we will take care of you quick.
I see him in the live stream VC right now. All he has to do is hit the green button and talk.
Oh, so he's already got access to his stuff. Yeah. Most of them do. They just like listening. That's fine.
I mean, yeah, they can listen.
Mickey would kick you off the dance floor, though, man, because it's, it's kind of like a roller rink and you're sitting in the middle of it. I'm just joking about the fact that your name is quite literally in the middle of the list.
Jason K, if you're listening in, do you got any thoughts? What are your thoughts? Have you been listening in? How long you been listening in? What are your thoughts
and
about
is Jason K better than Special K? So let's discuss the Earth, man. What's your worldview? And get you some rolls. We can get you that globy roll if you're a globy, or if you're on the fence. If you're a real flat earther, you can prove it. And if you want to pretend, you can come try and get a flat earth roll until you lose it.
I proved my super awesome flurf powers on like day 1 in this VC. Come on, Jason K. I mean, you can listen in, but like, we enjoy extra discussion in here.
It's been a minute since we had like a good fake flat earther in here.
Yeah.
You guys get fake flat earthers? How the
There's so many of them, but they immediately try with the stupid frisbee in space, and it's like, you stupid tards. At least do some research before you try and freaking LARP.
Hello?
Welcome.
Hey, welcome.
How's it going, man?
Going good. I've never used this. I've never used Discord before.
Oh, cool.
So this I had to figure out. I couldn't figure out. I don't even know how the screens are yet.
Oh yeah, it took me a minute to figure it out too.
Yeah.
I'd never been on here.
Top right corner, you have a search where if you'd like to go searching through the server, you can find posts related to anything you can think of, I'm sure. And I don't know.
What is your picture of? It's kind of blurry.
You'll figure it out, man.
Yeah, it'll take me a while.
And your picture looks like a image of Sasquatch was taken on a phone from the 90s.
That's right. That's what it's supposed to look like.
That's awesome.
No, it's me. Like I said, I just set this up 5 minutes ago, and I've never tried it.
Hey, no worries,
But this
man. Welcome.
This is the first stream that I wanted to see. I'm interested.
We're one of the few places that try to bring harmony on Discord.
Is that true?
Well, we try to. It doesn't always happen. It's not more like the opposite of cognitive dissonance. We try and bring resonance.
So how would I remute myself?
You click the little microphone there, and it should slash it through and mute you again.
Yep, just got it.
There you go. And if that ends up becoming problematic, some people prefer to do the push to talk. I'd rather have it just pick up when there's voice activity and mute myself when I'm not talking.
Oh, when there's setting for that. Okay, I'll dig around.
Yeah, man. And there's a different look to it depending on if you're on the phone or if you're on your computer. There's a lot more you can do when you're on the desktop or whatever.
Okay. Just on the phone right now.
Yeah, I mean, that has all the same features for the most part, but the desktop just makes it easier to work with a lot of things.
Yeah, it's a confusing interface the first time you ever use it.
That's true. That's my first time in here. It was difficult to navigate it. Like after the first day, if you're in here enough and like you really want to figure it out, you'll figure it out real fast.
Oh yeah, no. Once I get it, like I said, it takes more than 5 minutes, but once I get it, it'll be fine. I'm not worried about that.
This server's a hard server to learn Discord on too, because there are a lot of rooms, like channels, because it's been around a while. So there's a whole bunch of things that have built up over time.
Okay.
And yeah, it makes it look overwhelming, but the core of the server's right here in this live stream.
I'm a computer guy, so...
Oh, well, you'd be fine, man. You're good.
I'll figure it out. Like I said, I'm a computer guy, so... Just like I said, never use this app, so it's just it's not easy to navigate. It's not immediately intuitive.
Yeah. Well, you're already in the best part of the server anyway. Have you ever used Internet Relay Chat?
In the old days, yeah.
There's certain aspects of this that are very much like that, like just the way it functions.
All right. Cool.
It's kind of like Discord made their own giant IRC thing, customized everything, and made it so you could set up your own little private sub server within their greater server.
Yeah, well, so I found I got this link off of a Twitter post somebody put up. I can't remember the exact one. I could look. Maybe it's still there.
Timbo just CC verified you, so you can now see the live stream voice text and reply in here.
Yep. So there's some guy Kelbro posted something up. You know him? I know there's a million people, but
I wouldn't know which channel you're in. Like there's so many in the lobby.
He posted the link to this channel.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool. Well, welcome.
Yeah, he's having a big discussion with somebody in there fighting over stuff. So that was
What
cool.
were they fighting over? I want to know. I'm curious.
Normally, yeah, you can respond to her first. I was just going to ask you something.
No, go ahead. I missed that. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Ethergris.
So I was just going to say, normally people get VC verified before we allow them to hop on the live stream and start chatting as a preventative measure for people, just popping in just so that they can scream the N word or call everybody complete idiots and cuss at everyone. But you're awesome. The fact that you just chill is pretty cool. And we also usually ask some questions about worldview and stuff, like what your beliefs are, what your perspective is, and why.
I'd say I'm in the well. You mean a worldview as according to the exact topic?
Well, when I say worldview, I mean quite literally how you perceive the shape of the Earth to be.
Okay, that's
I'm not actually talking about state,
what I thought.
But we can discuss state later if you'd like.
Well, I'm kind of like in learning mode here.
Yeah.
The traditional, the mode of things being, the way we've been taught since we were born, pretty much, right? Is something that I'm just. I've heard of flat Earth forever, but I'm now just trying to learn a lot more.
I think all of us have heard it at some point, even in childhood, whether it's just some little joke about what, or the that clip they have from the Flintstones, where it's like, yeah, everyone knows that, talking about the Earth being flat. The captain thinks the Earth is flat, see, or the round, see, but we know it's flat, and then they're all agreeing that. Then they just mock the flat Earthers like they're idiots. The indoctrination starts quick, like early on, is what I'm saying.
So how do you tell who's talking?
Do you have your talking bubble? Is there a little bubble up in your screen?
Yeah, if you go to your settings, I got an idea. I'll get on my phone so I can take some screenshots from there, and then I'll see if I can help you.
I'll dig through it for whatever time it takes. I can see people's names. I don't mind helping you, man. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, but if you just kind of aim it over the live stream, you can see it, or you can click over where it'll actually show you kind of a window with everybody's pictures. But like she was saying, there's a setting that you can open, and it'll allow you to see kind of a chat bubble that pops up whenever somebody's talking. I don't think that shows your name, though. So it just kind of shows the profile pic.
Yeah, that's a setting I don't have.
Yeah. I'm trying to open Discord on my phone, but it just, for some reason, is taking forever. Weird. So would you say that you're kind of on the fence then? You're doing research and trying to figure things out, or are you pretty confident that it's a globe?
No, I'm pretty confident it's not.
You're pretty confident that it's not? Okay, that's good. Well, that's a good start.
Yeah, there you go.
You're pretty confident something's fishy, something's rotten in the state of Denmark.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
That's good.
And I had a good discussion with my wife when we were on holidays about this, and I had some examples that I'd been starting to read stuff, and we talked about it, and she was like, "What? Yeah, how does that work? Like if a helicopter's just sitting there and the Earth is spinning below it, what the hell is going on there?"
Yeah.
Stuff like that, right? So, all good.
That's good that you have somebody who's like taking this walk with you, kind of alongside you, instead of trying to drag you the opposite. No, kicking and screaming.
It's definitely a journey.
Okay,
Definitely
I got that. The bubble's coming up for me now.
Okay, awesome. Yeah.
But so, what if there's too many people on the screen for you to see?
The bubble comes up, one person at a time. We try to make sure that we're not talking over each other.
Yeah, I hear you, but all the faces aren't on the screen at the same time.
I think
Right.
you can swipe it, or it's only who's talking sometimes.
Ah, whichever I'll learn.
Certain things are a little bit annoying. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, I was just going to ask Jason K if he can see the text chat.
I was there. It was when I click on my name, go up to the text chat. No, that's live stream.
So, you should be viewing a list. When you see like a list of stuff, you should see live stream voice text above where it says live stream, and you'll see all of us, like the list of us in the chat. You want to click on live stream voice text, and that should and that should bring you into the chat. You can wave and say hi if once you've made it in here.
I see. Yep, I got it. I think live stream voice text,
and just click on that, and then say hi in the chat. Let us know that you're seeing what we're seeing.
Well, I see invite members and a whole bunch of stuff here, but I see moderator. This might not be the right one. It is live stream
Here,
voice.
I'll send a screenshot. Oh, can I send you a screenshot? Maybe. Hold up, buddy. I got you. Maybe. I don't know how to. I just click and hold. Yes. I'm gonna send you a message, and I'll show you what you're supposed to look at.
Yeah, I see. I see. You sent something today at 2:34. Am I in the wrong place?
Should say you got a message from me. Click on it, open it up. I sent you a screenshot of what the front. I guess the front page of the Discord looks like for me.
Yeah, it might be different, but I think this text channel is live stream 01. It's huge, though. There's so many people in it.
Yeah, right above where. Do you see the screenshot I sent you?
Not yet. But
And it's difficult to navigate. It was so hard for me to navigate it my first time in here. No worries, dude.
Thanks.
Yeah, Donato. Well, Donato, if he's not in the text chat, he's not gonna see that. That's why I sent him a screenshot via
YouTube
personal
again.
message.
Did you guys tell him about the little arrows you have to click sometimes? To click those
I don't
arrows
even
to
know
make it
about.
come down.
Hold up. Look, I don't even know about little arrows.
You can like collapse like a section of rooms.
Okay, now I'm back in the main screen where I see everybody's faces or icons.
You're on your phone?
Yeah.
So right now, are you on Android or iPhone?
Android.
So right now, push your back button.
Back button.
Or swipe from your left.
Okay, now I see 24/7 flatter disk, entry level, VC check-in voice text.
Keep going down.
There's live stream. Oh, there it is. There's everybody that's I see. Okay.
And then you click on that, and it should bring you right into the text chat.
Yeah, I'm in.
Awesome.
I'm in. Yeah, I can see it. Sweet.
Nice. Was that you that just waved?
Nope, that's me.
Oh, there you are. Nice. Awesome. So now you can see all of the stuff that we got going on in here. Everybody on YouTube sees your thumbs up right now, so that's good. You made it.
How can they see this through YouTube?
Because we're live streaming through with Discord
YouTube.
through YouTube. Yep.
Ah, I gotcha. Okay. Cool.
So yeah, we got some cool stuff in here. Sometimes it gets rowdy in here, like in the chat itself, and I mean, people are posting memes a million miles a minute.
That's okay. That's what I want to learn.
And it is a learning process, and sometimes it's like a really like a crash course learning process sometimes.
Yeah, but anyway, so now I can see the chat, and I can figure it out and get in here again next time. But yeah, so basically, I'm leaning myself just towards flat, and just want to learn more in order to be able to have the conversation with people and justify the position a little bit better. I know it turns into an argument every time. I've already seen that, right? but well, not necessarily an argument, but it's their disbelief about even being open to the idea, right?
Yeah, it becomes an open debate.
Yeah, which is cool. That's kind of what I want to learn, but I want to be able to have more information to have a correct debate on that. That's cool. I like that. So when you guys are talking about the biblical references and things, and that's kind of one of the angles that I really am interested in as well.
Which angle was that?
The biblical references.
Oh yeah.
That you were talking about. I think that's really pretty cool.
From the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many, brother. There's so many. It's just they're so descriptive about this earth and this this natural place that we live in, and and if you have to just like think in your head what this looks like as a description, yeah, we live in a giant friggin' earth tent.
Yep. Well, dome, right? Yeah.
I mean,
would you say dome?
Yeah. Firmament is typically the word used. Firmament, biblical, in the biblical sense of the word.
Yeah, I know that biblical.
Yeah, it just means like a covering. You know that. I'm sure you already know that.
I know that part. Yeah, I still haven't quite figured out sun and moon yet.
Well, I got something interesting for you. I'll post it up in the chat. It's one of my favorites. The moon, we were told, is a rock, and moon is not rock. Check this out.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like, where's the other half of it?
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of the weird stuff I want to start to figure out too, right?
Well, yeah, and I mean, I have to extrapolate from like what I already know, because it really seems like like the school systems and the government, they give us half truth. They give us like half the truth. They give us mixed in with a bunch of lies. When they say when the saying the devil's in the details, like that's so true. So if the sun is this hot plasma superconductor kind of a light, right? Then wouldn't it stand to reason that maybe the moon is its counterpart and is a cold, self-illuminating plasma light? Superconductor of a sort? Now here's what's interesting. Here's something interesting about superconductors, right? Here's the way I picture the sun and the moon moving over the face of the Earth. And with two superconductors, it would also make sense for like the solar and lunar eclipses that we see. Yeah, right there. Check this out. So this is physics right here. This is an actual physical demonstration
Yeah,
of some
cool.
superconductors.
Yeah.
So what are the sun and the moon doing? How do we explain the solar and lunar eclipses? Look at that. You got two superconductors going around, passing over each other. Boop, there you go. There's your solar and lunar eclipses right there, guys.
That is a very impressive GIF, or whatever you guys call them.
Yeah, it's a GIF, yeah. Graphic image file.
We grew up calling them GIFs.
GIF is peanut butter.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I get you. GIF.
Yeah, Donato on that quantum levitation. That stuff is beautiful, isn't it? And it makes far more sense than us spinning in this space vacuum. Like if you were to look at that. Go ahead.
So I was just gonna say. So you'd say those are within the firmament?
Yes.
Okay.
Very, very high up, but yes, I would say they are within the firmament.
Okay.
Spake, definitely not a frickin' GIF. That's peanut butter.
GIF. I know. Some people say
it's funny.
I'm Canadian, so they say it. A lot of people say GIF around here, and we generally don't have that peanut butter here.
So here's another thing. So I showed you that quantum levitation, right?
Yep.
And then this is the energy field that quantum system is trapped in. Let's see. I don't know how to spell right now because it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's 3 for me.
Here we go. So here we have the toroidal field of energy. This is electromagnetic energy. And the lines that it moves. This is exactly what they tell us about the globe, right? That we have these energy lines.
Mm-hmm.
So that quantum locking is happening in the middle of that energy field. It's pretty fascinating. Let me see. What else do I have here? Trying to find it through my files. Oh yeah. I was gonna say maybe scroll up, but that's like way up there, so I'll just post it again. Magnetics of Earth. So like the Earth ball, the ball Earth. Oh, that one debunks itself. The magnetic core. Oh, and even better. They told us that the core of the Earth stopped spinning, and now it's spinning in reverse. But we didn't feel anything, and no magnetic polarities changed. So I find that to be a little odd.
Did you say Earth's core?
Yeah. They were telling it. They've been saying that Earth's core.
If you're mistaken, it's actually supersonic now. Scientists say so.
Yeah, you were telling me that, Toby Dog. I was like, Earth's core is a fast sound. What?
Yep, scientists say.
Scientists say Earth's core is a fast sound now. Supersonic? That's a fast sound.
A fast sound. It's solid.
It's a solid fast sound. What the fuck? What?
And it's surrounded by liquid solid.
Globies, any of you Globies that might be listening out there, if you say green beans real slowly, it sounds like gullible. The core stopped spinning. Oh yeah, Spake. They say it's a different kind of magnet. They say ferromagnetism. Just like they throw because gravity. Those are their little one-word answers. Donato, this is a juice. I'm done, dude. It's not a goose, it's a juice because it's not a. Oh gosh, it's not a GIF, it's a GIF. That's too funny. He's still going.
Oh man.
Yep. Yeah, sitting in the Discord waiting for the proofs.
Let's see. Oh, lobby has a vote. Oh. It's just curve function collapse. I thought it was a noob, man. You had me excited. It's just you.
Oh, it's just you. So yeah, I've got this whole, oh my gosh, a giraffe. You guys quit.
You got a whole directory, hey?
Oh shoot.
Oh no.
So.
Oh Lord. Weird.
So do you got any questions? I mean, I'm sure at the stage you're at with all of this, I'm sure you have lots of questions.
I will have once I figure out the navigation and stuff a little better. So I was just wondering.
So you know that list where you found how to get into the text chat?
Yeah.
If you go through that list, you'll find all kinds of stuff about navigation, flight paths, all of that. It's all listed.
Yeah, I'll play around with it. And then so I can tell, I can see that you're Jenna.
Yes.
But I don't see the name for who the other person talking. No name?
Oh, that's me, Aethergris. I have
I don't know why I can't see your name.
That AE symbol. I don't know why my name doesn't show up. I'm at the bottom of the list, though.
Yeah, no, I can see it. I figured out it was you.
Yeah, man.
Because of the bubble, but I can see other people's names, but I can't see yours.
It might be because of the symbol that I've got as the first letter of my name. It might be glitching out. The Discord needs to fix that.
Cool.
I don't see anybody's name when I'm talking, like when they're talking or anything like that. I just see a bubble.
Yeah, when I click on myself, then I see everybody's names.
Yeah.
I've just about gotten to recognize most everybody in here by the sound of their voice. Helio, Timbo, Miggy.
Yeah, I see Aethergris. When I go to the other the view where you see the live stream without being in it yet.
Yeah.
I can see when I can see all the people here, then I can see your name there, but I just can't see it in the main screen with the icons and the bubbles.
Yeah. But yeah, you can call me AG for short, because that's what Creation Bear calls me. That it just says AG for short, or Aethergris if you want to. The gress is kind of like progress or egress. It has to do with stepping or movement.
Okay.
Yeah. So Aethergris.
Aethergris Tyson.
Or Ether. Oh, that would be an awesome debate. Aethergris versus Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
We have one more surprise, Donato. One more surprise. Wondering what that one more surprise is going to be. Is it proof of curvature? Because that would surprise the fuck out of me.
More than surprise us.
We'd be like, oh, shut it down, guys. Go home. It's over. We can all sleep now.
The only proof of curvature is ad-hom attacks and strawman arguments.
You forgot sarcasm.
Yeah, understanding that water seeks its level. That's a physics. What kind of circular crap? I don't know. I know these globies go in circular reasoning with that kind of stuff. I'm like, water's level. Well, yeah, water's level, but it curves a little. And then like Earth is too big to see curve, or I don't know. It's just they go back and forth. Really, really dumb arguments.
Maybe you could help me with something. I know they like to claim that curved is level because they claim the center of the Earth is
is the polarity or whatever. Is that actually a thing in science? Like, can you have something that can be called level that isn't level? This is probably a dumb question, by the way.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a dumb question, but no, I mean, if it's level, then it's level. If it's curved, then it's curved. You know, level can't be curved. My spirit level doesn't curve; it's level.
The only dumb questions are non sequiturs.
You know,
I'm just trying to figure out how they get away with saying that level. You know, that any kind of level could be, you know, what's adjacent? Yeah, can something be called level if it's adjacent to where we're starting our measurement?
I believe there's an art to coining buzz terms, buzzwords, and so they can change the definition for what the vast majority of people believe, like at the drop of a hat. Like it's whatever, as long as it fits the agenda. They tend not to, especially because algorithms provide certain searches, so changing too much can influence that structure. But if they want to, they can change anything.
Yeah, and I had seen a bit of this stuff, Donato, before. I'm like a newbie, total newbie, but I had seen exactly the water doesn't stick to a ball.
The way I like to put it is, a lot of people, another thing is they don't even actually have to do much because most people don't know what words mean. So when they start spouting off whatever, with whatever agenda it is, it doesn't matter. They can hand select specific things to cause, like specific words to cause certain feelings, like emotions. That they'll already have like a general consensus of what people believe, especially in different areas. Like this word, like certain words work best over here, and this word affects these people the most. And they can kind of weave their narratives based off of all this data. They got tons of data points on everybody's crap too, so they know exactly what type of propaganda to feed you. Especially because you fill out and give them so much information with the census type stuff. You think the government doesn't know what's going on in your area, in your neck of the woods?
Oh, they do.
And they, yeah. Which I wasn't saying that just you. That's kind of like to the viewers. I was breaking the fourth wall for a second, but man, they pay attention to everything, and you carry around a tracking device with you, like pretty much everybody does. When I go out of town, I take mine with me too. I just usually keep it off.
I don't know if that helps you.
What helps you is to leave it wherever it is and don't take it with you when you're walking around just your house, so they can't tell when you're pooping.
Exactly, that's right.
Because you're most vulnerable when you're taking a shit.
Exactly. So never let the government know you're pooping. Turn your phone off and leave it somewhere when you're at home.
It's too funny.
Well, they might be able to see even without you having your phone.
I already know, and they can watch me from above. I don't care. God's watching them.
Yeah, true. Like I said, I was researching a bit about, not to take us off the topic totally, but I was researching about what they can do now with 5G towers, and they can actually probably see images and stuff of rooms and where you are in the room.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. They can actually visualize 3D, and that's the funny part, because there's, funny. Not funny, haha, though.
No, I know.
They have, they can actually, they can see inside of people's houses and see what's going on if they want to.
Yeah, because it's kind of like a radar, right? And they can use it that way. And I actually saw somebody had a demonstration or something, and it's not clear. They can't see clearly, but they can kind of locate like shapes, like a radar almost. That's what I've seen.
Even though it's a dramatization of it, there's I think it was one of the Batman movies where he basically took over all the phones and everything in Gotham in order to be able to create this sonar 3D picture and track and trace what's going on.
I don't know that.
And I don't. It's not like that. But I do agree they can definitely see things beyond walls, not just through like heat vision, but They can use these waves and frequencies to be able to see stuff. I mean, they can see your bones. You could, I'm just saying, like, you can go to a hospital and they can take a scan of your bones. Of course, the military has stuff to be able to see inside of a room before they kick the door in.
Yep.
Which I'm not saying. And I'm not saying they'd hand that out like candy or anything, but if they really wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. Oh well, but yeah. So I'm gonna log out and get some sleep, but I'll be back, and very interesting. And I'll get. I'm gonna do some more reading, and so I'll be a little bit more up to speed on my terms and this and that. But even the stuff you just showed me was really, really cool. That was the biggest question I was going to research next was kind of the sun and the moon. But that's put something in my mind there.
With the quantum locking?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that put something in my mind for sure.
And everybody else on the live stream too.
So, one other question, just because I'm such a noob. What is the firmament made of?
That we don't know, because as far as we know, we've not been high enough up to like observe it with our own senses. But biblically, it says that there are waters above the firmament.
Okay, I'd heard that. Yeah.
And so I don't know, and I think that there's some sort of a frequency beyond the waters of the firmament, something called acoustic resonance levitation, if you will. It's the best thing that I can relate to how I view the world.
Okay.
And I agree with the context of the biblical perspective, but also from like a more science-based type thing, I would suggest probably more density gradient related things as stuff gets less and less dense.
Mm-hmm.
If you want some stuff to read, Jason K. I was going to say, if you want some stuff to read or even an audiobook to put on when you go to bed, here's this. Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe by Samuel Robotham.
I wanted to kind of end what I was saying, though, with I don't know, though. No, I don't believe anybody knows exactly what things are made of, when you go to a certain distance, certain altitude.
Yeah.
Or depth. I personally believe super light things up, really dense things below. But there's stuff we've never discovered before, more dense than we can reach.
Anybody mentioned there's... Sorry about that.
You're good.
There's also stories of sky ice, but it's just stories.
Yeah, or that one narrative about the kind of blue rock that somebody supposedly found that was like solid oxygen or something.
Yeah, like light and like evaporated into air.
Ice.
Yeah. Which I don't really buy the story. It's more like I would have to see some more evidence for something like that as far as some object but it is interesting.
I've got right here 2 whistleblowers.
My point is I can't use anything as evidence unless there's actual evidence,
We need it in a cage alive.
We need a sample of this firmament piece that is from this story. Run some tests.
You've got underwater lakes as well. Have you seen those?
Oh yeah, it's super
According to the
dense
video,
saline.
that ice just evaporates, so you won't really be able to get a piece of it for very long.
Yeah.
Right, that's
See,
the
that's
catch,
what I was
yeah.
thinking.
It's amazing how much this world, this view of Earth looks identical to the human eyeball. If you look up at the fucking sky, your cornea, your retina, that flat lens under the dome of your eye, it's pretty fucking cool. And that's actually how I see the world, is like the eye of Ra, if you will. It's just a bubble of consciousness with consciousness contained. It came from consciousness. It was created by a very, conscious, intelligent, force, designer, creator, whatever you want to call it. It looks a lot like
an
the
energy
human eye.
transfer.
What was that?
Yeah. I said it's like we were created by like an energy transfer.
Right. It's like a thought. It's like just one big thought existing. I don't know.
It's like a different state of consciousness. You know how like ice can have multiple states? Well, this is like consciousness in a third dimensional state.
That's a good way of putting that.
Which my brother thinks is pretty.
That would make sense. Go ahead, Jason.
Oh, well, I was just going to say that's what my brother would equate to a fairly low vibrational state, though 3 dimensions.
Yeah. In the third dimension, we exist in every single dimension, but in the third dimension is the only dimension where experience can actually happen physically. We would have to be connected to every single. Yeah, we are connected to every single dimension. Scientifically, this is like proven that every dimension is here within us. So we are just experiencing one element of our existence.
Agreed.
Which also lends, I don't want to take it off topic, but it also lends to the idea that we are, experiencing, we are almost, an element of the creator experiencing himself.
I'd agree.
But that's speculation.
Yep.
Super speculation.
Yeah, but I would agree with it. I would lean that way for sure.
We try to stick with stuff that we can prove. Everything else just kind of ends up being whatever. Yeah. But it is awesome to speculate, and a lot of speculations do actually lead us to real discoveries we can prove. So it's just not something good for the debate discussion type thing that's going on usually here.
Yeah,
gotcha. It helps a lot, I think, because when you start looking at how light works and the double slit experiment, you need that. I think you need that, to be able to speculate on that to help you understand what's actually going on, how, this background medium is reacting, to us. And that gives us more understanding then on how the ether might work or how the alternative explanation of our realm works. Without speculation, we'd be in the dark.
Like I am with this navigation of this app.
I would be interested to hear anything you present on Sunday.
Yeah, I need to start coming on Sundays more. I think that's my day.
A lot of people like.
I'm going to bring up Mount Montgo's again.
Wow.
That'll be my time to shine.
This is crazy.
Going back to the mountain.
But all of that speculation on dimensions makes a hell of a lot of sense when you start speculating on the supposed toroidal energy. There's a lot of theory going around that in the center of our world there is a toroidal energy source, and if you look at all of the ancient cosmologies, it's depicted as a giant tree with planes of basically dimensional planes within this big long tree stem of existence, and it just sort of matches up beautifully. The Hebrew cosmology matches up beautifully with our new dimensional simulation sort of thing that we have. It's amazing how close those two theories actually can fit together. That we're on a third dimensional plane in the middle of a toroidal field.
Yep. Okay, I gotta get some sleep. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna watch that that video that Jenna sent, and I'll listen to that starting off tonight till I fall asleep, and then I will research up a little more and get the navigation working a little better for next time.
That sounds awesome, brother.
Yep. No, thank you very much. I'll be back for sure. This is fun.
Absolutely.
Nice
You have
to
a
see
good
you
night, dude.
Sunday. No, nice to meet y'all. Sunday's a good one, eh?
Sunday's always good.
What time usually?
Anytime. This goes
Anytime
24/7.
Okay. Okay. I just wondered when most people pop in, but that's okay. Okay.
It's 24/7, man.
Probably see you Sunday.
Yeah.
Take care.
Well, stay blessed.
Yep.
Have
Bye.
a good night, dude. Sleep well.
Was this his first time in here?
I guess, I think so. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know they didn't
From the
have
way
a
he was
role,
setting up on
so
Discord, I think so.
that's what I'm thinking. Is he says he's new to Discord, so yeah, I think that was his first time here. But somebody will be able to fact
Cool
check me
guy.
on that. And
I like
find
meeting
out.
the ones that are waking up.
Yeah, he seems chill.
Yeah, they're so ready to learn, aren't they?
I like the ones that are ready to learn. Those are good ones. Oh man, I'm such a troll. I gotta be trolling these people. I don't know. I found these videos that come up in my newsfeed on YouTube. Like NASA got people to live on a fake Mars for 8 months, and I'm like, y'all don't fucking see it. Y'all don't see it. They got people to live on a fake Mars here on Earth, but you can't figure out that they're faking Mars. Ridiculous, dude.
I'm Googling that now. Is that a new article?
What was that?
Is that a new article? I want to find that article.
Is it new? Here, I'll post it for you. It's really silly. I got you
Yeah,
in the
thanks.
chat. Here we go. My phone's moving slow. Here we go. I got 50 million things open all the time because, like, I'm always down in the rabbit hole. My phone moves slow. There you go. NASA got people to live on a fake Mars for 8 months. How fucking ironic that it looks exactly like Mars and it's here on Earth. But people really believe that Mars is a planet. Okay, I got somebody in the comments on this video who's saying that oh, people just need to wake up and stop living in fantasies. I've seen Mars through my telescope and it wouldn't be lit up without the sun. And I was like, you just don't realize it, but you just told me that you know nothing, absolutely nothing about sonoluminescence. But you think you're awake? That's cute.
Yeah.
I can't believe they've been doing it. They've
Sonoluminescence.
admitted it.
I bet most
Sorry,
of you in here, flat earthers, know exactly what sonoluminescence is.
Of course.
Can I get a show of hands in the chat? How many people? I don't know how many people are awake right now. Show of hands. How
we
many
all do.
people know what sonoluminescence is in here?
Sonoluminescence is awesome. It's pretty interesting the temperature that it creates. Especially
And
when
it
you
creates
compare it
light.
to a certain other, high temperature, bright thing that we all know and, I guess, love. I don't know. I'm pretty happy we have one, I guess.
We should talk about it more. I believe that is the natural phenomenon that you can see in the sky at night.
I do too. But see, that's the thing, is because we can't prove it, even though I believe it can be proven, I just haven't really conceived a test to think of that yet. I'm more so trying to think about Earth stuff right now, not other things. But
that's fair.
But I agree that it's just the temperature it burns at, supposedly, or that it produces, that it emits. The fact that the numbers match something that, yeah. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Well, it's an exact replica. Sorry, Jim.
Mars exists.
That's what I'm. Yep. I'm saying it's the exact. Yeah, it's pretty much the exact spectrum.
Yep. Mars exists, but it's nothing more than a wandering light. It's one of the wandering lights in the heavens. And, Mars is in Greenland and Devon Island. But what was really funny is there was this guy that replied back in the comments saying something about, it was basically a veiled, go unalive yourself kind of a comment. So I was like, oh, wow, okay. Let me see if I can find it. And it was pretty rude. Oh, yeah. He said, we are fake, just one big simulation in a game. You even responded. Oh, I guess respond. You even respond if you jump from a tall building. Try it. That's the veiled unalive. Go unalive yourself. And I said, you're so triggered. Yeah, I said, so triggered, you covertly tell people to unalive themselves? No man or machine has ever been to Mars. Mars is here on Earth. The secret is out. It's going to trigger all the globe-believing little boys and girls that wanted to be astronauts.
I'd agree. I had an idea. But keep on. I'm sorry. I can hold my thought.
And he just goes, nah, just using shock to make people wake up to common sense rather than fallacies. I mean, you said Mars is nothing but a wandering light, but I've seen it in features and phases through telescopes. It would have no light without the sun, is what he says. I said, you don't realize it, but you just told me that you know nothing about sonoluminescence, and you think you're awake. Cute.
Yeah.
That's a bold claim.
Yeah, very bold. And he said, I've met and seen flat Earth believers, and 99.9999% couldn't qualify to fly a Cessna 152, much less. Oh, a Cessna 152, much less a rocket. Them worrying about rocket flights is like those neckbeards worrying about dating female models. He's just fucking retarded. He's retarded. He's just retarded.
Well,
There's
for
no
one,
hope for him. He's retarded.
I'm pretty sure that there's a whole bunch of neckbeards with whale wallets and crypto. So they probably actually do have worries with such things. So I'm just saying.
Crypto bros.
Just telling him again, you don't know what sonoluminescence is, because I'm telling him, because he thinks that the sun lights up Mars. This guy's dumb.
Oh. The problem isn't so much the fact that he thinks it. The problem is the fact that he thinks he knows it. You can believe in in your head, you can run whatever thoughts you want to through there and believe whatever you want to, but you cannot assume you know something based off of the assumptions of other people.
Yeah, I think 30 seconds is all it takes to figure somebody out, right?
Oh, yeah, instantly. I mean, if you're one of us, yeah. Yeah, I think that most of us that are in here, we just have that level of, people reading,
Sometimes it'll be even less, kind of like when you hear the beginning of a song that you've heard 1,000 times before, and you're like, oh, God, all right. And you don't even have to hear it anymore. All you heard is 3 notes. You already know what song it is.
Mate, I feel like I can judge a fucking flat a glober from as soon as they say, so if the Earth's flat, yeah, That's it. I know from that comment. So if the Earth's flat,
I can tell the
And they
difficulty
start
of the
throwing in
future
believes and
conversation just by saying 9/11, inside or outside.
yeah.
I'm just saying,
But they
one of
always
those
have the
answers,
same.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just say one of those answers produces a great amount of frustration, while the other, I'm glad that it's an open door.
Yeah, they'll have the same politics, won't they? 9/11 was not an inside job. The pandemic was completely genuine. The Earth is definitely a globe. The moon landings were real. The Federal Reserve is not a scam. They believe it all.
you'd be silly not to.
Oh, then now he wants to divert. Oh, this is so funny. I'm like back and forth in between all kinds of stuff right now, but now he wants to divert. And he was like, you don't realize that you're making declarations of things you think are facts, and they are not. So the only thing I stated was about sonoluminescence. Guys, is sonoluminescence fake?
No, it's a fact.
That's a fact. And he's calling facts
The
fake.
plankton in the ocean and stuff, like the glowing.
Prove that facts are facts and stuff.
And now
Well,
he
Jenna,
wants to divert to space travel. Like he doesn't even want to. He's trying to completely avoid the big scary word.
What it
He's
sounds
trying
like
to
is
avoid the big scary.
in his mind, he's there and he's in like a really, really like stressful situation. So he's trying to hop into like the spaceship or the escape pod and launch out into a different discussion way over there.
That's literally what he's doing, because after I told him about the sonoluminescence, he was like, you don't realize that you're making declarations of things that you think are facts, but they're not. And I was like, well, sonoluminescence is a fact, but he diverts straight to space travel. Space travel
Sounds like he projected and then flew off.
Yeah, projected and starts spiraling, and he's like, space travel and especially space probes have not only been done by the United States, but with other nations in the world, and yet you from your mother's basement are declaring none of it happened, and that is all fake. I don't even know. It's not even
You know, we have a natural phenomenon for sololuminescence that happens in nature. We have the pistol shrimp. If you've heard of a pistol shrimp, it can create the exact same sololuminescent spark, and it creates cavitation bubbles, and that is literally sololuminescence from a shrimp.
Yep.
Bingo.
I got something real quick on the way he's talking, and I only know this because I used to be one. Is he's talking just exactly like the dialogue off of a TV or a movie? Like it's not even like his own words. Like the like his roast he was doing on you about what was the first one he said?
He said you don't realize that you're making declarations of things that you think are facts, and they are not. He said space travel, and especially space probes, have not only been done by the United States with other nations in the world.
The basement one, and then like the neckbeard one. Those are just like ragtag, like straight up like Google like roasts.
Yeah, he's just ad hom attacking me at this point. Silly goose.
So don't watch TV or you'll sound like that guy.
Hey, how long has Jupiter had the same storm pattern on it? For like, how many years now? It's Jupiter, right?
I thought it has exactly the same pattern since we started looking at it. Has it changed?
No, the NASA crap, the shit that NASA gives us. How long has the most recent like Jupiter image had the same spirally storms on it?
I believe they're unchanging. They're the same always. I don't know that nothing changed.
Yeah, I'm telling this guy, I was like, yeah, so Pluto's on Pluto. NASA says Uranus smells like urine and methane. Jupiter has had the same storm on it for years.
Wonder what that star did to deserve all this like extra esoteric roasting of like it has a storm on it. Look at it. And everyone gets taught the same thing.
Oh, and NASA wants to probe Uranus. And then I'm going to tell him, if you can't tell that your government's trolling you, you might need to do some deep dives, dude.
When your government trolls you so hard that you voluntarily start to shill for them.
Right? I'm totally typing that.
They've been doing that. All the ballers that fight for the ball.
That cult of the heliocentrism. Orchestrating that praise and worship.
Did you guys already talk to Thomas? Is Thomas just listening? Paging Thomas.
Hi. Yeah. Do you hear me?
Hello.
Was that you?
All
Was that him?
Welcome, Mr. Kandura.
Thanks.
How are you doing this morning or evening or whatever it is, wherever you are?
It's my morning.
Well, good morning.
Thank you. Well, late morning, but still morning anyway.
Early morning for me. I'm assuming that you're across the pond. Like far east coast, so far that it's your west coast.
Yeah, I'm in France, so I'm not
Yeah.
sure I locate you exactly.
So what brings you here, man?
I'm just curious about what was discussed, but actually I listened a bit and then I stopped listening. I was doing something else.
Yeah.
All right, on. Cool. So how'd you get here? What brings you here, man?
Well, I got somebody invited me.
Cool. Was it like a flat Earth friend or like a globe friend or like?
It was another group. Somebody told me, okay, why not joining this one? And said, okay. I went to look.
Well, welcome to the 24-hour Flat Earth Discord where we talk about Earth.
Mm-hmm. I'm busy again, sorry.
What was that?
My girlfriend came. Okay. So, yeah, fine. Okay, where were we?
Well, I guess I was about to ask you, what is your worldview? Like, how do you personally view the world? Like, is it ball? Is it flat? Is it concave? Is it an egg shape? Like, what is your literal, like, worldview?
Well, my worldview is basically the one I learned at school.
Okay, the one they taught us all, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the globe model, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, have you ever wondered things, maybe things that don't make sense about the globe that you might have questions about?
Actually, I think that the globe makes sense as far as I can tell. So I'm not really. I don't think I have anything that looks strange about this.
Well, here's something. Let's go to physical science. Physical science says that water will seek its level. It'll be level all the way across, and that water takes the shape of the container that it's in. So, with that physics and how that physics doesn't change, how do we have this water curving around a ball? How do we have level water, sea level, curving around a ball? Like it sounds like it contradicts itself, doesn't it?
Uh, I don't know exactly how to answer to this.
Well, I mean, does it sound like? I mean, yes or no? Does it sound contradictory that physics says that water is going to be level, but it curves on a ball?
I think we should first try to understand what level means and why things are level, because that's something strange. Why is water level? What does it mean?
I mean, why is water level? I mean, if water is going to be level, it is level with itself. So I guess I'm going to ask again, does it sound very contradictory for water to be level, but it curves on a globe?
It doesn't seem contradictory to me, but again, the question is, what does it mean to be level? That's the important question.
Well, level means level, my friend. Level means level. What is your idea of level? Like if you're having to build, say you have to build a house, like what is your idea of level? No curves, right? No curves, right?
Well, it's defined.
If you're building a house, listen. If you're building a house and you need things to be level, are you going to have any curves?
I don't think so.
Right, okay. That would be correct. You're not going to have any curves if you're building a level house, okay? The whole point of level is that level is level. Level water.
Add anything, right?
What's that?
That's the problem we have since start. You never try to define level, and when you say level is level, x is x, correct? But that doesn't help to know what x is.
Level means level is equal. Hold on, I can look up the very definition for level right now. So the definition of level says oh, you're going to love this. Are you ready for the definition of level?
I'm ready for your definition, yeah.
A horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point. So what is horizontal? What does horizontal mean?
It means that it's aligned with the horizon, I think.
So, and horizontal and horizon come from the same thing. So if your horizon is going to be level, then it's going to be straight. It's going to be flat.
Defined that way, it will be.
Well, I mean, these are the words that are used. We can't use them in any other definition. To use them in any other definition would be to like be making up your own definitions.
Yeah, we need that sometimes, but
So horizontal, and then if you look up horizon, the definition of horizon, or the definition of plane, because level said horizontal plane, right? So we're going to look up the definition of plane. Horizontal plane, a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would lay. A level of existence throughout completely, complete, flat, or level. These are all of the definitions for plane, which come from level, which described a horizontal level plane. So no matter what words you use, they all group the same way: level, flat. So how do we have all of this level and flat and horizontal and horizon and flat horizontal and flat horizon and a plane is flat and level? How do we have all of this so much flat and level on a curvy spinning water ball? Now it doesn't make sense. Now it doesn't make sense. And it's good. It's good that it doesn't make sense. It shouldn't make sense because the globe doesn't make sense for things that are level, horizontal, horizons that are level, the plane that is level, physics that dictates that water is going to be level.
Be back in a few, y'all.
So maybe you're questioning now if Earth is actually a ball.
Well, I'm questioning the definition of level first.
I just told you the definition of level. Can you see the text chat, friend? Can you see it?
I'm not in front of my computer, but I may just come back to have a look.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know all of you guys here heard me look up the definition for level, right? And he wanted the definition for level. It's not my definition, friend. It's not mine. Okay, this is the definition for level, not my definition for level. And I read that to you.
Yeah, it's one definition, yeah.
One definition that tied in to 3 more definitions that said the same thing. A flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would be. Level. A horizontal plane. Level. Completely level or flat. Level. Like, I don't know how many other definitions you want, because I gave you the definition for the noun, the adjective, and the verb for everything.
Level, not curved. There's another one.
Yeah, level, as in not curved. Because I'd be fucked if my floor were curving. If I'm trying to build a house and my floor is curving and I need a level foundation, that's not going to work so well. I'm going to build myself a fun house, wouldn't I? Crazy looking house.
Yeah. Fantasy one.
So, with all of these definitions, like I said, they're not my definitions, and they're the same definitions used in physics. And then, is Earth
I'm
physically?
not really sure.
What?
Because, general definitions are often not the one that are used, by a general dictionary on specialized areas, like for example in math and physics and other areas, where words are very precise and definitions that may not be the...
No. These definitions are the definitions. They're not changed. They're not different. Science doesn't use different definitions. That's not what's going on here.
I don't know. It's always the case. Like for example, if I talk to you about
I tell you what, beings. That's not even bother.
Yeah.
Do you know what a spirit level is, mate? Do you know what a spirit level is?
Yeah.
Like a leveler.
Awesome. So, yeah, exactly. So you understand that tool is used to find level, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Awesome. So then within that very brief conversation you and I have just had, you understand what level is, don't you? Because you understand what the tool, a spirit level, is used for, don't you?
I do, yeah.
Awesome. So can we move on? Because you understand what level is. You use the language to convey ideas, and this is a tool specifically designed to find level. Now, level isn't curved. It's a horizontal line. It's not perpendicular. It's not anything else. But you understand what a spirit level is. You understand what we're trying to say. Good. So it's quite simple, isn't it? Yeah, it's really simple. Yeah, no. So hold on. So you don't know what a spirit level is for then?
I understand how we use it.
Awesome. And what's it used for?
It's used to make
to find
horizontal lines.
Yeah, which is it's kind of built into the name, isn't it? Spirit level, isn't it?
So you said to find horizontal lines, right? So, like, what's the definition of horizontal?
It's in the fucking name of it.
I don't know. Well, I would say that horizontal is
Greetings, Chris.
what's normal to vertical.
Okay, well, the definition of horizontal says parallel to the plane of the horizon, which we already went over horizon. Horizon is level. So you know what level is now. You know that horizon and all of that's level, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you get level on a curved surface?
Put your spirit level on a ball.
Put the spirit level on a ball and tell me how you get a flat, parallel, horizontal line on a ball.
Well, you can have a tangential plane, for example, at that point.
I'm sorry, what?
You could have a tangential plane at the...
No. We're not talking about tangent. This is simple geometry and trigonometry and physics. You cannot have a perfect 90-degree angle on a ball.
If you do that, you have a tangent. That's what you get.
Hold on. Sorry, Jenna. That's extra. You do the tangent plane after you can't find level, right? That's something extra. But to get 90 degrees from a curved surface, you can't do that. You have to do something extra, don't you?
Yeah.
We're not talking about the extra thing. So you can't find level or even create an angle from a curved surface, can you? That's impossible to do unless you do something extra. Yeah. So without doing anything extra.
So, you still think the Earth is a ball, huh?
For now, yes.
For now, even though we just demonstrated how level doesn't curve, water's always level. You can't find level on a curved surface, but you still think the Earth is a ball. And I don't know if you're looking in the text chat right now. You said you're busy or you're away from your computer or something. I've got an interesting picture here from about 100,000 feet. So if you can look in the text chat, my friend, you want to tell me how much curvature you see over 500 miles?
I don't know exactly what you mean. Yeah, you're showing me these pictures, right? Yeah, there's this picture we see here,
Yeah, you see the picture in the chat now?
Yeah.
Do you see any curvature?
Of the line of the horizon? No.
Nope. Not at all. Pretty straight, pretty flat.
Yeah.
Yep.
The figure, but of course it's curved, right?
No, sir. No, because water doesn't curve. Water seeks its level.
Yeah, but the horizon is curved.
No, horizon means horizontal, level.
Yeah, which doesn't mean it's not curved.
Which doesn't curve. Which doesn't curve. We established this already, right? We established that level or horizontal is level and it doesn't curve.
I'm just talking about the horizon right now, right?
Yeah. Okay, so either the horizon is curving like a rolling pin or it's flat.
It can be flat and curved.
No, it cannot be flat and curved. Because if I'm trying to make my floor flat, I'm not going to want it to be curved.
Yeah, but I think there's a misunderstanding here. So I'm trying to be clear. If you look at the picture you put there, the line you see is not a straight line. It cannot be. Because horizon...
It cannot be. Put a ruler on it. Put a ruler on it. Put your spirit level on it.
I agree. On the picture, it looks like a flat line, and I have no problem with this. But that line is curved and cannot be otherwise. Because, see, imagine yourself you're at the place of the balloon. If you turn around, you'll see the line all around you, which basically means it's a circle. Because if it was straight, if you would turn your gaze elsewhere, you would have a straight lines on the side, which you won't have. You will see it all around you the same. So it's a flat.
So
it's a flat circle around
Yeah,
you.
it's flat. The Earth is flat. Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Welcome.
Well, the horizon is a flat circle around you.
Yeah, horizon is flat. Horizon is level. We've already established this.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, and I'm just saying, welcome to Flat Earth, man. It's always been flat. It's never been round. It's been flat since the beginning it was created.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you're religious. I don't know if you do any Bible study. I don't know. I don't know what you know. I just know what I know, and I know that there are things that I don't know. But I know that water seeks its level, horizons are level, planes are level, flat level horizon. It's all the same. It's all level. It's all level, my guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's all level because water takes the shape of the container that it's in. Now, how do we have this? We have atmospheric pressure, we have barometric pressures, we have gas pressure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if you open the lid to your soda bottle, the gas pressure is going to escape, right?
Right.
So, how do we live on this open ball? We have gas pressure. It requires containment, right?
Yeah, some kind of thing.
Yeah, it would require some kind of containment.
But it's yeah. But particularly, it's not different from stones or sand. They all stay down.
Well, no, that's not true. Sorry, gas. What happens when I release gas? Which direction does it go?
Up.
Yeah.
Sometimes down.
It goes in all directions, doesn't it?
It goes. Well, it depends on the surrounding, but gas has like
Okay.
anything
I'll tell you
else.
what. I'll tell you what. I've got a vacuum chamber. Inside the vacuum chamber, I've got a ball. When I press the button, the ball releases gas. Inside the vacuum chamber, which way does the gas go?
About any direction, if the temperature
Awesome
is high.
stuff. Yeah. So it goes in all directions, and then pressure is created when the gas presses on the walls of the container, doesn't it?
There are limits to what you're saying, but at first approximation, it works that way. But again,
Okay.
if I have a stone, right, and I let the stone go, the stone will go down.
Mm-hmm.
And anything having a mass will do the same. Like if I cut the stone in two and take the half, it will do the same. If I do that again, it will do the same. So if I take a molecule of this stone, it will also go down the same. Gas is made of molecules that will have a weight, and that goes down like anything else.
Sorry, you think that, sorry, just to be clear, you think that gas acts like stones. So when I release gas into a vacuous space, it falls down to the floor?
Yeah.
But that's not observably true.
Well, that's why you have higher density down.
No, that's not observably true. That's what we're saying. It has never ever been observed that way. Therefore, that is not observably true. And you're saying,
any object having a mass fall down. Agree or not?
No, not agree.
No?
So back to the first example. I'll tell you what, let's use a tyre. So I slash the tyre. What happens to gas that was inside the tyre? Which direction does it go?
About any.
Yeah, there you go. In any and all directions. In actual fact, the definition of gas movement is freely and randomly in all directions. So
Not
it doesn't act. It doesn't act like your stone, Thomas.
Well, at which point, when I cut a stone in pieces, will the pieces stop going down?
But that's a solid object. We're talking about a slightly different. Hold on. We're talking about a slightly different state of matter. Do you know what the water cycle is and evaporation? Have you watched steam boil from a kettle?
Mm-hmm.
Which direction does the steam go?
It's hot, so it goes up.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And what about the water cycle, evaporation? Which direction does the water go when it's evaporated from the sea?
It goes up.
Yeah, it goes up, doesn't it? Which direction does helium go when contained within a balloon?
Goes up.
Awesome stuff. So what you'll understand is even within the definition of gas and what we observe gas to do, and in fact, the way we actually work with gas is gas travels freely and randomly in all directions, having elastic collisions with the things that it collides with. So that's just gas. So you also understand that the second law of dynamics, when we're talking about gas pressure, high pressure systems will disperse into lower pressure environments, won't they?
I'm trying to. Okay, so you mentioned the second law of thermodynamics. So, how do you express that law? On what? How does it explain what you just said?
Not a problem. So what I'm talking about, entropy. I'll give you another example.
Okay.
It is basically It's basically a direction. For example, I've got a hot cup of coffee. If I do not put any more energy into the coffee, what's going to happen to the hot coffee? Will it get hotter or will it get cold?
It will get colder if it's in colder environment.
Awesome stuff. So we understand that's the direction. It's not going to spontaneously, without any more energy, start getting hotter, is it? The same thing with high gas pressure environments. They always disperse from high pressure to low pressure. It doesn't reverse and happen the opposite way around now, does it?
Yeah.
Awesome. So that's just entropy.
Well, no, that's not entropy. That's a manifestation of things that you link to entropy, but it means to express what entropy is and to see why entropy would make things go that way. And that's a long story I won't want to go into now.
Okay, so let's just keep. Sorry, Thomas. So let's just keep it short because I've got a huge contention with what you were talking about with stones. Now, ultimately, you can drop a ball and it will go down, but when you release gas, it goes in every and all directions, doesn't it?
But isn't gas made of lots of small balls?
Mate, I don't know. I'm just observing what gas does. You're going to try and conflate this issue, and hold on, Thomas, because you're starting to annoy me. You're just going to start conflating this issue and say, actually, gas goes down and only down. Or observably, gas goes in all directions, doesn't it? This is how we have gas pressure. Okay, so inside of a football, for example, you will notice that gas is pressing on all of the walls of all of the container in 360 degrees directional all the way around, isn't it? So the gas at the top of the ball that's pressing... Hold on. The gas at the top of the ball, is that pressing downwards or up?
Yeah.
That was a question, Thomas, so I'll ask it again.
Yeah.
The gas at the top of the ball, is that going downwards or is it pressing up?
If the ball is inflated, it will press up.
Awesome stuff. And if I was to break the seal of the football, which way would the gas go?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If I was to break the seal of the football, what way would the gas go?
Okay, sorry. First time I didn't understand. So now I understand, but the tone of your voice is a bit aggressive. So maybe we could just stop here because
That's just how Jedi is. Jedi's being very direct.
Well, it can be direct, but it can be. Okay, I will answer, but anyway.
Mate, let's not appeal to feelings, all right? You said something that's in contention. I'm challenging you with that.
Yeah,
I don't care whether you like the tone of my voice. Mate, I don't care whether you like the tone of my voice or not. I was slowing down because you... Hold on. Don't interrupt me. I was slowing down because you couldn't hear, and there's background noise on your end as well. So stop whatever you're doing if you want to listen. I'm asking you a very simple question. Don't care about how I'm expressing the question, and don't get caught up in your feelings. You said gas acts like stones. That's poignantly ridiculous, mate. So, just to get to a consensual point, which way does gas go? Does gas disperse?
Right?
Awesome. I'll tell you what, the situation is this. A high pressure system will disperse into a lower pressure system, won't it?
Most of the case, yeah.
In most of the case. So when will it not?
Well, I take a very simple example. Like you have pressure at sea level, and the pressure is diminished by half at 5,000 meters, and the high pressure on ground doesn't go up.
How do you have a gas pressure gradient? What's the cause of gas pressure gradient?
But there is a gas pressure gradient. That's what I'm saying. I'm not explaining it right now. I'm just saying there is one.
Yes,
because
I know.
As a counterexample of what you just said, that's why I just said in some case it doesn't work the way you said it could.
High pressure systems disperse into lower pressure environments, but you're now talking about a gas pressure gradient. So I'm asking you what the cause of a gas pressure gradient is.
Right now, I'm not sure about why there is this gradient. Maybe you know, so you can explain me. But at least it's contradicting the idea that high pressure is going to low pressure always.
Yeah, it does. Unless there is something else acting on it, and in this case, with a gas pressure gradient, that will be temperature. That's explained within the model of heliocentrism. You just got to quickly Google that shit. Why do we have the gas pressure gradient? Well, you can have a gas pressure gradient within inside a container if you play around with the temperatures within inside the container. But to have gas pressure in the first place, what do you need apart from gas? What else do you need?
I don't know, but
something to press upon. Do you think?
Yeah. Maybe.
It's in the word, isn't it? Pressure. And I know English isn't your first language, but within the word pressure, it kind of defines it for you. So what is the definition of gas pressure?
It's a force by surface. Pressure is a force exerted on the surface by the gas itself.
Awesome stuff. So the question is this. How do you have gas pressure in an open system adjacent to a vacuum?
Then I think you won't have, because the pressure will go into that vacuum.
Awesome. So this is the contention with the heliocentric model, because the Earth is declared to be an open system, devoid of any physical barrier for the gas to press upon. Therefore, according to natural law, this situation of us having gas pressure within a vacuum cannot exist. That's the contention. Do you understand the contention?
I understand how you think about it, yeah.
It's not my thoughts and feelings. Right,
He's asking if you understand the problem with the globe model now. Like, do you understand the problem with the globe? that the globe somehow magically has a gas pressure directly adjacent to a vacuum, and you agreed that that doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're contemplating some things, huh? I would hope that you're contemplating your reality right now.
It's interesting.
It's very interesting. I was very fascinated by this. So you understand now that more than likely we live in a closed system, a closed Earth system with these gas pressures. We are contained.
I understand your reasoning.
It's not my reasoning. It's not my reasoning.
Well, the reasoning you're using, or you explain me whoever it is.
I'm glad you understand, though. Yeah, pressed, flattened, pressure. That's a good one. These guys are putting up some great definitions here in the text chat, if you want to take a look.
Yeah, I will have a look. Just a second.
So do you know where you are? Do you live on a spinning ball?
I'm just looking at the definition right now. Okay, yeah. Fine. Well, I still believe I'm on the globe, but I understand that I understand why you are not somewhat.
Well, I mean, I look at what is testable, verifiable, observable, and provable.
Mm-hmm.
And everything we've showed you is testable, observable, and verifiable for a flat Earth. For a contained Earth, not this globe. Everything you've been shown. And you still believe that you live on a spinning space ball adjacent to a vacuum.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say you have a lot of research to do if you care to figure it out. If you care to figure out that the globe is a big lie, then I recommend that you do that. I recommend you get deep into the research and really figure out physics and figure out the languages and the meanings.
How do you think I will be able to do that?
Oh, I don't know. I did it with this, phone in the palm of my hand.
Thomas, I was listening to your conversation earlier. Do you believe that mass is attracting mass and that's demonstrable?
I think it should be, but I don't think it's something we can. I don't think it's something we can
prove.
Well, we cannot prove anything anyway, but
That's not true. That's a fallacious statement. We can't prove anything.
Well, theoretically, he may have a point. I mean, look, I think in general, if we be real, you can prove things by deduction, and you can prove things to yourself. So I think, to say that you can't prove anything is just following the rhetoric. But can you can you demonstrate mass attracting mass in reality?
I think it should be possible.
It should be, shouldn't it? But what if I told you that no matter how much you look, you will not be able to see this demonstration?
Okay. Once again, proof is a delicate word in that context. Because I like to understand proof in mathematics, but I think in physics, we don't have proof.
Well, that's see, here's the thing: is numbers So they say the numbers don't lie. Well, people lie about numbers. Physics is something that we can physically observe in science with our own eyes, with our senses.
To some extent, yeah.
To every extent, physics is something that is observable, testable, verifiable, repeatable. Physics is something that is tangible. Mathematics is not a very tangible thing.
I'm not saying I'm believing in any kind of this, but could you prove we are not living in a simulation, like some says? I mean,
are you a
or
simulation?
prove that you're not dreaming. I mean, there's no way to actually prove that.
Thomas, the science, the leading science is uncovering more evidence that we are potentially living in a simulated reality. But this is all speculation.
I agree, it's speculation. I totally agree.
But you can.
I don't think it's even possible. But yeah,
you can prove you are not living on a spinning ball. You can debunk the heliocentric model with the radius value that we've been given. You can debunk the whole model. Why can you debunk a model if it's supposed to represent reality? Why does reality debunk the heliocentric model, i.e., gravity? You know, mass attracting mass is not demonstratable. Gravity is not measurable. So why is it? And not only that, the curvature, we've broken the curve calculation. There's supposed to be curve. You know, 8 inches per squared mile is not the observable reality of curve. So why is it that we can destroy the heliocentric model if this is supposed to represent reality? Why is this possible?
I think it's not possible, and I'm sorry, but I have to go. So I cannot chat.
You are running, Thomas. You are running.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies, Thomas.
It just got serious, yeah, Thomas?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't stand any longer. So
It's okay.
I have to be.
We shall see you around.
I will come back.
We hope to see you again, Thomas. We hope to talk to you again, bud.
But I don't think.
I think you owe it to yourself to come back, Thomas, and finish these discussions with us.
I think it will be hard to continue on those grounds because it will take time. But maybe one day I will do something for that. But right now, I think it's a bit hopeless. So it's interesting to discuss with you, and thank you because you shared all what you had.
Thomas, we haven't even scratched the surface, my friend. We haven't even scratched the surface.
Yeah, man.
But have a great day, my friend, and hope you come back one day.
Yeah, I will. Bye.
Yep.
Jenna, I'm really sorry if I butted in your conversation there. I really wanted to have a chat.
You're fine. You're perfectly fine. You guys know right when to, pick up right where you need to. It worked out perfect. But yeah, he seemed to running away. Or maybe he's got to get his day started. I don't know.
No worries.
Seemed like he didn't want to think for himself.
You guys had a really good conversation. That was pretty good.
Thank you.
I think I almost heard the penny dropping at one point. Like he was like, "Oh shit!"
Several times.
Yeah.
Several times I had him silent.
Yeah, you
I love that. I love it when I can get him to go quiet or when I can get him to go,
Well, bless him. Like he didn't just revert to the mainstream rhetoric. He was kind of trying to do it on his own, like trying to work it out on his own. So I hold out hope for him. I think he'll be back in 2 weeks' time, maybe. He'll watch something else. Maybe, And you guys did a good job not putting him off. He obviously didn't like that when I don't know who it was. We got a little bit sort of impatient with him. He obviously didn't like it, but he calmed down enough for him to go, "Oh, that's okay." They were nice enough to talk to. So yeah, well done, good job.
Oh yeah, Jedi. I'm always having to tell newcomers in here, like, I've already figured out Jedi, and like, he just sounds rough. He's just really direct, man. Jedi's just a direct dude, and sometimes that puts people off. But yeah, that guy really, Thomas seemed to be listening and really trying to like mull it over in his head. You could tell he has a level of cognitive dissonance that wasn't like
Yeah.
allowing him to accept the facts. So yeah, I hope to see him back in here. That'd be cool.
But whenever Jedi comes in, lightsabers blazing, he senses a disturbance in the Force, and he has a reason for what he's saying.
Oh yeah.
Usually when people are being stupid. I don't like people being stupid. It annoys me. I don't like people kind of trying to meander around the points. Jenna, I listened to you for 5 to 10 minutes on YouTube before I jumped in, talking about level. I mean, you could not have explained it any simpler to a 5-year-old with crayons, right? You've done that kind of...
You know what I think it is, Chris?
What's that, man?
I think that you don't like it when people play stupid. You know damn well that they're smarter than they're pretending to be. And you have no time for that patience. And you have no patience for that type of crap because they're playing a game. They're pretending to be dumb.
Yes, exactly that. And I get very short-tempered when people are playing. I don't like people playing dumb. This is why I was using the example of what Jenna said. Right? That was kind of... You elucidated that point in 5 ways from Sunday, mate. You couldn't have laid it down to a 5-year-old with crayons any better. And the fact that he was finding contention in what you said and umming and ahhing and trying to come up with no, that wasn't good enough for me. He knew what you were saying. It's just because he has a religious assertion that he believes he lives on a ball and he's going to try and wrangle his ball idea into what you're saying.
Yeah.
So it just came along with a spirit level and smacked him around the head with it.
I'm glad you did that because like he had already agreed with me. Like I'm like, we've already established what level, horizontal, horizon, plane. We've already established what all of that is. It's flat and level, all of it, every definition. So like, let's get off of it being a curve. But yeah, he was definitely, curve is level. Oh no. I hope that he seems receptive. I hope he comes back in.
I don't want to give you, Jenna, a bad impression of me as well. I do have another gear, and it is really chilled and really calm and relaxed. I had a conversation with a guy yesterday that was really chill, really calm, and really relaxed. So I do have two. Well, I've got more than one gear, but I have two opposite ends from the spectrum. One, I don't have much patience for people that are toying, and the other one, really calm, really chilled, really super relaxed. So hopefully, Jenna, you'll get to experience that at some point. I think you've just only seen the bad side of me so far.
No, I mean I've seen you, hold your level head and be calm and be patient. But I've also seen people just really be stupid, They use no logic at all, and that's when I've seen you be like, all right, sabers out, that's enough. And I appreciate that from you. I do. I'm nice. Like I'll be nice, and I'm really patient.
That's how I used to be described. Like Jedi or Chris will take his time. He'll walk you through it as slowly as possible. But ultimately, I've stopped giving people 5 to 7 chances to understand. I'm down to 2. If you don't get it the first time, you better get it the second time because you've only got 3 chances.
Like I said, that's a valid policy, dude. Tell them twice and kick the dust off your feet. Move on.
Yeah, if I've told you once, I've told you twice. I like to say if I've told you once, I know I've told you twice, and I'm not about to tell you a third time.
A lot of people don't respond to the nicey approach. I find that you do need to be quite tough with some people to make them listen. Otherwise, they just don't listen. They won't even pay attention until you're stern with them.
Mm-hmm. Like Heretic has a nice, like, chill, tranquil approach to people. I'm like, how the fuck do you stay so fucking chill, man? Like, I know you guys could hear me getting upset with Thomas. Like, I know you guys heard it.
Well, when I woke
bring
up,
it back down.
Yeah, when I woke up, a couple of people tried to tell me in your style, Jen, which is sort of like, have you thought about this? Well, what about this? Let's have a general discussion. And I wasn't ready to wake up in that way. Maybe I was too immature in myself, because it was about 10 years ago when I woke up. But what woke me up was I had a cousin, and at a family party, we were drinking, and he told me about it, and I'm arguing with him, and then he got very serious with me, and he looked at me dead in the eye, and he said, "You're not fucking listening, are you?" And I looked at him, and he's like, "I'm fucking serious about what I'm saying here. You need to listen to what I've said." And then when he spoke after he said that, I listened, and that's when it kind of clicked for me.
There you go.
I think it's
Chris, applaud you.
Sorry, mate, I didn't catch that. I was talking through you. What did you say?
No, I was just saying, so Chris, I applaud what you do, because I know that if they're anything like I was 10 years ago, they need a bit of an ass kicking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I appreciate that, mate. I really do. I tend to try and meet people on that level. I think that's maybe the father aspect of me. I've got 2 young children, so I'm always trying to, without doing any damage to them, trying to dumb things down for them. You know, explain things on a childlike level. And this is one of the things about Flat Earth. It's so simple a child could understand this shit, right? It's not hard to understand. It's not hard to understand what level is. But when you're having a conversation for 15, 20 minutes with someone who's obviously and intentionally not understanding what you're saying, yeah, I get pissed off, because it's wasting your time. Right? We don't come in here just off the fun off our own backs, for example. Yeah, it's fun and it's a great community, but there are better things that we can do with our lives. And when people are just wasting our time, it pisses me off. You have to remember, guys, I've been in the server for 5 years now, and I've seen all kinds walk through the door. And I will try my best to meet people at level, but if they're wasting your time, and I've got a lot of respect for all of you guys that are in it at the moment, if they're wasting your time, I'm not going to put up with it. I'm just not. So yeah, I think I appreciate what you were saying earlier, Big. Sometimes it does need a smack around the head for people to understand. Sometimes people, I think, can get lost really quickly in their own feelings, like the gentleman earlier. "Oh, I don't like the way you're talking to me," or "Maybe we should stop the conversation." No, I just have a contention with what you said. If you don't like being challenged about what you said, then fuck off. This is the place where you're going to get challenged. In actual fact, life is challenging. If you're not going to be up for the challenges of life, and you can't have a conversation with someone who's got a slightly harsher tone than your mum, who's not giving you cuddles at the moment, then you're not going to do very well in life. Life's hard.
Spot on, mate.
That's the funny part, even though sometimes we don't act like it, we actually do care what you think, because we don't want you to think stupid shit, because we live in the same world that you do, and none of us are getting out of this place.
I'm so
that's
thankful
why
for
we
my
try and
family.
help you think for yourself. And everybody acts like, oh, flat earthers, and they're just in this cult or indoctrinating people or in an echo chamber. No, that you're missing the point. The echo chamber is the globe indoctrination system. That's the echo chamber. It's just everybody passing down a freaking message down a hierarchy of academia, hollering the same exact parroted script like the Sinclair script. I'm sorry, I'm random, but I get what Chris is saying too. It is the same crap over and over and over.
Yeah. Well, this is why Nathan Oakley is so
maybe
popular.
These people.
Sorry, I spoke through you then, mate. Go ahead.
No, you finish your point, mate. I can remember mine. You're all right. You made your point.
It was just a quick one. It was just this. I think this is why Nathan Oakley is so popular, because although he, a lot of people hate his guts, what he does such a service, and he stops people from circle jerking flat earthers, because the majority of flat earthers in debates get run up, down, left, right over stupid terms. But the way, if somebody is going to misquote or misrepresent or hand wave, dismiss something, we shouldn't let them get away with it. And that's what you're doing, and it's important.
I don't think these guys understand sometimes. I say sometimes. These people who come in here don't understand at all that ultimately what we're trying to do is save their fucking lives. That's what we're doing. Right? This is important truth. Okay? People need to understand the truth of the matter and stop living a lie. What they do with the truth when they get it, fuck, that's up to them. But ultimately, this message is important. You've been lied to. This is how you've been lied to. And it's important that you know it. If you're not interested in knowing the truth, then fuck off. I can't help you if you don't want to know.
It's like if you lie to yourself. It's tough love, isn't it? You tell your kids to not lie to themselves, otherwise they're going to feel pain later down the line. So this is, what I was trying to say about Nathan and people like this is we've got the most love. The tough love givers, we've got the most love because we really don't want to see you fuck up and lie to yourself. We don't want to see you 10 years down the line completely lost and don't know who you are and where you live and what's going on. So, I think this is a sign that we have the most love. We just really want you to wake up. We don't just want to pander to your beliefs or be nice to your feelings. We really want you to know yourself. We really want you to know things. And I think this is a sign of tough love. Sorry, speech over.
I had a 5th grade teacher that would say, "Life's a bitch and then you die." I'm so appreciative of him.
Yeah, well, they left out the part, life's a bitch, then she has puppies.
Life's a bitch and then you die.
Yeah, and then she becomes a real... No. That's a funny term, actually, because... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, because I was going to change the subject. I had a question.
No, I was just going to say that it's a funny term because people act like it's a bad thing, but really, it's a female dog, and she's protective over her young. That's why she acts like that. It's kind of like a very, very archaic Karen type thing.
And in a mother's love can be smothering. I was going to ask before it leaves my head, because I've got Chris on and yourself, Aether. I know you might be able to help me a bit with this question. I noticed, as we mentioned Nathan Oakley, I noticed literally he's reverted to pretty much one argument now, which is you can't have a tangent line to a curved adjacent. But I don't hear other flat earthers use this argument quite as extremely as he does. And I'm just interested to know why other flat earthers aren't shutting down arguments as soon as they mention geometry or as soon as they mention measuring the earth. I'm just wondering why other flat earthers aren't using this argument as much. Does anyone have any ideas or theories on that? Do you guys use this argument much?
Mate, I'm really sorry. I wasn't paying 100% attention. I'm really sorry. What was the argument that we are or are not using?
So Nathan's pretty much over the last 6 months is using the geometry argument that you can't have a tangent line to a curved adjacent, and that you need a flat baseline in order to do any geometry. So I was just wondering why more flat earthers aren't using this argument. Is there a flaw in this argument? Why is Nathan so gung-ho on this one argument? And why is it only him? That even Quantum Eraser, I don't see him using this argument. I'm just wondering, is there any holes in this argument? Do you guys use the argument?
I use the argument as often as possible. No, there are no holes within this argument. You cannot get an angle if one of those lines is curved. It's impossible to get an angle. You can't do it. So basically that means that all of the technology that we have used to map and navigate the Earth, which are angle measuring devices, wouldn't be able to be used if the Earth was a ball. Now, some people, I think, don't fully understand how much of a ball destroyer this argument is. Some people, I don't think, understand the ins and outs of using a sextant and the different calculations that are used within that sextant, because people will bring up tangent lines. We had one earlier, and I had a guy talking about it yesterday. Matthew brings this up all of the time. One of my first conversations with Matthew when I got back into the server about 2 months ago was, do you know what a triangle is? Do you know how to utilize a sextant? Ultimately, people will bring in tangent lines. I don't think flat earthers fully understand how to get past tangent line. So maybe people don't understand it well enough, but I'm right with Nathan Oakley on this one. It's a ball destroyer, an absolute ball destroyer. I've had conversations with Quantum Eraser about this. He's a sneaky little motherfucker, that man. He knows what the best arguments are. I think most of the time he's a teacher and he's waiting for us to get it. If we don't get it, he's not going to sit around and explain it to us for days and days on end. But I've had a recent conversation with him. He knows that I understand it implicitly and he's willing to let me go with it. So, yeah, I'm fully on board with Nathan Oakley. I wish more people would understand this argument. But again, we have to understand with regards to the people that we're talking to. So sometimes I bring up the sextant or angle argument up with people that, I'll be honest with you, it might be a little bit out of our league, or I might not be speaking to somebody at that level. So it's, how do I put this? It is the best tool, but not every job requires this tool to be used. Does that make sense?
Well fucking explained, mate. Perfect. And that was my suspicion, that flat earthers don't understand it themselves. That's probably why they're not using it as much.
Yeah, I think so, mate. I mean, there are other arguments as well that I've only kind of got into over the last 3 or 4 months, and they're all to do with navigation. So, oh my God, what's the word? Declination angles when we're talking about finding north and south, and time zones. Now, both of these things are within navigation. So you need an angle measuring device, you're going to need a compass, and you're going to need to know the time of day, or the month, or the year. Okay, you're going to need to know those 3 things. To have a sextant on a curved surface isn't going to work. To find north or south on a ball, you must declinate, as in you've got to do some calculations to actually find south, because the way that your compass is pointing isn't actually south, as in 180 degrees away from north. You have to do a calculation to find south. Now, already I know that I'm losing 50% of the people that I'm speaking to, because it sounds complicated when it's not. It's not complicated to me, it's just complicated to other people, because you have to start explaining what declination is. You have to start explaining pretty much every other word that you use. So let's just make it as simple as possible. Do you know what a triangle is? That's all you need to ask people. Can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved? That's the second question. Can you measure an angle on a curved... Sorry, would you be able to measure an angle on a curved surface if the Earth was a ball? No. Then if the Earth was a ball, you would not be using angle measuring devices. It just would not be possible.
Yeah.
So you have to explain a lot of things, even though I think Nathan thinks, Quantum Eraser, and a few other people in the server know that this argument is so simple. It's as simple as understanding what a triangle is, right? But you have to meet people at that level. And sometimes this might just not be the time to have that conversation with them. Not everybody's going to get, let's use this word, converted to the flat earth with the same argument repeated over and over and over again. That's not... People don't learn like that. People learn in different ways. It might be measurement of the surface of the Earth. It might be gas pressure without a container. It might be something else. It might be destroying the model from inside out, as in let's look at eclipses and point out how they don't work within the heliocentric model. It could be a load of different things, but you have to meet people on that level. But yeah, Nathan Oakley is right. This one is an absolute ball killer. You can't measure an angle on a curved surface. The Earth is said to be a curved surface. Therefore, we shouldn't be using sextants then.
Yeah, these tools are flat Earth tools, and we don't even realize it.
I've made that point before. Yep. Every tool that we have for navigation and building, it only works if the Earth is flat and level.
This is sometimes why I bring up Navy ships now, because there are 7 tools that they use to blow shit up that require the Earth to be level. 7. 3 of them are going to help you navigate to the point: your sextant, your compass, and your watch. all three of those are going to need a flat Earth because you're going to have to do some calculations if the Earth is a ball to readjust to find a flat Earth. The fourth, fifth, and sixth ones, direct line of sight, laser transit, radar, and infrared cameras, all require a direct line of sight. So there's six
What about the other lights? Is that the same as a sextant?
No, it's not an angle measuring device, is it? You can measure angles with it, but it's not an angle measuring device.
Yeah, it's just used to mention the horizon. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
Map
pretty
horizon.
much, yeah. Which requires the horizon to be physical, which is a bit of a problem. But yeah, Navy ships, 6 tools that they use that require the Earth to be level. 6. The navies of the world wouldn't be blowing shit up in the way that they do if the Earth was a ball, right? They couldn't do it. They wouldn't have direct line of sight observation of a target with an infrared camera 100 miles away. They wouldn't be able to get a radar ping 2 traversals over this curved surface, one out and one back, if the Earth was a curved surface. You wouldn't be able to have a laser transit from the laser to the target if the surface of the Earth was curved. There's 3 tools there that they use to blow shit up. They wouldn't be able to use any of these tools in the range that they use them if the surface of the Earth was curved. Because guess what? The curve of the Earth would get in the way. They ain't going to waste our money or their time. And we also have to understand that military get hold of all of the technology before it's on public release and sale. Right? Everything, like communication, for example, radio, there's another one. Right? They were bang on that straight away. This is why we had the Loran system. This is why in the Second World War we had the nickel bind system, which was cross beam targeting systems. You wouldn't be able to use any of those tools on a curved surface because the curve of the Earth would get in the way. They're not going to waste their time. They're not going to waste their money. I was having a conversation with a gentleman yesterday. I can't remember what his name was, but he was a very polite gentleman from England. Physics student, 4 years into it. He was talking about laser transits. You know, I've measured
Lost you there, mate.
He must have went to a galaxy far, far away.
Bermuda Triangle. It was all that talk about triangles. Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm cutting in and out. I'm waiting for my new SIM to fucking boot up and so on because I'm transferring from one SIM to another. So I do apologise. I'm on Wi-Fi today and it's a bit dodgy.
You gotta wait for one of the satellites to float over so you get a better connection.
That's pretty much it, buddy. Yeah. But yeah, like Jenna was saying, there are tools that we use on the Earth that would require the Earth to be level. It's like why I came in earlier and smacked that guy around the head with a spirit level. It's pretty simple. You know what a spirit level is. What does it do? Awesome. So why have you been wasting 20 minutes trying to define what level is when you very well know what level is?
Yo, anybody active?
Yo, what up, Cookie?
Jenna, what are you saying?
Oh, look, I just had to define level for 10 straight minutes. It's fine.
Shit.
Yeah, it was insanity.
That's crazy.
It's like, but it's level, but it's curved, but it's level, but it's curved. And I'm like, no.
My brain hurts just listening.
I was like, I don't, just, Lord, give me patience with this one.
Right? It's not their fault. All in your time, Lord. I mean,
what's up, Cookie? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, who's that?
It's Chris, the
Oh,
English
yeah,
guy. He gets a
Jedi
bit
guy, right?
moody
Jedi.
from
I
time
know
to
you.
time. Yeah.
What, bro? I'm eating a pizza pocket. It's really hot out. It's burning my mouth.
Oh, be careful. Be careful of that molten
Man,
cheese, mate.
see
Maybe
ya,
give it a
man.
minute or two.
Take a big bite of it like a dragon
it's
and
so
just
good,
breathe out
bro.
that steam like it's fire.
So good, bro. I'm dead ass. Sorry, guys. Oh,
Oh, Dad, dude, you reminded me of the little, the tiny pizza rolls. It'd be hot as heck, but
oh yeah,
so
those
you eat
small
them
pieces.
anyway. Like as a kid, you
I know
eat them
exactly
anyway.
what
Just
you're
shove the
talking
whole
about.
thing in.
Yeah, and when you
Like
bite
eat like
into
3
it,
or 4 of these.
yeah, and then you bite into it, and all the like hot shit comes out in your mouth, and you burn on top of your. Oh, buddy.
Yeah, it's just like eating lava.
But it's so good.
Bite into this molten dragon egg and allow the magma to break forth into lava and burn my whole face from the inside.
I swear, it doesn't taste the same unless it's burning hot.
Nope. There's no flavor to it at all unless it's like burning your mouth with 3rd-degree burns.
Ah. Oh, so good.
I'm disappointed in you. You're not eating cookies. Just be Cookie Monster.
Yeah, I haven't eaten much today. Actually, I just got back from somewhere. And yeah, so I'm eating a pizza pocket.
Well, I'm sure you did go somewhere if you're coming back because you had to come from somewhere in order to come back.
Yeah, I mean bar food. So you get the drift.
Word. You see any evidence for curvature out there while you were going to the bar?
Searching, bro. I've been searching for. Hey, actually today, I went over. So in where I live in Toronto. Sorry, I'm trying to chew and talk at the same time. All right, so
But you're
where
not
I
eating
live.
cookies.
No, I love cookies, buddy. I love cookies.
Don't chew with your mouth full.
Yeah, that's a little difficult to do. Or you want to just swallow whole like I got some gaping hole in my neck?
Don't talk with your mouth empty. Don't chew with your mouth full. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Shut your mouth when you speak to me. So where I live, there's this bridge called the Burlington Bridge, and it's not like the biggest bridge or anything. It's a good significance, like you can totally see a really good horizon, like the top of the bridge. And so today, I was going over the Burlington Bridge with one of my homies, and I said to him, and like we really never had the conversation about globe Earth or flat Earth or anything like that. It was just never been brought up. And so I said to him, I was like, "Hey, man, just look, because you can literally see for like a really long